edition, and we have already got the support of so many of you. We are incredibly grateful to every single one of you for making time and being here with us. I would like to warmly welcome all of you to ITCX 2025. देवियों और सज्जनों, आप सभी का ITCX 2025 में तहे दिल से स्वागत है। ये हमारा दूसरा चरण है, ये दूसरा एडिशन है और हमें बहुत हर्ष हो रहा है जानकर कि हमें इतने सारे आप जैसे महान लोगों का सपोर्ट मिला, साथ मिला। एक बार इस कार्यक्रम को शुरू करने से पहले अपने खुद के लिए आप एक जोरदार तालियां बजा दीजिए, लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन। एक एक व्यक्ति जो हमारे साथ आज यहाँ मौजूद है, हम आप सभी का तहे दिल से आभार प्रकट करना चाहते हैं। We want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts for making time and joining us here at this incredible ITCX 2025. Before we begin the proceedings of this morning, I would like to make safety announcements for all of you. Meanwhile, I would also request the people who are still standing to kindly take a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, we have ensured all safety measures for all of you. We request you to kindly bring your attention to the screen which showcases a map of all the exit points and the pathways to reach an assembly area outside in case of an emergency. We request you to please make note of the exit door closest to you so that you could rush outside in an orderly fashion in case of an announcement. May we please have the safety video up on the screen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to invite on stage, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to invite on stage Temple Connect founder Shri Giresh Vasudev Kulkarni ji. आज मुझे बेहद खुशी हो रही है इनको यहाँ मंच पर आमंत्रित करते हुए। आज के कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत करेंगे श्री गिरीश वासुदेव कुलकर्णी जी, जो कि फाउंडर है टेम्पल कनेक्ट के। जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत कीजिए गिरीश जी का इस मंच पर।
Good morning, everyone. I have an announcement to make. Firstly, that if we are wanting to participate actively in all the 3 days of the convention, our mornings, our afternoons, our evenings have to be always good. So can we say Jai Shri Ram? Jai Jai Shri Ram. I request everyone to be seated. Thank you for joining me in for the second day of the session, the International Temples Convention and Expo. I request you to kindly be seated. We have very eminent dignitaries and people to address this gathering today. Today, you will have to be very attentive to certain aspects where the most important thing of this gathering are the workshops and the sessions split between this hall and the other 2 halls there. You are here as students, here to learn more about the temple management, operations, administration and maintenance of the temples. It is extremely important for you all not to give an impression that we are here for a picnic. I make it loud and clear to everyone. We are not in Tirupati for a picnic. We are not in Tirupati only for the darshan. There are 40 CCTV cameras who are scanning every one of y'all and scanning the fact that how many of y'all are in which hall and what is the maximum attendance. I am going to invite all those dignitaries and people for darshan to Tirupati today evening and tomorrow evening. But I am also going to scan how many of y'all have been attentive. Only those would be encouraged to get into the darshan. I am not quoting this for the sake of keeping you away from the darshan. But as every principal of a school needs to put some discipline in the scenario, my request as a humble friend, not as the principal, but a friend, to make you realize this takes a lot of effort. Are we together on this? This is one big Temple Connect family from across the country and 17 other countries who've come here. It is our honor and a privilege for having you at Bhagwan Venkateshwara Shri, the largest temple management location in the world. A big round of applause for all of you all for making it here. Today's session is going to be elaborate on multiple things, but before that, let me take an opportunity quickly to request Shri Bharat ji and Shri Jai Shekhar Reddy ji to kindly come up on stage for a humble felicitation on behalf of ITCX and the Temple Connect family. I also request Shri Sunil ji Deshpande ji to please come up on stage for the felicitation. Everyone, guys, these are the people who have made it happen. Without their support, this was not happening. Can you do this loudly?
We are grateful to all the dignitaries who are here with us on stage, who took our time to be here with us and support the ITCX 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a big round of applause for our dignitaries, our esteemed guests here on stage, who are joining hands with us to make ITCX 2025 such a grand success. Welcome, sir. Thank you for taking time and joining us here. We have Jai Shekhar Reddy ji here with us on stage, and also Bharat ji joining us at the ITCX 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, as Mr. Girish was saying, it is the International Temples Convention and Expo 2025. We need to keep the energy levels up because today is just starting and we have tons of interesting sessions lined up for all of you. We are beginning with an exclusive welcome of Shri Jai Shekhar Reddy ji and Shri Bharat ji here on stage. Thank you very much once again, sirs, for taking time and joining us here today at this event. Thank you very much and a very, very warm welcome to both of you.
We are starting with the session. I have 3 requests to make. When the session is on, I do not want anyone getting up from their chairs, going out or coming in. There are multiple sessions. The schedule would be shared with you. यहाँ पे अलग-अलग sessions होंगे. Session जब चलेगा, तब कोई भी व्यक्ति अपने जगह से ना उठेगा, ना अंदर बाहर करेगा. दूसरी बात, भगवान ने आपको आपके 2 हाथ दिए हैं. इसका पूर्वपर उपयोग भगवान के लिए और अभिनंदन करने के लिए किया जाए. उसके लिए हम आपको 10 बार आमंत्रित नहीं करेंगे. ताली बजाने के लिए पैसा नहीं लगता. और अगर अच्छी चीज है तो उसको हम इसी माध्यम से मोटिवेट करेंगे. क्या हम साथ में हैं इसमें? और आखिर में हिंदी एंड इंग्लिश are the 2 languages that we will speak. India is a diversified country in multiple languages, but sentiment is same, our soul is same, our divinity is same. So even if you are not understanding the topic, there is a presentation. You should look at it, learn from it, and incorporate. I request the Master of Ceremony to proceed with the other dignitaries. The first session is by Shri Milind ji Parande ji from the Vishwa Hindu Parishad. I request Milind ji to kindly come on the dais, along with
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Shri Milind Parande ji, General Secretary, Vishwa Hindu Parishad, joining us here on stage. A big round of applause. And now I would like to welcome Shri Amol Pednekar, CEO for Hindi Vivek, and Pallavi Anvekar, Executive Editor for Hindi Vivek, to join us on stage. I would also request Shri Girish to join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we are unveiling the special ITCX edition of Hindi Vivek right here at the very beginning of today's program. May I request Milind Parandeji to do the honor?
Hindi Vivek has done a special edition for the Mahakumbh. This book would be issued to you in the bags and the giveaways today. A big round of applause for this publication, guys.
Special ITCX edition of Hindi Vivek getting unveiled here on stage, ladies and gentlemen. We are so happy to share this moment with you. Very special edition, showcasing the latest and exciting news in the space of temple ecosystem. Wow. Thank you very much. And now I would request Shri Milind Parandeji to kindly take the stage and share his words of wisdom with us. Ladies and gentlemen, once again a big round of applause for Shri Milind Parandeji. Sir, please.
This is required now. सभी को जय श्री राम। जब से श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा यह पिछले वर्ष संपन्न हो गई, तो हिंदू समाज में एक जबरदस्त उत्साह भारत में और भारत के बाहर भी है। एंड thousands of temples outside Bharat have also participated in celebrating the Prana Pratishtha of Bhagwan Shri Ram. And since then, many people and many organizations, many groups have come forward to work on temples. I think efforts like Temple Connect also, and there are many other groups who are working outside Bharat and in Bharat who really want to rejuvenate our temple system. वैसे यदि हम देखेंगे तो ये 1000-1500 साल के संघर्ष में यदि हिंदू धर्म, यह हिंदू राष्ट्र, यह हिंदू समाज यदि टिका हुआ है तो उसके अनेक कारण हैं। अपने हिंदू धर्म की आध्यात्मिकता, स्पिरिचुअलिटी, हमारे पूर्वजों का प्रचंड पराक्रम, शौर्य, हमारे माता भगिनियों ने अपना धर्म हमारे घरों में टिका के रखा, यह उनका योगदान, हमारे देश की विशालता, हमारे हिंदू आबादी की विशालता और साथ साथ में हमारी मंदिर व्यवस्था और हमारे पूज्य साधु संत, ऐसे अनेक कारणों से इस झंझावात में, इस आक्रमण में हिंदू समाज आज भी टिका हुआ है। और इसीलिए जो विषय मैं यहाँ आपके सामने रखना चाह रहा हूँ वह यानी अ कैंपेन टू लिबरेट हिंदू टेम्पल्स फ्रॉम गवर्नमेंट कंट्रोल। यह मुझे लगता है कि हिंदू समाज ने इस विषय के बारे में कुछ सोचा ही नहीं है, क्योंकि अपने देश में यदि भारत के दक्षिण का हम विचार करेंगे तो जो 5 स्टेट्स है, तेलंगाना, आंध्र प्रदेश, तमिलनाडु, कर्नाटक और केरल, हर एक राज्य में thousands and thousands of temples are controlled by the government. और भारत के अन्य राज्यों में भी, पूर्ण भारत में कम अधिक मात्रा में सरकारी नियंत्रण में हिंदू मंदिर है। मैं इसलिए ये कह रहा हूँ कि हिंदू समाज ने इसके बारे में सोचा नहीं है, क्योंकि दिस इज द ग्रेटेस्ट डिस्क्रिमिनेशन अगेंस्ट द हिंदू सोसाइटी। कोई भी चर्च, कोई भी मस्जिद यह केंद्र सरकार या राज्य सरकार या कोई भी कंट्रोल नहीं करते हैं, मगर इस हिंदू बहुमती देश में केवल और केवल हिंदू मंदिर ही सरकारी नियंत्रण में है। यह कितना बड़ा अपमान है हिंदू समाज का। और इसीलिए हिंदू समाज ने इस विषय के बारे में समझने की आवश्यकता है। यह जो प्रक्रिया है, यह प्रक्रिया ब्रिटिशों के कालखंड से ही प्रारंभ हो गई। ब्रिटिशों ने जब देखा कि मंदिरों में इतना बड़ा धन है और साथ साथ में मंदिरों के माध्यम से इतना समाज का उत्थान किया जा रहा है, सेवा का कार्य, धर्म का प्रचार, शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में, सभी क्षेत्रों में हमारे मंदिर काम कर रहे थे। तो हिंदू मंदिर यह हिंदू समाज के पावर सेंटर्स थे और इसीलिए ब्रिटिशों ने बहुत योजना पूर्वक यह सारी की सारी व्यवस्था अपने हाथ में ले ली। भारत स्वतंत्र हो गया, बट दुर्भाग्य से जो पॉलिटिकल नेतृत्व हमको मिला, उसने भी हिंदू मंदिरों के ऊपर का कंट्रोल कायम रखा। और आज इसलिए केवल हिंदुओं के मंदिर ही सरकारी नियंत्रण में है कि जो एक अत्यंत डिस्क्रिमिनेटरी, भेदभावपूर्ण व्यवहार हिंदू समाज के साथ में हो रहा है। और जैसे कि भगवान श्री राम लला के प्राण प्रतिष्ठा का विषय संपन्न हुआ है और जैसा कि परम पूजनीय सरसंघ चालक जी ने कहा कि एक तरीके से भारत के स्वतंत्रता का ये पहला लक्षण है। अनेक लोगों ने टीका टिप्पणी की, मगर 1947 में तो हम केवल स्वाधीन हुए। आज भी हमारी राजनीति, आज भी हमारी अर्थनीति, आज भी हमारे अनेक प्रकार के विषय, हमारा न्याय, जस्टिस डिपार्टमेंट, सब कुछ विदेशी पद्धति से चल रहा है और इसलिए स्वतंत्र नहीं है, स्वाधीन भले ही है। एंड दैट इज व्हाई वी हैव टू थिंक अबाउट दिस इशू वेरी सीरियसली। आज जो ये मंदिर का आंदोलन हुआ, आज ये मंदिर के आंदोलन के कारण से अनेक लोगों के अस्मिता का जागरण हुआ है। इट हैज बीन अ ग्रेट सोर्स ऑफ इंस्पिरेशन और इसका परिणाम देख सकते हैं कि यह राम जन्मभूमि आंदोलन के लिए जो धन संग्रह हुआ, समर्पण हुआ और जो सारी सहभागिता हुई, तो पूर्ण देश के 5,32,000 विलेजेस पार्टिसिपेटेड इन दैट। ऐसा भारत में कभी नहीं हुआ है पहले। और लगभग 18 करोड़ परिवारों ने अपना समर्पण देके ये मंदिर के बनाने का विषय अपने हाथ में लिया। हम देखेंगे कि सही में यह मंदिर राम जी का भी है और हमारे सबने बनाया हुआ ऐसा यह मंदिर है। इसमें हम बाहर, देश के बाहर का भी उत्साह देखेंगे कि देश के बाहर अकेले अमेरिका में एक यात्रा निकली केवल अक्षता वितरण की और प्रसाद वितरण की। तो इन अमेरिका अलोन दे विजिटेड over 800 temples by traveling 45,000 किलोमीटर्स। केवल अमेरिका का प्रवास हुआ। यानी हिंदू समाज का हम उत्साह इसमें देख सकते हैं। और इसीलिए जब से यह राम जन्मभूमि का विषय हुआ है तो संपूर्ण समाज में यह जागरण हुआ है कि भाई बाकी मंदिरों का क्या। और इसीलिए इस सेशन में थोड़े देर आज अनेक लोगों के मन में शंका है कि आज जो हजारों हजारों मंदिर सरकारी नियंत्रण में है और अनेक राजनीतिक दल और अनेक सरकारी अधिकारी यह कह रहे हैं कि केवल इसी तरीके से मंदिर चलने चाहिए, तो इसके लिए ऑल्टरनेटिव क्या है, ये एक बताने का प्रयत्न यहाँ कर रहे हैं। हम लोगों ने, अनेक संस्थाओं ने एकत्र आकर एक प्रारूप बनाया है, प्रपोजल बनाया है फॉर अ न्यू एक्ट, इसके लिए हमने प्रपोज किया है। और इस सारे चिंतन में जो एक थिंक टैंक बना है, उसमें विश्व हिंदू परिषद के कार्यकर्ता है, आचार्य सभा जैसे कुछ संतों के संगठन हैं वो इसमें जुड़े हुए हैं, अधिवक्ता परिषद करके एक अधिवक्ताओं का संगठन है वह भी जुड़ा हुआ है, साथ में सुप्रीम कोर्ट के प्रथित यश वेरी लीडिंग लॉयर्स इसमें जुड़े हुए हैं, और हाई कोर्ट्स के अनेक रिटायर्ड चीफ जस्टिसेस इस इनिशिएटिव के साथ जुड़े हुए हैं। और इन सब लोगों ने मिलकर एक प्रपोजल निर्माण किया है कि जो सरकारी नियंत्रण में जो मंदिर है वह पुनः हिंदू समाज के हाथ में कैसे ला सकते हैं। और इसके लिए जो बिंदु यहाँ पर लिखे हुए हैं कि हमारी संकल्पना हिंदू धर्म में, हिंदू संस्कृति में सेंट्रलाइज कंट्रोल की नहीं है, और इसीलिए हमारे मंदिर यह स्वतंत्र ही होने चाहिए, यह बहुत आवश्यक है। साथ ही साथ में इसमें यह आवश्यक है कि उनको मार्गदर्शक कुछ तत्व हो, देश के कानून के दायरे में, विद इन द लॉ, भारत के लॉ ऑफ द लैंड, इसमें वो रहे, मगर उसके बाद भी वो स्वतंत्र रहे, ये बहुत आवश्यक है। और इसलिए जो मूल प्रपोजल है कि कोई भी एक बॉडी बनाकर केवल सरकार के कब्जे से मंदिर लेकर उस दूसरे बॉडी के हाथ में कब्जा दे देना, ऐसी भी सोच नहीं है। इट इज नॉट जस्ट ट्रांसफरिंग द ओनरशिप ऑफ द टेम्पल्स फ्रॉम वन सिस्टम टू अनदर, ऐसी सोच नहीं है। अभी जो विचार इसमें किया गया है प्रपोजल में, एक तो कोई भी गवर्नमेंट, कोई भी पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप और कोई भी ब्यूरोक्रेसी इसके बाहर रखी जाएगी। तो ये आज इनके कंट्रोल में है, नो पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप, नो गवर्नमेंट कंट्रोल इन दैट सेंस, and also no bureaucracy will be involved according to this proposal. आज हमारे यहाँ पर भारत में 160 से ज़्यादा, 160 से ज़्यादा पंथ संप्रदाय है, और अनेक संप्रदायों की अपनी अपनी पूजा पद्धति है। तो उन पूजा पद्धतियों का, उन संप्रदायों का सम्मान करके ये व्यवस्था बनाने का सोचा है। आज हम देखेंगे कि अनेक मंदिरों में, जैसे कल भी कुछ वक्ताओं के बातचीत में विषय आया कि कुछ मंदिरों में डिस्क्रिमिनेशन यह हो रहा है, और वह डिस्क्रिमिनेशन ऐसा हो रहा है कि अमुक जातियों के लोगों को मंदिरों में प्रवेश नहीं है, या महिलाओं को मंदिरों में प्रवेश नहीं है, या सभी कम्युनिटीज़ को मंदिरों में प्रवेश नहीं है। तो इसलिए जो प्रपोजल बनाया गया है, इस प्रपोजल में जो मैंने अंत में लिखा है यहाँ पर कि अनुसूचित जाति, जनजाति, महिलाएं और समाज के अधिक से अधिक वर्गों को मंदिरों के एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में सहभागिता का विचार इसमें यह किया गया है। दिस इज द यूनिक फीचर ऑफ दिस प्रपोजल। दूसरी बात है कि आज जैसे कि दक्षिण के अनेक राज्यों में वी आर सीइंग कि टेम्पल लैंड्स है तो वो नॉन हिंदुओं को दिए जा रहे। कुछ जगह पे फ्रंट में कोई पार्टनर करके हिंदू को ले लिया है, या यहाँ पर भी पिछले सरकार के समय तिरुपति की 5 हिल्स टूरिज्म के लिए देने का विषय तय हो गया था, या नॉन हिंदू एम्प्लॉयज को हिंदू मंदिरों में, जिनकी डेटी में श्रद्धा नहीं है, जिनकी मंदिरों की धर्म की व्यवस्था में श्रद्धा नहीं है, ऐसे लोगों को एम्प्लॉयमेंट दी गई थी, और उन्होंने ही क्रिश्चियनिटी और इस्लाम का प्रचार वहां पर प्रारंभ कर दिया था। और इसलिए इसमें बेसिक प्रिंसिपल बताया गया है दैट हिंदू मनी विल बी स्पेंड फॉर हिंदू कॉज। नॉन हिंदू एम्प्लॉयज मंदिर की व्यवस्था में नहीं रहेंगे। यह इसमें एकदम पक्का ये प्रचार किया गया है। दूसरी बात, हमारे मंदिर आज बहुत ही थोड़े मंदिर सेवा का, समाज की सेवा का काम कर रहे हैं, सोशल वर्क कर रहे हैं या दूसरे मंदिरों की उत्थान के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। तो जो धन मंदिरों में आएगा वह मंदिरों के काम के लिए एज वेल एज अपकीप ऑफ द टेम्पल्स, धर्म के प्रचार के काम के लिए, और साथ में नीडी जो है, जरूरतमंद जो हिंदू है, उसके सेवा के लिए लगेगा। हम देखेंगे तो हिंदू समाज ही यदि नहीं बचेगा तो हमारे साधु संत भी सुरक्षित नहीं है। हम लक्ष्मणानंद जी का उदाहरण देखते हैं। पूज्य लक्ष्मणानंद जी की हत्या यह ओडिशा में इसीलिए की गई कि उन्होंने हजारों ईसाई बनाए गए जनजातीय क्षेत्र के अपने हिंदू बंधुओं को पुनः हिंदू धर्म में लाया। पूज्य शांति काली जी महाराज जो त्रिपुरा के, उनकी भी हत्या नक्सलियों ने और टेररिस्ट ने इसीलिए की कि उन्होंने धर्मांतरण का विरोध किया। पूज्य स्वामी श्रद्धानंद जी की भी हत्या इसीलिए हुई कि उन्होंने लाखों ईसाइयों को यह और मुसलमानों को हिंदू धर्म में प्रवेश दिया। जब तक हिंदू समाज आस्थावान नहीं है, श्रद्धावान नहीं है और हिंदू समाज बड़ी मात्रा में नहीं है, हमारे मंदिर, हमारे साधु, हमारा धर्म और देश कुछ भी सुरक्षित नहीं है। और इसीलिए मंदिरों ने धर्म प्रचार के काम में लगना चाहिए। यह बहुत आवश्यक काम है। एवरी टेम्पल मस्ट डू हिंदू धर्म का प्रचार, यह आवश्यक है। और इसलिए मंदिरों को केवल अपने मंदिर में आने वाले भक्तों की चिंता नहीं करनी है। हमारे परिसर में क्या हो रहा है, वहां पे क्या एंटी हिंदू एक्टिविटीज चल रही है क्या, तो कोई गांव, कोई बस्ती गोद लेकर वहां काम करना, यह हर मंदिर के लिए बहुत आवश्यक है। तो यह एक्टिविटी इसमें यह की जाएगी। आज हम बिहार में देखेंगे, इन बिहार द टेम्पल लैंड्स आर अजर्व्ड बाय द क्रिमिनल एलिमेंट्स ऑल्सो। पूर्ण देश भर में भी यही चित्र दिख रहा है। इसलिए टेम्पल प्रॉपर्टीज की रक्षा यह भी इसमें प्रपोज्ड है। आज अनेक लोगों के मन में शंका है कि सारे पुजारी और जो काम करने वाले मंदिर के लोग हैं उनके बारे में क्या होगा। तो यह सोचा गया है कि किसी का भी नुकसान न हो, ऐसी ही व्यवस्था यह पुजारियों के लिए बनाई जाएगी। आज अनेक राज्यों में पुजारियों को मिनिमम वेजेस भी नहीं मिल रहे, सरकारी नियंत्रण के मंदिरों को। तो पुजारियों को मिनिमम वेजेस कम से कम मिले, ज़्यादा भी मिले तो बहुत अच्छी बात है। और किसी का भी ये ट्रांसफर में नुकसान नहीं होना चाहिए, ये बहुत बड़ा विषय है। उनकी सेफ्टी, उनका प्रशिक्षण और उनका वेलफेयर, उनकी शिक्षा, इसके बारे में भी चिंता इस प्रपोजल में की गई है। आज ये करेंगे कैसा, तो एक प्रपोजल ऐसा है कि एक राज्य स्तर पे एक परिषद बनाई जाएगी और उस परिषद में कौन कौन रहेंगे। जो परिषद बनाई जाएगी राज्य स्तर पे, धार्मिक परिषद, तो उसमें उस राज्य के जो प्रमुख संप्रदाय है, 8-10 संप्रदाय, उनके प्रमुख आचार्यों को इस धर्म परिषद में, धार्मिक परिषद में लिया जाएगा। बाद में जिनको कानून की अच्छी जानकारी है, ऐसे हाई कोर्ट के रिटायर्ड जस्टिसेस लिए जाएंगे। बाद में एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू 2-3 रिटायर्ड सिविल सर्वेंट्स लिए जाएंगे। फिर फाइनेंस एंड मैनेजमेंट, इसको समझने वाले समाज के कुछ एक्सपर्ट्स इसमें लिए जाएंगे। साथ ही में जो शास्त्र विधि विधान आगम मंदिरों की सारी पूजा पद्धति, इसमें जो तज्ञ ऐसे विद्वानों को भी इसमें लिया जाएगा। और ऑल्सो वेरियस सेक्शंस ऑफ द सोसाइटी, जैसे मैंने कहा अनुसूचित जाति जनजाति, महिलाएं, अन्य वर्ग और ऐसे सारे प्रमुख लोग इस परिषद में लिए जाएंगे। पहली परिषद कौन बनाएगा, ये एक बहुत प्रमुख प्रश्न है। और इसीलिए टू कीप इट नॉन कंट्रोवर्शियल एक प्रपोजल ऐसा दिया हुआ है कि उस राज्य का सिटिंग मुख्यमंत्री और बाद में लीडर ऑफ द अपोजिशन और तीसरे यानी मुख्य न्यायाधीश हाईकोर्ट के, एक प्रपोजल है। देयर मे बी अ चेंज इन दिस, बट ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल पोस्ट से सारी, ये तीनों लोग सभी पूर्ण समाज से बातचीत करके इसकी नियुक्ति करेंगे। एंड देन दिस धार्मिक परिषद विल बी इंडिपेंडेंट, इट विल नॉट बी कंट्रोल्ड बाय एनीबडी, इट विल बी इंडिपेंडेंट लाइक दैट। इसमें जैसा मैंने कहा है वो बात हो गई। अभी जो धार्मिक परिषद में आएंगे, जैसे राज्यसभा की पद्धति है कि 2-2 वर्ष के बाद में 1/3 लोग रिटायर होते जाएंगे एंड दे विल बी रिप्लेस बाय न्यू पीपल। तो किसी की प्रभुत्व नहीं होगा, किसी एक का कंट्रोल राज्य परिषद के ऊपर नहीं होगा, ऐसी व्यवस्था भी इसमें रहेगी। इनके माध्यम से जिला स्तर पे भी ऐसी ही समिति का निर्माण होगा और फिर वह जिला परिषद यह हर टेम्पल की समिति बनाएगी। द टेम्पल कमिटी विल बी ऑटोनॉमस, अपने धन का क्या करना है, कैसा खर्चा करना है, विधि विधान क्या करना है, ऐसे सारी बातें टेम्पल कमिटी स्वयं करेगी। इसलिए एक 3 स्तरीय व्यवस्था, तो जो राज्य धार्मिक परिषद है और जिला धार्मिक परिषद है, यह केवल मार्गदर्शक रहेगी। इट विल नॉट बी अ कंट्रोलिंग यूनिट, इट विल बी अ फैसिलिटेटिंग यूनिट और अ गाइडिंग यूनिट ओनली, इट विल नॉट बी अ कंट्रोलिंग यूनिट। एंड सो टेम्पल समिति ऑटोनॉमस रहेगी, ये इसमें हमने सोचा है। अभी मंदिर बनेंगे तो झगड़े होंगे कुछ न कुछ, कहाँ ट्रस्टियों के बीच में हो सकते हैं, कहाँ ट्रस्टी पुजारी के बीच में हो सकते हैं, कभी जो भाड़े से रह रहे उनके साथ हो सकते हैं, मंदिरों के प्रॉपर्टीज के बारे में हो सकते हैं। सो व्हाट विल बी द डिस्प्यूट रिजोल्यूशन मैकेनिज्म, ये बहुत महत्व का विषय है, नहीं तो सारी बातें पुनः कोर्ट और गवर्नमेंट के पास पहुंच जाएगी। और इसलिए इसमें एक डिस्प्यूट रिड्रेसल मैकेनिज्म यह प्रपोज किया हुआ है। इसमें जो ट्रेडिशंस है, मंदिर की परंपराएं हैं, शास्त्राधार है, इन सब को समझने वाले लोगों का एक आर्बिट्रेटर्स का पैनल बनाया जाएगा और झगड़े वाले दोनों पार्टियां जिस आर्बिट्रेटर को मान्य करेंगे वही उसका निकाल देगा। तो एक तरीके से फॉर रिड्रेसल सहमति से यह आर्बिट्रेटर तय होगा। यदि समझ लीजिए कि आर्बिट्रेटर का निर्णय किसी को मान्य नहीं हुआ, तो फिर इसके लिए एक धार्मिक न्यायाधिकरण भी बनाया गया है, जिसमें एक रिटायर्ड सीनियर जुडिशियल ऑफिसर और 2 हिंदू धर्मशास्त्र के ट्रेडिशंस को मानने वाले लोग इसमें रहेंगे कि जो इसका निर्णय दे सकेंगे। एज अ लास्ट रिजोर्ट फिर कोई हाईकोर्ट में जा सकेगा। इसमें प्रोटेक्शन ऑफ प्रॉपर्टीज का विषय है, तो स्वयं धार्मिक परिषद को तो अधिकार नहीं है, इसलिए गवर्नमेंट के कमिश्नर को इस व्यवस्था में लिया जाएगा, हु विल हैव द राइट टू कॉन्फिस्केट प्रॉपर्टीज फ्रॉम पब्लिक। तो मंदिर की प्रॉपर्टीज कॉन्फिस्केट करके मंदिर को वापस लौटाना, ये काम करने वाली एक व्यवस्था यह इसमें दी जाएगी। अभी जो बातें हो रही है कि एक वेलफेयर फंड यह राज्य स्तर पे बनाया जाएगा। उसमें कोई लिमिट से जो हर राज्य में बदल सकती है। यदि 25 लाख रुपए तक जिस मंदिर की आमदनी होगी तो उन्होंने कुछ धन राज्य को देना चाहिए, परिषद को, कि जिसमें से जो कमजोर मंदिर है उन कमजोर मंदिरों की चिंता हो सके। जिन मंदिरों के पास में खुद का धन नहीं है उन मंदिरों की चिंता करने की जिम्मेदारी ये राज्य परिषद की रहेगी। और इसलिए एक हिंदू सार्वजनिक निधि वेलफेयर फंड ये उसके लिए बनाने का प्रपोजल दिया गया है। एंड सेकेंडली, मंदिरों के इस काम के लिए विदेशी धन भी आ सके और CSR फंड भी हो सके, इस तरह का कानून में प्रावधान किया गया है, जो कि आज नहीं है। हम लोग यहाँ पर जब ये विषय लेकर अनेक वर्षों से विश्व हिंदू परिषद कार्य कर रही है, तो अभी एक जागरण के दृष्टि से ऐसा सोचा गया कि आज वातावरण पूर्ण देश में बन रहा है, तो एक बड़ा पब्लिक प्रोग्राम ये अवेकनिंग कैंपेन करके करना चाहिए। और इसीलिए 5 जनवरी को एक बहुत बड़ा कार्यक्रम आंध्र प्रदेश विजयवाड़ा में किया गया। तो ये जो एक प्रपोजल हमने बनाया है, ये प्रपोजल विश्व हिंदू परिषद के कार्यकर्ताओं ने मिलकर इस राज्य के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी को दिया कि यहाँ के जो आंध्र प्रदेश के सभी गवर्नमेंट कंट्रोल टेम्पल्स है वो आंध्र प्रदेश के समाज को आप वापस करिए। ये कहने के लिए हम गए थे उनके पास में। तो इस तरीके से हर राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री को अभी हम मिलने वाले हैं और उनको ये प्रपोजल देने वाले हैं कि आपके राज्य के सभी गवर्नमेंट कंट्रोल टेम्पल्स, द हिंदू सोसाइटी इज केपेबल ऑफ टेकिंग केयर ऑफ इट्स टेम्पल्स, है ना। ये मुख्य बात है। हिंदू समाज नालायक नहीं है। अपने मंदिरों की चिंता हिंदू समाज स्वयं कर सकता है, दूसरे सरकार की जरूरत उसके लिए नहीं है। तो ये जो कार्यक्रम हुआ, ये विजयवाड़ा की सभा है। विदाउट इशू कितने 3 लाख लोग एकत्र आए थे। 3 लाख लोग केवल मंदिरों को मुक्त करने के लिए। यह जो मांग है, यह प्रचंड ऐसा कार्यक्रम हो गया। अनेक साधु संत, मंच के ऊपर लगभग 250 साधु संत आंध्र प्रदेश के एकत्र आए थे। और मैं इसलिए बता रहा हूं कि कितना उत्साह लोगों के मन में इस विषय के बारे में है। और इसके लिए अभी भविष्य की जो कल्पना है कि देश भर के, इसको स्विच ऑफ कर सकते हैं, देश भर के सभी राज्यों में इस वर्ष अभी हम योजना लेकर जा रहे हैं कि मुख्यमंत्रियों से एक प्रपोजल जाके लेके मिलेंगे और फिर हर राज्य की जो विधानसभा और विधान परिषद है, our कार्यकर्ताज will be meeting all the elected members of the Vidhan Sabha in maximum number of states all over the country। और देश में फिर ऐसे जैसा आज का गैदरिंग है, ऐसे लर्नेड पीपल फ्रॉम द सोसाइटी इन ईच स्टेट हम लोग उनकी सभा करके ये विषय उनके सामने रखेंगे। प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंसेस होगी और देश के 2, 3, 4 जगह पर इस वर्ष भर में, जैसी बड़ी सभा विजयवाड़ा में हुई वैसे इस वर्ष भर में 3-4 बड़ी जागरण की सभा पूर्ण भारत में होने वाली है। मेरा आपसे निवेदन है कि आप तो सारे प्राइवेट टेम्पल्स है, तो यह जो विषय है यह गवर्नमेंट कंट्रोल टेम्पल्स के बारे में केवल है, मगर यह संपूर्ण हिंदू समाज की जिम्मेदारी है कि हिंदू मंदिर यह मुक्त होकर हिंदुओं के हाथ में आने चाहिए। और इसलिए हम सबको इसके लिए प्रयास करना पड़ेगा। यह एक बहुत महत्व का विषय है कि जो आगामी कुछ वर्षों में हम देखेंगे कि ये फलीभूत होते हुए, इट विल बी अ फ्रूटफुल थिंग, इट विल बी अ प्रॉब्लम दैट विल बी रिजॉल्व्ड, ऐसा हम देख रहे हैं। तो पूर्ण समाज का जागरण करने का यह विषय जो हाथ में लिया हुआ है वह विषय मैंने आपके सामने रखा है। एक 10-15 मिनट हमारे हाथ में, कुछ इसके बारे में किसी के मन में इफ देर आर एनी क्वेश्चंस और क्वेरीज और सजेशंस, फॉर दैट वी हैव केप्ट फॉर सम डिस्कशन। हाँ जी, हु विल गिव सम माइक टू देम? उधर खड़े हैं पीछे। प्लीज इंट्रोड्यूस योरसेल्फ एंड देन आस्क द क्वेश्चन इन शॉर्ट।
जय श्री राम। राम मोहन, गौरी बिदनूर, कर्नाटका। मैं एक क्वेश्चन पूछना चाहता हूँ कि मंदिरों में ये दसरा दिवस पर और दूसरा हमारा फेस्टिवल्स होता है ना, तभी मुस्लिम वालों को सभी माइक सेट लाइटिंग सभी देता है। वो बड़ा हम लोग मीडियम यूथ है ना, वो लोग नहीं बोलता है। बड़े लोग होता है ना, उसमें हमारा परिषद में प्रेसिडेंट और सेक्रेटरी वो बोलता है नहीं देना करके बोलता है। इसीलिए हमें उनको क्या समझाएं, और हमारा लोग सभी इकट्ठा होता है ना, तभी कोई ऐसा है परवाह नहीं छोड़ दो उनको करको बोलता है। ये उन्हें पैसा कम में देता है और हिंदू वाला ने ज़्यादा देता है, रेट ज़्यादा बोलता है। इसको क्या करना है, हमें उनको समझाना है।
आई हैव नॉट बीन एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट ही हैज सेड। क्या बोला है उन्होंने?
मैं बोलता हूँ अभी मंदिरों में त्योहार होता है ना, दसरा, दीपावली और उगादी में,
हाँ।
तभी समय पे हमारा कुछ लोग बोलता है, हमारा मंदिर का प्रमुख होता है ना, उन लोगों ने बोलता है मुस्लिम वालों को लाइटिंग, साउंड सिस्टम सभी दिया तो परवाह नहीं छोड़ो, उन्हें भी दे सकता है। हमको क्या परिंदा है इसमें करके बोल रहे हैं।
देखिए, मैंने जो बोलना है वो बोल दिया। हिंदू मनी फॉर हिंदू कॉज, समझने वाले को इशारा काफी है। और क्या बोलूं मैं?
Excuse me.
Sir, myself is Advocate R.S. Patil from Solapur, Siddheshwar Devasthan, Solapur. I am asking the question to you, sir. Sir, you are regarding just now you have pronounced your opinion regarding the protection of property of mandir. Sir, if somehow our properties are rented to the other persons, but to take the possession of that properties, it is very difficult and very tedious to us. Sir, because of this reason I am asking to you, sir, please exempt our Rent Control Act from mandir purposes, temple and mandir purposes. Semi-government and government is not having a rent control act, such that you exempt all the mandir properties from Rent Control Act. So we will get the possession of that properties to us, and
Okay.
it is very easy to
I will
make it the one type of law or
ठीक है।
मेरा
I
नाम
will note down your topic and we will discuss with our experts and think.
Okay, sir.
मेरा नाम टी.के. स्वामीनाथन है। मैं पूना के कार्तिक मंदिर का चीफ ट्रस्टी हूँ और मैं इस सभा में आया हूँ आज। हमारी जो मंदिर है ये इसका इस साल स्वर्ण जयंती है, 50 साल हो गए हैं। एक आर्मी के यूनिट टेम्पल जैसे इसका शुरुआत हुआ था और उसके बाद इसकी प्रगति होते गई है। मुझे 2-3 बहुत महत्व के जो चीज़ दिखे हैं जो मैं चाहता हूँ कि हम सब हिंदू मंदिर जो चलाते हैं और जिससे उनका संबंध है उनको सोचना चाहिए। और ये बहुत महत्व की बात है कि प्राचीन युग में हिंदू हर प्रकार से वृक्ष, वन और प्राणी इनकी सुरक्षा देखते थे। इनकी
सर,
सुरक्षा
हम सवाल पूछने के लिए यहाँ पे हैं।
ओके।
यहाँ पे हम कोई भी प्रकार से टेम्पल टॉक्स का स्टेज है वहाँ पे, जहाँ पे सबको बात करने का एक अवसर मिलेगा। सर, सो अभी हम यहाँ पे सवाल जवाब नहीं कर रहे हैं।
I will just ask a
1
question.
minute, only 1 minute प्लीज। हाँ, कंप्लीट कर लीजिए सर।
सो मेरी ये रिक्वेस्ट है कि हमें ये जो मंदिर हैं इनके ऑब्जेक्ट्स में हमें वन और प्राणी इनके संरक्षण के लिए भी सोचना है और उसके लिए उनके ट्रस्ट डीड में या एक्ट में कुछ तब्दीली करनी है।
एक अलग से अभी एक पर्यावरण का विषय लेकर हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं और इसलिए वन और पानी ये दोनों भी उसके हिस्से है। तो मंदिरों को भी योगदान होना चाहिए, ये बात हम अलग से कर रहे हैं.
Sir.
कहाँ है?
हाँ जी, so I think we will, because we are limited with time, a big round of applause for the session by Milind Parande ji. We have a lot of questions, we have a lot of suggestions and inputs.
Girish ji, just one suggestion.
No, sir, आप तो घर के हैं, अब सजेशन मत लीजिए, अब आपको अलग चीज में उसको लाइन अप करना है, अब मत करिए. धन्यवाद. I request Shri Shekhar Reddy ji to please come up on stage for the felicitations.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Sir,
Milind
please,
sir,
please.
for joining us here today. And we request Shri Shekhar Reddy ji to kindly felicitate Shri Milind Parande ji for joining us here at ITC X 2025, ladies and gentlemen. This is the year where we join hands with new collaborations, new partnerships, new ideas, new insights, and new innovation in the space of temple ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Shri Milind Parande ji.
Venkatramana,
Yes, let the
Govinda.
applauses go on. Thank you very much, sir. We are deeply grateful to you. Ladies and gentlemen, now is the time to invite and introduce our next speaker on stage. Our next speaker is also known as the Singham of Karnataka. And this name he has got for his firm stand against illegal activities and corruption. He has served as an IPS officer before joining politics. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome on stage State President, BJP Tamil Nadu, Shri K. Annamalai. Let's hear it for Shri K. Annamalai ji, everybody. Welcome, sir. Namaskaram.
ஜெய் ஸ்ரீராம், ஓம் நமக் சிவாய. அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய அன்பான காலை வணக்கத்தை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். I take this opportunity to seek the blessings of our elders, Param Pujya Swamijis who are sitting here and guiding us, and also the wonderful delegates who are part of this very unique Temple Connect program. At the outset, I take the opportunity to thank and express my heartfelt appreciation for the chairman of this convention, Prasad Ladji, and the founder was instrumental behind making this convention, an event where the whole of Bharat is assembled in Tirupati today, Girish Kulkarni ji. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, I am very happy and very delighted. Temple Connect program last year in Varanasi and this year in Tirupati is able to bring our Swamijis, our Adinams, our Gurus, one end. At the other end, very, very young, enthusiastic people. Nowhere I've seen a gathering in which youngsters are present, very passionately. They want to take the temple economics to a different level. Make sure Sanatana Dharma keeps prospering. And at the same time, rediscover what we have lost and bring those things to the mainstream. At the same time, on the other end, we have our elders who are guiding us, helping us to rediscover what we have lost over the last 250 years, trying to bring it back to the mainstream. That is why this gathering is very unique. Passionate youngsters in the one end, and our senior elders in the other end. If you look at many of the global cities, if you take last 1,000 years, the cities which were present 1,000 years before, cities which are present now, many cities have vanished. Cities which have withstood 1,000 years, even now, which are centers of civilization. If you take cities like Varanasi, cities like Madurai, cities like Ujjain, cities like Pushkar, if we take some of the cities, very clearly we can find cities which should withstand the ravages of time, which are standing for the last 1,000 years. Very clearly we can connect all those cities are temple cities. Only temple cities are eternal cities. They're there for a long, long time. Other day I was reading an article by a temple researcher called Sandeep Singh Ji. I think today or tomorrow is also talking here. He has gone through some of the American cities. Cities like Detroit around World War II, which were the cradles of automobile manufacturing. It lost 25% of its population between 2000 and 2010. Those cities are fast coming down. At one point of time, big cities. Even now in India, some cities are called Detroit of India. If you go to Coimbatore, a city in which I'm living now, they say Coimbatore is Detroit of South India. But if you look at the status of Detroit, it is fast vanishing. Cities like Atlantic City, which is known for its gambling and which is known for its entertainment industry, it is one of the top 10 dying cities in US. It is the 9th out of 10 dying city. So cities which made a name in some sector, some industry, it is all fast going down. But cities which are eternal are our cities in which a temple is the fulcrum of that city. Very clearly from history we can understand. That is why this convention is very important, because we are trying to find a common denominator that is connecting all the temple cities. We are using the word called temple economics. We have heard a lot of economic theory. What is the temple economics? How can temple be the fulcrum of generating economic activity around that area? And more importantly, drive Bharat's growth. We are standing in this very, very holy Tirupati. We are all sitting at the feet of Lord Venkateshwara. This is not a very ordinary temple, not a very ordinary city. This temple is alone worth, if Tirupati Devasthanam is listing in the Indian stock market, its valuation will be 2.5 lakh crore. That will be the valuation of the Tirupati temple. And people have calculated the valuation by using smart metrics. This temple has got close to 10 tons of gold in the bank, 2.5 tons of gold as ornaments, 16,000 crore as bank deposit, 960 properties across India, Bharat. If somebody is doing a smart valuation, it comes to close to 2.5 lakh crore as market cap. To compare Tirupati Devasthanam to some of the large multinational companies in the world, a company like Nestle, a multinational company more than 100 years old, Nestle is around 2,10,000 crore market cap. If you look some of the big oil companies in India, like ONGC, it is around 1.6 lakh crore. Maybe there is something right Tirupati has done. There is something right that is happening in the Tirupati Devasthanam, which was formed by an act in 1932, which underwent some changes. There is a semblance of government control. At the same time, there is a freedom and autonomy also in the board, which has made Tirupati to be a temple in the last 100 years, especially after 1932, to reach this position, to reach this preeminent position. Nowhere in the world we can boast these numbers. Vatican City has seen 90 lakh people visiting it last year. Mecca, Saudi Arabia, 2 crore visited. The city where we are now, Tirupati, it had 3 crore people visiting it last year. One temple, one city had 3 crore people. Again, if somebody is getting into the economics behind Tirupati, of course, temple is big. Of course, Lord Venkateshwara is blessing us. There is a big market cap. There is a huge amount of money. Whether it is trickling down, Harvard has done a study understanding with respect to Tirupati, what is the market forces that is shaping up the city. If somebody has got the time, if you are looking at the Tirupati city per se, the employment that is getting generated, 38% of employment in Tirupati city is more on the trade, and transportation. It is all linked to the temple economy. 19% is closely linked to food manufacturing, value addition in the food industry, everything. If you see, this temple, the whole district, the whole ecosystem around this place is connected to the offerings and service of God, which creates millions and millions of employment generation. Unfortunately, in our country after 1947, for a long time, the Marxist concept of history, it always felt temples are a waste. It always felt temples are a wastage because some old kings who did not have any job, just to create labor and employment, they built temples. That is a Marxist version of history that was prevalent in our country for a long, long time. When we talk about Ayodhya, where Lord Ram is majestically back there, and even now in our country, the debate is, what is the point of spending so much money? Who spent that money? Whether it is worth it? In states like Tamil Nadu, even people sitting in government will say, Government of India is wasting so much money in Ayodhya. That is the narrative they try to set. But for common people like you and me, we understand what Ayodhya is trying to do. 85,000 crore investment going to happen in the next 10 years. Crores of people visiting. The kind of economic activity Ayodhya is generating, it is going to have a trickle-down economics to the last person. The person who is involved in the flower business, the person who is assembling the flower, right from agarbatti, right from the puja saman, right from the manufacturing. It is going to create a huge ecosystem that is going to be built around temple economics. The last 10 years, we can confidently say, from Kasi to Ujjain to Ayodhya to Puri Jagannathar. Now, if you look at all the places with the modernization, the money that is getting invested, we are seeing straight away a 20% jump of tourists who want to go there. That is very, very important in our country. We are seeing this rebirth of temple economics. We are seeing this rebirth of common people going to a center of worship, which was standing there for 1,000 years. But maybe in the last 250 years, they never had the opportunity to go and see this pristine place. Now, since it is happening, a new kind of market forces operate. If we wait for another 5-10 years, we can clearly bring out papers. On Kashi Vishwanath temple, we can clearly bring out papers to say what the temple is, how many people visited, the trickle-down economics, how many people getting benefited, the total footfall. Again for temple in Ujjain we can bring, again for Ayodhya we can bring, again for Puri Jagannathar temple we can bring. That is why I am very happy. This convention is acting as a catalyst, bringing all the eminent people across India, ideating, generating knowledge, trying to create a common platform where all of us together we can come, we can talk about how in the future temple can drive the economics of Bharat 25 years from now. Because I'm very, very confident Bharat has got 35 lakh temples, big and small. If I'm talking about my own state, Tamil Nadu has got 79,000 temples, 44,121 temples are under the direct control of HRNCE. We have 604 temples that are more than 1,000 years old. But the temples in Tamil Nadu are an entirely different story. If anybody is having an interest, if they try to understand what is happening in Tamil Nadu, what is happening in temples in Tamil Nadu, HRNCA, it is all in shambles. 604 temples more than 1,000 years old, but many people might not even know the names of more than 10. HRNCA, which came in 1925, the current Dravidian party, the previous Avatar Justice Party, the only aim was to throttle. The only aim was to take the spiritual base out of Tamil Nadu. Right from 1926, the first act, the major act which came in 1951, if you look at this whole story, it is a story, a classical story, which will tell us how not to manage and run a temple. A beautiful state, a spiritual state like Tamil Nadu, where the state government has appointed endowment officers illegally, EOs, who control even how puja should be done, who control right up to the puja articles purchase, who without any training try to repair temples which are 1,000 years old by a cement and mortar, without even having an idea the kind of damage they are doing to a historic place. Now, in Tamil Nadu, over the last 2-3 years, there is a lot of fight happening. There is an awakening that is happening where BJP, the party to which I belong to, we are very clear. Come 2026, one of our central manifesto point, when the NDA and BJP will come to power, day one, we will remove HRNCE Act from Tamil Nadu. All the temples of our state will get freed. Because we are very clear, we are not mentioning this as a political slogan. The reason we are mentioning this is because we have data to back it up. 1986, when the HRNC department published its first policy paper, it had 5,25,000 acres of land under its control. Can you believe? A state which has got thousands of temples, where 44,000 temples are under the direct control of HRNCE. The total acreage they were managing in 1986 is 5,25,000 acres. 10 years later, when they published the second policy paper in 1996, they lost 60,000 acres. Nobody knew what happened to that 60,000 acres because it all went in encroachment. After that, they stopped publishing policy papers. This is a state, this is a temple which officially from 2023 July to 2024 March, for a point of 9 months, total generation, total money that is generated by Tamil Nadu temples is 310 crore. Can somebody believe this? Such a huge temple base, 44,000 temples, direct control of HRNCE, 600 temples more than 1,000 years old. The money they have generated is 310 crore rupee. If I'm digging slightly deep, total land holdings now, 4.5 lakh acres, we have lost approximately 1 lakh acres now. Square feet of site managed by temples, 29 crore 14 lakh. Building square feet, 2 lakh 45,000 crore. This is an asset that Tamil Nadu HRNC manages across all parts of Tamil Nadu. 4.5 lakh acre, 29 crore square feet of site, 2 crore square feet of buildings. If you look at the market rent, if somebody has got a time, they go to that place, they find that building, they put a market rate to it. As per our calculation, every year, bare minimum they should generate 8,000 crore every year, bare minimum. But unfortunately, politicians have taken control of many of this. 50-year lease, 99-year lease. There are some properties in Tamil Nadu taken by some people, 1 rupee lease for 99 years. It belongs to temple. They've taken it for 1 rupee 99 years. They're just holding it. So that is why the revenue that is shown is just a matter of 300 crore, which is the official document they have published for 9 months. So we are very clear, in the last 20 years, if we put market rate to all the temples mismanaged by the HRNC department in Tamil Nadu, it is close to 95,000 crore of unrealized rent that has happened in Tamil Nadu alone. This could have funded our midday meal schemes for the last 20 years. This is the biggest problem. Now all of us are fighting to make sure the temples of Tamil Nadu realize their pure potential. In the open market, an economics is built around the temple. Madurai Meenakshi Amman temple, there was a controversy. 50 meters from the Meenakshi Amman temple, there is a beef stall. Somebody is cutting a non-vegetarian there. Because it is thoroughly mismanaged. There is no interlinkage connections. The whole ecosystem is not brought in a single place. Only the boundary walls of a temple are managed by an act, but not the areas around the temple which can be regulated. So people don't want to go, no toilets. Even in Thaipusam day, when millions of people march towards Lord Muruga's sacred abode, you will see lakhs of women and children marching in the road, walking with their bare foot to Lord Muruga's temple. We will not find a single toilet. And people have to wait in queues. And people don't even, over a time what happens? People will start losing their faith in God. The problem with Dravidian politics in Tamil Nadu, which they clearly wanted, right from 1926, they felt you start mismanaging temples. You start taking the spiritual angle out of the places where temples are there, slowly the next generation of people will start losing their faith in Sanatana Dharma. And over a point of time, you can make this state as a so-called secular, the secular word that is defined in most India by the Marxist historians. That is why we are fighting this as a matter of principle. That is why we are very clear, this has to be released from them. If I go one step further, again if you look at HRNCE, audits, the government spends. HRNCE is the only department in Tamil Nadu which refuses to submit itself to CAG. Even after the Madras High Court said the HRNCE has to submit itself to the CAG so that we can audit it, a paper can come out, common people like you and me can know what exactly wrong in the temple. As of now, March 2023, there are 1,87,000 audit objections pending from 1986. Audit objections are pending. How they purchased it, where they purchased it, what is the commission, nobody knows. That is why we keep telling the endowment officers are sitting inside Tamil Nadu temples only as commission agents to loot the temple's money, to suck the temple out of the hard-earned pilgrims' revenue. Now, if I am going one step further, who gave permission to appoint the endowment officers? Because many a time, many of our Adinams have gone to Supreme Court. In 1951, the Dharmapuram Adinam, Srila Sri Subramaniya Desikya Jnana Sambandha Pandara Sannadi Ayya, he went to Supreme Court stating, it is an Adinam temple. Tamil Nadu government doesn't have any right to appoint an EO. So based on this, in 1965 judgment, Supreme Court has cancelled government control over 45 temples. It said you cannot have an EO. These temples are something like Madurai Meenakshi Amban Temple, Srirangam Ranganatha Swami Temple, Tiruvannamalai Arunachala Swami Temple, Tiruchendur Subramaniya Swami Temple. Again, the Tamil Nadu government committed a fraud. In 1965, the same year after the Supreme Court judgment came, they added section 75A, B and C in the act to say, okay, the Supreme Court has given a judgment, we can't immediately come out, we will hold it for 1 more year, after 1 year the government will come. At the same time, the law says, if there is any fight that is happening in the temple, if anybody can come and give a complaint to HRNC department, HRNC department has got the right to appoint an EO for 5 years. Now, based on this fraud, they keep appointing EOs, and that is why recently when somebody went to the court to ask for the appointment letters of all the executive officers in Tamil Nadu, HRNC says we have 600 EO. They couldn't produce appointment letters for 450 executive officers. So it is a constitutional fraud that is happening in the state of Tamil Nadu by the HRNC department, where 450 executive officers are illegally appointed without paper, because whenever the court is asking, they'll always find a way. If common man like you and me, we go to the court for a particular temple, fight it out, then the HRNC lawyer, he comes with a 20,000 page document. They will bury you in paperwork. A common man, a temple administrator, a private temple guy, an Adinam has to fight it again and again and again. It will drag for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 years. That is why many of the temples in Tamil Nadu are dragged in court cases where the HRNC has buried them in pages and pages of documents. So though it is an opportunity for me in this platform to talk about the vision that we have for Tamil Nadu, at the same time I'm talking about the lacuna and the problems that the state is currently having. That is why we are very, very clear. Day one, when Lord Venkateshwara gives us the opportunity for NDA to come to power, we want to remove this illegal act and free all the 44,121 temples free from HRNC. Then, just imagine the kind of temple economics we will be able to generate. The money that temples can generate, temples with the money in Tamil Nadu, the kind of hundi collection that happens, it can run all the government schools around the temple, it can run. It can take care of all the civic infra of that particular city. It can run engineering schools. It can also run centers of excellence for science. That is the kind of revenue, even at the mismanaged level, Tamil Nadu temples are able to generate. That is why it is so heartening for us to see when there is an Ayodhya, temple economics wise, when it makes sense. When Kashi Vishwanatha temple, temple economics wise, when it makes sense. When Ujjain, temple economics wise, when it makes sense. It gives lot of confidence for a common man. Even 70, 80 years of Dravidian political brainwashing, they will get that confidence seeing every time somebody travels to Kumbh Mela. Every time they see the meticulous organization that is happening. Every time they see 60, 70 crores of people coming there, very peacefully going out. Every time when people see that, their faith on Sanatana Dharma, especially for the youngsters, will keep increasing. Because it is very important in this age and time where everything is questioned. For everything, people want a science rationality. Seeing is believing. Seeing is believing. Only when people go and see how temples are beautifully managed, no semblance of VIP control, everybody treated fairly and equally, everybody standing in the queue even for 30 minutes, but somebody not bypassing the queue simply because he's an VIP, then it reinstills a lot of faith in Sanatana Dharma that everybody is treated equally and everybody will go there equally. The second one, I think it is also important, a conscious call for Sanatana Dharma to gain more deep roots into anybody who is criticizing us. Not only we do a temple economics, but also the concept of Dharma, we bring it back. In the sense, no VIP culture. All temples should be riddled, should be free of the VIP culture that is prevalent in many of the temples, where a common man comes, waits in the queue, but there is a certain class of people who got the privilege to go there, do the darshan and come out. I think that is also something which, as a person, I believe that is very, very important for us to get connected with the youngsters so that they know everybody is treated fairly and equal. So these are the small things at a conscious level we can start doing. And more importantly, in Tamil Nadu, if you look at the age-old Dharmanomics, right from Rajaraja Cholan's period, Chola period, if I'm again going thousands of years back, right from the Brihadeeswara temple, the whole temple is not only grandly constructed, but also a system was put in place by the Cholas to make sure the temple economics goes down deep. Even for the fuel which is needed for lighting up the lamp, even for the ghee that is needed, they went to such meticulous level to decide if there is a poor family of that area, 6 sheep will be given to them, and the ghee that is coming from that sheep will be used in the temple. And once the sheep gives birth to their offspring, they have gone to that detailing to say, when somebody, after achieving 6 sheep, should gift the 7th sheep to another guy who doesn't have a sheep. To that level of detailing in Tanjavur Brihadeeswara temple, if somebody has got the time to decipher the inscriptions, they have mentioned. Even for destitute women, there are clear rules written 1000 years back in our Dharmanomics, who should take care. A married woman without children, temple should take care. A person who is differently able, temple should take care. To that level of detailing, temples were acting as a centers of Dharma, a bridge between the privileged and not so privileged. That point of time, we didn't have a law. It is all inscribed in stone, so that none of us can deviate from what is there. I'm very, very sure coming years, with the blessings of elders, Sanatana Dharma and Dharmanomics model from Bharat, maybe in 25 years, 50 years from now, it should go across the world as a model for equality, as a model for fraternity, as a model where people can come together, as a model temple will be the arbiter between the haves and the have-nots. So there is no underestimate in any parts of the world. I think that is a larger vision. To reach there, it is very important. The temple cities and temples, they become centers of excellence. It is very important, especially in a state like Tamil Nadu, the temples are completely freed from the HRNC department. It is more important, very important more than that, once freeing the old model in which the temples were run by a group of trustees. Now people can say, okay, you have freed it, day one. After freeing it, will it lead to more chaos? The whole idea of bringing this act, because they felt it is dominated by the priestly class. The Dravidian forces are very happy to use the word called Brahmin domination. That's how the politics of Tamil Nadu is for the last 50, 60, 70 years. They say, no, the Brahmin class will come and dominate temple. That is why in 1926 we freed. If anybody has got free time to roam around Tamil Nadu temples, we see temples, how beautifully it is structured. Different caste groups, they do puja in temple. For example, my Kuladevada temple, it is not a so-called forward caste which does puja. It is a so-called backward caste who will do a puja, and all of us will stand there and take prasad. That is there for the last 350 years. Temples are in Tamil Nadu where a lot of our mothers and sisters, they are chief puja. It is all there for 100 of years. There are temples where our scheduled caste brothers and sisters, they are the chief pujaris in main temples, and everybody will stand in line. But somehow, in the 250 years of mischievous history, all these are undocumented. After HRNC has come, they have taken it whole, and they're trying to do a lot of nonsense. I think it is very important. We have to go back to the roots. And many temples were built by certain communities, owned by certain communities, and they had a very prescribed way. We are very clear. We have a model to run temples once we free it. And this model is based on fraternity. This model is based on equality. This model can make temple more accessible to all the people, unlock the revenue potential of all the offerings inside the temple, and more importantly, generate trickle-down economics which can go down well. So I thank the Temple Connect program for giving me an opportunity to come here and want to talk about what is wrong in Tamil Nadu temples, the constitutional fraud that is happening, and the fight. Millions of people are fighting. There are people, hundreds of people who have dedicated their whole lives to take HRNC only to court. That is one side that has happened. But what is more important is the political change. The people giving their verdict to a political party to come and usher in this change. That is one part. And second, the temple economy that is happening in our country, that is creating a model for other temples to emulate. That is one part. A famous temple like here, TDD, which is a beacon of hope. A temple that is well managed, 2.5 lakh crore asset that we are looking. And coming years, more people will start going to temples. We will only see increasing number of people going. That number is not going to come down. We are seeing 20% year on increase to increase where temples are well maintained. That is the only way, I believe, of uniting Bharat, not by giving fancy speeches by politicians. One temple starts opening up, people starts visiting a temple. A South Indian visiting Kashi, South Indian visiting Ayodhya, somebody from the northern part, Uttarakhand, visiting Rameshwaran temple, somebody visiting Meenakshi, somebody visiting Palani, somebody visiting all the temple. That is how always Bharat was built. People visiting temples, people forgot their language, people didn't know the difference between them. Once we start doing it and reconnecting it back, Bharat will always be connected, and I'm very sure God will give all of us an opportunity to be a part of this massive process in the future. I again take the opportunity of the organizers who are sitting here for giving me an opportunity to come and present here some humble viewpoints. I'm very, very aware this is a stage where a lot of people are doing massive work. A lot of people have done massive work. They're coming here and speaking. A small man like me who has got a vision with a team to keep bringing this changes. I also got this opportunity to present my viewpoint. I thank all of you for giving me that opportunity and for your patient listening. Thank you so much. Jai Bharat.
Thank you very much, Shri K. Annamalai ji. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for State President, BJP Tamil Nadu. Sir, please stay back with us for 30 more seconds. I would like to invite Shri Sunil ji Deshpande to kindly join us on stage, along with Girish Vasudev Kulkarni, the founder of ITCX and of course the Temple Connect, to kindly felicitate our Speaker, State President, BJP Tamil Nadu. Ladies and gentlemen, Shri K. Annamalai ji. Thank you, sir, for your inspiring and passionate address, for highlighting the key issues that the temples in the south are facing and how we can solve them with new innovations and ideas. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us at the ITCX 2025. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let the applauses be the music here today, because I am now going to introduce the next session on stage. Joining us next on stage is a panel, an illustrious panel rather, and it is going to be talking about temple education. You know, our temples are not just the places of devotion, but also the centers of spiritual education. To explore the topic of temple education further, we have two esteemed speakers who will bring valuable insights and expertise right before you. Ladies and gentlemen, firstly, with your thunderous applause, we would like to invite on stage Dr. Suresh Havare, a visionary leader, scholar, and the chairman of the Shirdi Sai Baba Trust. Please put your hands together and welcome Dr. Suresh Havare on stage. Welcome, sir. Thank you for joining us. And up next we have Shri Uday Salunke-ji, Director of Wellington Institute of Management, Development and Research. Please put your hands together. Let there be a resounding applause welcoming our two expert speakers on stage. And along with them, I would also request Shri Girish Vasudev Kulkarni-ji, who is the founder for ITCX and Temple Connect, to join us for this session. May we have you on stage, Girish-ji, please. Ladies and gentlemen, like I said, this panel focuses on temple education. And now to take the conversation forward, may I kindly invite Dr. Suresh Havare-ji to kindly join us and share his special remarks with us. Please welcome Dr. Suresh Havare, a visionary leader, scholar, and the chairman of the Shirdi Sai Baba Trust. Welcome you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause, please.
This is the screen, no? I will just test. Yeah, I will just test. Good morning, everybody. Friends, I will be... Yeah. Friends, I will be talking about a very different subject. That is a temple and a part of temple education and temple management. I say the temple is the center of socio-economic transformation of the nation. It is an instrument also for socio-economic transformation of the nation. What are the aims of the temple? Or when I joined Shirdi as a chairman, I asked myself a question, what is my main job? मुझे करना क्या है? So I had only two objectives in my mind. एक तो satisfactory, pleasant, fulfilling and spiritual darshan experience to the devotees. ये मेरा पहला काम है, प्राथमिक काम है. And दूसरा, to ensure that spiritual and cultural heritage of our nation is preserved and protected for the future generation. I have three objectives stated for the temple. One is the temple should be service oriented, it should be devotee oriented, and it should be society oriented. See, Shraddha has a tremendous power. Social benefits can be drawn out of Shraddha, a source of spiritual power and faith, and Shraddha can make devotees follow the guidelines given by the temples. Let me define very briefly what is Shraddha and what is Saburi. Shraddha means you have faith even when you have no answers. That is Shraddha. And what is Saburi? It is not about how long you can wait or how long you are waiting, but it is how well you behave while you are waiting. That is the definition of Shraddha. How the temple should look like. Our temple should be a disciplined temple. There has to be a crowd management education in the temple. There has to be a disaster management plan in place. A devotee engagement plan in place has to be there in the temple. We should have a darshan queue management system, prasad or mahaprasad management system, service management, and there has to be ISO systems. All SOPs should be in place. Then only we call it an organized temple. There are many aspects of technology that can be used in the temple. Artificial intelligence is the forthcoming and the most important. Virtual reality, face recognition, electronic surveillance. Number of services can be made online, and this is very essential. These are all the aspects of artificial intelligence that could be engaged in the temple. There has to be transparency in the system of temples. So donations, counting, banking, etc., contracts, tenders, vendors, purchase and payments, these all should be transparently done in all the temples. There has to be cleanliness, a clean temple, not only the temple but a clean city, and there has to be a waste management plan in place. Devotee satisfaction is utmost importance. There has to be a spiritual experience. Meditation services can be provided. You should remember that devotee is the deity. भक्त ही भगवान का स्वरूप है. भक्त की सेवा ही भगवान की सेवा है. When I say it should be service oriented, I enlist at least 8 parameters. मंदिर अगर भक्तों को अपील करता है कि हर मंदिर में ये 4 चीजें होनी चाहिए, तो भक्त उसको मानता है, सुनता है. Health services and educational services, these are the 2 aspects which are going out of budget of a common man. And if these services are provided by the temple, they will be highly appreciated by the society. Blood donation is the one item I would suggest for all the temples, because there is no alternative for the blood. If blood donation drives, maybe daily, maybe weekly, maybe monthly, organized by all the temples, society will not be facing shortage of the blood. Then let me talk about health services. I would be taking the example from Shirdi Sai Baba Sansthan. There are 2 hospitals. Totally, during my tenure, I made it totally free. Earlier, around 1,50,000 people were taking the advantage or getting benefited. After making it free, 5.5 lakh people have been benefited. When we started blood donation, we invited people to donate blood. Initially, 15-20 people started donating blood every day. We issued them a certificate with a photograph of Sai Baba and allowed them for direct darshan of the Sai Baba. The mouth of word spread among the devotees, and friends, 150 to 200 people started donating blood every day. Our blood bank was not capable of holding that blood. We invited 25 blood banks from the Maharashtra, and blood was getting supplied from Shirdi Sai Baba temple to all over the Maharashtra. Educational services are run by Shirdi Sai Baba temple. Around 6,000 students are studying. There are girls' school, English medium school, junior college, senior college. Cleanliness, we took the responsibility of cleaning the Shirdi city by the services of the temple. And India Today conducted an all-nation survey, nationwide survey of all the temples and temple cities, and they come out with the finding that Shirdi was the cleanest temple and cleanest temple city out of all the temples they have surveyed, and President of India awarded the first prize to the Shirdi Sai Baba Sansthan. Also, during the cleanliness drive or survection by the state government, Shirdi is being selected as the first cleanest city of the Maharashtra, and 15 करोड़ का एक इनाम हर वर्ष शिरडी नगर पालिका को दिया जाता है. Devotee services, I will not elaborate on that, but भक्तों को यदि भगवान की सेवा करने का अवसर दिया जाए तो भक्त बहुत खुश होते हैं, सेटिस्फैक्शन लेवल उनका बढ़ता है. I will elaborate a little bit on this project. साई बाबा संस्थान में साई बाबा की समाधि पर डेली 3.5 tons of flowers were being offered. तो ये फ्लावर का करे क्या, नेक्स्ट ईद होता क्या है, तो ये सब कचरे में चले जाते हैं. मुझे ऐसे लगा भक्तों की भावना का अनादर होता है. We created agarbatti from those flowers, and friends, 200 women of self-help group got employed in this project. 5,000 agarbatti packets were made every day, and 1.5 lakhs rupees were the earning of every day by selling of agarbatti. It became a project of 5 crores annual turnover. 10% of the amount was received by the temple. So temple has earned the money. 200 women got employment and भक्तों की भावना को जो अनादर होता था वो भी इससे रुक गया है. Annadan is being conducted. What we did is we requested people to donate for Annadan. Come out with आपके जन्मदिन पे आपके कोई मैरिज एनिवर्सरी है तो आप अन्नदान में सहभाग कीजिए. 5.5 लाख रुपया केवल एक दिन का अन्नदान होता है. फ्रेंड्स, आई एम हैप्पी टू टेल यू, जैसे ही ये सिस्टम अनाउंस किया, out of 365 days, 250 days were booked by the devotees and people started donating for the Annadan. See, there has to be inclusiveness, temples for all, no restrictions. Birth, date and marriage should be, if you could relate it with the temple, and center for social education. See, temple economy is huge. When I estimated, there are 30 lakhs of temples in our country. Tirupati Temple Devasthanam has an annual budget of 3,000 crores, Shirdi 1,500 crores, and if you count the resources of all the temples, the temple economy of India is in the range of $1 trillion, and it is a huge. It will support Modi ji's ambition of making our country a 5 trillion economy. Friends, one of the gentlemen, he questioned while making some of the recent temples कि मंदिर क्यों बनाते हो, मंदिर क्या जॉब देता है क्या? मैं कहता हूँ yes, मंदिर जॉब देता है. Tirupati has employed 16,000 people, Shirdi has employed 5,000 people. Friends, these are the direct employment. But what about the secondary employment? Shops and services, tours and travels, hotels and restaurants, ये सारे एम्प्लॉयमेंट के साधन हैं. मैं कहता हूँ कि केवल एक टेम्पल में 10 लोगों को यदि एम्प्लॉयमेंट दिया तो भी पूरे भारत में 3 करोड़ लोगों को एम्प्लॉयमेंट देश भर में मिलता है. एंड दैट इज द थर्ड लार्जेस्ट रिसोर्स ऑफ एम्प्लॉयमेंट. नाउ साइंटिफिक मैनेजमेंट क्या कहता है? मेन मशीन, मटेरियल, मनी एंड मार्केट, दीज आर द 5 M's ऑफ साइंटिफिक मैनेजमेंट. And friends, I say these are all applicable to the temple management. What is the need? Need is to create skilled and professionally trained manpower who will manage the temples. I wrote a book on temple management. It is available on Amazon. And based on this temple management, there was a group brainstorming for 1 year and create the educational courses on temple management, and I am happy to share with you the success of this group, that certificate course of 6 months, diploma course of 12 months, and MBA in temple management for 2 years. These courses have been created, and another happiness is they have been already commenced in Mumbai University. They have already commenced in Wellington Institute of Management, and very soon they will be commenced in Pune University. These are the pilot exercises, and I would say they are expandable to all India. So these are the syllabus. I will not go in details. 6 months, 12 months, and the MBA in Temple Management 2 years course. So these are expandable to all India level. Friends, thank you very much for patient listening. I would end my talk with a simple quote that it is very easy to understand difficult things, but it is very difficult to understand simple things. Very, very much thankful to you, sir. Thank you.
I would now request Shri Uday Salunke ji, after this wonderful presentation by Suresh Havre ji, ex-chairman, Shirdi, a big round of applause. I would now request Uday Salunke ji to please lead us through the points. Wellington Institute is one of the first institutes in the country to initiate a temple management course along with Mumbai University and Pune University. A big round of applause for educating us in this industry. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Giriji. Namaste, Jai Shri Ram. My respects to the chairman of our Temple Management Core Committee, Dr. Suresh Havreji, Sunil Rao Deshpandeji, Girish ji, and even my team of V School, Wellington Institute of Management, and my dear participants, who are the first batch participants, ladies and gentlemen, and all Swamiji, Sadhu Sanji from various temples. This time, in fact, we did a first experiment. V School is a 50 years old business school with Mumbai and Bangalore campus, and our trust, Shikshana Prasaraka Mandali Pune, is 137 years old trust, started by 4 primary school teachers. So we are very glad that we could really do something as a contribution to the society. Otherwise, we are a business school, gives MBA, and students look forward to packages like 40 lakh, 50 lakh rupees packages per year. But this is a good cause for the society. And just to begin with, why actually we should go ahead with scientific management education? As you all may know, definitely, that management normally we talk about marketing, finance, human resource, operations, and various kind of management programs. But here you will find the community engagement comes at the top priority. Everyone really gets bound together with respect to their own objectives and actually carrying forward in terms of efficient resource management. Be it human resource, be it all other kinds of resources, which probably management really teaches you that how we can take it forward. Crisis management point of view, you know for sure that many crises happens, but how you should mitigate the risk, how you should learn from the crisis. Crisis in a way also an opportunity to improve. So that's the way crisis management. Legal and ethical compliance. Today, normally we've been told by the government and many regulators that do this, do that, or don't do this, don't do that. But you'll really find we should be governed by self. So self-governance for the individuals and even for the institutions, one should really look at it. At the same time, devotees. I'm sure for Tirupati Balaji, lakhs and lakhs of devotees comes, even in Shirdi, in Maharashtra and many other temples. So when devotees come, is it not a responsibility as a temple management thought process or ecosystem that give them factor which is happiness or delight or maybe wow, how really you feel about it. At the same time, it is a wonderful opportunity for all schools, colleges, universities that we can actually preserve the heritage for our wonderful Bharat, wonderful nation, and for the sustainable future. Everybody today talking about climate change. They are talking about ESG. They are talking about a lot of things by which we can preserve a climate for the future generations. And final point, which is I'm sure Anna Malaiji mentioned, Parandeji mentioned, and even Havre sir did mention that our future temple economy can certainly strengthen the nation's economy. And the dream of our Honorable Prime Minister, which I'm sure all of us cherish, that dream of Viksit Bharat or 2047 can be certainly achieved with the help of temple economy, which will lead to national economy. And employment opportunities, these are just few illustrative, but you will find maybe admin roles, event management, F&B, hospitality. It's a big kind of industry, and which Anna Malaiji also did mention about many those figures, about few lakh crores. So likewise, Havreji mentioned. So I'm sure this is a wonderful opportunity. And how we begin? Actually, we begin with the committee which was formed under the chairmanship of Dr. Havreji, and that committee did a brainstorming that how we should go about it. We did need analysis. In fact, some of my faculty colleagues, professors are here, and definitely they visited many temples. Students visited, MBA students visited many temples. They met many stakeholders, be it trustees, be it devotees, be it in fact Pujari, Pandit, or be it some of the authorities, and understand what do you need for managing your temples effectively, what kind of curriculum or knowledge should be given, what kind of skill set should be given. And that really worked well. And at the same time, this is a V School and Temple Connect. I must thank Girish ji that Temple Connect worked very closely. Give them big hand actually. Temple Connect's role is very great. And it is not only the classroom. The classroom is outside as well. Classroom training is there, but practical knowledge which is also definitely there. And I must request, my first batch, at least out of 22 participants, 12 are here. Would you mind, Ravindraji and my participant can probably rise for a minute. And I must mention they're the first batch. So give them big hand, encourage them. Encourage them that yes, first batch they came from Hyderabad, from Andhra, from all pockets of India they came. And when Ravindraji, when you ask me question, in a first interaction, Ravindraji asked me question that Dr. Salunke, now are you going to teach us management of temple or you're going to teach us how to manage temples? So I mentioned to him, I said, Swamiji, he is almost 61, 62 years old, very senior in ISKCON, more than 30 years of work ex. So I requested him, I said, Swamiji, I don't know how to manage your temple, but I know how to manage temple of knowledge. So that's the way I thought that we can contribute from our side. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Swamiji. So the way in which we begin was something very different. And what we did actually, we covered like curriculum. We did curriculum curation very clearly. What is the skill set required? What is the administration process required? How we should give a bit of technology orientation to them. And you can see many of them there during their visits on the screen that they visited multiple temples. And these are some of the temples. They actually visited double than actually number of temples in and around Maharashtra. And now you will find what is the observation, what is the outcome of those visits. So you will find the temple authorities mention about financial management should be taught to them, human values, devotee engagement, leadership, admin practices, service orientation, and likewise. So you'll find even technology integration. Today we talk about everything about technology, so how we can really go about it. So likewise, they suggested additional topics like people management, Indian knowledge system, sustainability. So these are the additional topics beyond the curriculum which was suggested by the temple authorities of different temples. Again, key skills. What temple authorities suggested that they should be taught, participants should be taught about adaptability, interpersonal skills, passion. So these are the skill set which all the participants have gone through when they studied at V School. And the target group, target group was not really 25, 30. The target group, actually, the senior people were more. It was from 22 to 69. Where you should appreciate the kind of, their learning ability or their interest to learn, even they are at the age of 68, 69, 60 plus. So 50 plus age was of almost 45% of the students, participants who were there. You will similarly find its sourcing from where they were sourced. Parallelly, program duration, we started with 6 months, so 3 months in V School and 3 months with Temple Connect and doing internship. Like 12 of them are working here like a crew at this place. And I've been told by, in fact, Ravindraji, that he applied here yesterday, maybe crowd management, here, today, in fact, today I see Ravindraji mentioned about he applied crowd management. Likewise, Jayanta mentioned about he used problem-solving skills, which he learned back in the V School. So likewise, whatever we are sharing with them in the school, they are coming back to place like this convention, or some of them are there in Prayag for Mahakumbh, and I'm sure they are even applying their skill set there. So it is a wonderful application of knowledge at their end. Yeah, program mode, it was preferred as a face-to-face. So 1 week they used to come every month from all parts of the country, from remote parts of the country, even from Hyderabad or Andhra, from Tamil Nadu and other parts as well. And you will find this is the kind of the way in which they looked at it. Content curation, soft skill development, classroom learning, on-the-job training. So everyone, all participants are with the professors and learning. And this was the kind of 5 subjects actually were covered in the first 3 months, and about close to kind of 100 hours on that, and 60 hours on activities. Every day, first half is mainly in the classroom, second half in the activities of various soft skills point of view. And this was an inaugural launch. Our former chairman of AICT, Anil Sahasrabudhe was there with Advocate S.K. Jain sir, who is the chairman of My Trust, and Havreji and Girishji. So this is again diverse batch profile. This is program structure and learning approach, classroom learning, guest lectures, skill development workshops, internship as well. And this is blend of scientific management principles and practical applications. And these are skill enhancement workshops which we have made them to go through. This is kind of the areas what they covered in terms of real world application like this kind of international conference, networking point of view, mentorship point of view. They did project work as well. And there is the assessment, there is the evaluation. It is not only come and just attend. So online exams, project work, Viva. So after this is completed, we will have the sessions with them as well. And this is the kind of program impact. For the nation building point of view, we feel this program should be continued by all schools, all colleges, as Havre sir mentioned about certificate courses, short-term, long-term point of view as well. And this is like, we are looking at in terms of, I think the pyramid is probably missed out here, but you'll find the vision of our Prime Minister in terms of Viksit Bharat can be achieved as the epitome of success. And second line is our contribution, what we can do, contribution to the vision of Vishwaguru. Bharat should be Vishwaguru in the years to come. Like old days we used to talk about जहाँ पे सोने की चिड़िया बसेरा करती थी. उसी तरीके से how we can be Vishwaguru by nurturing our own human capital and provide to the globe and community impact and sustainable growth for the future. And this is a batch which kind of completed. Let's give big hand to this first batch of V School. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for a detailed insight. I'm sure we all have been students in some or the other way in our journey till now, and we've studied and gathered knowledge about various things from education and experience. How many of you all agree with me that temple education and temple management education should be made importantly mandatory in all the temples?
Wow.
I want to have a big round of applause for all these people. It is extremely important for us to understand as we grow up, we keep updating ourselves. As we grow up, we want to learn new topics. All the eminent people gathered here are those important people who understand the value of knowledge, understand the value of experience, and understand the value of sharing their experiences with one another. Temple management as a course is not only a course for a certificate, but it's a course created to upgrade one and all. Everyone here comes with specialization. Everyone here comes with an idea of how your knowledge can be shared to other temples, and other temples' great knowledge can come together. We have people from various Shakti Peeths here. We have people representing the 12 Jyotirlings. We have devotees and people from various Divya Desam. I was told by people that before this convention started in 2023, we did not have a common interface amongst themselves. I ask all you people, how many of you all from one Divya Desam temple contacted the other Divya Desam temple for better improvisation and joint efforts? Do you think there is a need of a common interface amongst everyone? So primarily knowledge sharing, education, connect, communication and network is the key of all these aspects. Courses are not only created for running it at institutes, universities and education sessions, but they are also the ones, they need to be organized at your temples. All temples, big, small, or however in the level of footfalls, temples are sacred, they are powerful and they are important. So the devotee experience, all our temple needs to extend to the devotees are very important. On that note, I would like to ask Honorable Havre sir to give us an overview quickly on what is your experience when it was managing Shirdi Devasthan, and what are the top 2-3 things you feel from temple education point of view we need to incorporate for all of us to benefit. Before this, my request is everyone to be seated wherever they are. When the sessions are going, I do not want the gates to be used for coming in and going out. We have some important announcements after this regarding the other hall and other meetups. At the same time, the darshan facility and coordination. So I request your support. It takes a lot of effort for putting so many important people in this one room. So a big round of applause for yourself, by all of us. We all have to be patient and we all have to listen to the eminent dignitaries who have come. Sir, over to you.
Giriji, first of all, I would like to thank Sunilji Deshpande and Atulji Limaye for their valuable guidance and inspiration to lead these brainstorming sessions to the formation of MBA in temple management courses. And I would like to take opportunity to thank Velinkar Institute's Dr. Uday Salunke for taking a lead and commencing the course. And I would say, I'm sure these courses will spread all over the India in the forthcoming years. But Velinkar Institute will be known as the pioneering institute to start these courses in the beginning itself. Girishji, I would say there are two aspects of temple management. One is the micro management, another is the macro management. When I joined Shirdi temple as a chairman, the first thing on the first day I did is I joined the queue of the devotees who are going for darshan of Sri Sai Baba. उस क्यू में मैंने ज्वाइन किया. कई लोग मुझे विरोध कर रहे थे कि सर आप इसमें मत जाइए, आपको टाइम लगेगा. मैंने कहा नहीं, आई वांट टू टेक द फर्स्ट हैंड एक्सपीरियंस एज ए डिवोटी. मुझे क्या तकलीफें भक्तों को होने वाली है वो तकलीफों का मैं अंदाज़ा लेना चाहता हूँ. आई ट्रेवल्ड इन द क्यू. I found that water is being sold at 15 rupees a bottle. I said, such a big temple, can we not give water to the devotees free of cost? I immediately arranged RO plant and free distribution of water to all the devotees. So this was the effect of micromanagement. You are putting your legs in the shoes of the devotee. I moved a little bit forward. Tea and coffee were being sold. I said, such a big temple, can we not offer tea and coffee free to the devotees? Friends, I have taken an immediate decision and decided that tea, coffee, milk and biscuits should be made available to all the devotees free of cost in the darshan queue, and that has happened. I moved a little bit. मैंने एक विचित्र चित्र देखा. एक छोटे बालक को गोद में लिए हुए महिला थी. She wanted to feed her baby. She sat in a queue and with a lot of difficulty she was feeding her child. She cannot leave the queue because उनका chance चला जाएगा. She cannot leave the child because that is hungry. I immediately took a decision to form a baby feeding room, and also took another decision that women who are pregnant and women who are carrying a small kid in their lap, they will not be required to stand in the queue for darshan. Direct darshan will be available for them. I moved a little bit. I found बूढ़े व्यक्ति काठी लकड़ी टेकते टेकते जा रहे थे, धक्के खा रहे थे. And then I decided कि जो सीनियर सिटीजन्स है 60 साल के ऊपर है, उनको भी डायरेक्ट दर्शन की व्यवस्था वहाँ पर कर देनी चाहिए, और मैंने वहाँ पर इम्प्लीमेंट किया. ऐसे हैंडीकैप्ड लोगों के लिए भी किया. देन आई मूव्ड ए लिटिल बिट. फ्लावर्स वेर बीइंग ऑफर्ड ऑन समाधि ऑफ साई बाबा. तो फ्लावर का मैंने बताया, अगरबत्ती में कन्वर्शन किया. तो फ्रेंड्स, माइक्रो मैनेजमेंट, आई हैव गिवन यू एग्जांपल ऑफ माइक्रो मैनेजमेंट. I did some mega management also, macro management I would say. Food was being served to all the devotees. It was charged. I created an Annadan fund and requested, appealed devotees to devote for Annadan fund. And the idea was to make that Annadan free of cost to all the devotees. And friends, I'm happy to tell you that I was successful in making that Annadan free of cost for all the devotees. 50 to 60,000 devotees were benefited from this Annadana scheme. Like that, I made hospitals free for all the devotees. So these are the micro and macro aspects.
So largely when we talk about, so coming back to the fact of temple education.
Yes.
I would like to ask Salunke sir that it is the first year of the temple management course at Velinkar. Velinkar SP Pratishtan's initiative of education has been a long journey. In this long journey, sir, how welcoming has been the education stream of temple management? How has been your response in the space of the admissions? And what are the problems that you faced?
See, any kind of new venture like this is never going to be easy. But our philosophy of V School, or I'll say Shikshan Prasarak Mandali, Pune, this trust was founded by 4 primary school teachers. And they were inspired by none other than the great freedom fighter Bal Gangadhar Tilak in 1888. So we also have kind of responsibility towards our own institutions. And one of our core value of V School, which is Wellington Institute of Management, is we link and care. We always tell our students, our teachers, our staff, our alumni, the entire ecosystem, that top of our priority should be Rashtra Ka Nirman. Nation building has to be the top priority. Even though you are studying in the business school, in business school normally students do their MBA. And MBA, they come to the business school after a lot of work, going through CAT, ZAT, all exams, and earn money, good package, 30 lakh package, 40 lakh package per year. But while doing so, your first priority should be nation, society, family, and then self. In that sequence, when Havreji, along with Sunil Raoji, Atulji, Giriji, when all of them have brought to us this proposal of temple management, it was very new. And my faculties, my professors were also not aware of this. But we requested them, give us some time. Let my professors, my students, do observation study by going to visit temples, meet all the stakeholders, understand what are their needs. As Havreji mentioned, we were trying to play a role like a need analyst. What are the needs of every stakeholder? Be it trustees, be it admin authorities, be it devotees, be it vendors who are actually doing business in and around. And then we structure this curriculum. Challenges will be there. But giving confidence to your own team, so giving confidence to my professors, I have a couple of my professors, like Professor Rajesh is here. In fact, Pramod is here. In fact, my family is here. My wife Swati was very, very happy that I'm getting into this. So this is a good cause. And somewhere we feel we must contribute to the society. And if we don't teach students, then who will teach students? Like for temple, like Shirdi temple or any other temple, you take care of devotees, we have to take care of the students. The students are like bhakt for us. So this temple management course students, I'm sure, initially it must be difficult, challenging for them. But the way in which I could see their interest, irrespective of age, their interest was phenomenal. In fact, all of them touched my heart always. And today morning, when I came here, all 12 of them came, met me, and they were trying to share with me that there is so much application we can do of our learning curve. So I'll say, it is like, from our side, bit of bhakti towards the Rashtra Ka Nirman. That's a contribution for the nation.
Wow. Fantastic. I'm sure you don't want us just discussing points, but there are a lot of valid questions you all would want to ask the dignitaries on stage. I would ask my team to kindly circulate the mic to this gentleman here. So one announcement before that. We are here to ask questions. We are not here to talk about what problems you all are having and then the case study. I have only 1 minute, 30 seconds per question. So be very crisp. We have to have discipline amongst ourselves and we have to reach out to them. There are 3 stages here. This stage is the presentation stage. There is a temple talk stage where every temple will get to speak and put their point of view, and we will be recording that and taking it to the Honorable Prime Minister and the dignitaries of the state. And then there is a workshop stage where there are workshops that will be conducted. So ideally, make your questions crisp, address it to whoever you want to address it to, and we'll be more than happy to answer you. Thank you very much.
Am I audible? Sir, this question is to Dr. Salunke. I am Raj Khalaf from Goa. My question to you, sir, is that what would it take for all of us to support you to ensure that the temple education system is spread across India?
Wow, this is a good beginning from Goa.
Thank you for a wonderful question.
So maybe let me just mention to one of the incidents when Parikarji was there. He came to Bombay and I was on the table and he was mentioning to me how we can make Goa as a destination for education, and I recall that very well. And this is a wonderful question. My request not only to Goa but to all the states and the teachers or trustees of the temples who are here, wherever possible, maybe one can coin 1-day course, 3-day courses, short-term courses, and then gradually long-term courses of areas of your choice. At least at the beginning, if we can create awareness among the students at a college level or maybe even management education level, any kind of graduation, at least smaller modules if we can give them, and then if they show interest, if they find interesting, we can give a longer term modules, maybe 6 months or 12 months, or even we will also develop MBA curriculum, which will be maybe, my sense is MBA students from temple management, maybe a couple of years down the line, will have better package than anything else, and they will give back to the temples as a contribution to the society. So my request, let's develop short-term curriculum and we'll be happy to visit Goa anytime. We'll catch up offline. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any next question?
Hello,
Yes, please.
I am Rahul Runwal. I am from Mandsaur, Madhya Pradesh. How can I get education of temple? वहाँ मंदसौर रह करके हम लोग कैसे एजुकेशन आपकी जो है, क्या ये कोई ऑनलाइन प्रोग्राम हम लोगों ने इसका किया हुआ या ऐसा कुछ?
तो मैं आपको इस माध्यम से बताना चाह रहा हूँ कि मुंबई यूनिवर्सिटी, पूना यूनिवर्सिटी और वेलिंकर इंस्टीट्यूट के माध्यम से हमने ये कोर्स इस साल लॉन्च किया. आने वाले समय में हम कुछ 42 यूनिवर्सिटीज़ एंड इंस्टीट्यूट्स के साथ में MOUs कर रहे हैं राष्ट्र भर और राष्ट्र के बाहर भी, जहाँ पे अलग अलग लैंग्वेजेस में, लोकल लैंग्वेजेस में ये कोर्स कंडक्ट किए जाएं. मेरा ये आह्वान है इन सारे मंदिर न्यासों के लोगों से कि उनके शहरों में, उनके राज्य में इन कोर्स को क्रिएट और ओन करने का एक प्रकल्प हम इस माध्यम से लोगों तक पहुंचा रहे हैं. You should lead these courses in your cities and states and languages in your region. Temple Connect, Shri Haure ji, Shri Salunke ji, Shri Sunil ji Deshpande ji, and all other eminent members, Shri Prasad Lal ji, would be ideally available to make this the best experience, and we will come to your doorstep with knowledge and education, and you all need to help us make this big. Thank you very much.
Can I just add on?
One more thing, yeah.
Just to your question, first batch which we started, which is face to face, and they used to come physically in the campus 1 week in a month. Okay. Initially, we felt the face to face, the response was good, and they wanted face to face. But gradually, we'll go for the hybrid model, wherein face to face can be maybe shortened, but online also can be created. But we can have both the models. So you can write it to us. We'll be more than happy. Maybe we can discuss offline, and my colleagues are also there. Thank you.
All right. We are here to take one last question.
Sir, you have suggested a very good suggestion regarding the MBA courses for temple management.
What is your question?
And we have discussed regarding the various topics regarding in this temple management. But whether books are available for the study purposes and syllabus is to be prepared for these purposes, and how many duration should be prepared for completing this course, and what is the job opportunity for this course? Please explain, sir.
Sir, I want to take this up. So books. So we have Dr. Suresh Haureji, who's published the temple management course, and there are multiple books that are getting created. Books can be created with your knowledge also. Books can be created with the knowledge of the temples here. So let's come together and contribute more and compile it together. Having said that, in India, there are 32 lakh temples on an average. And there are only 60 students or 90 students passing out of this course this year. Do you see the gap? If you see the gap, then from June we should have at least 10,000 students taking up the course. It's for all of us to come together and complement. There is one last question for this gentleman back there to ask.
Giriji, I would like to add in this.
Quickly.
Yes,
Giriji, I
just
can,
one
30
sentence.
seconds. For the question, sir, what you asked, we actually picked up 5 subjects, and for every subject 20 hours we kept, And out of 20 hours for every subject, 10 hours was like in the classroom and 10 hours were like activities which were there. And my request to the temple trustees and temple kind of, founding members, if you can give the projects to participants of the temple program, I'm sure they will contribute to you. And as Girishji mentioned, co-creation and co-production is the name of the game. We need to work together. In isolation, we can't do great. But if we work together, I'm sure we can enrich the curriculum. Thank you.
Just one sentence that Girishji has shown a book on temple management that is available on Amazon. There is another book I have written, MBA in Temple Management. That also will be available through Girishji. And as far as the job potential is concerned, Sir Sunil Deshpande ji has informed me that immediately there is a requirement of 6 managers who are trained in temple management in United States of America. There is a requirement of temple managers all over all over India and abroad. This potential is huge.
So guys, with that note, I end this session. I have your attention here, so I'm going to take this benefit of doing 2-3 announcements, because इतना ज़्यादा ध्यान किसी और विषय पे इस हॉल में प्राप्त करना is a difficult task. So give me 2 minutes to make these announcements quickly. Today there are 3 stages. We have 3 stages. This is the main. This is the main stage where all the dignitary sessions are happening. Just behind the food area, that is the temple workshop stage. The sessions there will start from 12:30 onwards. There are different topics there. You should also participate actively in sessions there, because there are eminent people coming and speaking at those stages. Just behind that is a temple talk stage where all you people, whoever you feel that you want to communicate a message and your insights to the Honorable Prime Minister and the other dignitaries of the state and the government and the policy makers, we have an opportunity to go there, learn, interface and share your thoughts. After the lunch break at 1:30, there are 2 stalls. One is Temple Connect, Help Desk, and the other is Trip to Temple stall. These are the 2 areas where registration for darshan for today evening and tomorrow evening would be done. Registrations have already been divided as per the hotels that you all are staying. So today there are certain hotels which yesterday were to be covered, but because of the limitation of time, yesterday we all were supposed to go to Tirumala for the darshan, but the gates close at 12 o'clock, and if your darshan is delayed, you cannot come back between 12 to 5. So we have shifted that today evening 7:30. All the dignitaries whose darshan is scheduled for today, their names would be cleared for today. They will be ready and available at 7:30. They have to have a quick lunch, a quick dinner, and they should be ready at the stage, at the workshop stage, ready to board the buses between 7:30 and 7:45. Am I audible and clear?
Absolutely.
Whosoever name is not there in today's list should not be found there in that hall. Otherwise, I will personally see to it that they don't get the opportunity tomorrow. And I am saying this from a discipline point of view, not any dhamki point of view. I am putting it in a very vinamra point of view to you. Please help me to make this organized. Are we together on this? Last but not the least, 1 minute. Last but not the least, there is a dress code for y'all when you go up to Tirupati, Tirumala Devasthanam Darshan. There are lungis that are given in the bags which will be distributed today and beyond. Tomorrow is a dress code. Ramraj has given us, all these people, lungis from Ramraj. A big round of applause for them. So tomorrow we have to be in the regional dress code, wearing the lungis and the kurtas, whatever best. Karthik, your voice. Last of the reference, I need to do the felicitations. Any discussion, I am available. Ma'am, I'll come back to you on this. All the arrangements for all the dignitaries are organized by my team. There is a queue management system created there. You all have been managing temples and the queues in a better way in your own temples. Organizing that is also your responsibility. Do not crowd, go with sequence and get the best darshan done. I pray everyone gets the best darshan, but we have to cooperate, coordinate. The conference is the priority, darshan is second priority, and then the prasad distribution is third priority for me. Without conference, the other two things will not happen. So your participation has to be complete. We are having 42 cameras here to scan every face, and I would be taking the report personally, who attended the conference for how long, and the later involvements would be controlled by me. So requesting you humbly to participate. On that note, I would request Ms. Rana to take us further
I
from this.
think after that session on education and schooling, we got a little schooling from Girish himself. Ladies and gentlemen, now is the time to thank our illustrious panel here. Let's have a big round of applause as I now request Mr. Girish ji.
I request Adaraniya Pithadis ji of the Bhadrakali Temple, Sharma ji, to please come up on stage, and Snehal ji, and भाई साहब आप आइए तीनों, आपके माध्यम से इनका सत्कार होने जा रहा है. भैया ताली बजाने को कंजूसी मत करिए यार.
What an incredible session it was, ladies and gentlemen. Such appropriate questions you all asked, and terrific inputs by our illustrious panel here. You know, to strengthen the temple education ecosystem in the country. I think this is a much needed talk of the hour. Like you said, the numbers, and like
Thank you very much, sir.
we were discussing in the session, that there is a big gap that needs to be filled with the young minds enabled with, of course, new methodology, new innovation in the space of managing the temples in the country. What a powerful discussion, ladies and gentlemen. A big round of applause.
Guys, here is the future of temple education on stage with you. A big round of applause for them, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, ITCX serve as the stage where a big foundation is being laid today for strengthening the temple education system in the country. And we would like to congratulate the speakers and also, of course, every one of you for the active participation and strengthening the temple ecosystem in the country. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's put our hands together once again for our panelists as they exit the stage now, making way for the new speaker. Before that, I would just like to reiterate what Girish ji already mentioned, that we have sessions starting from 12:30 p.m. onwards in the adjacent halls, where you all can go and see which session is the best suited one for you. Please mark your attendance there as well. Having said so, the proceedings from this stage are going to go as planned. And for the same, up next I would like to request and invite on stage Shri Atul Srivastava, Executive Director and CEO, Lakshya Media Group, to join us. Ladies and gentlemen, Lakshya has been our invaluable partner for ITCX 2023 and 2025.
May I request you all to be seated for the next session, please? I am requesting you all to be seated for the next session. The session is about to start. If you are going for a loo break, come back quickly.
Please put your hands together. Welcome Shri Atul Srivastava ji on stage for his talk. Ladies and gentlemen, Shri Atul Srivastava is Executive Director and CEO for Lakshya Media Group, and Lakshya has been our valuable partner for ITCX 2023 and 2025, of course. The kind of incredible experience they have partnered to create for all of us is just so beautiful. I want all of you to put your hands together and welcome our speaker on stage. Over to you, Atul ji.
Okay, thank you. नमस्कार. आप सब लोगों को लग रहा होगा कि इस रिलीजियस कॉन्ग्रीगेशन में, इस टेंपल कन्वेंशन में
I would request all of you all to shift slightly ahead. आगे shift हो जाएं. People who are stepping out right now, I request you all to be seated on priority, and rest all people can please shift ahead. पीछे से लोग आगे आ जाएं तो हम ज़्यादा इंटरैक्टिविटी कर सकते हैं. आ जाइए, आगे आके बैठ जाइए. धन्यवाद. सॉरी.
हाँ, कोई नहीं. हेलो. तो टेंपल कॉन्ग्रीगेशन में डिजिटलाइजेशन के ऊपर एक सेशन रखा गया है और जिसके बारे में बोलने का सौभाग्य मुझे प्राप्त हुआ है। मैं आप लोगों से बस यही कहना चाहता हूँ कि डिजिटलाइजेशन इज़ समथिंग विच इज़ अनअवॉइडेबल। ये जिस तरीके से डिजिटलाइजेशन चल रहा है इंडिया में, वेदर इट इज़ मनी और इट इज़ मोबाइल फ़ोन और इट इज़ एनी अदर फॉर्मेट, डिजिटलाइजेशन के बगैर बहुत सारे डार्क स्पॉट्स हमारे धर्म में देखने को मिल रहे हैं। आप लोगों में से जो लोग महाकुंभ गए होंगे, वहाँ पे उन्होंने देखा होगा कि एक डिजिटल एक्सपीरियंस सेंटर बनाया गया है। इट इज़ अ वेरी वेरी एक्सपेंसिव डिजिटल एक्सपीरियंस सेंटर, लेकिन उसके बारे में, महाकुंभ के बारे में सारी जानकारी वहाँ पे उपलब्ध है। और जिस तरीके से बोला जाए कि हमें, आप सबको, काफ़ी लोगों को, हम सब में महाभारत और रामायण के बारे में ज्ञान प्राप्त हुआ है, उसका एक बहुत बड़ा सोर्स जो है टेलीविज़न धारावाहिक रामायण और महाभारत भी रहा है। दैट वाज आल्सो अ डिजिटल फॉर्मेट इन विच दीज रामायण एंड महाभारत वेर प्रेजेंटेड। और इंडिया की जो पॉपुलेशन है उसमें जो स्पेशली यूथ है, वो आजकल डिजिटल कंजम्पशन बहुत ज़्यादा उनका बढ़ा है। उन सबको धर्म की तरफ मोड़ पाना बहुत आसान नहीं है। उनके बहुत से क्वेश्चंस रहते हैं, बहुत सारी बातें रहती हैं जो कि हमारे दिमाग में आ सकता है कि गूगल है तो डिजिटलाइजेशन की ज़रूरत क्या है। मगर बहुत से सवाल ऐसे हैं जो गूगल पे अवेलेबल नहीं है। एक पाइथागोरस की थ्योरी है कि फिजिकल मैटर इज़ म्यूज़िक सॉलिडिफाइड। अब इसको अगर आप गूगल पर सर्च करने जाएंगे तो इट इज़ समवेयर इट इज़ मेंशन्ड एज म्यूज़िक सॉलिडिफाइड, समवेयर इट इज़ मेंशन्ड एज साउंड सॉलिडिफाइड, बट एक्चुअल जो है वो हिंदू धर्म में नाद ब्रह्म जिसे कहा जाता है, द वर्ल्ड इज़ ऑल अबाउट साउंड। डेफिनेटली इस तरीके के जो कन्फ्यूजन है कि अब ये एक्चुअली म्यूज़िक है या साउंड है, इस जानकारी को मैं आपको एक चीज़ और शेयर करना चाहता हूँ जो मेरा एक पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस रहा है। आप में से कुछ लोग अगर चित्रकूट गए हैं कभी, तो चित्रकूट में एक जगह है जिसे कहते हैं भरत मिलाप। जब भगवान राम को मनाने भरत चित्रकूट के जंगल में पहुँचे थे और जब दोनों भाई गले मिले थे, तो उस वक्त इतनी ज़्यादा वहाँ पे, मतलब सारे लोग रोने लगे थे, इतनी करुणा व्याप्त हो गई थी कि लोग कहते हैं कि वहाँ पे पत्थर भी पिघल गए। जब आप उस जगह पे जाते हैं तो वो जिस पत्थर पे भगवान राम और भरत जी खड़े हुए हैं, वहाँ उनके पैरों के निशान बन गए, क्योंकि वो चट्टान पिघल गई और उनके पैरों के निशान बन गए। अब उन पैरों के निशान को जब हम लोगों ने देखा, हमारे साथ हमारे बच्चे भी थे, सबसे पहला क्वेश्चन, अरे ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है, ये इतने बड़े बड़े किसी के पैर हो सकते हैं क्या? बहुत बड़े बड़े पैरों के निशान बन गए। तो हमारे भी समझ में नहीं आया हम क्या जवाब दें। बट वहाँ एक साधु बैठा हुआ था। उस साधु ने कहा, बेटा आपको आइडिया है कि भगवान राम की हाइट क्या रही होगी? राम और भरत कितने लंबे थे, आपको कुछ आइडिया है? ये सवाल गूगल में, इस सवाल का कहीं भी कोई जवाब नहीं है। किसी को नहीं पता कि भगवान राम की हाइट क्या रही होगी। बट वहाँ बैठा हुआ एक वृद्ध साधु, वो बड़े आराम से उसने बताया कि भगवान राम की हाइट उस वक्त 11 से 12 फीट थी। ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम हम लोग कमज़ोर होते चले गए और आज हम लोगों की हाइट ऑन एन एवरेज 6 फीट, 5.5 फीट इसके आसपास हो गई। बट एक समय था जो भगवान राम था, तभी ये इतने बड़े बड़े जंगलों को क्रॉस करते हुए, इतनी तेज़ी से चलते हुए भारत से श्रीलंका पहुँचते हैं। कुछ स्ट्रेंथ रही होगी, बहुत दूर जाने की ज़रूरत भी नहीं है। अगर हम उदयपुर के म्यूज़ियम में जाएं तो महाराणा प्रताप का जो भाला वहाँ पे रखा हुआ है, या महाराणा प्रताप का जो कवच वहाँ पे रखा हुआ है, अगर आप उसे पहन लें तो शायद अपना चलना भी मुश्किल हो जाएगा, वो इतना हैवी है। मगर राणा प्रताप उस कवच को पहन करके जंप मार के चेतक पे बैठा करते थे, तो उस वक्त लोगों में कितनी ताकत, कितनी स्ट्रेंथ रहती होगी। ये सब चीज़ें ऐसी हैं जिसके बारे में बच्चों के ढेरों सवाल होते हैं और जिसका जवाब गूगल पे भी अवेलेबल नहीं है। सो दैट इज़ वाई वी नीड टू हैव अ डिजिटलाइजेशन ऑफ आवर टेम्पल्स, आवर सोर्स ऑफ इंस्पायरेशन। जो कुछ भी मंदिरों को लेकर के पहले हम लोगों ने कॉरपोरेट की तरफ से डिजिटलाइजेशन का बेनिफिट देना अपने क्लाइंट्स को चालू करा था, मगर बाद में हमें समझ में आया कि इसको धार्मिक संस्थानों से भी जोड़ा जा सकता है। तो कुछ ऐसी चीज़ें हैं जो हमने करी, उसके वीडियो मैं आपसे डिस्प्ले करूँगा। इसमें अब डिजिटल म्यूज़ियम है, जैसा अगर महाकुंभ गए हुए लोगों ने देखा होगा, वहाँ पे एक डिजिटल एक्सपीरियंस सेंटर बना हुआ है। तो वैसा ही कुछ आजकल संभव है। हम लोग जिस भी मंदिर के बारे में चाहें, मैं इसको शुरू करता हूँ यहाँ से कि थाउजेंड्स ऑफ टेम्पल, मेरे ख्याल से सब चीज़ों को बताने का कोई वो नहीं है, ये सिर्फ एक बैकग्राउंड बनाने के लिए लिखी है। आजकल अभी प्राइम मिनिस्टर पेरिस में थे, उन्होंने आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के बारे में काफ़ी कुछ बोला। कई आप में से कई लोगों ने उनके स्पीच को सुना भी होगा, कई लोगों को आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के बारे में पता भी होगा, और रोज़ नए नए मजाक बन के आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के टीवी पे टीवी पे नहीं, हमारे डिजिटल स्क्रीन्स पे आ रहे हैं। मगर इस चीज़ को एक पॉजिटिव तरीके से भी जोड़ा जा सकता है। जब भी आपके मंदिर में हमने जो भी काम करा उसको देख करके, पिछले महीने हमें जगन्नाथपुरी के मंदिर से इनवाइट आया कि भाई हम जगन्नाथपुरी के मंदिर के बारे में लोगों को जानकारी देना चाहते हैं और एक डिजिटल एक्सपीरियंस सेंटर क्रिएट करना चाहते हैं। किसी व्यक्तिगत कारण की वजह से वो मीटिंग हो नहीं पाई, जो कि अब होने वाली है। ये इतनी ज़्यादा हेल्पफुल है डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी कि हम मंदिरों के बारे में, मंदिरों का इतिहास, हिंदू धर्म का इतिहास, ये सब कुछ इसकी वजह से इसके साथ एक्सप्लेन कर सकते हैं। तो डिजिटल इनोवेशंस इन टेम्पल, डिजिटल दर्शन जो कि आजकल बहुत कॉमन हो गया है, तिरुपति में, काशी विश्वनाथ में। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस में क्राउड कंट्रोल का, स्मार्ट क्यू, स्मार्ट मॉनिटरिंग, कुंभ मेला में बहुत ज़्यादा डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज़ करा जा रहा है। वैष्णो देवी में भी AI क्लाउड कंट्रोल सिस्टम इंस्टॉल्ड है। ऑटोमेटेड रिचुअल्स, रोबोटिक आरती वगैरह भी आजकल शुरू हो गई। प्रसाद डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन के लिए रोबोट्स काम कर रहे हैं। अगर इंडिया एनर्जी वीक में कुछ लोग गए होंगे तो वहाँ देखा होगा रोबोट्स ने चाय कॉफ़ी भी सर्व करना चालू कर दी। ब्लॉकचेन डोनेशंस, ट्रांसपेरेंट फंड ट्रैकिंग है। श्री जगन्नाथ टेम्पल, वहाँ से हमेशा एक इनवाइट आता है कि आप चाहें तो इस स्पेशल पूजा के लिए अपना फंड ट्रांसफ़र करें। टेक्नोलॉजी इनोवेशंस इन म्यूज़ियम, आर्टिफिशियल एंड वर्चुअल रियलिटी वॉक थ्रूज बने हुए हैं। ये सारी चीज़ें मैं आपको दिखाने जा रहा हूँ। अजंता केव्स में, माला देवी टेम्पल में रिस्टोरेशन ऑफ एंशिएंट आर्टिफैक्ट्स, डिजिटल कंस्ट्रक्शन ऑफ फेडेड पेंटिंग्स। जो पेंटिंग्स बहुत पुरानी हो गई हैं, देश में बहुत पुराना इतिहास है, बहुत पुरानी पेंटिंग्स पड़ी हुई हैं, उसका डिजिटल रिकंस्ट्रक्शन होकर के उसकी क्लैरिटी आ रही है। बहुत से, भोपाल में एक भीमबेटका केव है जो इसमें भीम ने अपने हाथों से चित्र बनाए हुए हैं। तो वहाँ जाकर के कई बार थोड़े से वो फेडेड हो गए, समझ में नहीं आता, बट जब आप उसका डिजिटल वर्जन देखते हैं तो समझ में आ जाता है कि ये क्या एग्जैक्टली इसने बनाया हुआ है। AI चैटबोट नेशनल म्यूज़ियम में लगा हुआ है। 3D प्रिंटिंग फॉर रेप्लिका प्रिजर्वेशन यूनेस्को प्रोजेक्ट्स में चल रहा है। अभय प्रशाल म्यूज़ियम, इसके बारे में 2024 में म्यूज़ियम चालू करा गया था। इसमें 35 प्रोजेक्टर हैं, 675 ऑडियो स्पीकर्स हैं, 230 LEDs हैं, 8000 लाइटिंग फिक्सचर्स हैं। ये एक ज़बरदस्त एक्सपीरियंस सेंटर क्रिएट होता है। आप लोगों में से कुछ लोग अगर कुरुक्षेत्र गए होंगे तो कुरुक्षेत्र में ज्योतिसर पे एक एक्सपीरियंस सेंटर बना हुआ है जो कि अभी डिजिटल नहीं है। उसमें गीता के बारे में, गीता का जहाँ पे प्रवचन हुआ था, अच्छा, तो बना है, तो उसको अभी डिजिटल करने की बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है, क्योंकि जा कर के उसको देखते हैं, समझते हैं, अच्छा बहुत लगता है, मगर बहुत लिमिटेड हो जाता है, क्योंकि उतना ही बड़ा हॉल है, उसके अंदर उतने ही श्लोक आप लिख सकते हैं। बट अगर उसको डिजिटलाइज कर दिया जाए तो काफ़ी बेनिफिट हो सकता है। कहने की ज़रूरत नहीं है कि डोमेस्टिक और इंटरनेशनल टूरिस्ट पोटेंशियल जो है 1.8 बिलियन लोग हैं जो टूरिज़्म में इंटरेस्ट यहाँ रखते हैं। और जब मैंने बनाया था तब तो 40 करोड़ लोग ही गए थे महाकुंभ में, बट अब तो 50 करोड़ को क्रॉस कर गए हैं। महाकुंभ मेले में जाने वाले ये सारे के सारे पिलग्रिम्स ही हैं। और अब स्मार्ट टेम्पल्स और म्यूज़ियम्स के ऊपर, हेरिटेज इनिशिएटिव के ऊपर बहुत हैवी इन्वेस्टमेंट चालू हो गया है। जैसे जो अयोध्या का जो म्यूज़ियम बन रहा है उसके लिए जो मतलब बजट रखा गया है वो 650 करोड़ का है। तो इस तरीके का खर्च किया जा रहा है। डिजिटल म्यूज़ियम जो है वो 50 लाख रुपए से शुरू होकर 500 करोड़ तक की कॉस्ट पे बन सकता है। डिपेंड्स की ऑन किस साइज़ का बना रहे हैं, कितना बड़ा है, कितनी स्पेस अवेलेबल है और क्या क्या आप दिखाना चाहते हैं। मज़े की बात यह है कि एक बहुत छोटी सी स्पेस में आप लाखों तरीके की इन्फॉर्मेशन कवर कर सकते हैं। आदमी टच करेगा, ये बटन टच करेगा, उसको जो इन्फॉर्मेशन चाहिए वो निकल करके उसके सामने आ जाएगी। उसको महाभारत में जाके क्लिक करेगा, यक्ष प्रश्न क्लिक करेगा तो यक्ष प्रश्न क्या थे वो चीज़ निकल के आ जाएगी। उसको पूरी हिस्ट्री देखने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। जो आपका सवाल है आप सीधे उस पर पहुँच सकते हैं। ये मेटावर्स टेम्पल्स एंड वर्चुअल यात्राज, जैसा मैंने कहा, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के साथ होलोग्राम लेकर के टेक्नोलॉजी एग्जीबिशंस में जब आप जाते हैं, जैसे अभी इंडिया एनर्जी वीक में इंडियन ऑयल के चेयरमैन हैं, वो वहाँ पर प्रेजेंट नहीं थे मगर उनका होलोग्राम वहाँ पे था। जैसे ही आप उस बटन को क्लिक करते हैं वो एकदम आपके सामने आके खड़े हो जाते हैं और इंडियन ऑयल के बारे में जो उन्हें बोलना है वो बोलना शुरू कर देते हैं। तो हर जगह ऐसा मोदी जी ने अपनी सभाओं में भी कई बार करा है कि जो भी होलोग्राम वाली टेक्नोलॉजी है, इससे लाइट एंड साउंड शो में भी कई जगह ये देखने को मिलता है, स्पेशली इन ज्योति सर बना हुआ है। ऑटोमेटेड रेस्टोरेशन आई हैव ऑलरेडी स्पोकन अबाउट। स्मार्ट टिकटिंग एंड डिजिटल इकोनॉमी, ये भी ठीक है। मेरे ख्याल सबसे इंटरेस्टिंग रहेगा कि मैं अगर आपसे वीडियो शेयर करूं, ये है महाप्रज्ञ टेक म्यूज़ियम। महाप्रज्ञ एक जैन मुनि है, इनके शिष्यों ने मिलकर के चूरू राजस्थान में एक म्यूज़ियम बनवाया जो हम लोगों ने बनाया, हमारी कंपनी ने बनाया है। तो आप उसमें जाकर के उनके बारे में सारी जानकारी इकट्ठा है।
राजस्थान के चूरू जिले में सरदार शहर के निकट मेगा हाईवे पर स्थित आचार्य श्री महाप्रज्ञ समाधि स्थल के सुरम्य परिसर में तेरापंथी महासभा द्वारा एक अद्भुत, अविस्मरणीय और अतुलनीय अनुभव प्रदान करने वाला महाप्रज्ञ म्यूजियम भी निर्मित है। परम पूज्य आचार्य श्री महाप्रज्ञ के जीवन दर्शन को समर्पित इस भव्य म्यूजियम का लोकार्पण 8 मई 2022 को परम पूज्य आचार्य श्री महाश्रमण के पावन चरण स्पर्श से हुआ। आचार्य श्री महाप्रज्ञ के मंगल मंत्रोच्चार से युक्त मोशन सेंसर लोटस, जैन धर्म की प्रमुख बातों को समझाने वाला इंटरैक्टिव वॉल प्रोजेक्शन, आचार्य महाप्रज्ञ के जीवन चरित्र पर आधारित स्पेशल 180 डिग्री स्क्रीन पर दिखाई जाने वाली रोचक एवं रोमांचक फिल्म ट्रैक बॉल काल चक्र, रोबोटिक्स, समस्याओं के समाधायक मंत्रों से युक्त टेलीफोन और कार्ड्स, आचार्य महाप्रज्ञ के बचपन व अहिंसा यात्रा पर आधारित प्रोजेक्टिव फ्लिप बुक्स, प्रेरक प्रवचनों से युक्त कियोस्क, आधुनिक तकनीक से प्रेक्षा ध्यान का अनुभव, सुसंस्कार प्रदायक जीवन विज्ञान के गेम्स, लेटेस्ट वीआर टेक्नोलॉजी से युक्त आचार्य श्री महाश्रमण से साक्षात संवाद का सुअवसर, आचार्य श्री महाश्रमण के जीवन दर्शन व अहिंसा यात्रा पर आधारित मोशन सेंसर एवं कियोस्क आदि इस म्यूजियम के प्रमुख आकर्षण हैं। संक्षेप में इतना ही कहा जा सकता है कि रेतीले धोरों पर स्थित यह म्यूजियम किसी आश्चर्य से कम नहीं है। अपनी विलक्षण विशेषताओं से यह म्यूजियम श्रद्धालुओं व पर्यटकों के आकर्षण का केंद्र बना हुआ है। यहां आने वाले दर्शकों के मुख से यही सुनने को मिलता है, अद्भुत, ऐसा म्यूजियम पहले कभी भी और कहीं भी नहीं देखा। अध्यात्म के शांति पीठ में स्थित अत्याधुनिक टेक्नोलॉजी से युक्त ये विश्व स्तरीय म्यूजियम अध्यात्म और विज्ञान का मानो संगम है।
तो ये म्यूज़ियम बनाया गया शुरू में इस थीम पे, जैसा मैंने आप लोगों को बताया, जगन्नाथपुरी में भी हमारी बात चल रही है, वहाँ भी मंदिर भगवान जगन्नाथ को लेकर के एक म्यूज़ियम बनाने की तैयारी चल रही है। तो ये इसकी खासियत आपने देखी होगी, जिस भी चीज़ को आप समझना चाहें, उनके जीवन के बारे में जानना चाहें, उनके बचपन के बारे में जानना चाहें, तो उसके काउंटर को जाके उसे क्लिक करना है, वो सारी जानकारी आपके सामने निकल के चली आएगी। ये तो एक धार्मिक वो हो गया। एक हमारे कल्चर से रिलेटेड जो हमारी जो क्या होना चाहिए, जो हमारे ऑर्नामेंट्स होते हैं, तो एक तनिष्क कंपनी है जो ऑर्नामेंट्स को लेकर के, तो उसके लिए हम लोगों ने कुछ काम किया है, वो भी मैं आपको दिखाना चाहूँगा कि कितनी आसानी से किताब की फॉर्मेट में सब चीज़ें निकल
always breaking new ground and exploring new markets. So to stand out in the South Indian market, we decided to celebrate their culture and drive design differentiation with the Choda collection. We revived the glory of the Choda dynasty. But how do we celebrate the glory of the past and the beauty of the present? We started on ground with a very special AI experience at the Palladium Chennai Mall. Inviting some very special women to enjoy it and encourage their followers to follow suit. We also collaborated with 4 exquisite Tamil women to create reels about the many ways in which the Choda dynasty inspired the collection.
Vanakkam and Namaskar. Welcome to the Tanishq Choda Experience Zone, a golden dynasty, a true celebration of its art, architecture and literature. Here, technology meets tradition, like the brand always bringing together modernity and tradition. The contemporary techniques of augmented reality, hand gesturing, immersive 3D experience of the products and the scriptures, of the jewelry, of the era and of an era that's so part of our culture and our heritage. This 3D projection, so if you can look at the screen here, it explores the different pieces in our collection as a celebration to the entire dynasty using the hand movement technology. There is a beautiful chronicled book of the era. This is an era of flipping. So every time you move your hand, the page turns and you get to read something more.
बेसिकली ये सारी टेक्नोलॉजी वही है। एक मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एनवायरनमेंट के लिए, गुजरात गवर्नमेंट के लिए हम लोगों ने हेरिटेज के बारे में विदेश जब फॉरेनर्स वहाँ पे विज़िट कर रहे थे, उनको जो जानकारी डिजिटल की हेल्प से करी थी, उसके बारे में भी एक वीडियो है, वो भी आप देखें।
Mission Life is a global mass movement led by India, aiming to encourage individual and community action to protect and preserve the environment. Implemented by the Union Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Mission Lifestyle for Environment recognizes that Indian culture and living traditions are inherently sustainable. Mission Life seeks to channel the efforts of individuals and communities into a global mass movement of positive behavioral change. For the G20 delegates, Ministry of Environment created various out-of-home technology installation at various cities of India to make the audience aware about the best practices. An interactive touch wall talking about 7 habits of life. Interactive leaves taking about various initiatives. An interactive tree which grows with the correct answer by the delegates. a Mission Life timeline.
In short, technology, digitalization can be a very, very big tool in our hand which can help us to involve young generation towards our religion, towards our value system, और डिजिटल इंफॉर्मेशन के थ्रू हम उनको बहुत सारी जानकारी दे सकते हैं क्योंकि आजकल बच्चे सारे समय मोबाइल पे या लैपटॉप पे ही रहते हैं. तो इट इज़ ईजियर फॉर अस टू अडॉप्ट टू दैट फॉर्मेट ऑफ शेयरिंग द इंफॉर्मेशन. तो आप लोगों को इससे बारे में जो भी जानकारी चाहिए, कोई भी किसी भी तरीके का इनोवेशन कराना है, किसी भी तरीके की हेल्प चाहिए, तो हमारी कंपनी लक्ष्य मीडिया है. contact@lakshagroup.com आप उस पर कॉन्टैक्ट कर सकते हैं. मेरा नंबर यहाँ पे ऑर्गेनाइजर्स के साथ है. वी कैन हेल्प यू डेवलपिंग. शायद कॉन्टैक्ट नंबर यहाँ नहीं है. थैंक यू वेरी मच. हाँ भाई.
With us. Thank you very much, sir. I would like to invite you again on stage, and I would also request Shri Girish ji and Megha Ghosh, who is the co-curator and IP head for this edition of ITCX and of course the previous edition. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our esteemed speaker, Mr. Atul Srivastav, and we have Girish Vasudev Kulkarni, founder for Temple Connect and ITCX, and also co-curator and IP head for ITCX, Megha Ghosh. A big round of applause for our speaker and, of course, Megha and Girish on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, there should be more power in your applauses. Come on, everybody. Yes. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Thank you, Lakshya, for partnering with us, for making ITCX such a grand success. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Moving ahead, I would like to introduce our next session. Next, we have Diversi India Hygiene Private Limited, a global leader in hygiene, infection prevention, and cleaning solutions. Diversi is committed to creating a cleaner, healthier future. Today, we will also delve into Diversi's brand journey. Please join me in welcoming Diversi team, and we have Brijesh Pratap Singh Rathore, Vice President, South Asia, joining us on stage to share his thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Shri Brijesh Pratap Singh Rathore, Vice President, South Asia, Diversi India Hygiene Private Limited. Welcome.
Thank you. People can hear me at the back? Thank you, thank you. Before I begin my presentation, I must thank, I have been here yesterday, I see the gathering here today, the quality of discussion is tremendous. I must thank Prasad Larji, the chairman, and the founder, Mr. Girish Kulkarni, for making this get-together possible. This is not an easy task. Getting all the people from across the country believing in one thing. Why we are all here, including me, is not for a corporate presentation. It's not because we are here as a partner to Temple Connect. We are here because we have a belief to make India great again. That's what Modi ji said recently, isn't it? Right? And that is the only reason why we are here, to make India great again. And when I say make India great again, I connect it with the temple. हजारों साल पहले, मुझे मालूम है, आप सबको मालूम होगा, गुप्ता साम्राज्य में, चोला साम्राज्य में, टेम्पल के थ्रू हमारी इकोनॉमी ड्राइव होती थी. हम सबको मालूम है. ये पूरा ग्रंथ अवेलेबल है. अन्नामलाई जी ने आज बहुत सुंदर तरीके से इस पूरी टेम्पल इकोनॉमी को हम लोगों को समझाने की कोशिश की थी. Right? So I am a firm believer अगर हम टेम्पल्स को स्ट्रांग करेंगे तो इंडिया स्ट्रांग बनेगा, और अगर इंडिया स्ट्रांग बनेगा तो हम सब लोग जो यहाँ पर रहते हैं, इंडिया में रहते हैं, ये सब लोग प्रॉस्पर करेंगे। और इंडिया का जो डेवलप्ड कंट्री का विजन है 2047 का, उस सब में हम लोगों का थोड़ा सा कंट्रीब्यूशन होगा। दैट इज द रीजन डाइवर्सिटी इज हियर टू पार्ट विथ टेम्पल कनेक्ट। So I will just talk about, in my presentation, broadly divided, I will speak about what is diversity. Probably many of you would not be aware of what is diversity and why diversity is working in this particular area. These two things I am going to talk about. So I have been with diversity now for almost 26 years. And diversity in India is almost 30 years old. So almost I have grown along with diversity. Diversity globally is more than 110-year-old company, present in 130 countries, having so many R&D centers, more than 16,000 people across the world, etc., etc. I will show you the numbers. But I have seen firsthand the growth of cleaning and hygiene as an industry in India. आज से 25-26 साल पहले जब हम लोग 5-स्टार होटल्स में नेम द ब्रांड, जब हम वहां पर जाते थे तो वो कॉस्टिक यूज करते थे। मैं एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल आपको दे रहा हूं। वो कॉस्टिक यूज करते थे, और कॉस्टिक कितना हानिकारक है जो लोग यूज करते हैं उनके लिए, जहां पर यूज होता है उसमें कॉस्टिक बहुत हानिकारक है, और पर्यावरण के लिए भी, एनवायरनमेंट के लिए भी। हम लोगों ने, आई कैन टेक प्राइड इन दैट फैक्ट, slowly but steadily we brought in the concept of professional cleaning and hygiene program. मैं 25-26 साल पहले की बात कर रहा हूं, जिससे कि लोगों को कोई नुकसान नहीं होगा, उनकी हेल्थ को, जहां पर वो प्रोडक्ट यूज हो रहे हैं उस सरफेस को कोई नुकसान नहीं होगा, और मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंटली जिस कंट्री में हम ये आबो हवा हैं वो हवा खराब नहीं होगी, एनवायरनमेंट प्रोटेक्टेड रहेगा। ये हमारा मिशन था, और वो मिशन आज भी कायम है। और उसी मिशन के साथ अब हम टेम्पल कनेक्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के साथ जुड़े हैं, और हमारा एक ही मोटो है, एक ही मिशन है एज ए ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, वॉट एवर वी कैन डू टू ब्रिंग द ओल्ड ग्लोरी ऑफ आवर इंडियन टेम्पल्स बैक, दैट इज आवर मिशन। इसमें बहुत टाइम लगेगा, वी ऑल हैव टू बी पेशेंट, एंड आई एम श्योर ईच वन ऑफ अस अंडरस्टैंड द एनॉर्मिटी ऑफ दिस टास्क। आई विल टेक यू थ्रू द फ्यू स्लाइड्स। दिस इज आवर पर्पस, why we exist. So we go beyond clean and take care of what is precious. और इसके बहुत सारे मायने हो सकते हैं। प्रीशियस आपके लिए जो है वो किसी और के कुछ और हो सकता है, मेरे लिए कुछ और हो सकता है। और जब हम टेम्पल की बात करते हैं तो टेम्पल एज अ प्रॉपर्टी, एज एन एसेट इज प्रीशियस टू अस। सो वी गो बियॉन्ड क्लीन टू टेक केयर ऑफ आवर टेम्पल्स एंड इंश्योर दैट टेम्पल्स रिमेन pristine, remain sacred, and वहां पर क्लीनिंग और हाइजीन का जो प्रोग्राम होगा that has to be the best in class. A quick overview on diversity. What does diversity do? So you see the numbers on the screen, but I think the most important number here would be the number of people, almost all based in India, in the R&D center. So we have roughly 245 people, all based in India, mostly based in India, who run the global R&D center for diversity. So across the world, if they have any need when it comes to cleaning and hygiene, there are 3 global R&D centers. Most probably the request would land here in India at our Bombay R&D center. And I'm extremely proud जब हमारे मोदी जी कहते हैं कि make in India, people should be employed here, and that is what we do as a multinational company. This is about ease of doing business. So when we are talking about temple, सबसे important चीज़ ये है कि हम आपकी लाइफ से आसान कर सकते हैं. How we can make your life simpler. And you can see number of things which are mentioned here, but most important would be the people. So our people, we have a team of 10 to 12 people here. Our people go through a very intense 9-month program in our R&D centers, in our knowledge center, before they go and meet our customers like you and help you do what we set out for doing. तो अगर वो टेम्पल मैनेजमेंट, टेम्पल प्रोग्राम और क्लीनिंग और हाइजीन की बात कर रहे हैं, उसके पहले करीब करीब 1 साल दे गो थ्रू अ इंटेंस प्रोग्राम एंड गेट ट्रेन्ड. So people are highly competent whenever you interact with any diversity person. Then we talk about the distribution. कहीं पर भी आपका टेम्पल होगा, nobody would have a distribution center as wide as diversity. So we have more than 400 distributors covering from Katra. तो जम्मू का जो टेम्पल है वहाँ से लेके साउथ के कन्याकुमारी के टेम्पल्स हमारे डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स कवर करते हैं. So we have very loyal, almost 25 to 30-year-old distributors spread across the country who can take care of your requirement. And then we are talking about products. So as I mentioned, we have a R&D center. We have a huge factory here in India, based in Bandha, जहाँ पर 98% of products जो आप use करते हैं, वो हमारी factory में produce होते हैं. 2% of the products जो बहुत niche products हैं, वो हम इंपोर्ट करते हैं. केमिकल्स की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ. मशीन्स 100% इस समय स्विट्जरलैंड फैक्ट्री से इंपोर्ट होती हैं. जो मशीन्स आपने एयरपोर्ट पे देखी होंगी, या जो मशीन्स आपने नया पार्लियामेंट हाउस पे देखी होंगी, या जो मशीन आपने राम टेम्पल में देखी होंगी, वो सब स्विट्जरलैंड से इंपोर्ट होती हैं. और हमारी कोशिश इस समय है कि वो मशीन की फैक्ट्री भी हम 1 साल में इंडिया में लगाएं. उसका प्रपोजल अप्रूव हो गया है और मुझे पर्सनली बहुत खुशी होगी. हम instead of importing the machines, we make the machines of the Swiss quality in India, here in India. So diversity is a huge organization and we work in multiple sectors. You can see, you name the sector, you think of a sector, we would be present here. Let us put it that way, simply. So industrial, institutional, food and beverage, pools, so the commercial pools or the household pools in Europe or US, they all would be using diversity products, or the commercial sector. So all these companies, they would be using diversity products either for cleaning, maintaining hygiene, or for their water solutions. Now, let us come to the topic why we are all assembled here. This is the brief on diversity. Let us come to the topic why we are assembled here. So we all must agree first. The beginning point always is to understand where do we stand today. So the glory we used to have of our temples in the past, when I say past, thousands of years back, it is no longer there. वो quality, वो स्वच्छता, वो pristineness, वो विशालता, वो आज नहीं है. और हम सबकी कोशिश ये है, और उसी के लिए हम लोग यहाँ पर एकत्रित हुए हैं कि कैसे वो ग्लोरी को हम वापस लेकर आएं. Now coming to our area of expertise, which is cleaning, right? Why cleaning measures? Most of the people would associate cleaning with aesthetics. कि अगर क्लीन रखेंगे तो सुंदर दिखेगा. जब हम टेम्पल्स की बात करते हैं, तो it is beyond clean. Remember our purpose, going beyond clean. So जब हम टेम्पल्स की बात करते हैं, it is going beyond clean. So we are talking about spiritual purity. Devotees who come to the temple, they should be breathing a high quality air. So the indoor air quality should be good. The path through which they travel to the temple, the path has to be green, the path has to be good, the path has to be clean. All those things put together give you the spiritual purity and the experience. Number 2, health and hygiene. यहाँ पर कोई भी deny नहीं करेगा. अगर cleanliness है, then it is healthy and it is hygienic, right? And that is true even for the temple. अभी महाकुंभ में 52 crores लोग वहाँ पर travel कर रहे हैं. The amount of effort, I know it, because we are very closely involved, the amount of effort which is put in there to maintain the cleanliness of Ganga is tremendous. Hats off to the management. This is the case which will be studied in the Harvard universities in the future. Let this Kumbh get over and it will be studied by everybody globally how it was managed. Preserving heritage, finally. So why cleaning matters? Because a temple which is thousands of years old, how we can ensure that it continues to look the same way for the next thousands of years and even beyond, that is why we must go beyond clean. Now let us come to the practical challenges. what are the challenges which are associated with the temple cleaning? You see all those challenges. Thousands of years back जो situation थी और आज जो situation है उसमें जमीन आसमान का अंतर है. बहुत सारे लोग हैं. टेम्पल्स के जो परिसर है वो बहुत विशाल होते जा रहे हैं. राइट? खाने की हमारे जो तरीका है वो चेंज हो गया है. बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं जिसके कारण आज इतने सारे चैलेंजेस हैं. और ये हम लोगों को मालूम होना ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है क्योंकि उसके बेसिस पे हम अपना क्लीनिंग और हाइजीन प्रोग्राम बनाते हैं. जब तक हमको ये मालूम नहीं होगा कि हमारे चैलेंजेस क्या हैं, हम किसी भी टेम्पल का, किसी भी परिसर का क्लीनिंग और हाइजीन प्रोग्राम नहीं बना सकते हैं. और जब मैंने बताया कि हमारी टीम कॉम्पिटेंट है, हमारी टीम कैपेबल है, वो ये सारी चीज़ स्टडी करती है जिसको हम बेंचमार्क और गैप एनालिसिस कहते हैं. जब हम ये गैप एनालिसिस करते हैं तो हमको मालूम चलता है कि आज सिचुएशन क्या है, आज स्टेटस क्या है, और उसके बाद हम सोल्यूशन प्रोवाइड करते हैं जो प्रोग्राम को कहते हैं टेम्पल केयर. So what do we do? We just focus on 4 things, and in this order. सबसे पहले devotee experience. The devotee experience has to be great. Now, in a population like ours, it is extremely difficult to maintain a consistent level of devotee experience. But that is where our endeavor is, to ensure that devotee have a great experience. Number 2, when they come to the temple and they eat anything, they should not fall sick. So that is food safety. We have a team of diversity consulting, which ensures that we study the whole process of how food is coming, how food is processed, how food is stored, how food is served, the entire cycle, so that we avoid the instances of cross-contamination. Contamination को avoid करना is the science behind the food safety. Then, asset protection. अगर आज कोई टेम्पल मिला है, सपोज राम मंदिर का जो टेम्पल हमने अभी 500 साल की स्ट्रगल के बाद जो हम लोगों ने बनाया है, इस टेम्पल को शुरू से डाइवर्सिटी मेंटेन कर रहा है, जहाँ पर प्रोफेशनल्स उस टेम्पल की केयर करते हैं. इस टेम्पल को अगले 5000 सालों तक कैसे ऐसे मेंटेन करना है, दैट इज़ आवर सिंगल बिगेस्ट प्रायोरिटी, एंड वी कॉल इट एसेट प्रोटेक्शन प्रोग्राम. उसके लिए जो भी करना पड़ेगा वो डाइवर्सिटी करेगी, एंड वी हैव द कैपेबिलिटी. एंड लास्ट बट नॉट द लीस्ट, सस्टेनेबिलिटी. हमारा सनातन धर्म है, सस्टेनेबिलिटी इज ऑल अबाउट हाउ डू यू कंटिन्यू इट, हाउ डू वी एंश्योर दैट द रिसोर्सेज विच आर देयर टुडे are there available for the future generation. So water, energy, waste management, we focus on all those things, and last but not the least, food. We focus on all these things to ensure that wherever diversity is there, we remain sustainable. Okay? Now these are the various programs we have. मैंने इतनी सारी चीज़ें बताई. हम वो कैसे मैनेज करते हैं, केमिकल्स है, मशीन्स है, टूल्स है, कंसल्टिंग प्रोग्राम है, ये सब डाइवर्सिटी के पास है. और सबसे अच्छी चीज़ ये है कि एक्सेप्ट द मशीन्स, मोस्ट ऑफ द थिंग्स आर लोकली अवेलेबल, एंड वी डोंट हैव टू इम्पोर्ट इट, वी डोंट हैव टू स्पेंड आवर प्रीशियस फॉरेन एक्सचेंज इन इम्पोर्टिंग समथिंग, एंड वी गिव लोकल एम्प्लॉयमेंट टू आवर पीपल. ये डाइवर्सिटी कंसल्टिंग की मैंने बात की थी, प्रोफेशनल टीम विच इंश्योर्स दैट वॉट एवर प्रोग्राम वी रन, in terms of food, food remains safe and the asset remains at the highest quality. Various sequence of steps मैंने बताया, हमारे professionals जब जाते हैं, so they follow a sequence of steps to ensure that we give a right, customized, well-designed program to take care of the temple for the future. Okay, various areas or various iconic institutes which we manage. You see the Ram Mandir, you see the new Parliament House, they are all being managed by using our chemicals, our consulting, our machines, our tools. And look at, special mention to Taj Group of Hotels. बॉम्बे का जो ताज होटल है वो 100 साल से ज़्यादा पुराना होटल है, लेकिन उसका मार्बल देखेंगे आप, वो आज भी वैसे ही शाइन करता है. And we are very particular about it. The program which we have designed for Taj ensures that any time you go there, you will find the same level of gloss there on the marble. And marble would last for another 100 years, I guarantee you that. Now, Diversity globally has a philosophy of leading sustainably. What does it mean? So on the parameters of ESG, I've quickly defined, these are our global goals. We follow science-based targets, and this is what we have committed to anybody who is interacting and dealing with us. So we are talking about 2030, we will be having following goals on the environment, social, as well as on the governance side. Especially you can see, we would be net positive when it comes to water, waste and energy. We would be net zero carbon emissions by 2050. और यही हमारी इंडिया का भी प्लान है. Okay? और ये हम कैसे अचीव करते हैं? बहुत सारे प्रोग्राम्स हैं, मशीन्स हैं, केमिकल्स हैं, वेरियस न्यू इनोवेशंस जो हम लॉन्च करते हैं. फॉर एग्जांपल फ्लश मी नॉट, इसमें यूरिनल्स में आपको पानी यूज करने की जरूरत नहीं है. विद दिस प्रोग्राम 95% of the water is reduced in the urinals, which is a huge saving for our country. Remember, India is a declared water deficient country by United Nations. Our water tables are going down every passing day, and we as an organization are ensuring that water is not misused, water is recycled, and we use less and less water, and most of our innovations are driven towards that. Okay, various community programs which we are doing. We take soaps from the hotel, redistribute it to the underprivileged section of people. We take used linen from the hotels, reprocess those linen, and we give it to the community. They make something meaningful out of it, and then they sell it, and they earn livelihood out of it. How many people we have impacted through our community programs? Numbers, few numbers. And various organizations with whom we are associated, who have accredited Graversi products and as an organization. Now, this is something interesting. So, last week I was at Mahakumbh. हर किसी को जाना चाहिए, मैं भी अपने बच्चे को लेकर गया था. और वहाँ पर मैंने देखा कि इस महाकाव्य का विमोचन हो रहा था. और जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन विमोचन कर रही थी और उसके जो संस्थापक थे, वो मेरे कॉलेज के बैचमेट थे. मतलब क्या संयोग है, मैं वहाँ गया, मुझे नहीं मालूम तो वो वहाँ हैं. मैं उनसे मिला और वहाँ पर मैं उस विमोचन में महामंडलेश्वर जी आए हुए थे, गीता प्रेस के मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर आए हुए थे, और बहुत सारे साधु संत लोग वहाँ पे बैठे हुए थे, और मैं ध्यान से देख रहा था. फिर मैंने जाना कि ये है क्या, ये महाकाव्य क्या है. तो हम जो शिव पुराण की बात करते हैं, जो इतना कठिन है, रामचरितमानस आज घर घर में पहुंच गई है. 400 साल पहले शिव पुराण आज घर घर में नहीं है. तो ये जो ग्रंथ है, 40 साल से उसके ऊपर काम चल रहा था, और इस काम में शिव पुराण को जो कठिन है, जो हर कोई नहीं समझ पाता, उसको एक सरल लैंग्वेज में, हिंदी और अवधी में, दोहे चौपाही में कन्वर्ट किया हुआ है, which makes it very easy for normal people like us to understand it and take it to the home. तो मैंने उनसे बात की, मैंने कहा हम टेम्पल कनेक्ट में जा रहे हैं, और मेरे पास रिक्वेस्ट आई है मेरी टीम की कि जो हमारे बूथ पे आएंगे और हमारे स्टॉल पे आएंगे, उनको हमको क्या देना चाहिए. तो मैंने कहा सारे डिवोटीज हैं, हम जैसे लोग डिवोटीज हैं, और जो हमारे स्टॉल पे डिवोटीज आएंगे उनको हमको शिवायन देना चाहिए जो उनके घर में रहेगी. तो हमारे पास यहाँ पर 108 कॉपीज हैं, और हम उन लोगों को देना चाहेंगे जिनकी श्रद्धा है इस ग्रंथ में, इस महाकाव्य में, जो उनके घर में रहेगा. हमारे बच्चे उसको देखेंगे, उसको पढ़ने की कोशिश करेंगे, उसको समझेंगे, और हमारी सनातन संस्कृति आगे चलती रहेगी. और इस काव्य को अगले आने वाले कई 100 सालों में वही इज्जत और वही श्रद्धा मिलेगी जो आज रामचरितमानस को मिलती है. तो मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, डाइवर्सिटी के स्टॉल पर आइए, और आपको अगर ये ग्रंथ चाहिए तो वहाँ पर हमारी टीम के साथ रिक्वेस्ट करिए, और वो आपको सहर्ष खुशी खुशी आपको ये देंगे. एक छोटा वीडियो है इसके बाद. ये जो मैंने एक्सपीरियंस किया कुंभ में, ये वो है 4 मिनट का वीडियो है, देखिए.
श्री सर्वेश्वराय नमः।
That's it. No Q&A, nothing, right? So I'll just say thank you after this, right?
की रचना रामचरितमानस की रचना तुलसीदास जी से कराई। वैसे ही भगवान शिव ने बड़ाई दे करके श्री कृष्ण मुरारी जी से इस शिवायन की रचना कराई। बहुत से कवि हुए, किसी के मन में ये बात क्यों नहीं आई कि हमें भी शिवायन की रचना करनी चाहिए थी।
बहुत बढ़िया।
कहाँ आज से 400-500 वर्ष पहले रामचरितमानस की रचना हुई थी और ये 20वीं शताब्दी में ही क्यों इसकी रचना हुई, उसके पहले हो जाना चाहिए थी। परंतु नहीं, भगवान किसको किस विषय का कार्य का सौभाग्य प्रदान करता है इसको हम सब नहीं जान सकते। वो देखता है किस वस्तुतः जनमानस के भाषा में जब हम शास्त्र की बात करते हैं तो शास्त्र का प्रवेश जन जन में हो जाता है। तो जन जन में शास्त्र को प्रवेश करने के लिए इन सब ग्रंथों का अनुवाद, इस ग्रंथों की रचना आवश्यक है। आज हमारे संतगण भी कर रहे हैं और जैसे तुलसीकृत रामायण घर घर की शोभा बना रही है, लोग प्रतिदिन उसका पारायण कर रहे हैं। शिव पुराण में अनेक ऐसी बातें हैं जो वेद और शास्त्रों की बातें हैं। सब कोई संस्कृत नहीं जानते हैं, परंतु हिंदी मातृभाषा है, उससे पूरा भारत परिचय है। विश्व में आपको हिंदी भाषी लोग मिलेंगे। ये शिवायन ये संपूर्ण जन जन के मस्तिष्क में व्याप्त हो। इन्हीं शुभकामनाओं के साथ मैं उस परम तत्व को प्रणाम करते हुए और
देखिए, शिवायन का उद्देश्य है भगवान शिव के चरित्र को उजागर करना, जन जन तक पहुंचाना। ये हिंदी में लिखा हुआ ग्रंथ है, इसलिए लोगों का कंठहार बनेगा। मातृभाषा में जब ग्रंथ उपलब्ध होता है तो उसको ज्यादा लोग समझते हैं, ज्यादा लोग पढ़ते हैं, ज्यादा लोग हृदयंगम करते हैं। तो ये शिवायन भी इसी तरह का ग्रंथ है। जैसे गोस्वामी तुलसीदास जी ने रामायण लिखा, ऐसे संत का लिखा हुआ ये।
हमारे कृष्ण मुरारी लाल सहाय सक्सेना जी का एक पद हमको बड़ा सुंदर लगा। उन्होंने प्रारंभ में ही एक बड़ी सुंदर बात कहते हुए आज की सभा में मैं अपनी वाणी को संक्षेप करते हुए आगे की ओर लेके जाऊं। बड़ी काव्य रस भाव का ये दिव्य बना प्रबंध और शिव नाम आधार बना। शिव नाम शिवायन के इस आधार को और भगवान श्री कृष्ण के प्रमुख श्री निम्बार्क संप्रदाय में कृष्ण उपासना के संप्रदाय में आज इसका लोकार्पण हो रहा है और अंत में इनकी पद है कृष्ण करते संबंध। तो आज ये जो दोहा है इन्होंने कब लिखा होगा और आज वो कब चरितार्थ हो रहा है, इससे इन महापुरुषों की वाणी की आपको दिव्यता का अनुभव हो जाना चाहिए कि ये महापुरुष जब जो लिखते हैं वो ना जाने कौन से कालखंड में सत्य होगा, ये हमें भी नहीं।
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for taking us through your wonderful presentation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, is a time for a very special moment. And for the same, I would like to invite a few people on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite the diversity team. And from the team, we have Bharat Agarwal, who's Business Director. We have Anil Nair, Director Marketing. Rupesh Bohra, Sector Leader, and the core team. May we have all of you on stage, please. Also, ladies and gentlemen, it is the moment where we are going to witness something very special. Diversity India and Divinity Worldwide, which is a part of Temple Connect, have come together to commit to build cleaner and more hygienic ecosystems for the temples across. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I welcome again Girish Vasudev Kulkarni, founder for Temple Connect and ITCX. And of course, the core team of Diversity is here. We are going to share this memorandum of understanding with all of you. May I also request Srimati Maithili Grish Kulkarni to kindly join us on stage for this landmark moment where Team Diversity India and Divinity Worldwide are committing to build more cleaner, more hygienic temple spaces. Isn't that something that we all want? We all want a more smoother experiences when we go visit the temples, and both of these terrific organizations are committing to exactly that. Please put your hands together for cleaner, more hygienic temples in the country. A big thank you to Diversity India and Divinity Worldwide for collaborating together for this much needed initiative to build more cleaner and hygienic temple ecosystem. Thank you very much. And a big congratulations to also everybody on stage for coming together with such a great initiative that is going to truly enhance the experience of each and every visitor when they go to the temple and experience this for themselves. On this note, I think Girish wants to say something.
Yeah, I also request Kilaru Dilip ji to please come up on stage, as well as Shantanu Gupta ji to please come up on stage and help me felicitate the dignitaries here. Shantanu Gupta ji is a celebrated author, the man who writes great about the greatness of Yogi Adityanath ji, and he's the one who scripted the versions of Yogi ji. He has a session with us. Kilaru Dilip ji comes from Vijayawada, a very strong BJP face and a support system in a big way. May I now request Kilaru Dilip ji to felicitate
the felicitation
our speaker. Get me
of Shri Brijesh Pratap Singh Rathore, Diversity India, on stage with us, being felicitated for, of course, his contribution to this event, and of course, for creating more cleaner and more hygienic temple ecosystem in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, this initiative is the need of the hour, and we are truly grateful to Diversity India and, of course, Divinity for joining hands together for this incredible initiative. Now let's have a big round of applause, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us on stage.
Guys, tali to bandi hai dosto. These are the people who are helping us keep the temple space hygienic, clean, sanitized, and above all, technologically advanced. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for having us. It's a pleasure having you all here on stage, and looking forward for a great journey together. Multiple nations, multiple temples, and together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much once again. And congratulations on this big collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, now moving forward, we have one more presentation, which is about maintaining spirituality, balancing devotion, and digital expression by Sri Alap Bansal. You know, in today's fast evolving world where technology is seamlessly blending with tradition, maintaining the essence of spirituality while embracing digital transformation has become more important than ever. To shed light on this very topic, we have with us Sri Alap Bansal ji, partner at KPMG India, for a special presentation on maintaining spirituality, balancing devotion, and digital expression. Please put your hands together and welcome our next speaker on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we are welcoming Sri Alap Bansal ji. Welcome.
Thank you. So, जैसे हर शुभ कार्य की शुरुआत जय श्री राम के उद्घोष से होती है, तो मैं चाहूंगा कि हम सब हाथ उठा के कहें जय श्री राम, हर हर महादेव। अभी आपने सबने सुना कि हमने कुंभ की बात हुई, और शांतनु जी भी यहाँ हैं, शांतनु जी भी बता पाएंगे, पर जो सूचना मुझे प्राप्त हुई है, 57 crore people have visited Kumbh till now. The government expects that 65 crore people will visit Kumbh this time around. Now, to put that into perspective, थोड़ा सा आप लोग समझें कि इंडिया और चाइना के अलावा कोई और कंट्री नहीं है जिसकी पॉपुलेशन इतनी है।
उतने लोग सिर्फ हमारे यहाँ पर कुंभ जाकर आए हैं। मैं आपको एक और चीज़ बताता हूँ, बहुत सारी कंट्रीज़ की जितनी जीडीपी है उतना सिर्फ हमारे मंदिरों का जो इकोसिस्टम है वो हमारे को डायरेक्ट इकोसिस्टम जो है उसकी वैल्यू है। About $40 billion is the estimated revenue that each of our temples generate directly. Now, to put that into perspective, if you were to plot it on a global chart of GDP, I think our temples would rank amongst the top 15, top 20. The other interesting thing that the central government had said, and I've heard a lot of conversation around government control, but what the government has reported is 19 lakh crore rupees was collected from temples in the year 22-23, out of which 26,000 crore rupees was cash donation only from the top 6 temples. So all of us know the importance of temples, all of us are here to discuss that. But there is one thing which was very, very important for me to bring out. We've been talking about the potential that it has, the amount of money that it is doing. Again, taking the example of Uttar Pradesh, as soon as the Kashi corridor has come up, in 2021, the tourists going to Varanasi were 30 lakhs. 2023, 8.4 crores. Now this time around, because of Kumbh, I think this will be some 10-15 crores, if not more. So we're all seeing the amount of value that tourism can generate. We've been hearing about the temple economics, the kind of value generation that spiritual tourism is going to bring. Now these are the numbers that are officially there. 6,48,907 temples. Our ancestors have given us, like was being said, our ancestors have given us a reason for being with one another. If we were to visit our temples across the country, we've got temples across our entire nation. And you would see that the number of people that are growing everywhere as far as religious tourism is concerned. Now this is the topic that I actually want to speak to you about. हुआ क्या है, जैसे जैसे लोग बढ़ गए हैं, एक बहुत अच्छी चीज़ जो हुई है वो है YouTube, Instagram Reels, all of us follow them. They've also helped religious tourism in some form of fashion क्योंकि लोग रील देख के भी जाना चालू करा है. जो यूथ का engagement है that has increased, let us accept because of some form of fashion of YouTube and Instagram. But unfortunately what that has also done is that has diluted the entire spiritual awakening of the place. हम हर जगह जाके रील अगर बनाना चालू कर देंगे तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि वो इस जगह की जो पवित्रता है, जो उस जगह की सैंक्टिटी है, उसको एक्चुअली सूट करती है. तो वी ट्राई टू फाइंड आउट व्हाट इज द सॉल्यूशन वेयर यू हैव दिस entire Gen Z millennium which is going to go and do Instagram Reels, which is going to go on YouTube, which is going to do all of this, but still we maintain the spirituality of the place. That is not diluted. So, a lot of us have seen these distractions, inappropriate behavior. I'm sure हमने सबने देखा है हर मंदिर में, गुरुद्वारों में, churches में, सब जगह there has been a lot of pushback from people who are going there for spiritual reasons कि लोग यहाँ पे आके फोटो खींच रहे, रील्स बना रहे हैं. मोबाइल फ़ोन 4 धाम टेम्पल में बंद हो गए हैं. मोबाइल phones are not allowed at Tirupati here. Mobile phones are not allowed at Sabrimala. So a lot of places have started banning this. What has also started to happen is there's a lot of commercialization. Influencers also bring a lot of commercial activity. Commercial activity is good. That is what we've been talking about. But a temple should remain a temple and it is not a place to sell. Therefore, again, we need to find ways where visitors treat the temple as a place of spiritual awakening and not as a tourist destination alone. Tourism around that periphery of the temple place is acceptable, but in the sanctum sanctorum, I don't think making selfies or clicking videos or clicking photographs is what we should be allowing. So we did case studies. The most famous was Kedarnath. I'm sure all of you would remember. This was on national media also. People were making reels which were objectionable. The other thing that happens is overcrowding. Now, we're all very happy with the number of people who are going to Kumbh, but a large part of the reason why people are going to Kumbh is because there is that entire FOMO, which all Gen Z and millennials say, where they see their friends making reels and taking the dip in the holy confluence, and they want to go. So overcrowding also happens, and especially during certain days where they think that they will get more traction. Their idea is not to have that spiritual experience, but to get traction on their channel. Finally, disruption of sacred atmosphere, I've said, and misinformation. And यहाँ पर हमारे पास शांतनु जी हैं, तो I will be careful of quoting because he may go back. पर क्या दूसरी भगदड़ हुई, क्या चौथी भगदड़ हुई, क्या लोग वहाँ गिरे, क्या हुआ, क्या नहीं हुआ, all of that misinformation is unfortunately because of social media. That's the sad bit of social media. Social media has been very helpful, but it's also led to a lot of misinformation about temples, about what is going on, about rituals, and also when it leads to overcrowding, etc., I think it is very important for us to look at things like that. Then there is Toria temple in Madhya Pradesh. So disrespectful reels, again, people dancing. There was a huge backlash, and there was apology and damage control. So this is something that we've learned, and now we've got some ideas of how do you actually do it. First is, and we've got a lot of people from temples here, we should establish clear rules. Are you allowed to bring your mobile phone? Are you not allowed to bring your mobile phone? What are you allowed to do, and do's and don'ts? If you call out in the beginning, the good bit about Gen Z and millennials is also they would want to follow rules. A big example of this is the Swachh Bharat. Now when Swachh Bharat started, I'm sure all of you would have recognized that our younger people started saying, why are you throwing garbage on the road? Keep it in your pocket. Find a dustbin. So if we have do's and don'ts and we are able to put that communication out from the temple, I think they would respect it. Second is designated photography zones. We have to accept that they remember things by Instagram reels. They remember things by Instagram photos. Why can't we have designated areas for selfies? So I know in Kumbh we had multiple selfie points which were designated. In Ayodhya we designed selfie points, same as in Kashi corridor. So if you're designing these selfie points, which are away from the sanctum sanctorum, but still give the people a feeling of being there, I think that becomes a very good idea. Technology for awareness. AR, VR, we've got so many people here who've been talking about technology, but that entire technological layer can always be used for people to have a much better experience. Also, to educate people about temple etiquette. Now, in our temples, all of our temples, something as basic as dress code. Now, we were having that conversation with a friend of mine, that if I was to go to the temple today, they will turn me off because I'm wearing this. So temple etiquettes, if somebody was to teach us through AR, VR, especially for Gen Z and millennials, I think it is very important for them to understand. And it is through a medium that they would be more than happy to accept. Conduct awareness programs, which is an offshoot of this. Monitor and enforce respectful behavior. I think it is also important, which we've seen in the past two case studies, because the temple administration and the government came down heavily. It became national news, and therefore people became more aware. Again, the idea is that people will become aware if you're enforcing these laws. It will become it will become very, very easy for us to do. Right, so beyond the selfie, first is spiritual reflection over documentation. Now, an interesting story which some of you might have heard is about the two pigeons which heard the story at Amarnath. Now, people who go to the Amarnath Yatra, for example, would not know of this story, especially the youngsters. If we have them taught this story, they would then pass it on to the next generation, and that is how our oral traditions have survived. So it becomes very important for us to actually tell them that there is life beyond the photos, also give them immersive material for them to be able to understand the importance of the spiritual destination that is there. Second is deeper engagement. Now, if you were to ask, and I have very young kids, but for those of you who have older kids, if you were to ask your kids to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning to go to the temple, they would not. But I've seen both at Ujjain and at Kashi Vishwanath, at Mangala Aarti, a lot of youngsters coming up. Because it's a different experience altogether. The energy of that place is very different. They're themselves being motivated to do that. If we have to create those experiences for them, I think it is going to be very, very helpful for us to be able to reach to the next generation. Next is hub of learning and service. Now we all know about our gurudwaras. For example, the Golden Temple at Amritsar serves 1 lakh free meals. Our temples are not only there as part of spiritual being,
they're also a place for learning and for service that we provide. सेवा और भक्ति साथ साथ चलती है, तो वो जो सेवा का भाव है वो भी younger generation को सिखाने के लिए I think it will become very, very important for us to leverage that and to showcase that in a better manner. Finally, is embrace the experience. Sabrimala does a 41-day fast. Our ex-Delhi Chief Minister made Vipassana very, very popular when he went to Vipassana 2-3 times. So these are also things that people and the younger generation would start to pick up and automatically start embracing the experience and also understand what is beyond that limited understanding that they have. I think the challenge, especially with our country, is not the intent. हमारे youngsters जानना चाहते हैं, वो जिज्ञासु हैं. हम भारतीय अपने DNA में ही जिज्ञासा लेके पैदा होते हैं. Our entire Sanatan Dharma is based on questioning. We are allowed to question everything in reality. Therefore, I think in our DNA there is that ability to question. All of us want to learn, but are we providing that right kind of experience is something that all of us as this temple ecosystem really need to look at. So again, some of the initiatives at the Meenakshi temple in Madurai, there is digital libraries which they've made. That's a very interesting thing. So they've made selfie points and they've done a digital library. So all of these beautiful images that you see of the architecture are not being clicked by us. They've done this imagery by themselves and they've provided it to content creators. What that does is, that allows content creators to have this image. If I want to talk about the temple, I have the images of the temple readily available. Vaishno Devi temple, of course, the entire trekking route, there are points which have been created, crowd management has been done. So these are some of the case studies that we have. Finally, we have recommendations for each of the sections. Like all consultants, we would want to give some gyan. So let me leave out with the gyan slide to you. First is to the government. Digital etiquette policies, especially at the temple, and when we say government, it is more from the entire temple ecosystem that we're talking about. A lot of temples are, of course, under the control of government. Designated photo spots, cultural sensitization. A lot of workshops can be done, especially at a school level. If you're teaching people on what our culture is, I think the generation which is coming up will not have these challenges. And regulate influencer activities. Temple authorities, no phone zones. Interestingly, I was at the institute where IS officers get trained. I don't know if there are some bureaucrats here. There's an institute called Labasna in Mussoorie where IS officers get trained. And that's a no mobile phone zone. The entire institute, you're not allowed to have mobile phone in your hand. So if that can be done for our top bureaucrats of the country, I'm sure we can implement it at our temples as well. Digital spiritual experiences are very important, like I said. If I'm not going to be able to have a selfie, make a reel, do I have something else to engage me? Is there a story that you can tell me on a digital medium? Photography guidelines and social media companies. A lot of social media companies are part of this campaign also of Temple Connect. I think we should leverage them to actually pass on this message to the youth and pass on this message. Boards, operators and organizations, again, a large part of this decision making is also related to people who are getting the tourists there. जब हम tourists को लेके जा रहे हैं, for example, if somebody was to take me to the temple tonight and not tell me that there is a dress code, I will go to the temple and come back. I will be unhappy. So awareness also has to be with everybody who is a point of contact as far as this entire ecosystem is concerned. Therefore, it becomes very important for us to be able to educate the entire ecosystem. And finally, influencers and creators. There are a lot of influencers here who are promoting Sanatan Dharma, who are promoting spirituality. We should work back with those to actually tell these stories. Also educate people on why it is important and do's and don'ts. Once we are able to get all of them on board, again, the message would be more palatable to the younger audience, Gen Z, millennials, because it is coming from people that they're trying to imitate. These are influencers who already have those views. If they are saying कि आप जाके मंदिर में एक dance performance ना करें, I'm sure they would accept this message much more. So that is it. Thank you so much for the patient hearing.
Thank you very much for joining us here today and sharing your thoughts with us. I would like to now invite Srimati Maithili Girish Kulkarni ji to join us on stage to felicitate our speaker, Shri Alap. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for, of course, our esteemed speaker and Maithili ji on stage. Thank you for taking out time joining us here today, sharing your wonderful ideas with us. Some beautiful ideas being shared on balancing spirituality with digital expression. Thank you very much, Shri Alap Bansalji, for joining us at the ITCX 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, we have many more interesting speaker sessions lined up next. But for now, we'll take a short break for lunch. Yes, we'll be breaking for lunch, but we would also like to inform you that Antyodaya Pratishthan, with the support of NTR Blood Bank, has arranged a blood donation camp at stall number S9. We encourage all of you to participate in the donation drive. And I would also like to invite all of you to join us for lunch in the Emerald Hall, which is right outside. And the lunch break will be for approximately 50 minutes. So do join us back in 50 minutes in this very same hall for the main stage proceedings. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. See you on the other side. I hope you all are having a gala time at the ITCX 2025 so far. We have so much more to look forward to in this day and, of course, tomorrow. For now, I invite you again to join us for lunch. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome again to ITCX 2025, a truly one-of-its-kind event bringing the entire temple ecosystem of the country, and of course, there are nations from outside the country also participating together under this roof to talk about temples, the ecosystem of temples, and how to strengthen this whole space. Ladies and gentlemen, we are really excited to have all of you in such great numbers participating with us. Before we commence this post-lunch session, I hope you all had a great lunch and are all set to be ready for the next sessions. Are you? Can you show me your energy with your applauses, ladies and gentlemen? Let's do an applause check. Yes? Yes, everybody, come on. We've all had good meal. Yes. And now we are all set to bring forward our next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to request and invite on stage the President of Operations India for Crystal Integrated Services, Shri Rahul Kamble ji. His presence here today highlights the importance of integrating quality services in the maintenance and management of the places of worship. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and give a warm round of applause to Shri Rahul Kamble ji. Let's bring those applauses. Come on, everybody. जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत कीजिए. Welcome, sir.
Hello. Very good afternoon, all the lovely audience. Can I please request you to please settle down? Can I please request everybody to settle down? Okay. My name is Rahul Kamble. I am the President for Service Delivery at Crystal Integrated Services Limited. Today, I would like to present about the facilities management, a concept which is still underrated. अभी तक बहुत सारे लोगों को facilities management के बारे में मालूम नहीं है. So before I start this program or before I start this presentation, I would just like to draw a small attention towards everyone at the stage. So, shall we start? Thank you very much. Shall we start? थोड़ा सुनाई कम दे रहा है मुझे. Shall we start? Great. Now, हमने पेट भर के खाना खाया होगा, किसी ने शायद खाना नहीं खाया होगा. So, थोड़ा एनर्जी लेवल क्रिएट करना पड़ेगा. थोड़ा एनर्जी लेवल ये ऑडिटोरियम में क्रिएट करना पड़ेगा. एक दूसरे को वो एनर्जी पास ऑन करना पड़ेगा. सो कैन वी स्टार्ट बाय सेइंग जय श्री राम, जय जय श्री राम, जय जय श्री राम. वंडरफुल. थैंक यू सो मच. कैन वी क्लैप फॉर ईच अदर? जोर से. कीप ऑन डूइंग इट. Thank you so much. Namaskara. I would like to start the presentation today. ये हम टू वे प्रेजेंटेशन कर सकते हैं, टू वे कम्युनिकेशन कर सकते हैं. किसी को भी कोई सवाल होगा तो बेहिचक पूछ सकता है, बट प्रेजेंटेशन के बाद मैं उसका सवाल का जवाब देना चाहूँगा. सो आज हम सब एक बहुत अनोखे जर्नी पे निकले हैं जो बहुत ही सेंटिमेंटल से भरा है, बहुत ही इमोशन से भरा है. We are talking about the religious journey, that is the temples. अब टेम्पल और श्रद्धा, that is श्रद्धा स्थान जिसको कहते हैं, उसके बारे में आज हम पिछले कल से आज और कल फिर से बहुत कुछ सीखने वाले हैं, बहुत कुछ समझने वाले हैं, कुछ ज्ञान का आदान प्रदान होगा. सो माय डियर फ्रेंड्स, कहीं पर भी आपको कोई भी सवाल है आप नोट डाउन कीजिए. क्रिस्टल इंटीग्रेटेड सर्विसेज का स्टॉल यहीं पर है, उनके रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स भी यहीं पर है. यू कैन एनी टाइम रीच अस. सो लेट्स टॉक अबाउट व्हाट इज फैसिलिटीज मैनेजमेंट. मेरे प्रेजेंटेशन को
3 हिस्सों में डिवाइड किया गया है। एक तो पहला जो बात करेगा कंपनी के बारे में, दूसरा जो बात करेगा प्रोडक्ट लाइंस के बारे में, और तीसरा जो बात करेगा जो हमने आज तक पिछले 25 सालों से, मतलब 2.5 दशक से जो हमने सेवा की है, जो हमने सर्विस किया है मंदिरों के लिए, मंदिरों के साथ मिलकर, प्रशासन के साथ मिलकर, उसके बारे में छोटा सा ब्यौरा देंगे। सो शैल वी स्टार्ट? थैंक यू। प्रेजेंटेशन प्लीज। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। ओके, सो मैंने आपको क्रिस्टल इंटीग्रेटेड सर्विसेज लिमिटेड के बारे में ऑलरेडी बेसिक जानकारी दी है। इट इज़ अ पब्लिक लिस्टेड कंपनी और ये भारतवर्ष की वन ऑफ इट्स लार्जेस्ट, मतलब सबसे बड़ी इमर्जिंग कंपनी है और फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग फैसिलिटीज मैनेजमेंट है। आज हम फैसिलिटीज मैनेजमेंट के बारे में बात करेंगे। व्हाट डू यू मीन बाय फैसिलिटी मैनेजमेंट? तो आज मैं एग्जाम्पल देना चाहूंगा कि फैसिलिटी मैनेजमेंट के बारे में बैकस्टेज प्लीज कोऑर्डिनेट फॉर द स्लाइड्स प्लीज। ये इस देश की सबसे बड़ी कंपनी आज बीएससी और एनएससी के माध्यम से इमर्ज होते जा रही है। हमारे पास आज जो पिछले 25 सालों में हमने जो कंपनी की हमने जो सर्विसेज कॉरपोरेट्स में दी है, अलग अलग इंस्टीट्यूशंस में दी है, अलग अलग हॉस्पिटल्स में दी है, उसके बारे में सो वी विल हैव टू डू इट दिस। हाँ, बट नहीं हो रहा था। नेक्स्ट। सो लेट्स टॉक अबाउट द कंपनी ओवरव्यू। कंपनी की शुरुआत हुई थी 25 साल पहले 2002 में, जहां पर श्रीमान मिस्टर प्रसाद लाड और मिसेस नीता लाड के विजन से ये कंपनी की फाउंडेशन की पहली नींव रखी गई थी। यहाँ पर जो अलग अलग अनोखी सर्विसेज होती हैं वो मैं आगे आने वाले प्रेजेंटेशन में आपको दूंगा, और संक्षिप्त में बताना चाहूँगा कि ये इस देश की ऐसी कंपनी है जो कोई भी काम आउटसोर्स नहीं करती है। जो भी काम करती है वो इन हाउस करती है, जो भी सर्विसेज करती है वो इन हाउस करती है। सो कोई इसकी शाखाएं किसी को फ्रेंचाइजी मोड पे या डीलरशिप मोड पे नहीं दी गई है। तो जो भी इंटेलिजेंस किया जाता है वो इसी कंपनी के रूफ के अंडर में किया जाता है। तो जो भी इंटेलिजेंस हमने क्रिएट की है वो अंडर दिस प्रोडक्ट लाइन ओनली, दैट इज क्रिस्टल इंटीग्रेटेड सर्विसेज। हम काफ़ी सारे BFSI, एयरपोर्ट्स, रिटेल, हेल्थ केयर, लॉजिस्टिक्स, हॉस्पिटल्स, एजुकेशन, ये सब सेक्टर्स में हम मौजूद हैं। अगर एग्जाम्पल देना चाहेंगे तो तमिलनाडु का सबसे बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट जो हेल्थ केयर डिवीजन में है, आज की डेट में जितने भी डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स हैं तमिलनाडु के सारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स के जो भी हॉस्पिटल्स हैं, एक्सेप्ट डॉक्टर्स एंड नर्सेज, सारा का सारा सर्विसेज जो है वो ये क्रिस्टल अपने बैनर के नीचे एग्जीक्यूट करती है। फिर वो हाउसकीपिंग हो, सिक्योरिटी हो, गार्डनिंग हो, हॉर्टिकल्चर हो, एनी काइंड ऑफ सर्विसेज। सो एक बात रहा सबसे बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट विच इज़ क्रिस्टल इंटीग्रेटेड सर्विसेज के अंडर में जो आता है वो DME का प्रोजेक्ट, दैट इज़ डायरेक्टर ऑफ मेडिकल एजुकेशन। अगर कॉर्पोरेट में देखा जाए तो बहुत सारे एयरपोर्ट्स के भी हमारे अम्ब्रेला के नीचे ये बहुत सारे क्लाइंट्स हैं। जैसे अभी जो अडानी एयरपोर्ट है, वो एयरपोर्ट के अंडर में वी आर डूइंग लॉट ऑफ पेरिफेरल सिक्योरिटी सर्विसेज। इसके बारे में मैं आपको जैसे प्रेजेंटेशन शुरू होगा उसके बारे में थोड़ा मैं बताऊंगा कि ये किस तरीके से किया जाता है। शॉर्ट में आपको बताना चाहूंगा कि इस देश की ये एकमात्र ऐसी कंपनी है जिसके पास मोर देन 43,000 प्लस एम्प्लॉयज है और ये कोई भी सर्विसेज आउटसोर्स नहीं करती है। ये इतनी बड़ी सर्विसेज है जो किसी को भी आउटसोर्स नहीं की गई है। अंडर द लीडरशिप ये मुंबई हेडक्वार्टर से सारा का सारा चीज इसका ऑपरेट होता है। 36 ब्रांचेस इन लास्ट 25 years with more than 369 plus clients and 2,487 sites managed. साइट्स का मतलब होता है हर एक छोटा छोटा यूनिट जो जहाँ जहाँ पर होता है, वो सारे के सारे यूनिट्स हम एक दिशा के हिसाब से सर्विसेज के अंडर में हम काम करते हैं. इट इज़ 1,227 crores प्लस एंटरप्राइज, जो 25 साल पहले जो हमारी जर्नी शुरू हुई थी, आज यही जर्नी को कंटिन्यू करते हुए बहुत प्राउड फील होता है कि बहुत सारे जो लोग हैं जो कंपनी से जुड़े हुए हैं, वो पहले दिन से जुड़े हुए हैं, आज तक वो लीडरशिप के ऊपर उन्होंने विश्वास रखा है. और इसकी वजह से शायद सर्विसेज हम ज़्यादा बेहतर मात्रा में अच्छे तरीके से दे पा रहे हैं. ये है हमारी ग्रुप कंपनीज. क्रिस्टल इंटीग्रेटेड सर्विसेज की शुरुआत हुई थी 2000 में. क्रिस्टल एविएशन की सर्विसेज की शुरुआत हुई थी 2007 में. क्रिस्टल गोरमे प्राइवेट लिमिटेड जो कि एक फूड डिवीजन है, उसकी शुरुआत हुई थी 2009 में. वोक्सरा टेक्नो सॉल्यूशंस प्राइवेट लिमिटेड जो सर्वेलियंस माध्यम से ITES के सेक्टर में काम करती है, उसकी शुरुआत हुई थी 2016 में. और क्रिस्टल लाइट सर्विसेज जो कि एक कंसल्टेंसी फर्म है जो कंसल्टेंट करती है बड़े बड़े प्रोजेक्ट्स को, जैसे टनल हो या ब्रिजेस हो, ऐसे प्रोजेक्ट्स को ये कंसल्टेंसी प्रोवाइड करती है. सो ये है रेंज ऑफ सर्विसेज. नाउ लेट्स कम टू दी एक्सपर्टीज इन दी टेम्पल मैनेजमेंट. मैं आप लोगों से एक सवाल पूछना चाहूंगा. ये ऊपर वाले ने अपने को एक देह दिया है, बराबर है? यस और नो? हर एक बॉडी की एक रिक्वायरमेंट होती है. आप इमेजिन करिए, अगर एक शरीर कुछ दिनों तक नहीं नहाया, अगर उसने स्नान नहीं किया, तो क्या होगा? क्या होगा? बदबू आएगी. अगर उन्होंने अच्छे कपड़े नहीं पहने तो क्या होगा? अगर उन्होंने अपने नाखून नहीं काटे, अपने बाल नहीं काटे, अपनी दाढ़ी नहीं बनाई, तो क्या होगा? शरीर धीरे धीरे डिटोरिएट होता जाएगा. वो शरीर का जो एज है, शरीर की जो खूबसूरती है, वो धीरे धीरे कम होते जाएगी. तो आपको एक ही बात कहना चाहूँगा कि जो ये मैनेजमेंट होता है फैसिलिटीज़ का, इट इज़ रिलेटेड टू द इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, रिलेटेड टू द कॉलेजेस, हॉस्पिटल्स, सिटी मेंटेनेंस. जब तक हमने कोई भी प्रोजेक्ट जो आज इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्रिएट किया है, मैनमेड क्रिएट किया है, वो अगर हमने मेंटेन नहीं किया तो उसकी सुंदरता, उसका एज धीरे धीरे कम होते जाता है. आप लोग सहमत हो इस चीज को लेकर? आप हाथ उठा सकते हो अगर आप सहमत हो तो. थैंक यू वेरी मच. अगर आप सोचिए, ये इतनी बड़ी आलीशान कन्वेंशन सेंटर हमने लिया है, अगर इसका टेम्परेचर नहीं चल रहा है और बहुत बड़ा प्रोग्राम चल रहा है तो कैसे फील होगा, राइट? अगर आप अंदर आते हो और वहां पर लाइट नहीं चल रही है तो कैसे फील होगा? मज़ा नहीं आएगा. अगर आप अंदर आते हो और आप टॉयलेट वहाँ पर क्लीन नहीं है, या वहाँ पर वो एक सुरक्षा रक्षक जिसको कहते हैं सिक्योरिटी गार्ड, वो नहीं है, तो कैसे होगा? तो आप ये सोचिए कि आपकी रोज़मर्रा की ज़िंदगी से आपका एक पर्टिकुलर सेक्टर जो है, रूटीन लाइफ में काम किया जाता है, उसको बेसिक मेंटेनेंस कहा जाता है और उसको कहते हैं फैसिलिटी मैनेजमेंट. 2002 में 2000 के टाइम पर BPO ये सेक्टर बूम हुआ था, IT सेक्टर बूम हुआ था. अब 2025 में फैसिलिटीज़ मैनेजमेंट का जो बूम हुआ है वो बहुत अलग लेवल तक बूम हुआ है. और आप लोग सबको कहना चाहूँगा कि जिस हिसाब से ये गवर्नमेंट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के ऊपर फोर्स कर रही है, जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को जो डेवलपमेंट करने के लिए जो प्रेरित कर रही है, उसके हिसाब से फैसिलिटी मैनेजमेंट का भी उतना स्कोप बढ़ने वाला है. तो फैसिलिटी मैनेजमेंट के केस में मैं आपको बताऊंगा. लेट्स टॉक अबाउट दी टेम्पल मैनेजमेंट. टेम्पल मैनेजमेंट में जैसे आप अंदर आते हो, आपको अगर खुशबू उस मंदिर में अच्छे नहीं आई तो कैसे फील होगा? पॉइंट नंबर 1. पॉइंट नंबर 2, अगर आप मंदिर के आवार में जा रहे हो और उसकी हाउसकीपिंग अच्छी नहीं है, हाउसकीपिंग मतलब टॉयलेट्स क्लीन नहीं है, रास्तों में खराब है, रास्तों में कचरा पड़ा हुआ है, रैपर्स पड़े हैं, पानी की बोतलें पड़ी हैं, कैसे फील होगा? डेफिनेटली वो अच्छा नहीं लगेगा. सो सर्विसेज में जब फैसिलिटी मैनेजमेंट का सर्विस के बारे में हम बात करते हैं, सो वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट दी हाउसकीपिंग सर्विसेज. अगर हम कोविड के टाइम का एक चैप्टर निकाले तो कोविड के टाइम पे बहुत ज़्यादा 2 लोग प्रचलित थे. एक तो डॉक्टर्स यस। दूसरा वो हाउसकीपर्स। कितने लोग इस चीज को सहमति देते हैं? जितने भी लोग हाउसकीपिंग में थे उन्होंने अपने जान पर खेलकर इस देश की रक्षा की, इस देश के लोगों का सेवा किया। तो यही वो हाउसकीपिंग एक्टिविटी है जो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है अपने पूरे मैनेजमेंट को मद्देनजर रखते हुए। हॉर्टिकल्चर लैंडस्केप, आप जैसे ही मंदिर के आवार में आते हो या आप कोई भी इंस्टीट्यूशन के आवार में आते हो, अगर आपके इर्द गिर्द अगर ग्रीनरी है, अगर हरियाली है, अगर अच्छे पेड़ पौधे हैं, अच्छे खुशबूदार फूल है, रंग बिरंगी फूल है, तो दिखने में कैसे दिखेगा? सुंदरता बढ़ेगी। तो जैसे हम शरीर की सुंदरता के लिए हम अपने आप को ग्रूम करते हैं, वैसे परिसर को भी ग्रूम करने के लिए एक हॉर्टिकल्चर या लैंडस्केपिंग का एक एक्टिविटी होता है जो फैसिलिटी मैनेजमेंट का पार्ट होता है। सेकंड इज सिक्योरिटी एंड पिलग्रिम मैनेजमेंट सर्विसेज। ये सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट सब्जेक्ट है। सिक्योरिटी का सबसे बेस्ट एग्जाम्पल कौन दे पाएगा? हमसे बेहतर कौन दे पाएगा? क्योंकि आज हमारे मंदिरों में जो सुरक्षा रक्षा होती है वो कितनी सेंसिटिव होती है, कितने माध्यम से यहाँ पर लोग एनक्रोच कर सकते हैं, तो उसके लिए कितनी सिक्योरिटी हम अच्छे से कर सकते हैं, ये भी एक उसके अंदर सर्विस आती है। सेकंड सर्विस आती है, द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट इज द ऑपरेशन एंड मेंटेनेंस, जहाँ पर टेम्पल का पूरा कंट्रोल इन टर्म्स ऑफ टेम्परेचर, इन टर्म्स ऑफ आपका मशीन्स, टूल्स, इक्विपमेंट्स, इसको मैनेज किया जाता है, इसको मेंटेन किया जाता है। कोई भी मशीन खरीद लो, उसको अगर मेंटेनेंस नहीं हो तो उसकी ज़िंदगी कम हो जाती है। तो ज़िंदगी बढ़ाने का जो काम है वो ये फैसिलिटी मैनेजमेंट का डिवीजन करता है। द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट इज ट्रैफिक एंड पार्किंग मैनेजमेंट। जो ट्रैफिक एंड पार्किंग मैनेजमेंट का मतलब होता है कि लोग बस भर भर के यात्रा पे जाते हैं, मंदिरों में जाते हैं, तो वहाँ पर पार्किंग इज ऑल्सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। अगर हमने सही जगह पर पार्किंग नहीं किया तो पीछे किलोमीटर तक लाइनें लग जाती है। द सेकेंड लास्ट इज वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट। हम जो भी काम करते हैं, जो भी खाना खाते हैं, कुछ भी काम करें, अपने पास से कुछ ना कुछ तो एक कचरा या तो वेस्ट जो है वो निर्मित होता ही है। हम ह्यूमंस हैं, हम ये कचरा जो है वो अपने यहाँ से निर्मित होगा। अब ये कचरे को किस तरीके से हम मैनेज करें, ये एक सबसे बड़ा क्वेश्चन मार्क है। अगर यहाँ बैठे हुए कोई ब्यूरोक्रेट्स है या यहाँ बैठे हुए कोई प्रशासक अधिकारी है, उनको ये बात समझ में आएगी कि अगर हमने अपने कचरे का जिम्मेदारी खुद नहीं लिया तो ये जो प्रॉब्लम है या ये जो समस्या है वो बहुत अलग लेवल तक चली जाती है। द लास्ट इज द गेस्ट हाउस मैनेजमेंट। गेस्ट हाउस मैनेजमेंट मतलब जितने भी पिलग्रिम्स अंदर आते हैं, पिलग्रिम्स अंदर आने के बाद उनको रहने का, खाने का, पीने का, सोने का जो पूरा फैसिलिटी होता है वो मैनेजमेंट गेस्ट हाउस मैनेजमेंट में जाता है। मतलब टाइम टू टाइम टॉवल चेंज करना, टाइम टू टाइम चादर चेंज करना, पिलो कवर चेंज करना, ये सब इन डेप्थ सोल्यूशन, इन डेप्थ सर्विसेज है जो क्रिस्टल नामक कंपनी आपको प्रोवाइड करती है। Let's talk about how the temple management is taken care. ज़्यादा थियरी हो गई, ये थियरी के ऊपर मैं छोटे छोटे पॉइंट्स को ज़्यादा एलॉबरेट करने की कोशिश करूँगा। जैसे हम लोगों ने ऑपरेशंस मेंटेनेंस की बात की, जैसे मैंने आपको बताया कि ये कमरे का अगर अचानक एसी बंद हो जाए तो आपको कैसे फील होगा? आपको नहीं अच्छा लगेगा। अगर ये ऑडिटोरियम का लाइट नहीं चले, एग्जॉस्ट नहीं चले तो कैसे फील होगा? पीपल विल स्टार्ट फीलिंग सफोकेटेड। सो ऑपरेशंस एंड मेंटेनेंस, आप ये जो टेम्परेचर आज जो एंजॉय कर रहे हैं, इसके पीछे एक टीम है जो ऑलरेडी लगी पड़ी है और ये टीम के माध्यम से हम सर्विस प्रदान करते हैं। और क्रिस्टल के पास ये O&M सर्विसेज जो है, इसका सबसे बड़ा टीम हमने अभी तक पिछले 25 सालों के जर्नी में हमने इन्वेंट कर करके ये टीम को एक्सपर्ट बनाया है। अगर हम देखें तो ऑपरेशन मेंटेनेंस में इलेक्ट्रिकल सर्विसेज आता है, मैकेनिकल सर्विसेज आता है, प्लम्बिंग सर्विसेज आता है और एसेट मैनेजमेंट आता है। इमेजिन कीजिए आपने वॉशरूम यूज किया और वहां पर फ्लश नहीं चला, कैसे फील होगा? अच्छा फील होगा, बुरा फील होगा, गंदा फील होगा। तो प्लम्बिंग का भी एक्टिविटी उतना ही इंपॉर्टेंट है, ये तभी समझ में आता है जब फ्लश नहीं चलता है। इलेक्ट्रिक का एक्टिविटी तभी समझ में आता है जब बटन नहीं चलता है, या फैन नहीं चलता है, या लाइट नहीं चलता है, या एसी नहीं चलता है। ये सब जो सर्विसेज आपके सामने मैं आज रोज़मर्रा की ज़िंदगी का एग्जाम्पल जो दे रहा हूँ वो इस तरीके से दे रहा हूँ ताकि आपको ये समझ में आए कि फैसिलिटी मैनेजमेंट ये कितना इम्पॉर्टेंट सब्जेक्ट है हर एक के लाइफ में। और टेम्पल मतलब मंदिर, लोग आस्था लेकर इस धरती पर इस मंदिर में आते हैं, और मंदिर में आने के बाद ये जो सेवा है, कल महाराज ने कहा कि प्रशासक ने उसके ऊपर अधिकार नहीं होना चाहिए, भक्तगणों का अधिकार होना चाहिए। तो अगर भक्तगण ये सब सेवा उपभोग कर पाए तो इससे बेस्ट कोई मंदिर उनको सर्विस नहीं दे पाएगा। किसी भी मंदिर में अगर आप वो भक्तगण को अच्छी खुशबू दे, साफ सुथरा आवार दे, साफ सुथरे टॉयलेट्स दे, सुरक्षित आपको आप एनवायरनमेंट दे, आपकी सर्वेलेंस सिस्टम बराबर काम करे, लाइट्स बराबर काम करे, एसी बराबर काम करे, इससे बेस्ट सेवा आप भक्तगण की दे ही नहीं सकती हो। तो फैसिलिटी मैनेजमेंट के मद्देनजर रखते हुए मैं आपको ये कहना चाहूँगा कि O&M ये सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट सब्जेक्ट है जो क्रिस्टल इसके ऊपर आज की डेट में बहुत स्ट्रांगली काम कर रही है, बिकॉज इट इज़ एन ऑनगोइंग प्रोसेस। नाउ सिक्योरिटी एंड पिलग्रिम सर्विसेज में जैसे मैंने आपको बताया कि सर्वेलेंस ये कितना इंपॉर्टेंट सब्जेक्ट है। कोई तो कैमरा है जो हमें देख रहा है, वहाँ पर अगर कहीं लिखा है कि यू आर अंडर सर्वेलेंस तो हम सतर्क हो जाते हैं, भले हमारे मन में कोई गलत नहीं भी हो तो भी हम सतर्क हो जाते हैं। तो वो कैमराज, वो हाई डेफिनेशन वाले कैमराज को ऑन रखने के लिए पीछे एक सेवाकारी होता है जो कांस्टेंट उसके ऊपर ध्यान रखता है। तो माय डियर फ्रेंड्स, आपको ये कहना चाहूँगा कि सिक्योरिटी जो पिलग्रिम्स में जो इम्पोर्टेंट एलिमेंट काम करता है, जो सिक्योरिटी जो माध्यम काम करता है, ये कुछ लोग होते हैं जो सिक्योरिटी के यूनिफॉर्म रूप में मिलते हैं, कुछ लोग होते हैं, कुछ ऐसी चीज़ें होती हैं जो दिखती नहीं है पर कोई तो आपको देख रहा है, उसका आपको आभास होता है, और उसको कहते हैं सर्विलेंस सिस्टम। सर्विलेंस सिस्टम के साथ में क्राउड एंड क्यू मैनेजमेंट। अब क्राउड एंड क्यू मैनेजमेंट के ऊपर एक अलग अनोखा लेक्चर दिया जाता है मुंबई यूनिवर्सिटी में, जो मैंने गिरीश जी ने जो एक सिलेबस डिज़ाइन किया है, वहाँ पर क्राउड मैनेजमेंट ये एक सबसे अनोखा सब्जेक्ट है। नाउ क्राउड मैनेजमेंट हैपेंस टू बी द इम्पॉर्टेंट सब्जेक्ट बिकॉज जब भीड़ आती है तो भीड़ को शक्ल नहीं होती है, भीड़ को बिल्कुल शक्ल नहीं होती है। भीड़ सिर्फ अपनी आस्था लेकर भगवान के पास जाता है और भगवान की आराधना करता है, और उस आराधना के वक्त उसको ये समझ नहीं आता है कि उसको राइट जाना है या लेफ्ट जाना है। उस वक्त ये जो सर्विस की आपको मैंने एग्जांपल दी कि ये सर्विस हम वहाँ पर प्रदान कर सकते हैं इन टर्म्स ऑफ क्राउड मैनेजमेंट, क्यू मैनेजमेंट। देन कम्स इज द फायर एंड सेफ्टी। ऑफ कोर्स अगर आप अंदर आते होंगे तो आपने एक फायर का स्टेशन यहाँ पर देखा होगा, जो फायर अलार्मिंग सिस्टम यहाँ पर लगी होती है। उसके साथ में ऑपरेट करने के लिए फायर मार्शल्स होते हैं, जो ट्रेंड फायर मार्शल्स होते हैं, जो आग को किस तरीके से आग को किस तरीके से बुझाना चाहिए उसके बारे में उनको ट्रेनिंग दी जाती है, और आग कौन से प्रकार की होती है उसके बारे में भी इंफॉर्मेशन दिया जाता है। एंड ऑफ कोर्स VIP एंड स्पेशल डिपोटी मैनेजमेंट, ये एक अलग ही मैनेजमेंट है जहाँ पर फैसिलिटीज़ के लिए अलग क्यूइंग थियोरी, अलग क्यूइंग मैकेनिज्म, ताकि उनको टाइम टू टाइम आप फटाक से आप वो दर्शन लेकर आप उनको हिंड्रेंस नहीं हो कोई भी काम को लेकर। नाउ हाउस कीपिंग एंड सैनिटेशन सर्विसेज। ऑडियंस आप शायद बोर नहीं हो रहे हो तो एक बार फिर से जय श्री राम का नारा लगाए। 1 2 3 जय श्री राम, जय जय श्री राम। थैंक यू वेरी मच, अच्छा लग रहा है। तो ये जो हाउस कीपिंग एंड सैनिटेशन सर्विसेज है, जैसे ही आप कोई भी अस्पताल में जाते हो आपको एक अलग स्मेल आती है जैसे आप एंटर करते हो, वैसे ही आप मंदिर में जाते हो तो आपको एक अलग खुशबू आती है। वो एक अलग खुशबू होती है, अगरबत्ती की होती है या यज्ञ की होती है। फ्रॉम हाउस कीपिंग पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू, जब आप मंदिर में घुसोगे और आपको एक अच्छी अनोखी स्मेल आएगी, कापूर की स्मेल हो सकती है, अगरबत्ती की स्मेल हो सकती है। सो सबसे पहले भाविक जो होगा वो वहीं 50% आपके मंदिर में सरेंडर कर देगा कि यहाँ की खुशबू बहुत सुंदर है। दूसरी बात होती है हाउसकीपिंग की, वो एक बेस्ट क्वालिटी स्टैंडर्ड ऑफ आपको वॉशरूम देना बहुत ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि आज जब हमें टॉयलेट जाना होता है, जब हम वॉशरूम यूज़ करते हैं, जब वो साफ होगा तो आपका मन, आपके विचार भी साफ होंगे। ये आप लोग मानते हो, डेफिनेटली हर एक अपने अपने घर में भी जो टॉयलेट्स है वो क्लीन रखता है। वही जो बीड़ा उठाई जाती है, यही फैसिलिटी मैनेजमेंट कंपनी होती है जो टॉयलेट्स को और आजू बाजू के सिस्टम को और क्लीन रखती है, बेहद क्लीन रखती है। वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट के ऊपर मैं आऊँगा। सेकेंड इज इको फ्रेंडली सस्टेनेबल क्लीनिंग प्रैक्टिसेस। अब बहुत सारे क्लीनिंग मेथड्स जो है जो हम आज की डेट में यूज़ कर रहे हैं, कोई फिनाइल यूज़ करता है, कोई एसिड यूज़ करता है, ये सब नेचर के लिए ठीक नहीं है। तो ऐसे बहुत सारे मार्केट में प्रोडक्ट्स आए हैं जो क्रिस्टल उनके साथ एसोसिएटेड है और वो उसको हम ऑर्गेनिक मेथड कहते हैं, ऑर्गेनिक क्लीनिंग एजेंट्स कहते हैं, जिससे पर्यावरण को हानि नहीं पहुंचती। देन इज द पिलग्रिम हाइजीन, पब्लिक हेल्थ एंड स्मार्ट क्लीनिंग सॉल्यूशंस। नाउ माय डियर फ्रेंड्स, ये सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट स्लाइड है, प्लीज आप समझिए। ये कोई कॉलेज का लेक्चर नहीं है। अगर आप बोर हो रहे हो तो हाथ उठा सकते हो, मैं आपको थोड़ा सा एंटरटेन करने की कोशिश करूंगा। आप बोर हो रहे हो सर? हाँ जी सर, ओके। नाउ वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट ये एक सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट सब्जेक्ट है जो आज की डेट में आप ही को नहीं तो आने वाले तीसरी, चौथी, पांचवी पीढ़ी के लिए, आज अगर हमने वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट के ऊपर काम किया तो ये आगे चलकर आने वाली सारी पीढ़ियों के लिए हम कुछ दे पाएंगे। आज नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज जितनी भी है, नैसर्गिक जो भी रिसोर्सेज है वो बहुत लिमिटेड है हमारे पास। अब वो लिमिटेड रिसोर्सेज को हमको कैसे भी करके यूज़ भी करना है और आने वाले जनरेशन के लिए रखना भी है। तो जैसे हवा, पानी, मिट्टी, ये सब चीज़ जो नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज में आती है, आज हम अपना वेस्ट मतलब जो हम यूज़ करके जो वेस्ट फेंक देते हैं, उसका सेग्रीगेशन नहीं होने की वजह से जो वेस्ट क्रिएट होता है और वो एनवायरनमेंट में जो गंदगी फैलती है, उससे पर्यावरण को बहुत हानि पहुंचती है। उसी के लिए क्रिस्टल इंटीग्रेटेड सर्विसेज लिमिटेड ने विष्णु प्रसाद रिसर्च सेंटर, ये एक भारत की सबसे बेहतरीन रिसर्च सेंटर है जिनके पास 250 से ऊपर साइंटिस्ट है और 70 के ऊपर पेटेंट्स उन्होंने रजिस्टर किए अपने नाम पर। अब ये पूरे प्रोसेस में रिसर्च सेंटर का काम क्या है, तो उन्होंने एक बहुत ही सुंदर एंजाइम्स, बहुत ही बेहतरीन इफेक्टिव एंजाइम्स क्रिएट किए हैं, जिसकी वजह से 7 दिनों में, मात्र 7 दिनों में आपका जो भी ऑर्गेनिक वेस्ट होता है, जो भी आपका कचरा होता है, आपने जो कचरा क्रिएट किया है, वो 7 दिनों में उसका लिक्विड और सॉलिड फॉर्म में कन्वर्जन हो सकता है। ये सिर्फ प्रॉब्लम उन्हीं लोगों को समझ में आएगी जो रोज़मर्रा में टन और टन का कचरा कहाँ उठाकर ले जाए, ये उनको हमेशा समस्या उन्हीं को होती है, उन्हीं को ये प्रॉब्लम समझ में भी आएगी। आप एग्जाम्पल करिए, आप एक सोसाइटी में रहते हो और वो सोसाइटी का आपका कचरा कोई उठाकर ही नहीं लेके जा रहा है, तो आप क्या करोगे? तो ये जो प्रोसेस है, यहाँ पर जो भी कलेक्शन होता है उसको सेग्रीगेट किया जाता है सॉलिड और ऑर्गेनिक और इनऑर्गेनिक फॉर्म में। ऑर्गेनिक फॉर्म का कचरा जो होता है वो सेग्रीगेट होके उसके ऊपर ऑर्गेनिक और प्लास्टिक, जैसे मैंने बताया, अगर किसी के पास पानी की बोतल है तो पानी की बोतल, कोई पानी की बोतल दे सकता है? आप इमेजिन कीजिए, थैंक यू सर, आप इमेजिन कीजिए ये पानी की बोतल है, ये पानी की बोतल में से पानी जब हम पी लेंगे उसके बाद ये बचेगा पानी का, खाली पानी की बोतल। अब ये पानी की बोतल में 3 अलग अलग प्रकार के वेस्ट निर्माण होंगे। एक होगा ये कैप, दूसरा होगा ये प्लास्टिक और तीसरा होगा ये लेबल। आपको ये तीनों को अलग अलग तरीके से आपको ट्रीट करना होगा। अगर आपने इसको ट्रीट नहीं किया तो ये और अलग तरीके से मात्रा में फैलकर इसका प्रदूषण निर्माण हो सकता है। सो ये चीज का सेग्रीगेशन सॉल्यूशन सिर्फ भारत की वो कंपनी के पास है जिसका विष्णु प्रसाद रिसर्च सेंटर के साथ में MOU हुआ है। MOU मतलब मेमोरेंडम ऑफ अंडरस्टैंडिंग, जहां पर हम साथ में मिलकर ये पर्यावरण को बचाने का काम कर रहे हैं। और ये सिर्फ इसी के पास सोल्यूशन है जिसका नाम है क्रिस्टल इंटीग्रेटेड सर्विसेज। जैसे मैंने बताया, ये फ्लोरल वेस्ट, फूड वेस्ट, बॉटल्स, कप्स एंड कवर्स, ये एक वास्पर ट्रीटमेंट है जो जिसको हम प्रोसेस बोलते हैं, और वो प्रोसेस अपना ट्रेडमार्क है। अगर आप देखोगे तो यहाँ पर इफ यू सी द TM इज देयर, ये प्रोसेस सिर्फ क्रिस्टल इंटीग्रेटेड सर्विसेज के पास ही है, ये कोई भारत की कंपनी आपको ये प्रोसेस नहीं दे सकती। उसके बाद जो कंपोस्टिंग होता है, ऑर्गेनिक वेस्ट शेडिंग, डी वाटरिंग, मतलब कोई भी कचरे के अंदर से पानी निकालना, उसके बाद वो माइक्रोब्स ऐड करना, उसके ऊपर ग्राइंडिंग करना, और उसके बाद ड्राई करके ऑर्गेनिक सॉलिड फर्टिलाइजर क्रिएट करना। एंड सेकेंड मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट इज द लिक्विड फॉर्मेट, द लिक्विड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट, जो कि टैंक के अंदर वो पूरा का पूरा पानी, जो दूषित पानी है, वो टैंक के अंदर जाता है और उसके हिसाब से उसको स्क्रीन किया जाता है। आज पानी की समस्या सबके लाइफ में है। जो भी पानी हम यूज़ कर रहे हैं उसको पी नहीं सकते, बट उसको यूज़ कर सकते हैं। तो ये जो हमारे पास फैसिलिटी है, ये जो हमारे पास ये जो हमने इन्वेंट किया है, हमारे पार्टनर्स ने जो इन्वेंट किया है, ये आपका पानी यूटिलाइज कर सकता है। ये आपका एक्सक्यूज मी, ये आपका पानी यूटिलाइज कर सकता है और इसको रीयूज करके पोर्टेबल बनाया जा सकता है। Now we are coming on the last slide, on the last phase of our portfolio, of our presentation. अभी तक मैंने आप लोगों को जो बताया वो आप लोगों ने सुना। अब ये हमने कहाँ इंप्लीमेंट किया है उसके बारे में मैं आपको शॉर्ट में एग्जांपल दूंगा विद द लाइव केस स्टडीज जो हमने ऑलरेडी काम किया हुआ है। सबसे पहला, जय श्री महाकाल, जहां पर इस मंदिर में बाबा महाकाल के आशीर्वाद से हम आजू बाजू का परिसर को सुरक्षित रखने का कोशिश करते हैं। इसको हम सिक्योरिटी गार्डिंग सर्विसेज कहते हैं कि आसपास के परिसर में क्यू मैनेजमेंट, भक्तगणों को कभी कभी आवेश में आकर वो ट्रेसपास कर जाते हैं, उनको कंट्रोल में लाना, प्रशासक के साथ काम करना, ये सारी की सारी सर्विसेज हम उज्जैन में महाकाल बाबा के मंदिर में दे रहे हैं। तुलजा भवानी ट्रस्ट, अब ये तुलजा भवानी में हमने मैकेनाइज हाउसकीपिंग दिया है। नाउ व्हाट डू यू मीन बाय मैकेनाइज हाउसकीपिंग? कोई भी हाउसकीपिंग का मतलब ये नहीं होता है कि आया, मैंने झाड़ू पोछा लगाया और काम हो गया। आज की डेट में आधुनिक सर्विसेज को मद्देनजर रखते हुए बहुत सारे मशीन्स और टेक्नोलॉजी हमने इंपोर्ट की है। बाहर से हम वो मशीन्स को लाकर रोबोटिक क्लीनिंग कर रहे हैं ताकि मैन पावर का इन्वॉल्वमेंट वहाँ पर ज़्यादा ना हो। तिरुपति तिरुमला देवस्थानम में हमने गेस्ट हाउस मैनेजमेंट किया था। तो पहले मैंने एग्जांपल दिया आपको सिक्योरिटी सर्विसेज का, दूसरा एग्जांपल दिया मैंने मैकेनाइज हाउसकीपिंग का, तीसरा मैं आपको एग्जांपल दे रहा हूँ गेस्ट हाउस मैनेजमेंट का। नाउ गेस्ट हाउस मैनेजमेंट में होता क्या है, लॉन्ड्री सर्विसेज आ गई, आपकी टॉयलेटरीज को चेंज करने का बात आ गया, आपकी पूरी गेस्ट रूम को अपकीप करना, दैट इज मैनेज करने का सर्विसेज आ जाता है। सो वी वर इन्वॉल्व इन द TTD ट्रस्ट। बाबा साईं के दरबार में हमने वहाँ पर भी काम किया है जहाँ पर हमने हाउसकीपिंग एंड लॉन्ड्री सर्विसेज दी है। साई बाबा हॉस्पिटल, गर्ल्स स्कूल्स, IT पार्क, IT इंस्टीट्यूट्स, पार्किंग लॉट, धर्मशाला, हर एक क्षेत्र में बाबा साईं के दरबार में हमने अलग अलग सर्विसेज की आदान प्रदान की है। श्रीमंत दगड़ू शेठ हलवाई गणपति टेम्पल, ये पूना में स्थित है। यहाँ पर ऑलमोस्ट 1 दशक के ऊपर से हम सिक्योरिटी सर्विसेज दे रहे हैं और हाउसकीपिंग सर्विसेज दे रहे हैं। कुंभ मेला में 2015 में हमने जब ये सर्विसेज दी थी, यहाँ पर हमने सर्वेलेंस मॉनिटरिंग सिस्टम्स की सर्विसेज हमने दी थी, जहाँ पर हमने वहाँ के पुलिस कमिश्नरेट टीम के साथ में मिलकर एक सर्वेलेंस सिस्टम, प्रॉपर सर्वेलेंस सिस्टम हमने वहाँ पर इंस्टॉल की थी, जिसकी वजह से डेफिनेटली क्राइम रेशियो बहुत कम हुआ, जिसकी वजह से डेफिनेटली पुलिस वालों के लिए विजिलेंस करना बहुत ज़्यादा ईजी रहा. And this was one of the very key highlights of today's session, जहाँ पर हमने एक इवेंट मैनेज किया था जो कि श्री गुरु नानक देव जी एट सुल्तानपुर लोधी. ये बहुत एक अनोखा श्रद्धा स्थान है. 550वीं बर्थडे ऑफ श्री गुरु नानक देव जी एट सुल्तानपुर लोधी, जहाँ पर इंडिया पाकिस्तान के बॉर्डर पर हमने ये सेवा का हमें मौका मिला, जहाँ पर लाखों भाविक आए थे. और प्रकाश पर्व के दिन मतलब 5 से लेके 15 नवंबर तक 5 लाख डिवोटीज आकर गए थे. आप इमेजिन कीजिए, लाखों नंबर्स में जब कोई भाविक पिलग्रिम वहाँ पर आता है, वो परिसर को किस तरीके से मैनेज किया जाता है. और ये एकमात्र ऐसी कंपनी है जिसको क्रॉस बॉर्डर में खड़े रहकर, मतलब यहाँ से मैं पाकिस्तान की बॉर्डर देख रहा था, वहाँ तक की सीमा पे हमने अपने सर्विसेज को दिया हुआ है. और ये बहुत प्राउड वाली फीलिंग है कि वहाँ पर इंटरनेशनल कॉरिडोर, पहली बार इंडिया पाकिस्तान के कॉरिडोर के दरवाजे ओपन हुए थे. अब शॉर्ट में अपने कुछ प्रोमिनेंट क्लाइंट्स के बारे में बताना चाहूँगा. अलग अलग सेक्टर में, जैसे मैंने बताया कि एविएशन के साथ में हेल्थ केयर के साथ में एजुकेशन सिस्टम के साथ में ITES, हॉस्पिटैलिटी, स्पोर्ट्स क्लब, ऑयल्स रिफाइनरीज एंड एनर्जीज, रिटेल, FMCG, फार्मास्यूटिकल्स, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, ऑटोमोबाइल, NBFC एंड बैंकिंग. और वी आर द इंडियाज लार्जेस्ट एंड फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग फैसिलिटी मैनेजमेंट कंपनी. तो जैसे मैंने भाइयों बहनों बताया आपको कि जिस तरीके से ये कोई भी इमारत आप क्रिएट करते हो, फिर वो मंदिर हो, अस्पताल हो, एजुकेशन ट्रस्ट हो या आपका घर हो, जब तक आप इसकी खूबसूरती बढ़ाते हो, तब तक इसका जीवन और खुशहाल और बड़ा रहेगा. उसी तरीके से फैसिलिटी मैनेजमेंट का जो सेक्टर है वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल प्ले करता है आपके रोज़मर्रा की ज़िंदगी में, एंड स्पेशली टेम्पल मैनेजमेंट में, जहाँ पर सबसे ज़्यादा लोगों का आवान जावान होता है, आवक जावक होती है. वहाँ पर बहुत सारे लोग अपना श्रद्धा लेकर वहाँ पर आते हैं. तो वहाँ का परिसर के लिए हर एक चीज़, आप एंटर करोगे पार्किंग से लेके एंड करोगे पार्किंग तक, सारी की सारी सुविधा आपको एक छत के नीचे मिलेगी. वो है क्रिस्टल इंटीग्रेटेड सर्विसेज. स्टॉल यहीं पर है और हमारी टीम यहीं पर है. अगर आपको कोई भी सवाल है तो आप बेहिचक हमें पूछ सकते हो. थैंक यू सो वेरी मच. नमस्कार. किसी को कोई भी सवाल है तो प्लीज पूछ सकता है.
राहुल कांबले जी, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. आई वुड लाइक टू इनवाइट ऑन स्टेज Anju Shinde ji, Principal District Judge, Ahmednagar, and Chairman, Sri Sai Baba Temple Shirdi, to kindly join us to felicitate our speaker, Rahul Kamble ji, with our token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Rahul Kamble ji for sharing his thoughts with us here this afternoon at the ITCX 2025. We have on stage Anju Shinde ji, Principal District Judge, Ahmednagar, and Chairman, Sri Sai Baba Temple Shirdi. Welcome, ma'am. And thank you once again, Rahul Kamble ji, for joining us here at the ITCX 2025. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now is the time to welcome our next esteemed speaker on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about La Sri Narayana Desika Swamigal ji. He is the 14th Pujari of Kovilur Mutt, and they specialize in Hindutva Vedanta teachings and spiritual growth. His presence is a blessing to all of us here today. His wisdom is profound. With deep respect, we extend a very warm welcome to La Sri Narayana Desika Swamigalji on stage. Please put your hands together and welcome Swamiji.
உலகெல்லாம் உணர்ந்தோதற்கரியவன் நிலவுலாவிய நீர்மலிவேணியன் ஆலகில் சோதியன் அம்பலத்தாடுவான் மலர் சிலம்படி வாழ்த்தி வணங்குவான். கோவிலூர் ஆண்டவர் திருவடிகள் போற்றி, நாச்சிப சுவாமிகள் திருவடிகள் போற்றி. I am immensely grateful to Mr. and Mrs. Lad and Mr. Girish Kulkarni for having felt that I will add value in speaking in this August conference. As you may be aware, I am the 14th Pontiff of Kovilur Mutt, which is about 214 years old. And this was a mutt created to teach Vedanta in Tamil. The first ever mutt which was preaching Vedanta in Tamil to make Vedanta known in an inclusive manner. Apart from that, we have one speciality, which is this mutt has been the guiding force for a very illustrious community of India, which is an Arcot Chettiar community. I am very happy to inform that our delegation, consisting of roughly 100 temples, managed, constructed, reconstructed by the community, is the largest group of delegates in this conference. The community is only 150,000 people strength in terms of numeric value, but out of 234 temples which were sung by the three great Nayanmars, 120 temples were reconstructed, renovated and consecrated by this community. Not only that, out of 14 banks which were nationalized in the year 1969, 2 banks were founded by this community. And this community was only 50,000 in number out of 50 crore population of India in 1969. Out of the 63 holy saints of Saivism, as we call them in Tamil Nadu, Nayanmars, 5 Nayanmars are from this community. It is not for nothing that I am waxing eloquent about this community, because the twin purpose of this community participation in this conference is most people do not know that such a community exists in India. This community is probably a little bigger than the Parsi community. But in terms of philanthropy, they are less than none. One illustrious example I can give is in Kashi Vishwanath Mandir, 5 aartis being performed every day, out of which the puja material for 3 aartis are being provided by this community. Not today, not yesterday, for the past 230 years. Even during the Second World War, when everything was in a standstill, this puja performance was happening. Even during Corona period, it was happening, no break. And because of that, when Kashi Vishwanath Mandir wanted to start Annakshetra, there were a lot of wealthy people, wealthier than this community, which came to provide that service. But for only one reason, that this community has been very consistent in its charity and very sincere in its commitment to Baba Vishwanath, that service was handed over to this community about 4 years back. But this community has also been doing Annadhanam for the last 230 years, and it has been officially recorded in the books of Kashi Vishwanath Mandir. Recently, Kashi Vishwanath Mandir wanted to start one more Annakshetra to provide food for the Sanskrit schools, Veda Padashalas. There are 69 in number in Varanasi, out of which there are about 3,000 students studying there. They also wanted to provide food for the very, very poverty-stricken attenders in hospitals, like the Cancer Hospital and BHU Hospital. And same way, we were chosen. Our Kovilur Mutt was the chosen organization. As a collaborative charity, we have started doing the charity since last September. And that is going to about 700 students in Veda Padasala and about 1,500 attenders in 2 hospitals. And post Kumbh Mela, probably that number will go up to 5,000 or 6,000 every day. The topic I wanted to speak about is the power of charity. And the power of charity in which what the government can do to catalyze that power of charity. When I was approaching Baba Vishwanath Mandir to provide this service, this collaborative charity, the CEO who was present showed interest. He saw my presentation and then said, okay, we will have a trust meeting on 24th. After that, we will give you the permission. On 24th, that CEO was transferred to another department. So, I had to start from the beginning. So, I met the new CEO, started the work. But Baba Vishwanath handled the whole thing. I didn't do anything. I did not make one more presentation. I just reiterated my original proposal. That's all. It was going on and on. It was not happening. We have a mutt in Varanasi, in Asigad. So I said, Baba, if you don't want me to come and do this service on behalf of Vishwanath Mandir, I will do it in my mutt. So I started this Annadhanam in our mutt by June, July. In 2 months, I got a call from the CEO saying that you have been granted the permission, you can come and start. So the faith that we have is we leave it to Baba. If he wants, we are there. If he doesn't want, we are not there. But we also have the courage to go and challenge him. Okay, you don't want me? I will do it. So if there is a hurdle, that hurdle is met by performing this service in Varanasi, not in Kovilur. That is one example. And the equipments that we purchased were based on a ground floor kitchen. But the temple management felt that the ground floor might be needed for some other service. So they asked us to go to the first floor. The staircase is only 4 feet wide. Our equipments were all 6 feet wide. I left it to somebody and he said, "You don't worry, Baba will take care." I invite all of you here to come and visit Varanasi and see that kitchen, to see how it happened. It is like Egyptian pyramid. I don't know how it happened. It happened. Therefore, that is the power of charity, sincere and committed. Okay, now what is it that the government could have done? Government at that point in time, our investment was something like 80-90 lakhs or whatever. But we paid 18% GST. And the temple modified the infrastructure. They spent probably 40-50 lakhs, on which they paid 18 to 28% GST. I was wondering if GST has to be charged on any charitable work undertaken by the charitable institutions or religious institutions. Why is GST being charged? It is at the point of delivery, but to whom? Is it not necessary for the government to look at who is the actual end user before charging a tax? When income tax gives an exemption for religious purpose, for charitable purpose, why not GST? It's just my thought. It's not that I'm commenting that GST is wrong, but at least on religious organizations, you don't have to charge a GST. I think this institution, this platform is a good place to start thinking differently about the taxation. And my originally prepared speech was mostly preempted by Mr. Annamalaiji in the morning. And however, I am not totally out in the water. He mentioned a lot of things as to what are the things which are wrong in temple management in Tamil Nadu. I would like to take a leaf out of the Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, who spoke yesterday. He pointedly mentioned 3 things. And not only is he a pioneer in IT, he is also a pioneer in temple administration. I think people don't understand that. He said, we are not interested in getting involved in puja. Our administrators will not say, go and do this, go and do that. But in Tamil Nadu, the ministry involves itself in puja. It's like, I'll give you an example. There are hospitals run by the government. What will happen if the minister starts prescribing medicine for the patients? Same thing is happening when the government is getting involved in how you should do the puja. Already people are talking in a very important temple like Tiruchendur, where if you go and do Shanmugarchana, it is 1008 times mantra. Now because of the crowd, the people who are managing the affairs are saying you do only half. So people who are going with the faith that 1008 times it is being chanted, they are being taken for a ride. They are only doing half Shanmugarchana, which is probably not the way it has to be. Similarly, in many such big temples where people are thronging like 20 lakhs, 25 lakhs, in Tiruvannamalai, if you go for the Kartike Deepam, you will see 25 lakh people, ocean. And you go and see the Abhishekam. Many of you would have gone to see the Abhishekam. Abhishekam is never performed in this manner. It was never performed in this manner any time in the past. Now they are doing like it has to be got over with. That's all. You have to do it in 10 minutes, you will do it in 10 minutes. If you have to do 15 liters of milk, they do only 5 liters milk. A lot of, cutting corners, which actually undermines the faith of the devotees. But I am very happy that Andhra is taking the lead in not getting involved in the puja sector, number one. Number two, he also mentioned one very important area, the salary paid to Archakas. It was 10,000 rupees earlier, now we are paying 15,000. I am going to make it even more. He has not probably gone to Tamil Nadu. In Tamil Nadu, the HRNC budget is approximately 400 crores. In that 400 crores, 159 crore goes to salary and perquisites to the employees of HRNC, not for Archakas. And you go to any temple in Tamil Nadu, ask the Archaka what is the salary being paid. It's probably 2,000 to 3,000 rupees. It's not even sustenance. And today morning you would have heard Mr. Annamalai saying the EOs are being appointed without an appointment letter. The EOs are getting salary which is like the pay commission salary. And Archakas are getting non-subsistence salary. Who is the most important employee in a temple? The most important employee in a temple must be the priest, the Archakas. He has to be paid what is a good, reasonable salary which will sustain him over a period of time. Now, if you pay 8,000 or less, he is not going to come there. So probably they don't want people to come for doing the puja. It also explains why even last occasion I spoke in Varanasi. Out of 43,000 temples, roughly 37,000 temples don't have one puja every day. And I wanted to get involved in that. I wanted a list from the government in 2 districts. After 1.5 years, I haven't got the list. They are not willing to give a list. They say, if I give you the list and you do puja, we can't audit. I said, you can't audit, but there will be puja. So for the temple, do you need audit or do you need puja? They want to do audit, we want to do puja. If there is a conflict, who resolves it? So now I come to the third point that was mentioned by the Chief Minister yesterday. We want PPPP, public participation. How do we do that? Public has to protest. This is not the way it has to happen. It has to happen better. But unfortunately, we are not able to do it in Tamil Nadu. Probably, Tamil Nadu ministers will come and have a visit in Andhra Pradesh and see how temples are managed, and maybe they can take a leaf out of this and start doing better. I am not going all the way to talk like Mr. Annamalai and say HRNC will be dismantled next year. I don't know. If it happens, it happens. Otherwise, I have to be more practical in thinking. It may not get dismantled, but at least let us get some relief. Let pujas not be performed under the instructions of the bureaucrats and the ministers, and let the puja happen as per the wishes of the pujaris. That is one. And the temples should not be charged. In Tamil Nadu, they are charging 14% tax on the revenue of the temple. What happens to that 14%? It goes to the central kitty and it is not being used. Last year, 240 crore surplus goes to the bank. It is not utilized for either reconstruction of the temple. They provided 6 crore, they didn't spend. They provided only salaries and no other money for the temple management. Which is why the public has to come in and ask why it is not happening. If it has to happen, how will it happen? There are 2 things. One, of course, our friend from Chidambaram, Dikshidhar, has come. They got a Supreme Court order in 2014 in which Supreme Court clearly said the HRNC department is only a transit passenger. They are not permanent residents. if there is a dispute between parties to the management of a temple, till such time that dispute is resolved, they can sit and monitor. And they have to form a scheme within a reasonable time, and the scheme must be implemented, and the temples must be handed over back to the original trustees, even in case of mismanagement. This is a term used in the judgment. But no, after 2014, they put a prasad stall inside the temple, and they went again to the Supreme Court, and then they were sent off. But every year, they are getting one or the other torture. It is still happening. So, it is like this. Originally, when this act was envisaged, it was for resolution of disputes, protection of the property, that's it. Forming schemes, but they have overstepped the authority. If you put one stone and put some kumkum, and somebody comes and prays, it will be taken over by HRNC in Tamil Nadu. It will be treated as a temple. They will put a hundi. You don't know who has put the hundi, who is taking the money. There are temples like that. So, HRNC always wants to take over temples. It's not something which was happening, which was envisaged by the Act earlier. Act said if there is a public contribution, then HRNC can interfere, only to the extent of property management. Okay, now I come to the next issue, property management. These are all professional portfolio managers. Can they advise anybody as to how the property must be managed? There is Income Tax Act which is very clear. You have to deposit in a bank. You can't put it in anything else. You can buy property. But how do you let out? There are many methods of monetizing the assets of any temple. But those are not envisaged by the HRNC Act. Therefore, what I would feel, Mr. Rande in the morning spoke about dismantling of HRNC or getting out of control. If ever it happens, there must also be a professional portfolio management team which should give more liberties to improve the yield for the temple property. And as Mr. Annamalai was pointing out, if you get that kind of revenue, I have one small strategy. He also mentioned passingly, I went into that a little more in detail. Out of 1.9 billion Christians, only 6 million people go to Vatican. Out of 1.9 billion. Out of 1.3 billion Muslims, only 20 million go to Mecca. Out of 120 crore Indians, 12 billion Indians, Hindus. Up to yesterday, 53 crore people went to Mahakumbh. Who is more religious? And now Saudi Arabia feels that to diversify their income source, they are investing $30 billion in Mecca to accommodate 300,000 pilgrims every year, every day. And their payback period, they say our GDP percentage of Mecca revenue is 6%. We want to make it 15% by 2030. Are we doing any of that? In Mahakumbh, what was the investment made? According to official estimates, 6,000, 7,000 crore. And the revenue generated, people are talking different numbers. Minimum, if out of 50 crore people, even if each one spends 6,000 rupees, it is 300,000 crore. And 300,000 crore is not going to the government. It goes to multiple sectors. Will it not improve the economy if one institution, I'll give you one more example, Varanasi. Before 2021, before Vishwanath Dham was created, that corridor was created, average inflow of pilgrims was 20,000 or less every day. After that, in 2024. It was 6 crore people in 2024. And now, today, I am seeing 15 lakh people every day. And is it not a big economic movement happening? People are not going there to improve the economy. They are going there with faith on Baba. And definitely, all these 15 lakh people are not fools. They are getting their money's worth in terms of their present life and future life. And why don't we promote it everywhere? If one temple can attract 15 lakh people, there are how many temples which can attract that kind of crowd? And what is the infrastructure involvement by the government? If I am asking one more question. TTD has got a hub and spoke model where the major temple will manage the minor temples, where there is no puja, where there is no money to buy prasad, to make prasad. Can't we do it in every state? Is it not possible? Last time when I was in Varanasi, there were a lot of queries from Hampi, there were a lot of queries from Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan. People were saying it was not possible for them to make prasad. We are not getting people. Can't we do a central kitchen for making prasad and distribute to 40-kilometer radius? It is possible. With all the technology that we are talking about for crowd management, let us also do prasad management for a hub and spoke model. And prasad is an important element to attract crowd to any temple. You tell me, all Sai Baba temples are attracting crowd. How? Because of the prasad. I'm not demeaning the prasad, but prasad is an important element. If you don't give prasad, then okay. If you don't give prasad, that kind of crowd doesn't come. So, what I am trying to summarize is we have to do charity, and charity improves our faith, and faith improves the economy, and the government has to do everything possible to reduce the tax liability on the temples and make that money available to the temples so that the temples can use it for improving the faith of the pilgrims. Thank you. One more point I wanted to say. In the last occasion, I was invited to Varanasi. I got connected to Varanasi temple. Now I have come to Tirupati. Probably this is a Rocky mascot. I will get connected to Tirupati also. Thank you.
Thank you, Swami Galji, for sharing your time and your thoughts with us. Thank you for sharing your wisdom with us. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause as ITCX founder for Temple Collect, Shri Giresh Vasudev Kulkarni ji is felicitating Swami Galji for sharing his wisdom with us at the second edition of International Temple Convention and Expo 2025. Thank you once again, Swamiji. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. And please keep the applauses going as we will now be inviting our next speaker on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have with us Sri Venkaiah Chaudhary ji, the Additional Executive Officer of Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanams, TTD, who will be delivering the keynote presentation today. Let us warmly welcome Sri Venkaiah ji to the stage. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Sri Venkaiah Chaudhary ji, the Additional Executive Officer of Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanams, that is TTD, joining us here for a special keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and make it a resounding round of applause for our esteemed speaker, Venkaiah ji, on stage. Welcome, sir. Namaskaram. A big round of applause. Namaskara, sir.
This one, huh? Om Namo Venkateshaya. Good afternoon to all of you. In fact, it is indeed a great pleasure to be part of this August gathering today. I am indebted to the organization for inviting me to present before all of you the Kali Yuga Deva, Lord Venkateshwara Swami. You are all aware we have 4 yugas: Kruta Yuga, Treta Yuga, Dwapar Yuga, Kali Yuga. In Kali Yuga started with Lord Venkateshwara. He came all the way from Vaikuntham to Tirumala for a purpose, for a goal. So, he is there for the last 2000, more than 2000 years. So, Lord Venkateshwara, he likes Vedas. It's called Veda Bhumi. Why Tirumala temple so popular across the world? Because Vedic chanting is more here. The power is there for the Kshetra. That is why called the Kshetra Mahatyam. It has its own like a uniqueness. The God is so powerful because Vedas are chanting here all the time. We have for more than 1300 Vedic Purohits. They chant all the time. That is the reason the land, God attracts the people from across the world. So without taking much time, let me start. So they have given very like 35 minutes. 35 minutes is not enough to tell you even brief about the history of the temple, rituals of the temple, art and architecture of the temple, or the great traditions of the temple. It's required minimum 2 hours, but anyhow we have time constraints. Let me finish it within 30-35 minutes, but we'll give an overview about the temple because many of you might have visited the temple. Many of you have a fair idea about the temple and the temple rituals on the hill, on the holy hill. So let me start.
The history of Tirumala hills can be traced back from Rigvedic period. Rigveda describes these hills as which means the sins of the people are wiped out on visiting Sri Venkatachala.
Welcome you all to this presentation. So, the history of Tirumala hills can be traced back from Rigvedic period. And in one of the 12 Puranas, it was written about Venkatachala Mahatyam. The temple was administered by Cholas, Cheras, Pandyas, Chalukyas, Yadava kings, Vijayanagara kings, different dynasties of Vijayanagara kings, subsequently Mahantas, Britishers, and today under the state government. But you all know It was enacted TTD Act in 1933. So it works more or less autonomously with a board and executive officers and supporting staff. So temple has its own history. And all the institutions, we have 66 departments which have been evolved over a period of time. So these are like a robust institutions, robust systems in place, very difficult to break even a small this one. So suppose every day temple schedule is given, all will comply with the temple schedule. Deviation will not be accepted and that will be recorded somewhere. So generally officers are well trained, they always comply with timelines. So rituals are performed as per Vaikana Sagama, and temple has its distinct culture, traditions, usage and practices. This is a chart about the administration of the temple. So we have a board, TTD board, executive officer, an additional executive officer, 2 joint executive officers, chief vigilance officer, he takes care of entire security and internal vigilance, and financial advisor and chief accounts officer, and he is the backbone for the entire financial wing of the temple, and Devasthana law officer, he offers all like legal opinions, and chief engineer, he takes care of about infrastructure related projects. So this is a top administrative setup of the TTD. And every day we have like I told you, we have like a schedule. On the previous day we issue temple schedule. We comply everybody, so that like 3 batches they work round the clock. 24 hours, 3 batches they work. So there will not be any disturbance for the schedule. Daily sevas, it starts at 3 a.m. Suprabhatam, it starts at 3 a.m. 45 minutes, nearly 750 people they participate in Suprabhatam, and subsequently immediately Tomala Seva will be there for another 45 minutes, and Archana will be there another 40. By 5:15 we'll perform all these daily sevas. Subsequently evening, so daily, after daily sevas we will have VIP darshan and Shivani darshan, special entry darshan, like that. The last column starts after daily sevas. But daily Uchavas will be there. Kalyanochava, it starts at 12. Dolochavam, Arjita Brahmochavam, Sahasra, Deepalankara Seva. Daily sevas happens inside the temple. Inside the temple. Daily Uchavas happens outside the temple. Whereas weekly sevas, on special special days we have special sevas and sevas. Those are Tuesday we have Ashtadala Pada Padmaradhana Seva, Thursday Tirupavada Seva, Friday Abhishekam Seva. And important annual Uchvas. These are daily one we are talking, weekly one we were talking, and these are annual in a year, Brahmochvas. Tirumala known for Brahmochvas. For a Garuda Vahanam on a particular day, we do witness for more than 3 lakh people. And we have annually Vasantochvam, Rathochvam, Radha Saptami, we have on a single day, the God. He moves around the temple on 7 Vahanas. So Vaikunta Ekadasi, this year Vaikunta Ekadasi, nearly 6,82,000 pilgrims attended and witnessed Vaikunta Ekadasi Dwaram. So these are like temple sevas, utsavas and darshans. The darshan, very important, we have different kinds of darshans. We have online darshans, we have online reservations, and offline will be there. Online one, generally we release in advance of 3 months. Offline, of course, depending on eligibility, VIP, depending on sometimes Srivani, they can buy 10,000 ticket, and sometimes special entry darshan, 300 rupees, they must book in advance, 3 months advance. Slotted Sarva Darshan, 1 day in advance, we issue these tickets in Tirupati so that they travel to Tirumala and have darshan on the next day. And Divya Darshan, those who come by walk, they will have a Divya Darshan tickets of 3,000 every day. And differently abled senior, those kind of people, we have a special quota, every day 1,000 tickets. They can come and have darshan through biometric. There is a special entry for them. NRI Defense, they have a special like SED Supadam entry. There is a called Supadam, separate entry is there for them. And Sarva Darshan, those who don't have any of slots, they can also come and have darshan. Generally they come and stand in queue lines. This number is very big in fact. Almost on an average, we witness almost 25,000 pilgrims of Sarva Darshan, but for them it takes a lot of time. Sometimes it takes even up to 24 hours. So that is the reason we always advise through electronic and print media, please take slot and come and have darshanam. So this Sarva Darshana, because they are more emotionally connected, they've been coming to the temple and they don't wait for any slots. They don't like look at any like referrals, any kind of letters. They come by walk from different parts of this area like Tamil Nadu, Chennai, like Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, and even from Maharashtra we do witness a lot of devotees. So they come and stand. They wait for 24 hours, 12 hours, 8 hours, 18 hours, 16 hours, and they will have a darshan. So we have this kind of different kinds of sevas, different darshan types of categories of darshans, but we manage with a better management skill, better administration and skilled manpower we manage. This is a big challenge for any administration in this country. I can tell, but TTD is able to handle this kind of people, this kind of complicated darshan systems very effectively and efficiently, and most of the time we got the acknowledgement and appreciation from the pilgrims. Thank you. And next, darshan management. So you just, before that one slide. Yes. Just look at this one. On an average, it varies between 72,000 per day. And so I've given like Sevas, VIP break, Srivani. I've given just number for the understanding only. So differently abled, donor, virtual SED, Sarva Darshan. You see the Sarva Darshan, 25,000 pilgrims, they come without any slot. So I've just given for understanding only, not for anything. And the time spent, that is very important on the other side. Almost temple rituals, 5 hours, 5.5 hours. Every day we will have a ritual time 5 to 5.5 hours. During that time, generally we don't allow any pilgrim. These are most of the time Ekanta. So Ekanta time we don't allow. During some sevas we allow limited number, like 150, 120, those people who book in advance. So that is the reason literally during sevas time, ritual time, we will not have much darshans. But that is why if you calculate 24 hours, if you minus it 5 hours, then it comes down to 19 hours only. Even within 19 hours, there is a cleaning process, there is a bell, there is a offering to God. So if you calculate such kind of one also, the time will be reduced. The utility time will be further reduced. So that is the reason why I have given here. Suppose VIP break per hour, it will be at around 800 darshans. Normal days, 4 hours almost will be given to VIP break. Saturday, Sunday, 2 hours will be given to VIP break. General darshan, per hour 4,500 to 5,200. Here I have given 5,000. But their darshan time, after reducing all these kind of darshan, 12 hours on a normal day, 12 hours will be given to general darshan. On Saturday and Sunday, generally 15 hours are given to general darshan. So, the whole day will be calculated in such a manner. We divide into so many category wise, and we allocate the timing to darshans, different categories of darshans. Suppose morning after seva, it starts VIP darshan. Within VIP, we will have it different categories, and subsequently Srivani, offline and online. Some people book online, some people book at my office. So that is Srivani. Subsequently, special entry darshan, who booked their advance reservation in 3 months, before 3 months. So then SSD, 1 day in advance, we issue few tickets in Tirupati. Those people will come. And last, but in between we saved some time because of management and administrative capabilities. We saved some time. That saved time always is given to Sarva Darshan, common pilgrims. We have been waiting for darshan for more than 8 hours, 6 hours, 16 hours. We always take them on priority and allocate the time for darshan. Next. Yes. This is a pie chart. You just look at this one. More than 60% of darshan percent in a day, it goes to free darshan, common pilgrims. So the whole darshan pattern is designed in such a manner that should be beneficiary for the common pilgrims who come without any slot, who come with a lot of devotion and involvement, lot of bhakti. So we give a lot of priority to common pilgrim. The pie chart also shows the same thing. The special entry darshan, the green is special entry darshan. Generally, that is that special entry in 3 months advance we release. And the other one, donors one, generally we have for more than 4 lakh of donor all put together. And there are sevas, VIP break 500 rupees, Srivani I told you 1500 per day. These are total, I think if you look at and analysis the data, so the priority is always given to the common pilgrim. Next. So darshan management. So people might have understood the complicated system per day, 24 hours, rituals, and subsequently sevas and utsavas and different categories of the darshan, this one pattern. So how do you manage? That is a big challenge for the administration. So we manage. That's what. How we manage? It's all rest of all facilities are designed around only darshan centric. All facilities are darshan centric. First priority goes to darshan only. And priority also goes to within darshan, the common pilgrim. So we have devised the system and in such a manner that should be beneficiary to the common pilgrim. So I told you, planned and unplanned, online booking and walk-ins. Online we don't have any problem. Those who have computer education, those who are like tech savvy, those people who are well conversant with modern technologies, and those people who are professionals, those are well connected with people's representatives. We are not bothered much. Anyhow, they come with thorough preparation, they come by their vehicle, they come with VIP letters, and they come with pre-registration one. Sir, I got this letter, I have already booked my room also. So such people, we don't bother much. Anyhow, they know about their rights. They demand also. I have this one, I booked 3 months back, why can't I get it? There was a delay of 10-15 minutes. Please TTD should explain to us why there has been a delay. So this number, it's okay, systems are in place. System will take care about this section of the people. I am not worried. And system is empowered, system is designed, system is working very well. And sometimes small glitches will be there, that will be taken care of. But walk-ins are there. Walk-ins are unpredictable. Sometimes these are predictable, these are like we know the number, 27,000 or 28,000, 30,000. There might be some absentees of 5% or 10%. We don't have much issues about remaining. What kind of facility I should extend to them, I have a fair idea. But about walk-ins, I don't have much. On some weekend, the hill will be flooded with pilgrims. Suddenly, after 12 p.m., after 2 p.m., suddenly the whole hill will be flooded. Then how do we handle such kind of people? That is a big challenge for the entire administration. So then we change dynamically the plan. Even though we had a plan, but we will change that plan according to the situation. Suppose if I want to give some 30,000 of tickets next day in Tirupati, then we will reduce it completely. Because common pilgrims, they have already reached Tirumala, then I have to accommodate them. Now it is already taking for 10 hours, 12 hours. Suppose if I take in a normal way as designed the program earlier, then these people darshan will be further delayed. So that I have to change my plan dynamically in real time. So we change like that. So we control the situation. We bring everything under administrative control by changing the plan according to the need of the situation. So that is why that is a dynamically. Sometimes we discuss in the morning, sometimes we discuss even in the evening. So what to do next day? Instead of 7,000 morning, let's reduce to 3,000, 4,000. So for the next day, so today I have received, then next day we will change the plan. So we work in such manner that plan should be dynamic one, should incorporate from time to time about the developments. So suppose we received n number of pilgrims suddenly, how to handle them? Suddenly we depute, we have a plan B also we will have. The plan B will come into picture. The clusters we classified, then immediately we ask them to be reported, and they report to the duties, and they handle the food, water, sanitation, and health. That is also a medical emergency. All like people will within no time they come and take the place. So this is a system, it has been evolved. So no one like WhatsApp message is enough for handling so many situations. So for that I think infrastructure is required. we have the best infrastructure in the country compared to any temple in this world. We have 63 compartments. We have a queue lines up to 2.5, 3 kilometers. And all like almost 45,000 people can wait in queue lines. Nearly 27, 28,000 people can sit in compartments. Another advantage is we have a facility for serving to all the pilgrims. We have vehicles, we have a manpower, and they take all the time. From the kitchen, we have 3 big kitchens that will cater to the needs of 3.5 lakh pilgrims. So they take from the kitchens and they serve to all the like up to 3 kilometers of queue lines. So this, if you take feedback, in the recently we have taken feedback, our CPR also is somewhere here only. We got the like a feedback, 94% of feedback. People are sad even though they are waiting for darshan, but they are so happy with the kind of services delivered by TTD. So this is the beauty of the system what we have today in TTD. Prasadams, we have also different kinds of prasadams. If you go inside the temple morning, have darshan and come out, you will have a prasadam. That prasadam, they serve to God. After serving, they distribute to all pilgrims. That prasadam itself, we serve to 40,000 pilgrims, 40,000 pilgrims. So, it's a people, generally this feedback, you know, you will all be asked, shocked to know, 99.46% we got it. This system has been evolved over a period of not less than 200, 300 years old. That is the reason we have a good dittam, the mix of this one and preparation. They are well conversant with preparation. Proportionately they use, we have a system that ghee or other ingredients and they prepare, they are the expert. We have like, I can tell it's a big, like that is the trademark of TTD. So they serve up to 40,000 pilgrims of in the morning. We also give 25 grams of laddu as a prasadam to devotees. At the same time, after having darshan, 1 laddu is given to all the pilgrims. The cost is 50 rupees. They can buy additional laddus, as many as they want from laddu counters. We have more than 51 laddu counters. So I have given few like data you can go through. So we have 10 types of prasadams, and I told you 40,000 will be benefited out of one. And most of the time, if you come to darshan in the morning, if they come without breakfast, generally they finish the breakfast with prasadams only. These are quite common in this temple. And hundi, so the revenue, on an average we get 3.5 crore, and monthly we get almost 3.5 to 4 crore of foreign currency also. So this is quite popular. TTD is the biggest and the largest recipient of donation in the country. So if you want to like someday we even witness for more than 1,15,000 pilgrims on some days. On some days we witness 70,000, even on some few lean days 65 also. So but darshan is okay, but how do you manage the accommodation? That is a challenge. Accommodation. Hospitality is also very important. So they come like, people walk all the way. That is if they come, there must be some rest houses, pilgrim amenity center, guest houses, there must be. Yes, we have the best facilities in Tirumala. Total we have 7,600 accommodation, like rooms. So, you know, we will be able to accommodate easily up to 30,000 in this one, in this category. But you know, here, very interesting fact is, 70% of the rooms between the tariff of 50 to 100, very, very cheap. But if you go inside and experience, you will only like, sir, very cheap, please enhance your tariff. So even for maintenance is also 50 rupees is not enough. But inside geyser will be there, cleaning, the best sanitation. If you like, if you mention in this country, that is TTD only. But sanitation and the kind of cot we have, kind of mattresses we give, kind of like the water we give inside, and if you just calculate all this one, it will not be less than 1200 to 1400. But for the betterment, convenient, and as a service TTD to the common pilgrim, we give only between 50 rupees to 100 rupees tariff for even most of the rooms. But remaining 2,256 rooms, that tariff is also very low, between 500 to 6,000. But there are few rooms where we charge for more than 6,000. Those are around almost 450 rooms or something. Those are managed by the donor, and that is a little very, very expensive. Maintenance is also a challenge. So except those few rooms, most of the rooms are in the category of low tariff. So this is all like a service to the pilgrims, to win the hearts of the pilgrims. So we never increased any of the tariff. Next, there are 15 PACs, Pilgrim Amenity Center. Those are lockers. Those are also very good facilities. It's a common one. Locker will be there, and 22,000 pilgrims will be accommodated in these like PACs. So we are also going to come up with another pilgrim PAC shortly that will accommodate for another 5,000 people. So this PACs also we have all the facilities, proper bathrooms, proper urinals, and for even we give mat and we give dupatta and everything we give. And only thing is there will not be like a exclusive room, that's all. But all like in PACs, some of the PACs we serve food also inside PACs. Those are well secured, managed, protected by TTD. So these PACs, most of the people, those who come with short stay and they have like a darshan slot, they come there, they take bath and they take locker, they keep their luggage inside and they go to darshan. So they use all kinds of people, those who are coming for short stay. So this is very like a great service, and we started renovating even these PACs. So total put together all like accommodations, we are able to accommodate 60,000 pilgrims on the hill. So that is nowhere we have this kind of facility in this country. TTD, I should proudly say, this is a role model for rest of the temple administration in this country. Oh, so I got warning like I have only 5 minutes time. So I will quickly run through. And so because we are one of the hosts now, they should give additional time. Then only we will be able to present. So Kalyan Katta, so Tirupati means and torn sharing. So every day, so where we have as per the data 40 to 50,000 people. So they have tonsuring here. We have both men and women tonsurers here. And so human hair also, we get every year 150 crore from Tirumala. So Annaprasadams, I told you. So we have 3 big kitchens that will cater to the needs of 3.5 lakh pilgrims. So these are the best kitchens. More than 717 people are working here around the clock, and varieties of food. This is known for varieties. Annadanam started sometimes back in 1985. Today we have a corpus of 2,000 crore, and every year we receive nearly 140 crore in the form of donation. And Annadanam, of all the danams, in Hindu tradition we call Annadanam is the best danam. So people always prefer to donate to the Annadanam. So this is like nearly common man's one. People come and eat breakfast, lunch and dinner here only. So well successful model, and people from other temples used to come and study about our model. We proudly say this is the best model, and always they give 90%, 95% satisfaction level for this service. So this is the next one. Vigilance, we have internal vigilance and security, they take care of it. So Tirumala is a very sensitive place, you know all, and we have always at any point of time for more than 1.5 lakh people are on the hill. So security is also important. At the same time, vigilance is also very important. So different kinds of people, they resort to different malpractices, and internal vigilance, they work very hard, and they have a control room. So Tirumala is always having 3,000 cameras. All 3,000 cameras, they monitor always all the activities and the queue lines, services, and law and order issues, and vigilance in case of even officers. So this is like all the time they are working round the clock 24 hours. So vigilance security is also very strong. And health department, I told you Tirumala now is Swachha Tirumala. Swachha Tirumala, 1914 people are working all the time, and we have the best waste management system. Every day, the 78 metric tons of waste is produced, and we have worked out a strategy for disposal of 78 metric tons. And recently, in the last 6-7 months, we have converted waste into manure. Almost 2 lakh metric ton converted into manure. So shortly we will finish it within remaining even legacy and current waste also. We will become the role model for the rest of the country in coming days. And medical, we have the best medical facilities on the hill, and we have Aswini Hospital, and Apollo is also having a cardiac center, and we saved many lives on the hill. Immediately within minutes, 15 minutes, if something happens, they just rush to the hospital, and still we are working on the better medical facilities on the hill. So we have many infrastructure like ambulances and other one. So transport, so we have 10 buses, electrical buses. They move round the clock within Tirumala. We don't charge anything, free of cost. And we are trying to bring another set of electrical buses so that we will make it green Tirumala. So recently we got 2 more buses. We are working on, we requested few of the companies under CSR. Definitely we will receive it and we will make it a green Tirumala. And Tirupati to Tirumala every day, 1,600 buses they generally run. So on like a special occasion, 24,000 buses are used to run. So it's a well connected. Connection wise, we don't have any issues transportation wise. For every 2 minutes, 3 minutes, we can see some kind of a bus or a vehicle. So well connected between Tirupati and Tirumala. Within Tirumala also, we are well connected. Various like transports are there. Transport like private vehicles are there. Our vehicles are there. Even APSRT buses are there. So these are all well connected. And electricity, so we consume like you just go through because we have a time constraint. Water, 40 lakh gallons every day we use in Tirumala. We have 5 dams, and 5 dams are filled this year fully, luckily. And required we will source from another nearby dam. So we don't have any water shortage in Tirumala. And disaster management, and you know very well, on the hill, 7 hills, and we pass through all hills, and it's also in between, there's like a wildlife sanctuary, and at the same time, fully thickly forest, Sheshachalam forest. So when we pass through, there are few risks identified. So we have a disaster management plan in place. So our disaster response team immediately will respond to anything. So we have mitigation strategy also. We have done in the past. Most of the time we are successful in mitigation strategies. So coming days, still we are working on the disaster management plan. So that preventive is the best medicine. We are working more on preventive model rather than working on disaster management. Additional services we give, and you know very well we have few products. I think you might have purchased. So these products are like you must use it, and organic product, and some are dried up flowers. We use huge quantities of flowers. Once those are dried up, we convert into various products. So those products are there, and we do a lot of other services for the benefit of the society. We have SWIMS, a big medical SWIMS super specialty hospital here, and we have a bird hospital quite popular in whole of Andhra Pradesh. We have a traditional Ayurvedic college, Padmavati Pediatric Hospital, quite popular, and they conducted many operations, otherwise only it was not possible. We have 36 educational institutions across the country, 20,000 students undergoing education, hostel facilities with free of cost, and SV. So we have a leprosy one, we have a old age home, and we have an orphanage. So we are not just confined to temple administration, temple management, and so. We are into various services for the common pilgrims, for the common man, for the society. So we are into medical services, we are into educational services, we are into people who are deprived, those who are challenged, physically and mentally challenged. We are doing service for such kind of categories of the people. So we spend huge number, large, our budget goes for such kind of welfare activities of the people. So we are Temple Connect, this is more connected to temple. Hindu Dharma, HDPP we call it in short form. HDPP we have number of projects. We have Annamaya project, we have Dasa Sahitya project. We spend nearly 120 crores on these projects. We do conduct a lot of activities under these projects, and we patronize many of those who are singers, those who are neglected in the traditional arts and methods. Those we generally patronize such kind of people under this project, and we collect a lot of Annamaya, nearly 4,000 he wrote on Lord Venkateshwara. Purandara Das has written 4,75,000. But as on today, only few numbers are available with us. So under this project, we are trying to collect from the pilgrim, normal human, common people, those sing at village level, and these projects started collecting. Today it has reached almost 1,500 in case of Dasa Sahitya project. So we are doing a lot of service. Only thing is we are not able to marketize properly, but we have done a lot of service for Hindu Dharma Parishad. So we started 4 Bhakti channels, finished, only 2 minutes. So we have 4 Bhakti channels, generally which are meant only for propagation of Bhakti. We don't entertain any advertisement. So we receive hardly 2 to 3 crores, but we spend for more than 25 crores on Bhakti channels. Print media, Saptagiri, so in 6 languages, it always talks about the temple programs, about the and content and ancient scriptures, and about the temple related only they discuss in Saptagiri journal. So these are digitalization. So unless you have a digitalization, you cannot handle such a big number of devotees, such a big number of facilities. So we generally, that is a regular, like a continuous process. So we have been successful, and still we need to upgrade our digitalization. So in course of time, definitely by next 2-3 years, we will become 100% digitalized like a TTD in the country. So I just go through, I don't have time, already they are these are the one. So I've explained to you more or less everything. 61 temples we managed to 61 temples and 35 education institutions. We have like Bhakti channels 4. We have 1 Bala Mandir for orphanage and 13 supporting Vedic scholars. I told you in the beginning of my lecture, Veda Bhumi we can call. And our budget is 4,400 crore. Shortly we must reach 5,000 crore. And rest okay. Tons rest 40,000 every day. Ghee consumption 5,000 tons per annum. And okay, rest all okay. So you should not forget about employees, 800 employees per day. Temple itself, within temple they work almost 800, within temple and outside. It's a big number. Finished. These are the things. Pediatric super specialty hospital. We have invested almost 200 crore on this one. There's a future, I think in coming days we will have TTD command center. We have command center, but we are going to renovate, modernize it. Finished. 1 minute.
జన్మల పుణ్యము నీకిన్ని సేవలు చేయగా ఏడు కొండల దేవర ఈ భాగ్యమంతా మారిరా ఏడు కొండల దేవర ఈ భాగ్యమంతా మారిరా.
So thank you all. So very limited time. I don't think I have done justice to my subject. But next time you should give me minimum 1 hour, then only I will be able to cover all the activities of the TTD. Because TTD is, Venkateshwara Swami is a Kali Yuga Devam. Kali Yuga Devam, if you want to cover 35 minutes, that time slot is not enough. You require minimum for an hour or more than that. So anyhow, I try to do justice within my time. Thank you all, and I thank everyone, Temple Connect and Kulkarni Sahab, and he has been in touch with me for the last 1 week, and so effectively and efficiently, well organized Temple Connect. So it should grow leaf and bound, and coming days, it should become truly a global organization in letter and spirit. Thank you one and all. Namo Venkateshwara.
A big round of applause for Sir. All together, Venkatramana, Govinda! I would request the chairman of Antyodaya Pratishthan and our principal advisor, Mrs. Neeta Prasad Larji, to please come up on stage. Sir, if we can just wait. We have been having some magnificent speakers for the day today. May I please request, I know sir you have the original one, but we are trying to do it in our own capacity.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is Sri Venkaiah Chowdhury. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us here today at the ITCX 2025.
Here is a man who is the additional EO of Tirupati Devasthan, Tirumala Devasthan, and he has the original one with him. but we are giving this as a sentiment of our goodwill. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
We have the next session that is falling in place by Shubham Ladji. So thank you for this time and truly grateful for all the help and support extended, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you
to
very
your
much,
team as
Meeta
well.
ji, and thank you, Girish. Now we are moving on to the next session. And for the same, I would like to invite our speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Shri Shubham Lad, who is the founder and director for Kite Allied Services. And we also have Shri Nilesh Mistry, who is the chief business consultant for Voksara. Both of the gentlemen will be joining us for their session now. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them with a round of applause. Thank you.
Good evening, people. Good evening, people.
Namaskaram.
I know everyone is tired, but we have to do this. Sorry. So, our colleagues had presented a lot of options to you and a lot of solutions. This is one of them. It's little different. It comes with experience. It comes with 2+ decades of experience from our company, Crystal Integrated Services. Rahul Kamleji spoke to you all. And this is a work which we have put in to create an app so that your solutions, your problems can be our solutions. And it's a very simple app. It is for management of any property, anywhere at any time. It is one-click solution. You get real-time data, simplified inspections. It's all QR code based. There are checklists. You can click photos after every service. There are live photo captures. Capturing technical asset partners, like temples have a lot of assets across the property, and tracking them becomes very difficult. But with our app, you can easily track them. You can mark them and you can geotag them. You can do preventive maintenance of your temple. You can do task prioritization. आपको कौन सा काम पहले करना है, आपको कौन सा काम बाद में करना है, आप उसका कॉस्ट रिड्यूस कर सकते हो उसके साथ. आप AMCs हम लेते हैं, पर AMCs लोग भूल जाते हैं रिन्यू करना. But you can use preventive maintenance to make sure that आपका maintenance टाइम पे हो और आपको issues ना आए. आप टिकटिंग कर सकते हो अगर आपको गंदगी दिखती है. अभी ये हॉल तो बड़ा साफ है, पर अगर आप समझो आपको कोई गंदगी दिखती है, आप सिर्फ एक फ़ोटो निकाल के आपके सुपरवाइज़र को भेज सकते हो, जिससे आपको इंस्टेंट रिजल्ट मिल सकता है क्लीनिंग पे. आपके लोग जाके क्लीन कर सकते हैं और फ़ोटो निकाल के आपको रिस्पॉन्स में बता सकते हैं कि क्लीन हो चुका है. सिंपल डेटा आता है ऐसे ये फॉर्मेट में. हमने 10,000 से ज़्यादा एसेट्स अभी तक टैग कर चुके हैं. मल्टीपल साइट्स पे कॉरपोरेट हो गए, आपके इंडस्ट्रीज़ हो गए, और आपको ऑटोमेटिक नोटिफिकेशंस आते हैं जैसे ही क्लीनिंग हो जाती है. देयर आर शेड्यूल्ड क्लीनिंग्स हम करते हैं. स्ट्रीमलाइन मेंटेनेंस रिकॉर्ड्स आ जाते हैं. आपके सारे रिकॉर्ड्स आपके ऐप पे होंगे, आपके कंप्यूटर पे होंगे, तो आपको कभी किधर जाने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. आपके एक फ़ोन पे आप चेक कर सकते हो कि आपके मंदिर में क्या हो रहा है. आप अटेंडेंस ले सकते हो लोगों का, कौन लोग आए हैं मंदिर में, कितने लोग एक दिन पे सर्विसिंग कर रहे हैं, कितने लोग हाउसकीपिंग कर रहे हैं, कितने लोग सिक्योरिटी पे है. तो आपको हमेशा पता होता है कि क्या हो रहा है आपके मंदिर में। ये जो मैंने आपको बताया था एसेट ट्रैकिंग के बारे में है, एसेट्स आपके जैसे आपके समय हो गई, आपके वस्त्र हो गए, आपके चीज़ें जो खुली पड़ी रहती है पूरे मंदिर में, आपके इक्विपमेंट्स हो गए, आप हर चीज़ पे एक एसेट बना के आप ट्रैकिंग कर सकते हो उसको, ताकि आपको हमेशा पता रहे कि कौन सा एसेट कहाँ पर है। और हर बार जब आप उसको यूज़ करते हो तो आपको एक मौका मिलता है कि आप उसको निकालने का आपको वापस ट्रैकिंग के लिए डालना पड़ता है। ये था हमारा मैनेजमेंट सॉफ्टवेयर। हमारा एक और सॉफ्टवेयर है डोर कीपर करके। ये डोर कीपर है विजिटर मैनेजमेंट के लिए। बहुत ही सिंपल सॉफ्टवेयर है जिसमें आप विजिटर्स को मैनेज कर सकते हो। इसमें मैं आपको ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं लूँगा बिकॉज बहुत ही सिंपल है। हम इसमें 3 ऑप्शन देना चाहते हैं विजिटर्स को, जहाँ पे विजिटर्स अपनी विजिट बुक कर पाए, अपनी एमिनिटीज़ मंदिर की, जैसे तिरुपति में गेस्ट हाउस है, लाडू प्रसाद लेने के लिए लाइन लगती है, उसमें आप प्री बुकिंग कर सकते हो और आप उसमें से इजी, फास्ट, सिक्योरली आपके डिवोटीज को मूव कर सकते हो ये ऐप के थ्रू। ये बेसिक इन्फॉर्मेशन है, प्रोडक्ट फीचर्स है, एमिनिटीज बुकिंग जैसे आपको मैंने कहा, या आप इसको बुक करके आपके हॉस्टल को बुक कर सकते हो, आप गेस्ट हाउस बुक कर सकते हो, आप फूड बुक कर सकते हो, लंगर बुक कर सकते हो, आप वीआईपी एंट्री बुक कर सकते हो, नॉर्मल एंट्री बुक कर सकते हो। सीमलेसली, इजीली आप हर चीज़ ये ऐप के थ्रू कर सकते हो। एंड नाउ आई विल टेल मिस्त्री जी टू कैरी ऑन विद द अदर प्रेजेंटेशन।
थैंक यू शुभम। थैंक यू शुभम जी। नमस्कारम, सुस्वागतम to Tirupati, to all the members and the respected delegates over here, a warm welcome. Today we are talking about Temple Connect. When we say temple and technology, it also has another T, which is trust. We are the trusted partners who can not only get you an integration done from the technology aspect, which can be simplified, effective, and also give you a long-term maintainable technology which is there. There are lots and lots of changes which are happening in today's world. The world is getting converged not only in terms of the data formation which is being collected or the compute moving to the mobile community which is there. Data is the right thing which is available today with every one of us. And based on these data, we also have to have data security. We at Voxara are believing that yes, if we have to provide these solutions, we need to understand your complete footprint. We have a stall here at stall number 19 and 20. We do request, do visit us. We will be able to give you the complete insight on the entire solution stack. Something about the Voxara technologies which is there. We have formed this company in 2016 and we have been formulating this, providing services across India. We had got lots and lots of large opportunities and our mission is not only just to give catering services or I would say the IT services related to various corporates and government departments. We would like to be very clear that when we talk about technology, we are talking about a relationship of the available technology. We provide that with a complete skill set. What we have understood that with this current forum of temples, there is a lots and lots of temples which are looking in security-based solutions. They are also looking at various services which are related to data migration. You are talking about a basic surveillance solution which we talk about CCTV. Now in CCTV, we have the data which is coming, the videos are coming. These videos need to be analyzed. There are various analyzing tools. Like today, we have been doing the smart city. And when we talk about smart city, it is just the entire integration, which is right from data compilation, connectivity, and connecting to people. These smart cities have been developed by various projects which we have done. We have done lots of projects in India. We have the skills available. And today, when I say data, today I would say data has become as valuable as gold. And today, data protection is very, very critical. Data integrity has given a very, very critical factor with Government of India. When I say data integrity, it means keeping the data within India. And the data needs to be secured. Otherwise, the business impact is very high. So we have to reduce that business impact. The same impact can come to temples also. Because whatever automation you do, whether you talk about software, there are so many temples which are already using the applications. These applications will be a very important threat which will be there through hackers. They can hack your data. You talk about a basic website.
We have website systems which are getting hacked. We have the cybersecurity solutions for that also. Now, when we talk about cybersecurity, it is not only about your data protection at your network layer or the application layer or the desktop layer. We are talking about mobile security also. So when I'm saying data security, we talk about the periphery security which is there in a normal temple solutions where you have the surveillance cameras which are being put in. So people always talk about security on the camera, CCTV, that's it. But today imagine if somebody is entering your premises or is connecting to your website or is doing a QR code payment. If that QR code is completely spiked, then you are not going to get your payment from the darshan or the devotees to the trust. It is going to go somewhere else. Now the same thing can be really secured from technological aspects. When I talk about software solutions, we have a host of solutions which can be customized, right, for mobile applications. We are talking about even your core management applications. So please do connect with us. We'll be able to give you those solutions also. In the education segment, today it is very, very critical that whatever information the temple has, and I have seen the last 1.5 days, there's a big gamut of data available with the temple. But is that information of the temple or the complete history of the temple available to the devotee? Now for that, education is the key factor. And when we say education, it is the next generation which is going to come in. Are we able to give this information? So we can actually design solutions for you where you can use the edtech. You can create a forum or a classroom kind of a session for children who are visiting the temples. And you can actually give this information to them. That connect for that. The IT infrastructure can be developed with us. This is track and trace. So when I talk about the QR code based solution, all the asset management which you have today, you have got lots of assets. If I talk about temples which are giving the prasadam, now making a prasadam, you have a lot of higher, huge capacity of utensils, a lot of thalis, everything is there. Now you have to put QR code on that. That's not possible. So laser etching QR code system is also available. That can help you to integrate that on a long-term basis. All your assets, fixed and movable, needs to be secured from maintenance perspective. So when you have this QR code, it can also track with a scanning system your entire assets, what time it is being purchased, when is the maintenance date which is there, and these things can be streamlined completely. Now to have this entire information system gathered and again implemented within your temple, you will be feeling that it's a technological thing, we don't want to get into that. Believe me, it is very simple, and we are specialists in the temple technology. When we talk about technology, we are making it very, very simple. Our team has a complete knowledge skill. They are completely trained, certified. So when I am talking about delivery, we are very clear that we will deliver the best of the solution in the real effective price points. Traffic management is a key factor. We have seen at the venue, which is over here also, the entire Tirupati traffic management system can be done. Similarly, wherever the temples are getting huge amount of traffic of people, people do come to the temple, they walk, they drive. Today we have seen even in the Kumbh Mela. So these kind of solutions also have been implemented across, and we have a complete solution available. Do connect us wherever you have any events or large gatherings. At that time we can implement this also at that locations. This is something which I am talking about, the lighting solutions. So laser show, light shows. And today one important factor is that most of the temples do not know when a devotee has visited. So today when a devotee is visiting a temple, if we are able to capture the data of the devotee, we can have a lot of things integrated across to give information back to the devotee. It can also go that, okay, I have visited a temple today at Tirupati. Maybe in my lifespan I will be coming in maybe a month, after 1 month, 2 months, 1 year, 2 years. But let's say I have not been able to visit for next 5 years. How is the temple knowing that I have not come? If I had my data is there with them, they will send after a month a letter with a prasadam saying that this is what I have not been able to visit. The prasadam is sent with the blessings. That's a connect with the temple and the devotee. That is very important. Typically one devotee will get temple at least about 10 other references devotees. Yes, please go and have a visit and look. And the look and feel and the digitization is very, very critical, sir. These are some of our projects which we have completed. The Nasik, in fact, the Kumbh Mela. In 2015, we had done the entire surveillance system for the Kumbh Mela. And today, if you've seen the current Kumbh Mela also, there's a lot of challenges which are being faced across. We have already done the implementation in 2015. and the entire thing was in a different environment zone, creating a network, creating data centers, and most important, the entire surveillance system for the security of the team. Namchi is the Smart City Connect which is there. Now all these solutions are integrated based on your requirement also. When we talk about integrated command control center, now imagine that if you have a data, surveillance data, and that has an AI analytical tool, you can actually find out the devotee who is coming in, his age, approximate age group, gender, and at the same time, even emotion detection system is available. So what is the emotion he's coming? You can also prevent the threat systems. Like somebody is suspected and he's being moving around in the premises. You can isolate that person by camera system and AI integration. So that's where the merger of technology, trust, and technology is being done across for temples. We have also done a big amount of scope in the supply installation testing on the ICT technology at Pimpri Chinchwad Municipal Corporation. That's about 520 crores. So it is not only about large projects. We can take projects at any size, and most important, we can implement that seamlessly so that you get the best of the value. Any project today, whenever you are talking about an investment in the technological projection which is there, it is very, very critical that your investments are protected. And whatever you are investing, whether you talk about base CCTV surveillance or you talk about application, that needs to go to the user, and user friendliness has to be there. We will provide that also. As Subhan sir has mentioned, that from technology software development, we have a team, we do a lot of customization on that. This is one more project at Odisha which we have done, the entire surveillance system. Now this is a very, very critical project which was there. We are talking about Odisha Computer Application Center which is there, surveillance system for police station in Odisha. All these police stations, CCTV was integrated with the control command center. Now I could always propose that in a city, tomorrow if you are thinking that yes, all the temples' data, control command center can be set up within a city itself. So that can also come into a next phase of project which is there. Again, Adarsh Vidyalaya, which is the project name, which is again a surveillance base, more than 111, phase 1 and 199, phase 2. We have done it in Odisha. Again, the document management system, when we talk about, all the temples have data, which in manuscript can be the temple itself. Now imagine, these are all archaeological sites. We can do digitization of temple. When I say digitization, it means creating a complete 3D print of the complete temple. Walkthroughs can be created with that data. You can secure that data, that tomorrow any of the temple has any particular part damaged, it has to be recreated. But you need to know the original form, either in the form of a photograph or on a 3D data. We can do that. And we also have a storage facility, which is an international facility which we provide, where this data can be stored for 999 years. When I say 999 years, it is on a media, on a film. And this film can be stored across at your premises. So tomorrow when you talk about recreation of data, the old data which is there, all your manuscripts, that gets document management system, which is again a software. We scan and digitize it, and we store it across for years and years. Sorry. Again, these are some of the IT hardware projects which we have done in Odisha itself. Most important today, if you talk about the High Court of Odisha, we have done close to about 76 all-in-one computers for all districts. So when you talk about your billing system, your ticketing system, or your gate pass system, these also can be integrated with the hardware solutions. So I'm sure that you would have some base level of technological adaptation which is being done across. But going forward, you want to scale it up, we are available. So please do connect us, and we'll be available with the entire team. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for sharing your presentation with us. May I invite you back on stage for just a few more seconds, as we would like to felicitate Shubham Ladji and Nilesh Mistry ji. May I request you to come back with us on stage for just a few seconds. Shubham Ladji and Nilesh Mistry ji. And I would like to request Shri Gorak Shagadikar, IS officer and CEO of Shri Sai Baba Sanstha, Shirdi, Maharashtra, to join us on stage for felicitating our two esteemed speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our speakers for sharing their thoughts. And of course, our felicitator for this session, Goraksha Gadekarji. Thank you very much, sirs, for joining us here today at the International Temples Convention and Expo 2025. We thank you for sharing your time and your thoughts with us this evening. Thank you very much. Taking the proceedings of this evening forward, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as our speakers are getting felicitated here on stage. We have a few more interesting sessions lined up. Next we have a distinguished speaker, and after that we have a panel discussion, and we are prepping up for that. This is the second edition of the International Temples Convention and Expo 2025. We are on the day 2 of this journey. Thank you once again for joining us here. Thank you for joining us here today. Thank you very much once again, sirs, for joining us here today. We have Shubham Lad and Nilesh Mistry on stage being felicitated. Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Now is the time to invite the next speaker on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Shri Sandeep Singh, an acclaimed author who specializes in Indian management practices and temple economics. He's going to be sharing his thoughts on temple economy. And before that, we have Girish Vasudev Kulkarni ji, who is the founder for Temple Connect and ITC X 2025. He has got a few announcements to make. So let's tune into those announcements. And after that, we have a distinguished speaker, Shri Sandeep Singh ji, joining us on stage.
Yeah, just before that, sorry, I am kind of intruding into your work area.
Absolutely okay.
But I would request Mrs. Neeta Prasad Lad ji and Prasad Lad ji to please join me on stage to felicitate Shri Ganesh Ghonge ji as well as Shri Manish Mishra ji to join us on stage. These are the people who are the unsung heroes of the background. These are the ones who have been complementing the journey, helping us with no expectations and blessing this journey in a large way. I request our chairman, Shri Prasad Ladji, to felicitate. Yeah, no. ये निकाल के लाके दो. मनीष मिश्रा जी, गाइस ताली तो बनती है. Both the frames. Thank you, Prasad ji. Thank you.
Thank you, Prasad Ladji and Neeta Ladji, for joining us on stage. Thank you, Girish. We would now like to move ahead with the proceedings this evening, ladies and gentlemen. As I was introducing our next distinguished speaker to all of you, we have Shri Sandeep Singh, who is an acclaimed author who specializes in Indian management practices and temple economy. He's going to be talking about temple economics before all of us. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage our next speaker, Shri Sandeep Singh. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, everyone. I'm so glad that you are still here. Too many lectures from the morning. So I'll speak for next 15 minutes. I have 8 points to make, and I hope they'll be interesting to you. So to start from the basics, so when you talk to a Christian, where does he go for prayer? He will tell, I go to a church. When you talk to a Muslim, he'll tell, I go to a mosque for prayer. If you ask a Hindu in English, he will tell you he goes to temple for prayer. Now the important part is that what does temple means? If you look for an Oxford or any dictionary meaning of a temple, it's a place where people collect to worship, or it's a place of worship of pagans or pagans. Basically a civilization which doesn't exist anymore. While mandir is very different than this. In a mandir we do pran pratishtha. We invite Bhagwan to come and reside there. So it becomes an abode of Bhagwan. So the first thing that we need to correct is that we need to, even in English, we need to call it a kovil or a devalaya or a mandir and not a temple. If we can't get the name correct, thank you, so we'll not be able to get the rest of the things. It doesn't mean I am criticizing the name Temple Connect here, because these are the wonderful initiatives which gives support to people like me who do more research. Coming to the second part, today we have been talking a lot about temple economy. Now it's very important to understand the difference between temple revenue or a mandir revenue and a mandir economy. So whatever money devotees give to a mandir is temple revenue. Whatever money mandir gets from its landed properties is temple revenue. And the way we are going after it, it will become a very scary situation someday that will start looking at this mandir is profitable and this mandir is not profitable. And this becomes money making profit. So mandir is not an industry, mandir is a place for bhakti. The money that comes out of it is a byproduct of it, and that is something which we must keep in mind. Otherwise, if we'll keep looking at how to make money out of a mandir, then what we heard few days about Laddu in Tirupati Mandir, those kind of things will happen because the bhakti will go away, the cost cutting will become a fashion. So what exactly is temple economy or a mandir based artha-vyavastha? So I'll give you an example of it. You would have heard of a city called Detroit in USA, which is considered as the city of modern industry. The first car manufacturing started in the city of Detroit in early 19th century. Today, if you look, the population of Detroit is reduced to 1/4 of what it was. Government of America is trying a lot to revive the city of Detroit, but the city, if you do an internet search, it will be called as the Rust Belt of USA. Jung laga hua, so the city is deteriorating, the suburbs are collapsing. Because the car which was manufactured there, people started manufacturing it cheaper and better in Japan, in Philippines, in Korea, in India. And the city is dying. If you look at any industrial country, Russia, China, or for that matter, Europe, you'll find that there are many ghost towns. If you look at some of the oldest cities in the world, which are living civilization, you'll get the name Pushkar ji, Rameshwaram ji, Kashi ji, Ujjain, and you'll be surprised that these places don't have any industry. So how did these places survived? And these are living civilization. So because these cities, or what we call a mandir town, have their own economic product and they have their own economic management. And just to give you one example of an economic product of such a mandir, so just think of a sari and some of the names of the saris. Some of the names that will come to your mind will be Kanjivaram, Kanchivaram, Banarsi, Sambalpuri, or a Dhakeshwari. Each one is a mandir city or a mandir town where there is a mandir of a Devi. And the connection of a sari doesn't stop there. The design that you see in a Banarsi sari will be of the same flowers and petals which are offered to Devi Parvati there. And the fall, you'll see the design that comes, which will have the shikhar of different temples from different regions. So if a sari is manufactured in south, the Gopuram design is different, the shikhar, and you will find them in those saris. The saris weaved in West Bengal, so their shikhar, the fall design will be of the shikhars of West Bengal mandirs, which are slightly different. So mandir, saris are intricately linked to our mandir and to the economy part of it. And mandir also establishes that we are a living civilization. Now what does a living civilization means? People still live in Egypt, but they don't know or they cannot build a similar pyramid. We have mandir like Brihadeshwar, which are older than pyramids, and we can still build those mandirs in the similar fashion. Because that knowledge has been passed down to us generation after generation, Pidi after Pidi, and that's why we are a living civilization, and there are many such examples if you look around. And there is a very common question that is said, if we'll make mandir, will it give us foods? So actually, literally, the food that we get to eat today, they have survived because of our mandir. If you go out in the market today, you won't find our Indian traditional fruits. The guava that comes is the size of a cabbage, which has no taste. The traditional papaya has disappeared. So if you go to a traditional mandir like a Puri or a Mathura, they only use desi vegetables. So a tomato and a potato and a cauliflower and a cabbage are not Indian dish. They were introduced in India by Portuguese or British. And if our mandirs would not have been there, our traditional vegetables would have disappeared completely. And to preserve them, government will have to form something called Indian Council for Agriculture Research, invest huge amount of money to preserve those seeds. So our mandirs have contributed phenomenally to preserve our economy or Arthvavastha in all formats. I've just given you 2 examples. I've written whole 2 volumes on this. They are available here for sale if somebody wants it. You'll have many such examples. Now moving ahead, the Tirth Yatra, that is another aspect which I like to touch upon before I close. It's very important to understand what does a Tirth Yatra means. Today we have I have friends in Bombay who will say, fine, this is a 3-day holiday on this weekend. So let me buy a ticket and go to Ayodhya Ji. He'll buy a ticket, land up in Ayodhya Ji on a Friday night in a 5-star hotel or say Varanasi. There is a pub, he'll have a drink. Since he has the money, Saturday morning he'll get up, do a darshan, take an afternoon flight, come back, and Sunday he'll be busy posting his pictures on the social media. The problem with this is that after 4 visits, he'll say every day I visit, every year Kashi Ji or Ayodhya, but I haven't felt any bhakti or change in me. The issue is that the visit was not for bhakti, that visit was for the post on social media. The Tirth Yatra is something very different. When you go, you walk, you stand in the queue with the devotees who have come from different parts of the country. You interact with them, you understand the culture. In the evening, you do satsang with the Panditji there. And then you understand the intricacies of dharma so that you don't have to leave to learn it from leftist people like Devdutt Patnaik's book and distort our own history and dharma. And so that completes what a Tirth Yatra is. And it's not that I'm against 5-star hotels being operated in a dharmic city, but they need to adopt, and that is something which we need to ask for. So just to tell you an example, that if you go to Goa or any beach resort, the hotels won't have carpet, because when the tourist comes back from the beach, it will carry sand particles and it will destroy the carpet. So they don't have a carpet even though they are a 5-star hotel and people accept it. Similarly, if a 5-star is being operated in a dharmic city, it should not have a pub or liquor. Rather, they should have a bhajan and a satsang with Panditji. They have a yoga teacher, so it's not such a difficult task to have a Panditji to have a satsang or a bhajan. So that is what we'll be able to have an economic development, but which is linked to the dharma. Otherwise, only money will be left and rest of the things will be destroyed, and will be actively participating in this destruction. Today, the argument comes that why the government should be out of mandir, because the money that is in the mandir is not for investment in gold bonds. Mandirs are not part of $1 trillion economic agenda of the government. The money in the mandir is for the citizens. We have just seen few days back, court also observing that every criminal of a particular community gets hearing in Supreme Court within a week, and the lawyer stood for them, charge 5 crores kind of money, who funds them? And the same case where a Hindu parent is fighting a case, they don't have somebody paying for them. And this is where the mandir money needs to come for. Because the money that we give in the mandir is for us and our progenies, which is not happening today. And that is something need to change. And that will be the true economy, talking about temple economy and not looking at the revenue. Mandir is not an industry. It's a place for bhakti, which should not be distorted. And that's something we must remember. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your thoughts. May I request you to take a seat on the panel, please. Ladies and gentlemen, next we are moving ahead to a panel discussion that is going to be talking about temple economy. And for the same, may I kindly request our esteemed panelists to join us on stage. We have Kiran Shinde ji joining us on the panel. Dr. Kiran Shinde, professor at LA Trobe University, an expert in religious and cultural heritage and urban planning. Joining us on stage next is Dr. Badri Narayan Gopalakrishnan, a distinguished economist and policy expert. Please put your hands together for Shri Prashant Sachan, founder of Shri Mandir app and Apps for Bharat. And to guide us through this important conversation, we have Shri Girish Vasudev Kulkarni ji, founder of ITCX and Temple Connect. He's joining us as the moderator for this session, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give a huge round of applause to each of our distinguished panelists here and also our session moderator, Shri Girish Vasudev Kulkarni ji, founder for ITCX and Temple Connect. Like I said, this session is going to be about temple economy, ladies and gentlemen, and it's one of the most important sessions for us here this evening. Girish ji is joining us shortly, like in a minute or so. Meanwhile, I would request our panelists to initiate the conversation. We have Girish ji joining us in just a minute, is what I am hearing from the backstage updates. So, in just a minute, we are going to be starting this panel. This is the day 2 at the International Temples Convention and Expo 2025. This is our second edition, ladies and gentlemen. We have, of course, the temple stakeholders here. We have many stakeholders from the whole ecosystem of temples in the country. And as Girish ji shared earlier in his keynotes, that we have people from 17 other countries also joining us here for this second edition of the ITCX 2025. This is truly a one-of-a-kind event which marks as a milestone for the temple ecosystem in our country. And here I see Girish ji running towards the space. Welcome the moderator for this session, ladies and gentlemen, founder for ITCX 2025 and Temple Connect, Girish Vasudev Kulkarni. The session is about temple economy, and now I would request our moderator, Girish ji, to proceed with the conversations.
Thank you for this patience, and thank you everyone on the panel. I am here to introduce some most important people in present times, and I'm not wrong in saying that all these faces here would be the largest contributors to the temple economy. When we look at the temple economy, it's a big thing. We have someone by the name of Sandeep Singh ji, who's primarily the person who's coined the temple economy, elements in more details. And I would like to take this opportunity to individual, everyone here, you've been introduced before I just came in, so I won't repeat that scenario again. But the larger interest is, we will go with a format of 6 minutes of your speech individually. आप क्या करते हैं, आपका बैकग्राउंड क्या है, आप काम क्या करते हैं, मंदिर आयोजन के संदर्भ में या टेम्पल इकोनॉमी के संदर्भ में आपका विषय क्या है. So we'll do a quick round of introduction and then we will have our set of discussion. So with that, sir, Sandeep ji. So I think Kiran ji would primarily start. It's already live. चलिए.
All right. Thank you so much.
Guys, मेरे को पता है कॉफी पीना है सबको. कॉफी किसने पी है? कॉफी कितने जनों ने पी है? सबने? ताली बजाओ फिर. हाँ जी.
आई थिंक ये ताली बजाने का चक्कर बहुत ज़्यादा है बट इट्स एब्सोल्यूट ऑनर टू बी हियर। मेरा नाम किरण शिंदे है। मैं पिछले 20-22 सालों से ऑस्ट्रेलिया में हूँ, लेकिन भारत आता जाता हूँ। मेरा काम बहुत ज़्यादा तीर्थ क्षेत्र विकास इस विषय पर है, जहाँ रिलीजन, culture, religion, heritage, and all of this connected to the place we live in, which is our sacred sites, pilgrim towns. So I work on bringing together all of this on city planning scale. Matlab, how do we really develop our sacred sites in a way they are sustainable? So I've been a researcher and I work in a lot of applied research. I've written 5 books and about close to 80 articles on research across the world on how religious tourism needs to be managed, needs to be promoted, needs to be regulated, and needs to be understood. I think the biggest challenge we have today is we are far from understanding what is our heritage. So I can talk about this for ages. I've talked about this in almost 50 countries, but I'm going to stop here and let the discussion proceed if that's all right.
Namaste everyone. My name is Badri Narayanan Gopalakrishnan. I'm an economist and I've been based out of the US in Seattle. And I'm working with many governments and international organizations and private sector bodies across the world. And in 2021, I moved to India to serve Niti Aayog as the head of trade and commerce, international cooperation, and vision of India 2047, Viksit Bharat. So I was working on these, and then I'm still continuing to work with Niti Aayog as an honorary fellow. And I've been mostly my research and consulting and advisory has been on economic policy in general, international trade, environment, sustainability, development, and so on. But from a strategic point of view, I am also working on technology strategy, policy, and so on. In terms of temple economy, I am nowhere as qualified as our co-panelists, but I have a personal interest in that, hailing from a religious family like most of us here. I've been doing some work on comparing religious tourism and the temple economy or the economy surrounding the religious heritage monuments and so on in different countries, looking at countries like Saudi Arabia, Vatican City, Israel, and also looking at India. So in this context, looking at how the supply chain, the ecosystem, and the tourism, the infrastructure, and so on, how are they working in tandem with each other. So look forward to discussing more. I don't want to talk too much about myself. Let's start discussing about the topics. Thank you.
Namaste everyone. My name is Prashant Sachan. I'm the founder of an app called as Shri Mandir. Shri Mandir app is the largest app in the world for Hindu devotees. We started 4 years back, and right now we have 3 crore registered users. Now, I would want to, thank you. I would want to bring your attention to one thing. India as a country might not have the best physical infrastructure, which means roads, networks, and so on, but we as a nation have the best digital infrastructure. In the last 15 years, this country has leapfrogged. Now when you think about food, you think of Zomato, Swiggy. You think of grocery, you think of Zepto, Big Basket. But think about this. There is a very essential behavior that ties us together, which is our culture, our faith. Can you think of a digital platform that provides you all the information, all the services in one place? That's what we are trying to do. And we can do this with the help of the temples here. These temples have been the foundation on which our culture and our practices have been built. And we are taking that task of moving a lot of things that you stand for online, ensuring that the values remain intact. So our contribution to all of this is, can we move the foundation of this culture, which is our temples, and connect their devotees and their services digitally? That's what we're trying to do. I would be happy to participate in the further discussion. Thank you so much for having me here.
I'm Sandeep Singh from Mumbai, advertising media guy turned author. Passion is Indian business history and Indian way of management, and hence temple economics is a very important part of mandir economics. And I must tell you that why I wrote the book. That's a very interesting. I started writing during COVID, and I saw people walking back from Mumbai and different parts. So Mumbai to Gorakhpur is 1600 kilometer by road, by train. By road will be slightly more. So I asked my friends, lot of them run marathon, and will you walk all the way? You know, they said no. So I was wondering that what gave people that confidence that they can walk, and not walk alone, but walk with the wife, with the kids, with the parents, with the belongings. So where does that confidence come, that where will I stay, where will I eat food, all that? And barring 3 or 4 people who died in an unfortunate road accident, everybody reached home safely. Nobody was looted. So that confidence, one is that I can go to the nearest mandir and I'll have a stay and I'll get my food. That's the temple economy or mandir I need. And the second part was that what made him that conviction to walk. The guys who run marathon were not willing to walk because we Hindus walk. Amarnath Yatra, we walk. Vaishno Devi, we walk. Ganga Sagar, we walk. Sabrimala, we walk. And that's how you will find that people who have gone to Kumbh, there is a certain section who crips, the other section does not crips. So my cousin from my village went. So Gorakhpur is, and my place is almost 400 kilometers from Prayagraj. So I said, how long you took to come back? He said 2 nights, 1 day for 400 kilometers. Oh, I said, so, it must be huge, painful. He said, no, who says so? We all were in bus together, we had bhajan, satsang, and we came back, we enjoyed the trip. So that is what bhakti is. The bhakti is not that you have a money, you fly down, buy a ticket, do a VIP darshan and come back. In fact, I have a strong objection to the VIP darshan that we have. It needs to change drastically. Who is a VIP? VIP is somebody called Maharaja Ranjit Singh, who says, मैं पूरे काशी मंदिर को सोने से मढ़वा दूंगा. He covered the Kashi Mandir with gold. Somebody like that, or a Kothari brothers family is a VIP who gave up their life. Or the poor people, any parent, I say that who has 4 kids or more, they are the VIP because that mother has taken pain to give birth to 4 kids. That father has taken responsibility to bring 4 Hindu kids. The guy who have 1 or 2 kids, they have saved on money to do VIP darshan, but they have not contributed to the society. So we need to look at the whole mandir system very differently.
So when we look at the temple economy in a big way, we all talk numbers. Here are the people who talk about the economy, they run the economy, they are actively influencing the economy. But at the same time, there is a huge case study that Bharat Bhumi is presenting to the world. So when we talk about the Kumbh Mela, which we are all a part of right now, and we've been celebrating it for the past a month and plus, how do you think, Sandeep ji, the Kumbh Mela is, it comes once in 12 years. And how do you think it is impacting not only the Uttar Pradesh government and the region of Kumbh, but also nationally?
Yeah. So we must understand, and thank you so much for asking this question, because if you look around, we have different fairs. So there will be some festivals where people come from the local area. Then there will be some festival where people will come from the whole state, like Pandharpur Yatra or Gad Mukteshwar. And then we have something called nationally where people come from all around, which is Kumbh, which happens in 4 different parts. So the idea behind that initially when it started was that there will be churn in the whole of economy. When you walk, even now today a lot of people walk, you spend a lot of money on the way. So everybody gets money. So just to give you an example, 60 crore people went to Haridwar in Kanwad Yatra. And it's a very tedious process. You walk down, you don't
60
eat.
crore.
60 crore. Just imagine if they spent 500 rupees each, the amount of money distributed in the district of Haridwar. And imagine if the government has to give that much kind of money, the amount of money will be spent on administrative setup, 50 to 60%. So it's such a beautiful way, Kumbh. Apart from that, we have been seeing people on the train are going from all over India. People are coming from abroad. Everybody is making money. But I have another angle to it. Talk to the people who have gone to the Kumbh and taken a bath. My friend Amol was here, his daughter. He asked, so much of pain, how did you feel? She says, no, once you had a bath in Gangaji, everything is forgotten, you feel spiritually blessed. So can we put a monetary aspect to everything? When you go to Kumbh, you feel what Bharat is. People next to you, irrespective of caste, class, sect, take bath, talk to each other, share everything. So this is something cannot be measurable. The government officially has invested 25,000 crores, center, state and private. The return is expected 2.5 lakh crore only for the UP plus. But can you put that value to that Samaj, the whole civilization, Hindu civilization have got together, the regeneration, it's a priceless.
I have a question here for all of you. How many of you all visit a Kula Devata temple or a Kula Devi temple once a year? Most of us, right? Now, there is a trend of international tourism. We earn money in India, wherever we stay, and then we go to a Singapore or a Malaysia or a Dubai and spend money there. Olden days, we were told that in a year at least, we should go to the land of our Kula Dev or Kula Devi, spend the kind of time there, also the money, and engage into an activity. Don't you think so, Kiranji, that this is one of the ways where we were actually putting in the money in our own economy, and that was the other way of saying that it is a mandatory thing for you to go there. What is your opinion?
It's a very interesting question and more relevant for someone like me or Badri because we live outside the country. So I think it was not intentional, but it just came out like that. I'll tell you, the answer is in two parts, and following on from what Sandeepji mentioned. So the Kumbh Mela thing, because I want to bring it back to the same idea. See, the Kumbh Mela travel or any religious travel for all of us is more of a cultural identity issues rather than an economic issue. And I'll explain this a little bit. Many people who go stay abroad for a very long time, their families are here back in India. They want their son to come. In fact, when the son was going abroad, they did a puja in his name to the Kul Devi. Correct, Badri? Because he went to another country, earned good money, now he's settled, they want to get a daughter married to him, but come back to Kul Devi to take prasad. Now that he's got marriage done, now they want a child. So for getting a child in the US, they are making worship in Kul Devi's mandir. So all of these are ways to keep connected to the identity. What is your identity as a Hindu? And that is where when you go and stay abroad, the trend now is we want to come back to the homeland. So it goes beyond the idea of country. It goes to, I need to see my God. I need to see the God who blessed my kul, my entire lineage. And therefore, if I have to offer something, it should be the best quality. And therefore, the economy, the material culture that comes with that offering. So for example, I come from a very small village in Satara, obscure. When my village temple was being renovated, everybody's expectation was, oh, Kiran sir to stays in Australia, he should give lots of money. Well, everybody was giving 10,000, I had to give 1 lakh. Obligation. But more than that, now my village says he is the son of the village. I think there is a much bigger dimension than just economy to our connection with temples, to our connection with identity. Thank you.
So largely when I say this, I think before coming to you, Badri Narayanji, I would want to ask this question to my friend Prashantji here. Prashantji has created a brilliant app where sitting at your place wherever you are in the world, you are in a position to do a pujan in any of the temples with a click of a button on your mobile. At the same time, he is doing brilliant work in creating digital communication around all these important places where history, content and information about this is put in a large way. Now, when we are talking about the temple economy, there is humongous amount of interface that happens. We understand you have also been a part of the Kumbh Mela and you also participated. Reason I'm keeping the emphasis of this discussion being temple economy, but case study as a Kumbh Mela, because there is a lot of money that has been pumped in the system. Do you think it is helping the economy? Do you think the participation is only from metros or also from small towns? And what is your opinion about the temple economy journey India has taken off on?
So I'll take it in two parts. I think all the people who are here should consider the information part very, very seriously. I'll tell you why. Imagine you have a temple and 10,000 people come to a temple every single day. For them to stay connected, it is very, very important for them to understand and imbibe the importance, significance and value of that place. Now what happens is when most of these people would go there, the information is a mismatch, absolute mismatch. If you, and there's a survey, what we did was we actually sent our team and tapped on the shoulders of people in one temple in Ayodhya and asked them that how many of you guys know how old is this temple? Giriji guessed the answer. We did survey with around 98 people. I think hardly 4 or 5 people were about right. Now these people have queued up for 2.5, 3 hours to do a darshan, but none of them knows the history of the place. So what's very, very important for you, for everyone here, is to get the history and significance right. Because once that sets right, people will be able to attach themselves with that value system. And if they are able to attach and associate themselves with the value system, they'll contribute. They'll make sure that the temple is maintained, all the campaigns of the temple, be it Gau Sevas and all not, people will go and support it. So my point is, when we think of temple economy, we should think of not temple economy but temple communities. Can we create communities which believe in that shrine and there is a way for them to continuously be in touch with them, be it digital, be it physical. You all know that the person will not come there more than once in a year, once in 5 years and so on. Hence, we have to think of a holistic way where we can build these communities in a beautiful way. And if these communities will get made, Giriji, none of the temples in this country will suffer from shortage of funds, is what I can give in writing.
So the larger side of the story is when we talk about case studies. We have 2 of our friends. Here is where I want to go to Badrinarayanji and ask. Niti Aayog is a very big thing for India. You are at that level where macro and micro both has been looked up in detail. The kind of experience, knowledge that you have on the said topic, how does large level of planning help the grassroots? A lot of temples here are the temples who are not only the top 200 temples, but they are the ones who are 20,000 temples who are a mass, where the footfall is good. What are the changes, and this question is for all of us, what are the changes that you recommend or suggest in the coming times that by correcting ourselves by that 1 degree or 2 degree, we would be in a better position to add greater value to the economy? They say that when a flight takes off to go towards Delhi, if the pilot changes that angle by 3 degrees, we may end up going to Lahore or something like that. So point is here, what are the right changes we need to do and not going the wrong way? What are the right changes we need to do to empower this economy and empower the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister of Viksit Bharat?
Thank you, Giriji. So one of the pillars of Viksit Bharat going to 2047 is connecting with the cultural heritage. Right? So we have to make use of the cultural heritage to march towards that Viksit Bharat journey. So that is an explicit part of the vision. So having said that, there are many things that need to be done. One is that today morning, Annavaleji talked about the government interference in the temples, right, in Tamil Nadu, where I come from. And that's an important issue. Like when the government gets too much into the temple management activities, and so much so that they became the owners, what happens is over time, a lot of corruption happens, and a lot of that land that was owned by these temples, went out, and nobody knows where they went to. So these kind of issues should not happen. So the government stepping away from the day-to-day temple management is very important. But at the same time, one of the reasons why this government taking over temples happened over time was that the trustees and the people who are managing it, some of them were into this kind of mismanagement and lack of governance and so on. So the government took over. So that also has to be taken into account. We have to come up with regulations, governance structures so that the temples are managed properly. Another thing at a micro level, which Girishji also indicated, I've lived in the US for almost 2 decades now. I've seen many churches in the US where the faith is falling. The people are, less and less interested in the Christianity and whatever they are doing on a day-to-day basis. And I've at least seen two churches which were taken over by our friends and converted into temples. And how did this happen? This happened because of 2 factors. One factor is that the reduced or diminishing faith of the people who are following those churches. Secondly, the prosperity of the Hindus who were living there. So I've seen this in 2 different cities I lived in. Now, just taking this back home here, the important thing is we have to, what you also talked about the community thing. We have to come as a community together and support the temples. And not because it's not like a charity, we are doing it for our own heritage and our own culture and our own ancestors and so on. So this thing has to be there because I've seen that, again, comparing different countries. I alluded to a study that I'm doing on comparing different countries. So there we do have, in terms of numbers, in terms of population numbers, believers, we have a lot of them. But in terms of the heritage sites that we have across the country, in terms of the temples that have been existing for many centuries, there are many, many. And we only know the tip of the iceberg. We only know the very famous temples, but we don't know many, many temples who have enormous historical significance, enormous cultural value, but they are not being taken care of. But if we really take care of them, if we do some kind of awareness creation, promotion and so on, like you said about the communities who are associated with those temples, if they get in and if they are engaged from across the world, that can be a game changer for the economic activities in those regions. And luckily, every village, every town in this country has at least 1 or 2 historical temples, right?
Sure.
So this can be an engine for economic growth. Although I completely agree with Sandeep ji on the fact that you cannot confuse the purpose of temples, purpose of mandir is not economic. But in order to sustain that, like when you think about dharma, artha, kama, moksha, so artha is very important. And it's important to sustain these practices and so on. So, and that is also adding to what you said.
Sure. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that insight. I wanted to ask this question to everyone, apparently, whoever would want to take it up, and we'll then open it for a Q&A because we are running behind time and this topic is beyond time. So the idea is that let's take it. So sir, can you tell me primarily what are the changes or what is the impact that you see temple economy and your specialization? This quickly goes for a minute for everyone. Question is, आप यहाँ पे क्या problem solve कर रहे हैं? क्या impact आपका काम temple economy में देगा? और आने वाले समय में आपकी वो क्या insights हैं जो हमें सबको incorporate करके लेना है temple economy को और strong बनाने के लिए? So we have a one minuter for all of us.
So to make mandir economy strong, we must make mandir strong. And to make mandir strong, I have a very simple solution. That's the name of my second volume, Mandiron ke liye ek dashak, or a decade for mandirs. So it doesn't matter whether you are 70-year-old or a 30-year-old. It doesn't matter whether you are rich or poor. Doesn't matter whether a male or a female. Just dedicated next 10 years of your life to mandir. And what will you do? So in a volume, I talk about 35 things, but the simplest and smallest thing that I keep telling people is that we Hindus must start visiting a mandir every day. Most of the Hindus don't do even that. And I'll tell you the larger scale implication. There's the most simple thing one can do. If you do everything every day, a change from 1 point to 1.01, in a year you are 37 times better. If you reduce your effort from 1 to 0.99, in a year you are weaker by 1500 times. It's mathematically proven thing. So that's such an important small thing. If every Hindu, 50 crore Hindus start going to mandir every day, all our problems will be solved. That's a simple thing we need to do. Thank you.
I'll move a little away from what Sandeepji said. I would like to see my work being used, or my evidence research, as we call it, evidence-based research, is to actually understand how temple works within a community, within a town. And there are a number of ways that we need to think about temple as a center, but there's a very strong surrounding area that needs to be connected to the temple. So temple economy cannot survive in isolation, not in vacuum. It has to engage local community. So how can we bring that sense of identity, sense of heritage, sense of belonging of the community to the temple? Because unless they do that, they're not going to visit the temple. That's a problem. So first we have to solve the issue of temple belonging to a community. Right now, temple is like a shopping mall. On one side, whenever we want to visit and spend money and come back. But can you make temple as a center stage of your town, of your village, of your community, and then nourish the town? Thank you.
And I would like to continue with what you just mentioned. So there is a scheme in the government called One District, One Product, which is basically promoting a product that is native to that district and then promote across the world. The same way, there should be something like one district, one temple, like or maybe one village, one temple. Like each village has to have a champion, or champion is a very modern word, but a temple that is that captures the essence of that village, right? So, and that is how it was there many centuries ago. Like every village, every town had a temple as a center stage there, and the entire economy, entire cultural ecosystem was surrounding that. So I would like to see that happen more and more, and all of us should work on that and promote our temple, like the Kuldevata. And thank you.
I'm a core technology person, so I'll just tell two things to everyone here. The world is changing, and we have to be where the word is. You would all be spending a lot more time on a WhatsApp, YouTube. If the word has moved online, so should all the institutions who are sitting here, they should also as well. Be it your presence, or be it your services, be it providing information, all of this, find a medium, but you have to be there. Because the question is, let's say we look at people who are there, who are your audiences or who are believers. The question is not connecting at all or connecting with some medium. If we want the next generation to be connected and intact, we have to choose the later, which is, it's fine if they are not connecting at all is not fine. They have to connect at whatever medium we can create for them. And that would be we have been doing work on that particular space, and we'll be happy to help, assist, develop specific solutions to help this community here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am truly grateful for your insights and the guidelines that you've given. We may feel that we had a short discussion, but trust you me, the kind of national, international media, social media, and the content media is watching us. They are capturing each and every word that we've spoken, and I'm sure this will percolate in a large way to create a domino effect. I would now go back to y'all for the top 3 or 4 questions. If you'd want to ask, yes please, if we have the mic to be given to the gentleman there and also at the back. My only request, let it be a question and not a theory. Thank you.
अभी सर ने कहा कि हर जगह एक मंदिर का कनेक्शन होना चाहिए समाज के अंदर में। तो मंदिर अगर हमारे व्यक्ति के जीवन में जो समस्या है उसका समाधान का उपाय अगर कर दे तो हर लोग मंदिर से जुड़ेगा, प्रतिदिन मंदिर जाएगा, उसको सलूशन मिलेगा। और उसका एक एग्जाम्पल हम बता रहे हैं। हर कोई चाहता है हमारे घर में एक संस्कारी बच्चा पैदा हो, लेकिन कैसे गर्भ संस्कार के माध्यम से हम संस्कारी बच्चा पैदा कर सकते हैं, इसकी विधा अगर हर मंदिर देना शुरू कर दे तो हर आदमी के जीवन से मंदिर जुड़ेगा और उसका समाधान मिलेगा।
जी, आपका सवाल क्या है? जी, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन प्लीज। थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक यू वेरी मच। हाँ जी, पीछे वहां पे भाई साहब आप कुछ बोल रहे थे वहां पे। हाँ बताइए, बट सवाल चाहिए।
माई सेल्फ मेहुल शाह। सवाल से ज़्यादा मतलब कुछ जानने की उत्सुकता है कि मंदिर हमारे जीवन में या यूथ के जीवन में क्या वैल्यू एडिशन करता है, उसके बारे में यहाँ पैनल में जो कोई बैठे हैं वो बताएंगे तो एक कॉन्सेप्ट क्लियर हो जाएगा।
सो आपका सवाल यह है कि मंदिर हमारे जीवन में क्या वैल्यू ऐड करता है, ये आपका सवाल है। Anyone wants to take it or not? Should I take it? Can I? सो जब मंदिर की बात करते हैं तो मंदिर हम क्यों जाते हैं? हम लोग बहुत स्वार्थी लोग हैं। हम मंदिर जाते हैं अपने स्वार्थ को साधने के लिए। कितने बार आप और हम जाके मंदिर में भगवान को पूछते हैं कि क्या आप खुश हो? इतने दिन से खड़े हो, क्या आप बैठने की मन कर रहा है आपको? ये तो आप और हम नहीं सोचते। हम केवल अपना स्वार्थ लेके मंदिर जाते हैं, परमार्थ के पास जाते हैं और उसी के साथ में ये सोचते हैं कि ये मेरा लंबा चौड़ा लिस्ट है, ये कोई भगवान, कोई माँ, कोई देव, कोई देवता इसे हमारी अर्जी पास कर ले और हम हमारी ज़िंदगी की गाथा काट लें। पर उसी के साथ में हम ये भी सोचना चाहिए, जैसे सर ने कहा कि मंदिर उस समय ना जाए जब इमरजेंसी है। मंदिर तब जाएं जो आपका डेली रिचुअल बन जाए, तो जिंदगी में आपके जिंदगी में इमरजेंसी ही ना आए। तो अगर आप उसको एग्री करते हैं तो मंदिर जाएं और ये वैल्यू ऐड आपकी ज़िंदगी में एक अलग बदलाव लाएगा। हम और आप कोशिश करते हैं कि यहाँ से तिरुपति से लेके काशी विश्वनाथ जी से लेके केदारनाथ जी से लेके अलग अलग स्थान जाएं। हमारे घर के बाजू में भी एक मंदिर है। हमारे घर के बाजू में जो मंदिर है, जहाँ पे हम स्वार्थ लेके हनुमान जी के मंदिर शनिवार को तेल या शनि भगवान को तेल चढ़ाने जाते हैं, तो उस मंदिर में कोई सोमवार, मंगलवार या बुधवार जाके उसकी साफ सफाई भी करनी चाहिए। हम लोग सोचते हैं, एक दूसरे को पूछते हैं कि क्या आपने ये नया रेस्टोरेंट में ये खाना खाया, क्या आपने ये नया रेसिपी ट्राई किया, या जो भी नया नया चीज़ ट्राई करना था वो ट्राई किया। हम लोग कितने जन हैं जो पूछते हैं कितने नए मंदिर इस साल आप जाके आए, कितने नए मंदिर आप जाके इसको इनकॉर्पोरेट करें। आप एक दो तीन हाथ हैं वहाँ पे। कोशिश यही है, हम लोग मंदिरों से जुड़े हैं, हमारा स्वार्थ लोगों को दर्शन दिलवाना है, इनका स्वाद उस इकोनॉमी को बड़ा करना है, बट उससे भी ज़्यादा हमारा जो देह है, इस भूमि पे जब जितने समय है अच्छा कार्य करें। किसी ने पूछा क्या आप कुंभ में जाके स्नान करके आए इस बार? कितने बार करके आए? कितने लोग करके आए कुंभ में जाके स्नान? तो मुझे जब पूछा गया तो मैंने कहा कि अभी इतने पाप नहीं किए हैं कि जाके धोने पड़ेंगे, और बाकी जो करना है वो मैं यहाँ कर रहा हूँ। उसी के साथ में अगर कोई और एक पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू है तो आप ले लीजिए।
Just very quick, just to summarize your point, there is कबीर का दोहा, दुख में समिरन सब करें, सुख में करे न कोई, जे सुख में समिरन करें, दुख काहे को होए।
आप सवाल बहुत अच्छा है, मंदिर क्यों जाएं? इस पे मुझे याद है मेरे ससुर जी का एक लाइन है, मैं इतना विश्वास नहीं करता था लेकिन इतना लाइन है, ओनली वन। अगर आप उसके सामने खड़े नहीं हो हाथ जोड़ के, तो उसको पता कैसे चलेगा कि आपको दया करनी है? वो पड़ोसी पे दया कर देगा। अगर आप पे दया करनी है तो आपको जाना पड़ेगा ना। नहीं तो किस में दया करेगा? अगर आप भगवान के पास खड़े रहोगे तो आपका ध्यान रखेगा, बाहर जाओगे तो कैसे ध्यान रखेगा? सिंपल सी बात है.
A big thank you.
No, so the question was that how does mandir helps in the life? So actually, if you look at, and I've documented in the book, there is nothing in your life which is not touched because of the mandir. The clothes, the philosophy, the science, the mathematics, the flowers, the food, the astronomy, geometry, architecture, anything, metallurgy you think, Hindu civilizations, all this comes from our mandir. If there is no mandir, we might lose all of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sirs.
Thank you very much, everyone. I
This
request
was such a wonderful discussion on temple economy and, of course, all the other aspects of visiting temples. Now, I would request Girish Kulkarni ji to kindly felicitate all our panelists for this session.
I would request Pragya Kevalramani ma'am to please join up on stage for a felicitation. And we have our Ajit ji from Kerala, who has done a brilliant job of pulling all the temples from Kerala to this part of the world. A big round of applause for Nambodari Ajit ji. So I would please...
Please put your hands together for our distinguished panelists. We have Dr. Kiran Shinde, Dr. Badri Narayan Gopal Krishnan, Shri Sandeep Singh, and Shri Prasant Sachin on this panel. And of course, our moderator Girish Kulkarni ji is also here. Thank you very much for this wonderful discussion on temple economy. And we are sure that the ideas and insights, those are shared from this stage, are going to add value to temple economy and strengthen the ecosystem around temples. A big thank you to all our esteemed speakers for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, today has been such a great day of wonderful learnings, sharing insights and wisdom with all of you from the stage. And we have a few more sessions to go. We have yet another interesting session lined up after this. Please give it up for all our distinguished speakers for this session. Thank you very much, sirs and ma'am. And now I would like to introduce the next session for all of you. The next session is going to be talking about temple talk and charity. You know, because temples are not only a place of worship, but also a sanctuary for seva, daya, and samaj sudhar. Our next session is going to talk about temples at large and, of course, the charity that can enable temple ecosystem to be even more strong. To shed this light on important aspect of temple governance, we have with us two esteemed leaders from Shirdi Sai Baba Sansthan Trust. Please welcome Srimati Anju Shende, Chairman of the Shirdi Sai Baba Sansthan Trust, joining us on stage. Please put your hands together and give a very warm welcome to Srimati Anju Shende, Chairman of the Shirdi Sai Baba Sansthan Trust. And we also have Shri Goraksh Gadilkar, CEO of the Shirdi Sai Baba Sansthan Trust. Please welcome our speakers with a big round of applause, everybody.
Good afternoon to all. With the preaching of Sai Baba and with the blessings of Sai Baba, we are here. With the preachings of Shraddha and Saburi, the patience, it is the patience which need much more in this time. The life has become so fast and Sai Baba brings patience. The preachings will start with the preachings of Sai Baba. The whole world is blessed with these two words, and the devotees come there just to find a peace. As we all know, Sai Baba, the devotees are from all the religions, all the castes, and there is no bar for entry or for worshipping Sai Baba. Interreligious harmony, equality, and Sabka Malik Ek, God is supreme, is the basic concept of Sai Baba. Lot of people, when there was no means to travel, there was no media, there was no awareness program or conferences. The people were coming to Shirdi just to take blessings of Sai Baba. And Shirdi Sai Baba, in his wishes, had expressed, no matter where my devotees are in the world, I will bring them here, and after my samadhi, there will be a crowd like ants in Shirdi, which seems to be today's truth. We have witnessed this. When there are special occasions, the space is not enough to accommodate all devotees, but their devotions and their faith in Sai Baba creates space in Shirdi, and lakhs of people visit even today from overall world. And Samadhi Mandir is the place which is the most pious along with other places in the Shirdi. This is the place of reverence has taken from an integrated and universal temple, and it is the place with all other Dwarkamai and other places like memorials in Shirdi. Sri Samadhi Mandir, where after Sri Sai Baba left for his heavenly abode, his mortal body was laid to rest here. People cry after coming to this place. So this is where people get connected to Sai Baba. They feel themselves connected to Sai Baba. Sri Dwarkamai, where Sai Baba lived until his Mahanirvana. So this is also a place where we have the Akhanda Jyoti and Dhuni, from where we get Udhi. And the people are really, they have belief in this Udhi, that Udhi removes many difficulties and problems in the life if applied. Then Shri Guru Asthan, Shri Chavdi are the places which were used by Sai Baba every day. There is a Lendi Bagh, a well from which Sai Baba used to fetch water, and also one museum, a Vastu Sangrahalaya, where Sai Baba Sansthan, Sai Sansthan, has kept all the articles used which are available in this museum. So these are the preachings. Now, this is the session especially for charity purposes. I would like our CEO, Mr. Gadilkar, to proceed with the next session, next information.
Om Sai Ram. Myself, Gorakshay Gadilkar, CEO, Sri Sai Baba Sansthan Shirdi. साई बाबा का मंदिर जो है वो सुबह 4:30 बजे खुलता है। 5:15 बजे जो है वो बाबा की काकड़ आरती होती है, और 5:45 बजे जो है मंदिर में बाबा का अभ्यंग स्नान होता है। 6:15 बजे शिरडी माजे पंढरपुर ये आरती होती है। 6:30 बजे जो है मंदिर जो है वो दर्शन के लिए खुला हो जाता है। दोपहर को 12 बजे जो है वो नून आरती होती है। इवनिंग को 6 बजे इवनिंग आरती होती है, और रात को जो है सेज आरती होती है। हर आरती के पहले आधा घंटा जो है मंदिर दर्शन के लिए बंद होता है। आरती आधा घंटे की होती है। डेली जो है साल का एवरेज हमने निकाला तो डेली 60,000 साई भक्त जो है हर दिन बाबा के दर्शन के लिए आते हैं, और साल में जो है ये डिवोटीज की संख्या जो है नियरली 1.75 करोड़ रहती है। नंबर ऑफ ड्यूरिंग फेस्टिवल डेली जो है 60,000 साई भक्त आते हैं, और ड्यूरिंग फेस्टिवल जो है ये साई भक्तों की संख्या जो है वो 2 लाख से ही ऊपर हो जाती है। श्री साई बाबा संस्थान जो है बाबा के 3 फेस्टिवल जो है 3 फेस्टिवल जो है साल में मनाते हैं। उसमें रामनवमी का उत्सव जो है वो बाबा के टाइम में 19 से 11 में शुरू हुआ था। वो 3 दिन का फेस्टिवल रहता है। उसके बाद बाबा का महानिर्वाण के बाद बाबा का महानिर्वाण 15 अक्टूबर 1980 में दशहरे के शुभ दिन हुआ। उसके बाद में जो है समाधि एनिवर्सरी जो है हर साल हम मनाते हैं। उसमें जो प्रोग्राम रहता है बेसिकली भिक्षा झोली कार्यक्रम, और दूसरा जो है वो बाबा का आराधना विधि जो है ये समाधि एनिवर्सरी के दिन में रहता है। तीसरा फेस्टिवल जो है वो गुरु पूर्णिमा है। ये तीनों फेस्टिवल रामनवमी, गुरु पूर्णिमा और समाधि एनिवर्सरी जो है ये 3 फेस्टिवल जो है वो 3 दिन के रहते हैं। बाबा का काकड़ आरती होने के बाद बाबा की मूर्ति की जो है बाबा की प्रतिमा का प्रोसेशन निकालता है, उससे फेस्टिवल का शुरू होती है। और तीसरा दिन जो है वो दही हांडी का कार्यक्रम रहता है। वो दही हांडी कार्यक्रम से इस फेस्टिवल की सांगता होती है। साल भर में जो है महाशिवरात्रि का फेस्टिवल, रंग पंचमी, गुड़ी पाड़वा, गोकुलाष्टमी, गोपाल काला, कोजागिरी पूर्णिमा, दीपावली, कार्तिकी एकादशी और श्री दत्त जयंती का उत्सव जो है वो साल भर में मनाया जाता है। साल का आखिरी दिन और नए साल का पहला दिन, बाबा के हर भक्त की इच्छा होती है कि उनका दर्शन जो है वो साल का आखिरी दिन और नए साल के पहले दिन जो है बाबा का दर्शन उसको हो जाए, इसलिए बहुत भीड़ जो है वो साल के आखिरी दिन रहती है और नए साल के शुरुआत के दिन भी रहती है। श्री साईं बाबा संस्थान के कामकाज के लिए जो है महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट ने एक नया एक्ट जो है 2004 का एक्ट जो है वो पास किया है, श्री साईं बाबा संस्थान ट्रस्ट एक्ट 2004। उसके हिसाब से श्री साईं बाबा संस्थान का कामकाज चलता है। रेगुलर जो है कमेटी जो है 17 लोगों की कमेटी रहती है, उसमें चेयरमैन, वाइस चेयरमैन एंड 15 लोगों की कमेटी रहती है। सीईओ जो है वो कमेटी के सेक्रेटरी रहते हैं। अभी जो है वो एडवॉक कमेटी है, उसमें प्रिंसिपल डिस्ट्रिक्ट जज मैडम जो है, सेंडे मैडम चेयरमैन है, कलेक्टर साहब और मैं जो है मेंबर हो। तो हम 3 लोगों की कमेटी जो है अभी साईं बाबा संस्थान का डेली कामकाज जो है वो देखती है। 50 लाख का जो प्रोजेक्ट जो है उसको सैंक्शन करना, उसका मॉनिटरिंग करना, एक काम जो है एडवॉक कमेटी करती है। और उसके बाद में यदि ज़्यादा एक्सपेंडिचर का कोई प्रोजेक्ट हो तो वो प्रोजेक्ट सैंक्शन के लिए जो है वो हाई कोर्ट में जाता है, हाई कोर्ट जो है इसको मॉनिटरिंग करती है। साईं बाबा संस्थान का एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव स्टाफ जो है उसमें सीईओ जो है हेड ऑफ डिपार्टमेंट है, एक डिप्टी सीईओ है, वो डिप्टी कलेक्टर रैंक का ऑफिसर है, 5 ऑफिसर जो है उसमें से 2 तहसीलदार है, एक एग्जीक्यूटिव इंजीनियर है, एक अकाउंट ऑफिसर क्लास 1 है और एक मेडिकल डायरेक्टर क्लास 1 है। ये 5 ऑफिसर जो है हमारे एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव ऑफिसर है। और लगभग 40 डिपार्टमेंट जो है, अलग अलग 40 डिपार्टमेंट जो है वो साईं बाबा संस्थान का डेली कामकाज जो है वो देखते हैं। संस्थान का टोटल स्टाफ जो है वो 6300 है, उसमें से 2900 ये परमानेंट स्टाफ है और 3400 जो है वो टेम्परेरी स्टाफ है। जी मैडम।
Amongst many charitable activities run by Shirdi Sansthan, hospital is the main charity work. We have 2 hospitals, Shri Sainath General Specialty Hospital with 300 beds and Shri Sai Baba Super Specialty Hospital with 261 beds. In OPD, 1500 people visit in a day on an average, and the indoor patients are almost 475, sometimes it ranges up to 500. In this hospital activities, the administrative and clinical staff of hospital includes the medical directors, deputy medical directors, medical superintendents, consultants, quite a big in number, 96 consultants, 72 RMOs and paramedic staff, nurses and ward staff. It's almost 800 to 900. In these hospitals, we have the clinical part including cardiology, cardiothoracic surgery, neurosurgery, tumorology, urology, nephrology, advanced orthopedics, general medicine, general surgery, maxillofacial surgery, psychiatry, and now we also have visiting oncologist, and hopefully we'll be starting and establishing the cancer treatment center. Also on diagnostic side, we have MRI facility, CT scan, 2D echo, TMT, ECG, TEE, and advanced pathology laboratories. In hospitals like Shri Sainath General Specialty Hospital, there are general surgeries, orthopedic surgeries, ophthalmic surgeries, ENT surgeries, dermatology and general medicines. While on diagnostic side, we have X-rays, ECG and pathology laboratories. And all these facilities are free of cost. There is also the equipment and facilities like liquid oxygen plant, ICU, ICCU, GICU, and neuro department with 83 beds, with operation theaters 7 in numbers, and also we have our own blood bank. Number of OPD patients in both the hospital in 2023 and 24 are 4,86,000 and more. IPD patients were 23,241. We had carried out 20,400 surgeries, and investigations were done in a number 5,68,000 and more. This is all free of cost. Then in charitable activities, the financial and other activities, the expenses we carry out, we have very transparent financial status. Everything can be seen and available for anyone. The receipts are 54 crore 21 lakh 18,138. The expenditure is 122 crores. The charity amount was 68 crores. We also provide medical aid and financial aid to patients outside the hospital. In the year 2023-24, we provided 2.03 crore for 411 patients. This is, we send the patients to super specialty hospitals if the treatment is not available, and we see that the treatment is getting done in those hospitals. There are medical camps, ophthalmic and like skin and other type of medical surgeries and medical aid, blood donation camps and regular health checkups at old age homes.
साई बाबा प्रसादालय ये एशिया खंड का सबसे बड़ा प्रसादालय है। टोटल एरिया जो है वो 7.5 एकड़ का है और ये आधा किलोमीटर जो है मंदिर प्रीमाइसेस से आधा किलोमीटर दूर है। 2008 में लगभग 23 करोड़ खर्चा करके इसका कंस्ट्रक्शन हुआ है और 2008 में ही भारत के राष्ट्रपति महोदय तत्कालीन प्रतिभाताई पाटिल इनके हाथों से इसका इनॉग्रेशन हुआ है। एट ए टाइम 4,000 साई भक्त जो है इसमें खाने का प्रसाद का लाभ जो है वो लेते हैं और वो प्रसाद जो है प्रसाद भोजन जो है उसमें 2 सब्जियां रहती है, दाल चावल रहता है, रोटी रहती है और स्वीट रहता है। ये पूरा खाना जो है ये प्रसादालय में रहता है। सुबह 10 बजे से रात को 10 बजे तक ये प्रसादालय प्रसाद भोजन जो है चालू रहता है। इसमें जो है वो एम्प्लॉय जो है नंबर ऑफ एम्प्लॉय जो है वो 846 है। हमारी पहली बैच जो है रात को 1:30 बजे आती है, वो सुबह 7 बजे तक 10 से 12,000 साई भक्तों का ब्रेकफास्ट बनाती है। वो ब्रेकफास्ट में 5 पूरी रहती है, सूखी सब्जी रहती है और स्वीट रहता है। वो सुबह 7 बजे से 10 बजे तक साई बाबा संस्थान के जो काउंटर्स है, भक्त निवास है, हॉस्पिटल्स है, वहाँ डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन जो है वो सुबह 7 बजे से 10 बजे तक होता है। दूसरी बैच जो है वो सुबह 7 बजे आती है। वो 7 बजे से खाना पकाना जो है वो शुरू हो जाता है और सुबह 10 बजे से खाना जो है वो शुरू हो जाता है। हर दिन लगभग जो है 45 to 50,000 साई भक्त जो है प्रसाद भोजन का लाभ लेता है और हर दिन हमें जो है 25 क्विंटल चावल, 30 क्विंटल व्हीट फ्लोर, 12 क्विंटल सब्जियां, 15 क्विंटल बूंदी का प्रसाद जो दर्शन के बाद भक्तों को फ्री में दिया जाता है और 20 क्विंटल जो है वो लड्डू का प्रसाद जो है वो लगता है। ये हर दिन का जो रिक्वायरमेंट जो है प्रसादालय में ये रिक्वायरमेंट रहती है। ये प्रसादालय जो है वो ISO सर्टिफाइड है, ISO 22,018 सर्टिफाइड है। हमारी स्पेशल लैब है, जो सैंपल्स जो फूड ग्रेन्स यहाँ आते हैं उसकी सब टेस्टिंग होती है। जो घी हम यूज़ करते हैं उसकी भी टेस्टिंग होती है। तो इसके लिए हमारी सेपरेट लैब है बाहर भी हम इसके टेस्टिंग के लिए भेजते हैं। लार्जेस्ट सोलर एनर्जी पावर कुकिंग जो है, सोलर ये जो प्रसादालय जो लार्जेस्ट सोलर इसमें हम यूज़ करते हैं। प्रसादालय में जो हमारा कुकिंग जो है, राष्ट्रपति महोदया द्रौपदी मुर्मू मैडम ने विजिट किया था, उनको ये खाना प्रसादालय का इतना अच्छा लगा कि हमारे 2 कुक्स जो है 2 बार जो है वो राष्ट्रपति भवन में जाके आए हैं और महाराष्ट्रियन भोजन का जो है वहाँ के जो कुक जो है उनको उन्होंने ट्रेनिंग दिया है। ये हमारे लिए बहुत गौरव की बात है। प्रसादालय में सब एडवांस चपाती मशीन, एडवांस राइस कुकिंग, एडवांस डिश वॉशर, हमारी फ्लोर मिल है, कोल्ड स्टोरेज स्ट्रक्चर है, सब वेटिंग के सब मशीनरी है। हर दिन का जो है वो सब सैंपल टेस्टिंग होने के बाद ये खाना जो है वो पकता है।
With this innovative kitchen, we have the largest solar energy powered cooking system, and our cooks were called twice by Rashtrapati Bhavan to get the cooks there learn the typical Maharashtrian food. Along with the same, we have the new education complex with innovative ideas to get the children educated. And for that, because it is surrounded by rural area, we have started for special classes for preparation of CET exam for 11th and 12th standard students. Also, we have regular session by expert from outside faculties, like regular health checkup for students, also free education and refund of tuition fees, and transport facility for the students up to 10th standard. Our buses run and bring students to the school and take them back to their village. We have new education complex which has started recently in the year 2024 with 5.50 hectare area with cost of rupees 267 crores. It's a multi-facility center with all the facilities for education to the children from rural areas. We have these 4 schools and educational institutes like Sri Sai Baba Kanya Vidya Mandir, Sri Sai Baba English Medium School, Sri Sai Baba Junior College and Sri Sai Baba Senior College with 5,600 students studying there, and the education runs from junior KG to graduation with the facilities of computer lab, science labs, library, digital boards, yoga center, playground, gymnasium, swimming pool, badminton court. Likewise, even our ITI, the training institutes, is specifically in demand. The total strength is 480, where first year students studying, they take admission for 304 seats, and the second year 176. And there are 11 courses run by institute, and it has received awards, 7 awards for All India Skill Competition Best Awards. These are all rural children who study in this institute. The placement opportunity is 90% in last 3 years. I will specifically mention that in Germany, our children are in demand, and just to train them German language, we have sent 8 students to learn German language in other institute in cities, and therefore we have planned to start our own German language course, because these are the boys who are in demand mostly in Germany, and the skilled people, they are trained well and given apprentice. We have likewise education, hospital, and Prasadalai, we have very good residential facility for bhaktas.
साई बाबा संस्थान के 11 जगह अलग अलग भक्त निवास है। उसकी कैपेसिटी जो है 2750 रूम्स है। उसमें से एसी रूम जो है वो 489 है, नॉन एसी रूम 2261 और डॉर्मेट्री जो है वो 192 है। डॉर्मेट्री की कैपेसिटी जो है वो लगभग 5000 है, और ये जो भक्त निवास जो है उसमें 8000 भक्त जो है वो एट ए टाइम जो है वो निवास कर सकते हैं। ये भक्त निवास में ही हमने जो है वो फ्री प्रसाद भोजन जो है, जो भक्त वहाँ रहने के लिए आते हैं उनके प्रसाद की व्यवस्था जो है वो भक्त निवास में ही की है, ब्रेकफास्ट की व्यवस्था भी वही किया है, और सब भक्त निवास का जो रजिस्ट्रेशन जो है, आपको यदि रहने का है तो 80% रजिस्ट्रेशन जो है वो ऑनलाइन होता है। सिर्फ 20% रजिस्ट्रेशन जो है, किसी को कोई अड़चन है तो वो वहाँ काउंटर पे आके रजिस्ट्रेशन करता है। मेजॉरिटी जो है 80% ऑफ रजिस्ट्रेशन इज डन ओनली थ्रू ऑनलाइन रजिस्ट्रेशन। प्रसादालय जो है वहाँ सब फैसिलिटीज है, गर्म पानी की व्यवस्था। अभी हम सोलर प्रोजेक्ट भी जो है वो प्रसादालय के रूफटॉप टेरेस पे सोलर प्रोजेक्ट भी हमने शुरू किया है, और लास्ट ईयर में नियरली 33 lakhs साइड डिवोटीज हैज रिसाइड्स इन द प्रसाद ये भक्त निवास। 2023 में 112 करोड़ खर्चा करके ये नया दर्शन लाइन कॉम्प्लेक्स जो है, इसका उद्घाटन जो है माननीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, इन्होंने अक्टूबर 2023 में किया है। ये दर्शन लाइन जो है उसमें 12 हॉल है, एक हॉल की कैपेसिटी 1000 है, और ऐसे 12 हॉल में 12,000 साई भक्त दर्शन लाइन में रेलिंग में इधर उधर जो है 20,000 साई भक्त जो है वो दर्शन लाइन में एट ए टाइम एडजस्ट एकोमोडेट हो सकते हैं। दर्शन लाइन में जो है चाय की व्यवस्था, कॉफ़ी की व्यवस्था, पानी की व्यवस्था, टॉयलेट की व्यवस्था, सब व्यवस्था जो है वो फ्री में की है, और मॉडर्न बेबी फीडिंग जो है वो भी बनाया है, टॉयलेट सब है, और ये सब एसी दर्शन लाइन बनाई है। लास्ट ईयर 2023 में इसका इनॉग्रेशन हुआ है। New initiatives.
In our new initiative, we have started a practice of taking 2 people from General Darshan line as VIP, and at the time of Aarti, those are taken for Aarti. And this is the facility where actually the devotees, they have tears in their eyes that they don't know, but they are given chance to come to the Aarti and participate in the same.
Last.
In new initiative also, we have felicitation of the donors. We have special counters for them to make them easy to give donations. Also VIP. Also beautification of Mandir complex and Sansthan complex. We are also trying to keep all the campuses clean. This is also awarded as Clean City. We have participated in making Shirdi a clean and developed city. We have transparency in all procedures. Donation is either accepted in hundi and at donation counters. All the money collected is counted. All purchase is through e-tender. More specifically, every expense which is more than 50 lakhs, we put it before the High Court. After getting permission and approval from High Court, the spendings are done. So everything is scrutinized as ad hoc committees consisting of district collector, the IAS officer, the CEO, Mr. Gadikal, the IAS officer, I myself as a judge, heading the body of this ad hoc committee. We have Baba's Vastra. Every day we receive many Vastras from donors, but we keep it on lottery system and take out the lottery to wear Baba the daily dress. We have timely instructions to security, and also we have given them a body language training or a non-verbal communication to be learned by them while dealing with the devotees coming to the temple, so that the devotee shall not get hurt at any point of time. The bhakta can stand in a lane for hours just to have a glimpse of Sai Baba, and every step of the temple should be like a step going towards God and towards Sai Baba. So we have tried at our best to make every person involved, including security and the staff person, to make all devotees coming there to feel that they are in the feet of Sai Baba. We have also darshan facility for senior citizens, pregnant women, and handicapped persons. We have separate queue for Aarti and Satyanarayan Puja. After darshan, there is separate facility to go in the premises. There is a locker, as always we have seen. And also, we have a trained disaster management team, and they are given regular trainings. The concept of inculcating all the habits is the children, devotees coming to the temple should learn a new spiritual way and to get themselves attached to spirituality as well as develop their spirituality along with their quality of life and the standard of life and connecting to themselves to understand themselves, their emotions with devotions. Also, we are making them to learn what is our Indian culture. We have a museum where we have kept Shivaji Maharaj and his literature as well as some articles just to know the youngsters to understand that what is the history of Maharashtra and the role of Shivaji Maharaj as well as all the articles and the literature related to Sai Baba so that they must learn it is not the God but it is a man who became a God. It is a man who was there for service of people. Sai Baba was always serving people. The basic concept is that to serve people. So trust also carries the same perception, concept, and see that every amount received by the trust is utilized in proper way, in proper manner for charity purposes. Also, to get the involvement of people in Sansthan's affairs.
साई बाबा संस्थान में जो साई भक्त दर्शन के लिए आते हैं, आरती का पास, दर्शन का पास, अकोमोडेशन, सत्यनारायण पूजा, ये सब पासेस जो है वो ऑनलाइन बुकिंग होती है। 80% जो है ऑनलाइन बुकिंग होती है, 20% जो है वो काउंटर पे आके आप पास ले सकते हैं। न्यू दर्शन लाइन कॉम्प्लेक्स में हमने कियोस्क भी बिठाए। हम जब रेलवे स्टेशन पे जाते हैं, CST रेलवे स्टेशन पे गए होंगे, तो वहाँ काउंटर पे भी आपको दर्शन पास मिलता है और कियोस्क भी वहाँ रखे। वही कंसेप्ट लेके हमने किसी साई भक्त को दर्शन लाइन में ज़्यादा खड़ा नहीं रहना चाहिए, इसके लिए दर्शन पास की व्यवस्था भी कियोस्क के माध्यम से की है और वो पिछले महीने में हमने उसका इनॉग्रेशन किया है। साई बाबा संस्थान में भक्तों के जो सुविधा जो है, साई बाबा का भक्त दर्शन के लिए आता है तो बाबा के सानिध्य में उनका रहवास, बाबा का दर्शन, ये अच्छी से अच्छी तरह से होना चाहिए। इसका प्रयास जो है वो साई बाबा संस्थान के माध्यम से हमेशा किया जाता है। भक्तों के अलावा वहाँ का जो शिरडी का जो लोकल नेटवर्क जो है, 20 किलोमीटर के कंक्रीट के रास्ते श्री साई बाबा संस्थान ने 108 करोड़ लगा के किए हैं। जो एयरपोर्ट बनाया है उसके लिए भी 50 करोड़ साई बाबा संस्थान ने दिया है। बड़ा बस स्टैंड जो है वो भी बना है, उसके लिए भी साई बाबा संस्थान में डोनेशन वो पैसे दिए हैं। और शिरडी शहर में जो रेगुलर क्लीनिंग होती है उसके लिए भी 58 लाख जो है हर महीने में साई बाबा संस्थान की तरफ से दिया जाता है।
Last but not the least, in the year 2023-24, we had income of 819.57 crores and we spent 489.36 crores all with developmental and education purposes. We have 2916 crores deposits and gold and silver worth 152 crores. Our earnings were towards from Dakshina Peti, from interest, from normal donations, from Annadan, for hospital and for Prasadalaya, and our expenses were on the salaries of staff we maintain, hospitals, Prasadalaya, and all other staff and the ancillary expenses. So this is, as the Sai Baba, Shirdi Sai Baba is, it was like Bhiksha which was to be distributed amongst the needy people. So with the same concept, receiving the donations and spending on charity is the basic purpose. Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am and sir. We would like to felicitate you for joining us here. And for the same, I would request Mr. Karthik and Srimati Maithili ji to kindly join us on stage. Shri Karthik and Srimati Maithili
Can
ji
we
to
take
join
center
us on
stage, please? Yeah, here.
For felicitating our esteemed
Ma'am,
speakers.
please.
May I request you, ma'am,
1 minute.
to kindly join us. And may we have a big round of applause for our speakers, ladies and gentlemen, Srimati Anju.
Can we request Snehil ji to please
Shende.
come up on stage? Snehil ji, आप आ जाओ. एक ही स्नेहल जी आ जाइए.
We have Srimati Anju Shende and Shri Goraksh
क्या देवांशु जी आ रहे हैं?
Gadalkar.
आप आ जाओ, आप भी आ जाओ. आप रुक जाओ. तीनों को मत बोलो, 2 जना.
Please give a big round of applause to our speakers, Srimati Anju Shende and Shri Goraksh Gadalkar, for joining us for this talk, talking about serving others, the seva, daya and samaj sudhar aspect that temples reinforce in our society. Ladies and gentlemen,
Can
a
we
big hand.
come slightly ahead for a picture, please?
A big round of applause for Srimati Anju Shende and Shri Goraksh Gadalkar ji for sharing
Thank you.
about the spirit of serving others,
Ma'am, ये
daya, seva and samaj sudhar aspect that the temple ecosystem brings and reinforces. Now we have a few announcements that Girish ji will make.
I would like to make a couple of announcements. I need your attention, undivided attention. First of all, with my folded hands on behalf of myself, Temple Connect, our chairman, Sri Prasad Lad ji, Mrs. Neeta Lad ji, I thank you all for this patience and this audience that you all are sitting here. A big round of applause to you. We take a lot of effort to put this event together. There is a lot of man hours which goes into getting all these registrations and people here. So I thank you, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart, because we can do this because of the motivation that you give us. We can do this because the motivation your temples give us. And we can do this because all of us are Sanatanis in our own way. So big round of applause for the dharma that we follow. I have 3 small announcements to make. But all 3 small announcements are powerful. The first announcement is Vitthal Das Ji Maharaj, who's a great kirtankar, would be performing at this stage in some time and enthralling us with the music. So my request is that people who are not going for darshan today are requested not to leave this hall, because it is an insult to the kalakar if the hall is empty. Are we together on this? Point number 1. Point number 2, people who are going for darshan today, we are opening the dinner counters for them in advance. Please let them have dinner first and proceed ahead. We will have dinner together after the kirtan is over. Is that okay with us? Third most important thing, tomorrow is the most important day of the gathering. If you have collected the bags, how many of you all have collected the bags from Temple Connect? किसी का बाकी है? अच्छा, जिसने collect किया है, बाकी का बाकी है. So please collect those bags. There is a lungi or a dhoti, what they call it, from Ram Raj. So if tomorrow we can be in a traditional attire, it will show that we are all in the same system and sentiment. We are in the southern part of the country, and when we talk about certain dress codes for the temples, we should start that with ourselves. Do we agree? My request And the final request here, I am thankful to you all for being patient with my gyan and my sessions. But the idea is, अगर मैं discipline नहीं ला पाया, तो ये यहाँ पे अस्त व्यस्त हो जाएगा. तो अब अगर आप agree कर रहे हैं, तो एक बार जोर से जय श्री राम का जय घोष करिए. जय श्री राम, जय जय श्री राम. नमः पार्वती पते, हर हर महादेव.
Thank you, Girishji. And now, moving ahead with the proceedings for this evening, I would like to request and invite our next esteemed speaker on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Pragya Keval Ramani ji. आज हमने एक एक्सेप्शनल लीडर का परिचय करवाने का सौभाग्य मिल रहा है, जिनकी गवर्नेंस और पब्लिक सर्विस के प्रति समर्पण ने राजस्थान में एक बड़ा बदलाव लाया है. प्लीज वेलकम ऑन स्टेज श्रीमती प्रज्ञा केवल रमानी जी, IAS, currently serving as Divisional Commissioner of Udaipur. Please put your hands together and welcome Srimati Pragya Keval Ramani ji.
Namaskar. Greetings to this august assembly in this culturally rich divine city of Tirupati. मंदिर नगरी तिरुपति की इस ज्ञान सभा में उपस्थित समस्त सुधीजन को मेरा प्रणाम. It is indeed an honor and privilege to be here, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers, Temple Connect, for giving me the opportunity to showcase the places of worship in tribal Rajasthan and also to celebrate the visually captivating Manna tribal art, tracing its roots back to the Vedic age. जनजाति समुदायों में यह मान्यता है कि मांडना डिज़ाइन देवी देवताओं की उपस्थिति का आह्वान कर सकते हैं. It is like painting with a touch of magic, connecting our world with the divine. आइए आपके साथ हम देखते हैं राजस्थान के रामायण कालीन जनजाति आस्था स्थल और उस ऊर्जा से स्पंदित जनजाति कला मांडना और उसे पोषित करने हेतु हमारा छोटा सा उपक्रम बनफूल. So, one of the greatest epics of Hindu mythology, Ramayana, is not just a story, it is a reservoir of moral teachings, spiritual wisdom, and timeless ideals that continue to resonate with millions of people around the globe. भारत में यह कथा आस्था के रूप में हर व्यक्ति के रोम रोम व हर स्थान के कण कण में बसती है और हम इसी आस्था को प्रदर्शित कर रहे हैं without disputing the established mythological norm. So, along with rediscovering the Aranya path in the forest areas of tribal Rajasthan, we also showcase the tribal art odyssey of empowerment and biodiversity in the unseen Ramayana trail. श्री राम कथा का वर्णन करती रामचरितमानस का राजस्थान से बेहद गहरा संबंध है, जिसके बारे में बहुत कम लोगों को पता है. जयपुर में अरावली की पहाड़ियों के बीच स्थित गालव ऋषि की तपोभूमि पर करीब 400 साल पहले गोस्वामी तुलसीदास ने अपने 3 वर्ष के गलता प्रवास के दौरान रामचरितमानस के अयोध्या कांड के प्रसंग लिखे थे. गलता जी में आज भी होती है तुलसीदास जी की पूजा. ऐसी मान्यता है कि असुरों के राजा मयासुर ने अप्सरा हेमा को प्रसन्न करने के लिए जोधपुर शहर के निकट मंडोर का निर्माण किया और वहां जन्मी उनकी पुत्री का नाम मंदोदरी रखा गया. यह मान्यता है कि मंदोदरी के साथ रावण का विवाह जोधपुर में हुआ था और इन लोगों ने यहाँ रावण का मंदिर भी बनाया. According to mythology, the instrument Ravan Hatha, a precursor of modern-day string instrument violin, was devised by the legendary Ravan, who used to play the melodious tunes on the instrument to please his favorite deity, Lord Shiva. it is believed that after the great battle between Lord Ram and Ravan, Hanuman carried this instrument to the western part of India, where its tunes are still enlivening the cultural environment of Rajasthan, and the Bhil tribe in this area very skillfully create the melodious music. From the deserts of Rajasthan, we now traverse to the forest lands of tribal district Bara bordering MP, where is located Sitabadi. In the context of mythological significance, one doesn't know the whole truth, but the fact is that people bow their heads to this place by the name of Valmiki Ashram, where Sita Mata had come to bear the pain of abandonment, where Love Kush were born and given the knowledge of scriptures and weapons. The town of Guna in MP can be reached by walking on short route of these trails, which later go into the Dandakaranya forest, where according to Ramcharitmanas, Lakshmanji had left Sita in an abandoned state. Temples of Sita Devi and Lakshman are present here. In the neighboring districts of Chittorgarh and Pratapgarh lies a wildlife sanctuary deriving its name from the Indian mythology, Sita Mata Sanctuary. According to legend, Valmiki Ashram from Ramayana is situated in the same forest, and goddess Sita spent some of her days in exile in this ashram. There is also a temple of Sita Mata located in the sanctuary. कमलनाथ महादेव, जो उदयपुर से करीब 70 किलोमीटर दूर झाड़ोल क्षेत्र में स्थित है, कहते हैं कैलाश से शिवजी की प्रतिकृति शिवलिंग लेकर रावण आ रहे थे। यात्रा में क्लांत रावण यहाँ रुके और शिवलिंग एक ग्वाले को दिया, जिसने उसने वहीं ज़मीन पर रख दिया और वह वहाँ स्थापित हो गया। ऐसी मान्यता है कि इस घटना से दुखी रावण तपस्या करने लगा, जो 12 साल तक चली। तपस्या में एक दिन कमल के 108 फूल में से एक कम पड़ गया। ऐसे में रावण ने अपना शीश चढ़ाया। भगवान शिव प्रसन्न हुए और वरदान स्वरूप उसकी नाभि में अमृत कुंड की स्थापना कर दी और 10 शीश का वरदान दिया। इस स्थान को कमलनाथ का नाम दिया गया। In the southwestern part of Rajasthan in बांसवाड़ा is located राम कुंड। मान्यता है कि भगवान श्री राम वनवास के समय यहाँ आए थे। तब जंगल के बीच पहाड़ी इलाके में सीता जी को प्यास लगी। तब श्री राम ने तीर चलाकर इस पहाड़ को भेद दिया और पत्थरों को चीरकर कुंड बन गया। यह भी कहा जाता है कि प्रभु श्री राम ने यहाँ इस शिवलिंग की स्थापना की। यह भी मान्यता है कि 1859 में तात्या तोपे ने इस गुफा को ब्रिटिश हुकूमत के विरुद्ध सीक्रेट प्लानिंग के लिए काम में लिया था। The timeless appeal of Ramayana has influenced various art forms in Rajasthan, like fad painting and kawad. Kawad is a portable storytelling device that also acts as a temple most often. The panels of kawad, a portable wooden shrine area, hinge together to form a visual story. Kawad art is told by a wandering priest. In order to tell a tale, he takes his kawad to the listener's home and unfolds the panels there. Fad is a type of scroll painting made on cloth. The art of fad is associated with storytelling traditions, popularly with Ramayana and Mahabharata depictions. Lord Ram, on completion of his 14-year-old exile, en route Ayodhya via Pushpak Viman, is said to have rested in this area in Sevantri village in Rajsamand, which is the abode of Srinath ji. गोमती नदी का उद्गम स्थल अयोध्या की सरयू नदी का एहसास दिलाता है और यहाँ पर लक्ष्मण झूला पुल भी बनाया गया। History enables generations with special power, the power of example. It helps us look at people who have worked through some of the unimaginable scenarios and upbringing and transform stones thrown on them into milestones. In this context, India's contribution to diversity, equity, and inclusion cannot be understood without understanding the life and ethos of the tribal communities. This year, we are celebrating 150th birth anniversary of Dharti Aba Birsa Munda from 15th of November, which is commemorated as the Janjati Gaurav Divas. The two prominent epics that have defined India's historical ethos are Ramayana and Ramcharitmanas. Several characters from the Adivasi community, like the tribal chieftain Nishad Raj and the warmly hospitable Shabri Mata, stand out for their role, impact, and persona in these texts. And here we have the जनजाति आर्ट. जनजाति कला में प्रकृति का ऐश्वर्य चित्रित किया जाता है और मनुष्य और प्रकृति से समन्वयन यहाँ दिखाई देता है. Displaying the glory of nature are the tribal paintings in these tribal and forest land, conveying the beautiful relationship between the man and the environment. Can we have the AV please, the nature's landscape? इसी गौरवशाली पारंपरिक कला से आजीविका बढ़ाने के लिए जनजाति क्षेत्रीय विकास विभाग राजस्थान द्वारा कुछ प्रयास किए गए हैं, जिसे प्रोजेक्ट तुलिका का नाम दिया गया. इसमें उदयपुर के फॉरेस्ट एरिया कोटड़ा की 24 भील गरासिया जनजाति महिलाओं, जिन्होंने कभी हाथ में पेंट ब्रश नहीं लिया था और वे मिट्टी और प्राकृतिक रंगों से अपनी उंगलियों व नीम की टहनी से घर के आंगन व दीवारों पर परंपरागत मांडना कला से जीवंत करती थी. उन्हें वित्तीय सहयोग दिया गया और उनकी किस तरह से
आदिवासी मांडना को कैसे आजीविका से जोड़ें, उसके लिए यह प्रशिक्षण TRI और कोटड़ा आदिवासी संस्थान द्वारा आयोजित किया गया.
इस वाले 4 दिन की कार्यशाला में हमारे ट्रेनर हैं डिम्पल जी हैं, संद्रिका जी हैं, रमेश जी हैं और मांगी लाल जी हैं. फिर ट्रेनर आते तो बहुत ज़्यादा खुशी होती थी कि अब ये हमको नया सिखाएंगे. वो अच्छे से बारीक से समझाते हैं और गलती होती है तो दोबारा बिठा कर वापस बनवाते हैं.
जो देहाती जनजाति समुदाय की महिलाएं हैं, विशेषकर कोटड़ा से, जिसकी प्रथम एक हमने कार्यशाला जो आयोजित की थी कोटड़ा आदिवासी संस्थान के सहयोग से, उनकी भागीदारी इस लिहाजे से भी महत्वपूर्ण हो जाती है क्योंकि इस तरह के जो कार्यक्रम होते हैं उनको वही लोग जो उस क्षेत्र में काम कर रहे हैं उनको निरंतरता दे सकते हैं.
आदिवासी महिलाओं में मांडना एक बहुत पुराना कला है जिसको आदिवासी समुदाय अपने हर त्योहारों, उत्सवों और सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रमों में उपयोग करता आया है.
हमारे आसपास हम देखें तो किसी न किसी रूप में हमें कला नज़र आती है और वो अपनी संस्कृति और कला से किसी तरह से कट नहीं जाएं और उनका जुड़ाव बना रहे. तो जनजाति क्षेत्र में उस संस्कृति को हम किस तरह से जीवित रख सकें और उसको आगे वो अपनी आगामी पीढ़ी तक भी आगे ले जाएं.
जब मैंने इनके साथ काम करना चालू किया तो मैंने देखा कि ये बहुत ही सहज है. किसी भी बनावटी आकृति की आवश्यकता इनको नहीं पड़ी. इन्होंने प्राकृतिक मोटिव्स को लेकर काम करना चालू किया और बहुत ही सुंदर और सहज तरीके से इन्होंने उस चीज़ को उकेरा. वो सुबह से लेकर शाम तक वो निरंतर इस काम में इतनी ज़्यादा लीनता से काम करती हैं कि हम खुद भी उनसे ये चीज़ सीख रहे हैं कि कैसे इतनी देर तक कला को हमें समर्पण देना है.
इनसे मैंने भी कुछ सीखा है, नई नई डिजाइनें सीखी है, तो कुछ मैंने भी इनसे ग्रहण करा है जो मेरी आने वाली पेंटिंग में भी कभी देखने को मिलेगा.
हमने माँ बाड़ी के जो बच्चे हैं उनकी यूनिफॉर्म्स, उनकी स्टेशनरी को भी ट्राइबल आर्ट से उसका समागम करने की कोशिश की है.
जनजाति कला और संस्कृति को बढ़ावा देने के उद्देश्य से TRI जनजाति क्षेत्रीय विकास विभाग और कास के माध्यम से इस कार्यशाला का आयोजन किया गया. ये कार्यशाला जनजाति महिलाओं को विशेष तौर से रोजगार और उनकी कलाओं को देश और विदेश में प्रसारित करने के उद्देश्य से की गई.
और हम आगे ये कोशिश रहेगी कि ये महिलाएं कपड़ों पे और बुक आर्टिकल पे, बुक मार्क पे इन पेंटिंग को करें और इनकी आजीविका इससे बढ़ेगी, ये हमारी आशा है।
It gives me immense pleasure to celebrate with you the tribal spirit, crafts, culture, talent, unwavering passion and entrepreneurship in the form of Banpul Stories. Banpul, the tribal design studio. So this is one of the art called Mrig Marichika. The deer which is in the Ramayana has been made from the date palm or khajur ke patte. It was also presented to the Honorable President of India when she visited Mangar Dham last year. These are the Mabadi centers or informal schools of education in the tribal area. We have 3,000 of these Mabadi centers with 90,000 children studying there. And we observed that these children, they would wear the uniform even after the school hours. So we liberated them from the regimented uniform, and what better design than the bird. So this uniform has been designed by the tribal artists for the tribal children, the design studio. Here we have the Honorable President of India interacting with the Mabadi children in their new uniform. Can we have the few words said in this regard by the Honorable President of India? Please, the AV.
अपने हाथों से बहुत सुंदर चीजें बनाते हैं। यहाँ के बनपुल स्टूडियो का जितना सुंदर नाम है उतना ही सुंदर काम है। मैं जब यहाँ आ रही थी उसके पहले जनजाति समाज के और अलग अलग संस्था के एग्जीबिशन मैंने देखा। वहाँ देखा इस समाज के महिलाएं, इस समाज के भाई और बहनें इतने सुंदर सुंदर कलाकृति करते हैं। ट्राइफेड तथा अन्य संस्थाओं द्वारा जनजातीय भाई बहन द्वारा बनाए गए उत्पादों को बाजार तक पहुंचाने के प्रयास की मैं बहुत बहुत सराहना करती हूँ। जनजाति बोल गांव में बच्चों को औपचारिक शिक्षा और पोषण प्रदान करने के लिए स्थापित मारवाड़ी समूह की स्नेही माताएं और प्यारे बच्चों से मिलकर मुझे बहुत खुशी हुई है।
Here we have the Saharia houses. These are the PM Janman houses, the government giving subsidy for construction of houses to the Saharia tribes. And these houses, though government ones, are not dull and drab, but they have been made colorful and vibrant by the community themselves. The designs by the Tribal Design Studio. This is an image of the Tribal Research Institute where these artists are adorning the walls of the Tribal Research Institute with the murals. This is an image of the stationery given in the tribal Mabadi centers, which are the informal education centers. To make the notebooks interesting, they've been depicted with tribal art, the mandana, and some interesting images of Hindi, English, mathematics, environment, and drawing. This is the academic calendar designed by the tribal artists. These are some of the artifacts which are also on display in this area in the convention center. This is the hut of the tribal artist, and he has hand-painted this sari. These are some of the hand-painted artifacts by the tribal artisans. Some souvenirs given to the VVIPs on various occasions. This is the greeting card which has been given away on the New Year greetings by the Honorable Governor Rajasthan. He has sent out greetings by the tribal artists, giving due credit to the tribal artists of the remote area of Udaipur and Dungarpur, duly patronizing the tribal art. This is what we are inculcating through Project Chitera in the tribal residential schools and hostels in Rajasthan, and we have a designated wall in each hostel where the students are given a free hand to exhibit their art. These are some of the works of art by the artists, and these are the empaneled artists. We end the Banphool story on this very apt image. This is how a tribal devara or devalaya located in the middle of a habitation is depicted. Vibrant with energy, and the two hands depicting the blessings of the superpower residing therein, which brings to mind the peace invocation from the Atharva Ved, an invocation for well-being, protection, and obtaining knowledge. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah, Sarve Santu Niramaya, Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu, Ma Kaschit Dukh Bhag Bhavet. इन्हीं मंगल कामनाओं के साथ आपका दिन मंगलमय हो। भक्त वत्सल भगवान श्री वेंकटेश स्वामी हम सब का कल्याण करें। I leave you on this mellifluous note from the Ravan Hatta. Can we have the AV, please? Please enjoy. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us today, sharing your valuable inputs with us. May I request you to kindly come center stage? I would also request Ms. Megha Ghosh, co-curator and IP head for ITCX, to join us on stage and felicitate Srimati Pragya ji for her invaluable contributions at the event today. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our speaker, Srimati Pragya ji. Thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us today. It is such a pleasure to have you here at the ITCX 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, we are only going bigger and better with every passing edition. This is just the beginning. And that is Megha Ghosh, co-curator and IP head for ITCX. Thank you very much. Now moving on to our next presentation from the stage. Now we are going to witness the journey of Vasavi temples. And to take us through this beautiful journey, we have Shri P.N. Govindarajulu ji joining us. Dr. P.N. Govindarajulu ji, President of the Akhil Bharati Shri Vasavi Pingona Trust. and also the recipient of the highest award of Karnataka, that is Rajyot Sarva Awardee. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Dr. P.N. Govinda Rajuluji on stage for sharing the journey of Vasavi Temple. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you, madam. At the outset, I would like to thank Sri Girish Kulkarni ji for giving me an opportunity to be here with you all today. People must have called Girish Kulkarni ji a madman for floating such an idea 1 or 2 years back. Those who called him a madman have become mad now after seeing Girish's arrangements and the success of this convocation. I am really delighted to be on this stage now. I am here to talk about a Punya Kshetra that is located in Penugonda, West Godavari district, Andhra Pradesh, and also on Kanyaka Parameswari temple at Malleshwaram, Bangalore. Can I have the first video, madam? This is Vasavi Kanyaka Parameswari temple located in Penugonda, West Godavari district. What you see here is the idol of Kanyaka Parameswari, which is 90 feet high, world's tallest Panchadhatu idol, made out of gold, silver, copper, tin and zinc. It is weighing 44,000 kgs, that is 44 tons. It is sheltered in a 185 feet Garbhagudi, and it is standing only on 2 legs. It can resist up to 8.7 Richter scale of earthquake. These are the specialities of the idol. Hold it for a minute, hold it for a second. Hold the video for a second, please. Why is it made out of Panchaloha? Let us all try to understand. Panchadhatus, 5 metals, gold, silver, copper, tin and zinc. They absorb cosmic energy from the universe and they disperse spiritual vibrations in the entire temple. With that, the ambitions of the devotees, their korikas with the goddess will become a reality. We have seen a lot of things happening like that. 9 happens to be a very great number in Indian astrology. All of us live for 9 months in the womb of mother. We have 9 holes in the body. There are 9 grahas, navagrahas. With that concept, the elders of the community started this. We'll go ahead with the video, please. We have taken 3 years, 8 months to construct this idol. Even for the artist who did this is first of its kind. This is the entrance arch with 4 Ganeshas, not Chaturmukha. This is Dwadasha Jyotirlinga Mandir with the Ishvara's idol and 12 Jyotirlingas inside. The uniqueness of the temple, this temple is not even a small candle is required to light the entire temple during the daytime. And the sun rays fall directly on Nagareshwara. This is the uniqueness of the temple where we do Bhasmabhishekam and Rudrabhishekam and other pujas in the temple regularly. This is the aerial view of the temple. The size of the temple, rather, we have built this temple in about 8 acres of land, and the Garbhagudi alone is 42,000 square feet. The temple itself is 42,000 square feet with a sitting capacity of 25,000 devotees. Recently, we had a group from Salem. They had hired a special train and came here. Nearly 500 couples sat for Dampati Puja. Every day Abhishekam is done. Every day Dampati Puja, Gomata Puja, all these rituals are conducted here very regularly. Can we go to the second video, please? In a couple of years, I'm sure Girish ji will be attracted to conduct this expo at Penugonda also. This is Malleshwaram temple, 90-year-old temple. 50% of the activities of the temple are spiritual. The remaining 50% are multifactorial. That means in the health sector, we are running a kidney dialysis center. So far, we have done dialysis for 1,17,000 people for free of cost. We are running 3 free hostels for merited students in the small area. Above all, we are distributing free prasadam to senior citizens of the locality. Senior citizens of the locality, he may be a rich fellow or he may be a poor fellow, but if he sends his request, we send food to him. Both times, lunch and dinner we serve. For the last 26 years, we are doing this project. Nearly 4.5 lakh are the beneficiaries. After the death of the person, we have to do certain rites, RITES, not RIOTS. These rites are being performed in Malleshwaram, Bangalore. This is the carrier which goes to the senior citizen. And in the educational sector, we have started the hostels and we are doing pujas regularly. This is our RP Ravi Shankar Sabhangana, where cultural activities happen all the 365 days. This is Vasavi Lalita Kalashala run by our women. All the 365 days, some program will be running in the temple. I invite all of you to come and enjoy the things at Malleshwaram Temple, Bangalore. Once again, I invite all of you to come to Penukonda, West Godavari district and have a darshan of Mata Vasavi Kanyaka Parameshwari and be blessed by Mata Kanyaka Parameshwari. Lot of people come and then pray Mata Vasavi to see that their children get married and to give long life. And they have some social problems, family problems. What they have to do is they just have to go for pradakshinas. 7 pradakshinas, 14, 28 like that. And pray Goddess Vasavi. She will definitely bless them with more health, wealth, prosperity in all endeavors of life. Thank you all. I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity. There is much more to talk, but due to paucity of time, I am not able to deliver the goods properly. But dear friends, there are a lot of achievers here, IAS officers who have done great things in their life, managing trusts like Sai Baba Trust and other things. Madam, you wait for another 5 years. Penukonda will be the first green temple in the country. We are going to change it into a green temple in another 5 years, madam. It will be on par with other Punya Kshetras like Annavaram, Bhadrachalam, etc. Never, ever we can come to the standards of Tirupati or Shirdi, madam. But definitely, I promise you that we will do an excellent job at Penukonda, and lot of educated classes coming there, which is helping us to build the temple in a better way. 3 times Annadana is being done, morning breakfast, lunch and dinner we are providing for any caste. And we have sufficient rooms, and homas and havanas are also being conducted. Now we are starting Veda Patashala. Students will be trained to teach Vedas because it is the 2nd generation, 3rd generation which needs more of spiritual diversion. We see in movies a lot of small children are being taught terrorist activities in other countries, not to name them. But if they are taught Vedic mantras, they become excellent citizens of the country and they will build the nation as aspired by Swami Vivekananda. Thank you all.
Dear devotees, whenever you had a plan to visit the Penukonda, you can enjoy the beautiful Kanyaka Parameshwari temple in the midst of greenery and Godavari, Vasavi Shantidam Penukonda.
I talked about you.
And
People
whenever you want to plan to visit the garden
when
city
you floated
Bangalore,
this idea.
you can visit
But now they have become mad after seeing you, sir.
Garden city Bangalore. You can visit the historic Vasavi temple, Malleshwaram. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you very much, sir, for joining us and taking us through the beautiful journey of Vasavi temples. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our esteemed speaker. Thank you, sir, for taking us through that beautiful journey. And we are grateful to you for your presence here with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Thank you once again, sir. This is the ITCX 2025, the second edition of the International Temples Convention and Expo. We are truly grateful to each of you for joining us here and making this event such a grand success. Day 2 has been full of interesting learnings, great insights, and of course a lot of knowledge sharing that happened here. We are nearing to a wonderful performance, but before that, we have a couple of more sessions. Coming up next is a very, very interesting session, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a big round of applause, first of all, for the Vasavi Temple team here on stage. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us today. Thank you. Thank you, sir. The felicitation happening here on stage. Thank you very much, sirs. And thank you to our lovely audience for being so attentive and kind. Thank you for your applauses. Moving ahead to what's next on the agenda. Next, we are delighted to welcome Shri Shantanu Gupta ji, an esteemed author. He is the author of Masterclass with Yogi Adityanath. Today, he will be leading a session on taking Ramayana to every home and the importance of teaching this ancient epic to every child. Please join me in welcoming Shri Shantanu Gupta ji on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for Shri Shantanu Gupta ji. Yes, let those applauses come in, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, come on. All right, thank you.
Can I have the slider? Is this the slider? Pranam everyone. Am I audible? Am I audible at the back? मेरी आवाज़ आ रही है सबको? धन्यवाद. मेरा नाम शांतनु गुप्ता है और मैं उत्तर प्रदेश से आता हूँ. मेरा नाम शांतनु गुप्ता है और मैं योगी आदित्यनाथ के उत्तर प्रदेश से आता हूँ. मैं श्री कृष्ण की जन्मभूमि से आता हूँ. मैं श्री राम की जन्मभूमि से आता हूँ. So on the onset, let me greet you with जय श्री कृष्णा, जय श्री राम. मैं भी 24 दिन कुंभ में था, प्रयाग कुंभ में था. From last 24 days I was at Kumbh, and it was only for Girish Kulkarni ji that I broke my vrata of Kumbh and came here for the Mahakumbh of temples, because I wanted to meet all of you. मेरा छोटा सा परिचय. मेरी पत्नी तेलुगु है, माँ भार्या तेलुगु हिंदी, जिनको आप मुझे तेलुगु समझ में आता है. So if you are bitching about me in Telugu, I'll understand. मैं यूपी वाला हूँ, मैं उत्तर प्रदेश से हूँ. मेरे 2 बच्चे हैं, 11 and 6. 11 साल का अभिराम और 6 साल की नक्षत्रा. और वो आज तक स्कूल नहीं गए हैं. दे हैव नेवर बीन टू स्कूल. बोथ माय किड्स आर होम स्कूल्ड. और मैं उनको घर में रामायण कैसे पढ़ाता हूँ, महाभारत कैसे पढ़ाता हूँ, गीता कैसे पढ़ाता हूँ, वेद पुराण कैसे पढ़ाता हूँ, हनुमान चालीसा कैसे पढ़ाता हूँ, वो पढ़ाते 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 मैंने 12 किताबें लिख दी. सो ऑल माई वर्क विच आई एम ट्रांजैक्टेड विद माई किड्स, आई हैव कन्वर्टेड देम इनटू बुक्स. एंड वन ऑफ माई फेमस बुक्स इज रामायण फॉर एवरी चाइल्ड. कैसे बच्चों को मज़े मज़े में, प्यार प्यार में, उन्हीं की भाषा में, उन्हीं के क्यूजेस में, उन्हीं के गेम्स में, उन्हीं के क्रॉसवर्ड पजल में, उन्हीं के जिक्सॉ पजल्स में रामायण कैसे पढ़ाया जाए, ये मैं पिछले 5-6 साल से कर रहा हूँ. कई हज़ार बच्चों को मैं रामायण पढ़ा चुका हूँ. आज मैं अगले 5 मिनट मात्र मुझे बताया दर्शन और मेरे और दर्शन, आपके और दर्शन के बीच में मैं खड़ा हूँ. ये चला क्यों गया? हाँ, राइट. ओके ओके ओके, ठीक है. मैं आपको कांड का नाम बोलूंगा, आप मुझे एक शब्द बताएंगे. बालकांड. व्हेन आई से बालकांड, व्हाट कम्स टू योर माइंड? शाउट. व्हेन आई से बालकांड, व्हाट कम्स टू योर माइंड? हेलो, हाय. व्हेन आई से बालकांड, व्हाट कम्स टू योर माइंड? Balakand means Bala Rupam of Ram. So Balakand means Rama is born. How Balakand ends? What happened in the end of Balakand? Rama marries to Mata Sita. Okay. So now you know Balakand. Ayodhya Kand. What is the one word for Ayodhya Kand? One word. Give me one word for Ayodhya Kand. I'm sure you all know Ramayana. Vanvas. One word for. Okay, give me one word for Aranyakand. Give me one word for Aranyakand. Loud, loud. Aparan, Sita Aparan. Very good. Give me one word for Sundarkand. Hanumanji. It's all about Hanumanji. You all must have done some Sundarkand ka part in life. Okay. Okay, give me one word for Kishkinda Kand. Vanar Sena Baliwad. Okay. Give me one word for Yuddha Kand. Very simple. Ravan gone. Okay. And now I convert every Kand into the set of puzzles and games and case studies. You know where is this picture from? You can do namaste to the picture. This pillar is from Ayodhya. I did an art festival there 3 years back, and this is painted in, if you enter Ayodhya, which all of you should do, you should see this pillar. And this is the whole universe of Ramayana, right? It's about Kosala dynasty, it's about Solar dynasty, it's about the times of King Dashratha, 3 queens, Kaushalya, Kekai, Sumitra, the Guruji was Rishi Vashishta, everybody was happy, lot of money, no corona, but Dashrath had a problem. What problem Dashrath had? What problem Dashrath had? He did not have a child. Then he did Putra Kameshti Yagna, and we got Ram, Lakshman, Bharat, Shatrughan. Okay. Oh yeah, let me show you this. This is the picture I clicked myself, Dashrath Mahal, where Rama lived his life. Okay. Now, let me pose you a moral question. Assume you are all in Hyderabad. You have a flight to catch to US. 4 of you, it costed you $10,000. How much is $10,000? Almost 8 lakh rupees. And you are stuck in traffic. Last 5 kilometers, what will you do? You will overspeed, you will jump the traffic signal, you will take a wrong U-turn, or you will forego the ticket and buy another ticket. What will you do? You will somehow reach the airport. You will somehow reach the airport, right? These are the Ramas of today. Let's see what Rama did. So the first challenge Rama faced in life was Hushi. Tadaka. Guys, you don't know Ramayana. Come on. The first challenge Rama faced in his life is Tadaka. So Rama put an arrow to Tadaka. Vishwamitra said, okay, shoot. And as soon as he was about to shoot, he said, I am not shooting. There was almost like a Arjuna-like Vishad there. He said, I cannot shoot. Vishwamitra said, if you will not shoot, she will kill you. She will kill all of us. So there is no much time. You know what was Rama's problem? You know what was Rama's problem? My Guruji told me, don't attack a woman. Can you imagine that? Tadaka is standing in front, arrow is ready, and Vishwamitra is saying, okay, go shoot. He said, I cannot kill a woman. And then there was a small Gita conversation happened there. So one Gita happened in Mahabharata, one small Gita happened also in Ramayana. Vishwamitra ji told golden word. He said, you are right. I also teach the same to my disciples, that don't hurt a woman, don't attack a woman, right? The respect of woman is traveling back from Ramayana. But in the case of Tadaka, she is only in the body of a woman. She doesn't have the qualities of the woman. She doesn't have the daya, karuna, mamta that a woman has. She kills women, she kills children, she kills gurus, she kills men, women. So it's okay to kill her for the larger good. And then only when the moral dilemma of Rama was settled, he shot the arrow. 5 minutes back, I asked you, will you break the traffic signal? For 8 lakh rupees, you said, no, morals will follow for some good day. Today I have to catch my flight. That's why Rama is Rama and we are not, right? After thousands and thousands of years in the temple cabinet, we are talking about Rama because he was having such morals. When it's a question of life and death, he was not shooting arrow. He would have killed next moment. But he said, till the time my moral dilemma is not solved, I will not go ahead. I will pose one more challenge to you. So the lesson is uphold highest of the moral standards in the times of crisis if you want to be closer to Rama. Okay, Rama broke the Dhanush, he got married to Mata Sita, he got this gift from Kekai. This is also a real picture. Now, second challenge and then I'll exit. I'm sure you know what's happening here, right? Kekai has asked, Rama was about to become the king tomorrow. Kekai asked for 2 boons. What are the 2 boons? Make Bharat the king and send Rama to jungle for 14 years. Okay. Now Dashratha had a choice. What choice he had? Agree with Kekai or don't agree with Kekai? Because the promise with Kekai is not some sacrosanct promise, right? It's just an oral commitment. It's not some bond paper mein likha hua commitment, right? It's an oral commitment. Nobody was testimony apart from the charioteer, right? Nobody was testimony. So he could have easily gone back on the, promise, isn't she? Isn't he? Right? Tell me what you would have done. Because if Rama will go, I as a Darshan will lose Rama as my son, and Ayodhya will lose such an amazing king. So will you go with the whims and fancies of Kekai, or you will say Kekai asked something better? What will you do? Tell me. How many will agree with Kekai? Or you send Rama to jungle? How many will disagree with Kekai? You guys are not raising hand in anything. So again, these are modern Darshathas. You know what Darshatha did? Darshath said, and this is one of the most famous chaupai of Ramcharitmanas, Raghukul Reet Sada Chali Ai, Pran Jaye Par Vachan Na Jaye. He's saying, Raghu was one of his forefathers, that this is going in my lineage, that I'll give my prana, I'll give my life, but I'll not go back on a promise. And later in the conversation, you know what he said? You know why I agreed? He told, I agreed if I will not follow the promise, the legend of promise will go. People will say, Arey, wo Darshan ne promise toda tha, main kya cheez hu? People will promise in the morning, leave by the evening. He said, so that the legend of promise will be maintained. My praja will follow the promise. The word should have a value. That's why he let Rama go. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine what kind of men and women walked that time? That's why we are talking about Ramayana at this time. Okay, let me pass. Okay. Now Rama met Sugriv and Hanumanji, and there was two things very similar between Sugriv and Rama at that point of time. What are the two things very similar in Rama's life and Sugriva's life that time? One is that both are away from their wives and both are away from their kingdoms. So they made a very win-win pact. What Rama promised? Rama promised, I will get your kingdom back and wife back. What Sugriva promised? Sugriva said, I will do whatever it takes to search Mata Sita. And that's how relationship should be. We only take help, we never return back. And that's why the relationship even talked about today. Thoughtful, win-win strategic partnerships take you places. Sundarkand. Okay. Let me travel. So from Ayodhya to Prayag to Chitrakoot to Panchvati to Kishkinda to Rameshwaram to Dhanushkodi to Lanka. If you calculate this comes to around 2400 kilometers. Okay. Now in the end, Rama's army was there, Ravana's army was there. There was a fierce battle between both of them. A lot of people died from both the sides, right? But in the end, two stalwarts were there. And the universe was waiting for this war to happen. In fact, the Vishnuji took the avatar of Rama to disseminate Ravana. Ravana was not some roadside gunda. He was a Prakand Pandit in his own right. He gave a Shiv Trandam Srotram. He discovered a game which is equivalent to today's chess. He was an Ayurveda Acharya. He was an engineer who developed a lot of Vimanas, right? So he was a brilliant guy. So Rama's opponent was also of the level of Ravana. And so much so that a lot of Vishnu temples you can hear Shiv Trandam Srotram. This can only happen in Bharat, that even an opponent song is sung in Vishnu temples, right? And in the end, Rama disseminated Ravana. Just close your eyes for 2 seconds and imagine the life of Rama. Rama was about to become the king, but he was sent to jungle. Rama was about to finish the Vanvasa, but his wife got kidnapped. During this massive war, he was about to be killed twice, right? So he lost his kingdom, he lost his wife, he was about to lose his life, but he never took any shortcut. He never compromised on any principle. But in the end, who won? Rama won. And that's why we're talking about Rama after so many years. And that's why I think India is surviving. After the Islamic invasion, after the British invasion, we are surviving because the perseverance that Rama taught us. The perseverance of Rama, I think, flows in our blood. So whenever you have any trouble in life, just close your eyes and see, I'm not trivializing your troubles, but is my trouble bigger than Rama's trouble? He lost his kingdom, he lost his wife, he was about to lose his life. And then in the end, who won? Rama won. After thousands and thousands of years, what we're talking about Temple Kinet, we're talking about Rama. There are 300 different versions of Ramayana written, Ami Gamataraji, and we added two more recently, right? We all are writing different versions of Rama. There are 100 countries where the legend of Rama is found. Even in Indonesia, which is an Islamic country, there is Kakavin Ramayana. There is a Ramayana for Indonesia, for Sri Lanka, for Philippines, for Thailand, right? Because of the legend of Rama. So yeah, with this lesson I want to end. In the long run, the good, the honest, the truthful one wins. And that's the message of Ramayana I wanted to communicate. Through this, through a lot of puzzles, games, crossword puzzles, I communicated Ramayana with thousands of kids. And this is my message to all the temple owners. If you want to convert your temple history, your deity history, in form of comic book, in form of animation, do contact me. I'll be around today in the darshan or tomorrow. Yeah, thank you, namaskar. Jai Shri Ram.
Thank you very much, Shantanu-ji. We would request you to be with us on stage for just a few more seconds, as we would like to felicitate you for joining us today and sparing time with us. I would request Shri Dheeraj Bhai Sharma-ji to join us on stage to felicitate Shri Shantanu Gupta-ji for sharing his wonderful insights on Ramayana, the epic tale of Ramayana, here before all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dheeraj Bhai Sharma-ji with a big round of applause. May we have you on stage, please? May we have Shri Girish Vasudev Kulkarni ji, founder for Temple Connect and ITCX, to join us on stage. Here we have Dheeraj Bhai Sharma ji felicitating Shri Shantanu Gupta ji. Thank you, sir, for joining us here today. This is the second edition of the International Temples Convention and Expo 2025, ladies and gentlemen. We are now, thank you once again, sir. We are now moving ahead to the next panel on the agenda. The next panel discussion is about new age technologies. And for the same, we would like to request and invite our industry leaders to join us. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Shri Vikas Mishra, the founder and CEO of Trip to Temples. Please put your hands together and welcome Shri Vikas Mishra. Next, we have Shri Vibhor Jain, President, Network Governance and the Chief Operating Officer for ONDC, joining us. And lastly, we have Shri Prashant Mishra, founder and director of Tech XR Innovations, joining us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic is new age technologies, and we have three illustrious speakers. And I would like to invite our session moderator, Shri Girish Vasudev Kulkarni ji, to kindly take the seat on the panel and initiate this wonderful conversation. May I request our session moderator, Shri Girish ji, to kindly initiate the conversation. May I request our session moderator to take this forward now. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. A big round of applause. Thank you very much. I'm going to tell you a small story. Small story to wake you all up, and if you're already up, to motivate myself. So the journey of temple economy has been moving to a different direction. All of us, so we are the generation who has seen black and white TV, we have seen color TV, then we have seen mobile revolution, Doordarshan se leke Sony tak, we have then seen the mobile revolution, then we have seen the large Motorola phone, to something which is a most adhunik smartwatch, and digitalization, communication has multifolded in different ways. We have some very important people with me here who drive this industry. We have Vibhorji here from ONDC. These are the same set of people who got things from Uday to Aadhaar to payment gateways and multiple things in place. We have a very celebrated gentleman here, Prashant Mishra ji, who's largely a very senior IRS officer who retired from there, did his IIT, and then he's a technocrat now, and he has created the Durlabh Darshan initiative. So when you go to Mahakal, when you go to Ram Mandir, when you go to Kashi Vishwanath, what you see is his creation. And one more step ahead. This is one person, Vikas Mishra ji, who primarily has done a job of showing us Kailash Mansarovar by air. आप वहाँ घुस नहीं सकते, ये घुस के वहाँ पे ड्रोन स्ट्राइक करके वापस आते हैं. तो ये ऐसे लोग हैं हमारे साथ में जिन्होंने टेक्नोलॉजी का पूरा वापर करके हमारे लिए बेटर ऑफरिंग्स क्रिएट किए हैं. तो मैं आज इस पैनल को पूछना चाहूँगा, how do you feel? So I'm going to give you a heads up for 2 to 3 minutes. Tell us more about your organization and specifically what are you doing in the temple economy. When I say temple economy, not only the economy but also the innovation in temples. And what is your IP all about? Then we can have a second round and take it from there. I can start with Vibhor ji. Yeah.
Thanks, Girish ji. Namaskar. So I think ONDC, as a lot of you may be aware, is an initiative of the Government of India to give access to markets with respect to small merchants, right? Which means that एक छोटा किराना दुकान वाला जो है, उसको digital rails पे, digital economy में, how do they get a larger access to market, right? Now, if I look at the discussions that have been happening since morning, and if I try to draw parallels to the temple economy, I think there are almost some 10 to 15 million temples across the country. If I look at each of these temples, these are nothing but micro economies working in their own localities, right? Some mega as well. The question is, people who do not have access और जो लोग इन मंदिरों में नहीं जा पाते, right? उनको हम डिजिटल रेल्स के थ्रू किस तरह से एक्सेस दे सकें जिससे कि वो दर्शन भी कर सकें, प्रसाद भी उस मंदिर का ले सकें, उस लोकल कम्युनिटी का डेवलपमेंट भी हो, वो भी अपना सामान डिजिटल रेल्स पे कंट्री वाइड बेच सकें. तो दैट्स द सिमिलरिटी बिटवीन व्हाट ONDC इज डूइंग एंड व्हाट इज द लिंकेज विद द टेम्पल इकोनॉमी. एज एन एग्जाम्पल, अभी हमने रिसेंटली महाकुंभ में महाकुंभ का प्रसाद, महाकुंभ का सागर का पानी, या फिर अगर आप अयोध्या की बात करें तो अयोध्या का प्रसाद, वो हमने कंट्री वाइड उसको प्रोवाइड किया डिजिटल रेल्स के थ्रू. आप किसी भी इंडिया में बैठे हो, किसी भी भाग में, आपको वो प्रसाद अवेलेबल था. नो क्वेश्चन ये आएगा टिपिकली कि ये क्या एक प्लेटफॉर्म है कि मैं उस प्लेटफॉर्म पे जाके सामान या सामग्री खरीद सकूं. अब होता क्या है कि अगर मैं 10 लाख टेम्पलों की बात करूं, हर टेम्पल किसी प्लेटफॉर्म के थ्रू अपना प्रसाद या सामग्री बेच रहा है. एक कंज्यूमर, आप या मेरे जैसे कंज्यूमर हर प्लेटफॉर्म पे जाके सामान नहीं खरीदेंगे. तो क्वेश्चन ये है कि हम एक नेटवर्क बना सकते हैं इन टेम्पल्स का, जिससे कि मैं जिस भी एप्लीकेशन पे व्यापार करता हूँ, कोई अमेज़न पे करता होगा, कोई पेटीएम पे करता होगा, कोई फ़ोनपे पे करता होगा, मैं किसी भी ऐप से उन 10 लाख मंदिरों का प्रसाद, सामग्री या जो भी वहाँ पे फेमस है वो मैं प्रोक्योर कर सकूँ. So that's sort of linkage that we are trying to build, and that's a network that is being built called ONDC.
धन्यवाद. आई थिंक आप बताना चाहेंगे कि आपका इनोवेशन क्या है और किस तरीके से लोगों के ज़िंदगी में ये एक परिवर्तन ला रहा है. एक भारत में तो लोग बसे हैं, भारत के बाहर भी एक ओवरव्यू दे सकते हैं आप.
आई होप आई एम ऑडिबल. तो हेलो एवरीवन, जैसे कि मेरा इंट्रोडक्शन हो चुका है, मैं प्रशांत मिश्रा, दुर्लभ दर्शन का फाउंडर. एक बड़ी समस्या मुझे समझ में आती थी टेम्पल्स में, पर्टिकुलरली हाई फुटफॉल टेम्पल में. एक मैं आपको स्टैट्स दूंगा, दैट इज़ प्रिसाइजली 72,000. इस नंबर का ये इंपॉर्टेंस है, अगर एक दिन में हम ये मान के चलें कि मंदिर के जो डीटी हैं 4 घंटे रेस्ट करते हैं और तकरीबन 20 घंटे होकर ओपन होता है, तो इन 20 घंटों में 72,000 सेकंड्स होते हैं, सेकंड्स होते हैं। अब इन 72,000 सेकंड्स में आपको ऐसे टेम्पल्स जहां पर फुटफॉल 1 लाख से ऊपर है, तो पीक दर्शन टाइम वैसे ही 1 सेकंड से कम हो जाता है। और ये इतनी बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है कि हमारा टेम्पल टूरिज्म जो है वो 30% कंट्रीब्यूट करता है टोटल टूरिज्म इंडस्ट्री का, और सारा रिलीजियस टूरिज्म इन हाई फुटफॉल टेम्पल्स के सेंट्रिक अराउंड है। सो वी आर गोइंग टू हैव दिस परपेचुअल प्रॉब्लम ऑफ लो दर्शन टाइम एंड दर्शन फ्रॉम डिस्टेंस एंड मिसिंग इंपॉर्टेंट रिचुअल्स थ्रू आउट द ईयर, एंड दिस प्रॉब्लम कैन नॉट बी सॉल्व बट ओनली बाय वे ऑफ इंटरवेंशन ऑफ द टेक्नोलॉजी। तो वहां से एक थॉट प्रोसेस चालू हुई कि कैन वी सॉल्व दिस प्रॉब्लम बाय वे ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी, कि आप गर्भगृह के रिचुअल्स और गर्भगृह का एक्सपीरियंस क्या रिक्रिएट कर सकते हैं, और जो आध्यात्मिक ऊर्जा है उस जगह की उसके साथ अगर आप कंबाइन कर दें, तो टेम्पल्स के प्रमाइस में जब भक्तिजन आते हैं, दे हैव दैट स्पिरिचुअल माइंडसेट, और उसी माइंडसेट में इफ वी आर एबल टू प्रोवाइड एंड कैटर देयर डिजायर टू स्टे लॉन्गर इनसाइड द गर्भगृह, to witness very important darshan like Sri Mahakaleshwar Bhasma Aarti, 5 aartis of Sri Kashi Vishwanath, like Ma Vaishno Devi Atka Aarti. So all these problems, when we kind of thought of solving and we deployed this technology, we got that kind of feedback which encouraged us to take a deep dive, and then we started collaborating with the temples. तो यहाँ मैं आप लोगों से पूछना चाहूँगा, दुर्लभ दर्शन का हमने यहाँ सेटअप किया हुआ है, how many of you have experienced? Can you please raise your hand? And if you liked it, please give a clap. So my only right now mission is to open these Durlabh Darshan Kendra within the temple premise, as many as temples I can collaborate, so that a common man, वो जो VVIP दर्शन का जो फीलिंग रहा है और जो मिस कर रहा है, so भगवान की एक्सेसिबिलिटी कॉमन मैन को देना उनका राइट है, उस राइट को आई एम ट्राइंग टू काइंड ऑफ फिल अप दैट गैप।
सर थैंक यू। आई थिंक आई वांट टू कम बैक टू यू ऑन दैट क्वेश्चन, बट आप बताइए कि आप ये तो सारे दुनिया को मंत्र मुक्त कर रहे हैं कि जहाँ चाइना में एक्सेस नहीं मिल रहा है, तो आप ही बताइए कैसे प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कर रहे हैं।
ओम नमः शिवाय। मैं विकास मिश्रा ट्रिप टू टेम्पल्स की तरफ से हूँ। ओम नमः शिवाय। मैं विकास मिश्रा ट्रिप टू टेम्पल्स की तरफ से हूँ, और ये ट्रिप टू टेम्पल्स इनिशिएटिव 2016 में स्टार्ट किया। उससे पहले मैं एक बैंकर था, और जब कैलाश मानसरोवर गया, मैं एज ए यात्री गया था, वहाँ जाके लगा कि यहाँ की एनर्जी कुछ अलग है और मुझे बार बार आना चाहिए। और आने का तरीका ऐसे ही है कि आप सेम इंडस्ट्री में है तो कर सकते हैं। मैं आगे रिज़ाइन कर दिया, एंड देन आई स्टार्टेड ट्रिप टू टेम्पल्स। ठीक है, और विद इन 3 years ऑफ आवर बिजनेस वी बिकेम नंबर 1 इन इंडिया फॉर कैलाश मानसरोवर यात्रा। ठीक है, फिर कोविड आ गया और यात्रा नहीं हुई। ठीक है, लेकिन कैलाश मानसरोवर एक ऐसी चीज़ है कि जिसके लिए लोग मतलब बहुत समय से पूरे लाइफ टाइम ड्रीम होता है कि हम कैलाश जाएं। फ़ोन करके बोलते थे मिश्रा जी कुछ करिए। फिर मुझे पता चला कि नेपाल में एक जगह है जहाँ से कि कैलाश दिखाई देता है। ठीक है, अब था कि वहाँ जाने के लिए रास्ता नहीं था, हेलीकॉप्टर से जाएंगे तो बहुत ही महंगा पड़ेगा। देन वी गॉट इन टू टाई अप विद अ नेपाली कंपनी। नेपाल में सिर्फ 2 एयरक्राफ्ट है जो 28,000 फीट तक जा सकते हैं। ठीक है, हमने उनसे बात करके 29 जैन 2024 को तिब्बत बॉर्डर के पैरेलल नेपाल में फ्लाई किया। ठीक है, क्योंकि चाइना हमें अलाउ नहीं कर रहा था, और वहाँ से कैलाश के दर्शन किए, एंड इट बिकम ह्यूज सक्सेस। अभी तक ऑलमोस्ट चाइना का जो भी बैरियर था उसको हमने रोक के ऑलमोस्ट 3500 लोगों को हम कैलाश लेके गए, और इस मंथ में भी ऑलमोस्ट 600-700 लोग जा रहे हैं। ठीक है,
तो ये मतलब ये सिनारियो ये है ना कि इस प्रकार से हमारे लोगों में ना अंदर घुस के काम करके आने की एक अलग क्षमता है। ये तीनों उसी प्रकार के लोग हैं जो अंदर घुस के काम करके आते हैं और अलग प्रकार का एक माहौल क्रिएट करते हैं। मैं क्विकली आपको बोलना चाहता हूँ, मेरे पास 9.5 मिनट है। 9.5 मिनट में हम इस डिस्कशन को मसालेदार बनाते हैं थोड़ा। आप मुझे बताइए कि ये जो आप प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, बहुत सारे मंदिर हैं यहाँ पे जो और इस माध्यम से आपसे जुड़ना चाहेंगे। अभी हर एक जन को तो एरोप्लेन से तो दर्शन लेना अच्छा नहीं लगेगा, उनको तो पास में जाके दर्शन लेना होगा। हर एक जन को तो एक थॉट आती है, मैं बहुत समय तक AR VR के थोड़ा अलग माइंडसेट में था। मैं आपको शेयर करता हूँ, पहले बार हम मिले थे तो इन्होंने मुझे गाइड किया। मैं बोलता था कि AR VR के चलते वो हो गया कि टेलीविज़न पे आपने अगर एक अच्छा स्वादिष्ट खाना दिखा दिया तो क्या वो पेट में आपको समाधान देगा? तो भाई साहब ने कहा कि गिरीश, ये स्वादिष्ट खाना देख के पेट में समाधान देने की बात नहीं है। जब वो स्वादिष्ट खाना दिखता है तो आपको मोहित होता है कि वो खाना जाके ग्रहण करें। तो AR VR के माध्यम से आप एनकरेज होते हैं इस सारी चीज़ों के साथ जुड़ने में। और बहुत सारे वृद्ध हैं जो वहाँ पहुँच नहीं सकते, देश के बाहर के लोग हैं वो वहाँ जा नहीं सकते, तो इस माध्यम से एक बहुत ही आधुनिक एक्सपीरियंस है। आज यहाँ पे TTD के एडिशनल CEO सर थे, मुझे लगा 1-1.5 मिनट में वो देख के वो डेमो ख़त्म कर देंगे। 8.5 मिनट वहीं पे थे, उनको खुद को नहीं पता चला कि 8.5 मिनट वो उसको एक्सपीरियंस कर रहे थे। तो मेरा सर आपसे सवाल है कि इस प्रकार से ONDC जब ये इनोवेशंस करने की बात कर रहा है, आई हैव बीन अ पार्ट ऑफ as Temple Connect helping ONDC at the Kumbh Mela right now, and thanks to Namrata sitting here कि हम लोग we could spearhead that in a better way। ये जो बड़े नंबर का गेम है, वो बड़े नंबर का गेम छोटे मंदिर को कैसा फायदा देगा, ये आप क्विकली उनको अगर समझाएं तो हर एक जोन आपके साथ जुड़ जाए।
बिल्कुल सही कहा आपने गिरीश जी। अब जैसे मैंने कहा, अगर सारे छोटे मंदिर या बड़े मंदिर इस नेटवर्क से जुड़ जाते हैं, मैं एक डिवोटी जो हूँ, अगर मैं साल के 365 दिन 365 अलग अलग मंदिर के दर्शन कर सकता हूँ इंडिया के विभिन्न क्षेत्रों से। मैं अलग अलग मंदिरों से जो भी यहाँ पे प्रेजेंट है उनके थ्रू प्रसाद सोर्स कर सकता हूँ। मैं अलग अलग मंदिर की जो संस्कृति है, जो उसका एक लेगेसी है, उसके बारे में जान सकता हूँ। जो वो मंदिर हैं वहाँ की जो एजुकेशन है, जो कॉमर्स है, उसको इनेबल कर सकते हैं। ईच ऑफ दीज मंदिर, चाहे वो छोटे हों या बड़े हों, जब एक बड़े नेटवर्क के पार्ट बनेंगे तो सबकी एक बूम आएगा पूरा एक थॉट प्रोसेस में, एक रिलीजियस सेंटिमेंट में अक्रॉस द कंट्री। दैट इज़ वेयर द कंट्रीब्यूशन कैन कम इन। सो मेरा अनुरोध यही रहेगा, जितने भी यहाँ मंदिर हैं ONDC नेटवर्क से जुड़िए। जो भी आपकी सर्विसेज हैं, चाहे वो कोई भी प्रेयर पूजा पाठ हो या आपके प्रसाद हो, उसको नेटवर्क पे अवेलेबल करवाइए, जिससे कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा जनता जो फिज़िकली ना भी आ पाए मंदिर, वो उसको खरीद सके, उसको एक्सेस कर सके, आरती में पार्ट ले सके। वही मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा कि सब लोग आके ONDC से जुड़िए।
मुझे एक बात बताइए भाई साहब कि आज ट्रिप टू टेम्पल्स केवल कैलाश मानसरोवर यात्रा कर रहा है या और क्या कर रहा है, उस पर थोड़ा आप टिप्पणी करें 1 मिनट में, सो हम Q&A क्विकली कर लेंगे सर का प्रशांत जी से बात करके।
आज की डेट में ट्रिप टू टेम्पल्स इंडिया के जितने भी पॉपुलर टेम्पल्स हैं सबको कवर कर रहा है, ठीक है। और कोशिश ये रहती है कि हम अर्ली मूवर एडवांटेज रखें ताकि जो भी चीज़ है उसको बेस्ट वे में लोगों तक दिखाएं। जो आपने सुना होगा कि नितिन गडकरी जी ने आदि कैलाश या कैलाश के लिए नई रोड बनाया। 2021 1 सितंबर 2021 को अनाउंस हुआ कि रोड 10 दिन बाद खुलने वाली है। वी आर द फर्स्ट कंपनी टू स्टार्ट पैकेज फॉर दैट, और विद इन 10-15 डेज हम लोग 250 लोगों को लेके उस रास्ते पे गए, ठीक है। उसके बाद लास्ट ईयर हमने उत्तराखंड टूरिज्म के साथ मिलके आदि कैलाश ओम पर्वत का MI-17 से दर्शन और उसके बाद हेलीकॉप्टर से दर्शन, ये सब शुरू किया। हमारा है कि हम जहाँ भी जाएं कुछ नई चीज़ें लोगों तक पहुँचाएं, कुछ इनोवेशन करें और लोकल एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट करें। कोशिश होती है कि हम लोकल लेवल को लोगों को हायर करें। हमारा ये मानना है कि अगर हम दर्शन करते हैं भगवान खुश होते हैं, लेकिन अगर वहाँ के लोकल आदमी का सपोर्ट हम ले रहे हैं तो वो उसकी भी आत्मा खुश होनी चाहिए, वो भी लोकल देवता है। और इस कॉन्सेप्ट के साथ हम टेम्पल्स को कवर कर रहे हैं।
प्रशांत जी, मेरा एक सवाल है कि हर एक जन के पास मोबाइल है, क्या आपका प्रोडक्ट वो है कि हम हमारे घर में आपका प्रोडक्ट लेके, आपका जो भी सॉफ्टवेयर डाउनलोड करके, क्या हर ये आदमी यहाँ बैठा हुआ है ये आपके डिवाइस के साथ में, आई थिंक आपने सबको कोई डिवाइसेस दी हुई हैं इस कार्यक्रम में, तो क्या ये सारे लोग अपने घर से ये एक्सपीरियंस कर सकते हैं?
तो जो हमने बाहर एक सेंटर बनाया हुआ है वहाँ पर जो एक्सपीरियंस हो रहा है वो एक हाई एंड डिवाइसेस के माध्यम से हो रहा है। सेम सेट ऑफ कंटेंट को हमने मोबाइल एप्लीकेशन में भी लॉन्च किया हुआ है, VR एप्लीकेशन में, उसका नाम भी दुर्लभ दर्शन ही है। वो आप मोबाइल में डाउनलोड कर सकते हैं और एक सिंपल मोबाइल बेस्ड वर्चुअल रियलिटी हेडसेट वो काफ़ी एफोर्डेबल आते हैं, वो आप परचेज कर सकते हैं कहीं से भी, हमारे वेबसाइट से भी ले सकते हैं। और उस VR हेडसेट में जब मोबाइल आप फिट करते हैं तो वैसे ही वर्चुअल रियलिटी में आपको दर्शन होते हैं जैसे कि यहाँ पर हो रहे हैं। मोबाइल की क्वालिटी अगर अच्छी है तो आपका एक्सपीरियंस बहुत अच्छा होता है।
ये जो आप ये ऑनलाइन अवेलेबल है?
जी, ऑनलाइन durlabdarshan.com पे अवेलेबल है।
आज कितने लोग हैं जिन्होंने आपके ये सर्विस को डाउनलोड किया है और काम कर रहे हैं?
तो तकरीबन 10,000 से ज़्यादा हमारे जो एप्लीकेशन है उसके यूजर्स बढ़ चुके हैं इसमें।
और इसको मल्टीप्लाई करने के लिए आप ये ONDC जैसे लोग या ये ट्रिप टू टेम्पल सारे लोग कोलैबोरेटिवली क्या सोच रहे हैं, ये इस कन्वेंशन में मैं पूछना चाहूँगा। और हमारे श्री मंदिर वाले भाई साहब नहीं है इस सेशन में, बट उनसे भी पूछना चाहूँगा।
तो 2-3 तरीके से हम यहाँ इस प्लेटफॉर्म का वो कर रहे हैं, फ़ायदा उठाएंगे। आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि आपने पहले हमको यहाँ बुलाया और एक ऐसे नेटवर्क से कनेक्ट किया। तो सबसे पहले तो यहाँ पर जो टेम्पल्स हैं वो हमसे दुर्लभ दर्शन केंद्र के लिए कोलैबोरेट कर रहे हैं कि हम उनके वहाँ पर दुर्लभ दर्शन केंद्र खोलेंगे सेंटर्स में। हमारा जो रेवेन्यू रहेगा हम बेसिकली उनके एक एडिशनल रेवेन्यू सोर्स भी बनाएंगे, तो किसी भी टेम्पल में जाके सारे ज्योतिर्लिंग शक्तिपीठ के दर्शन कर सकते हैं। दूसरी चीज़, जो हमारे पार्टनर्स बनेंगे उनके साथ हम अपने प्रोडक्ट का इंटीग्रेशन प्लान कर रहे हैं। जैसे इनके साथ में हम क्रॉस प्लेटफॉर्म जो इनकी सर्विसेज हैं वो हम अपने प्लेटफॉर्म पर और हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स इनके प्लेटफॉर्म पर लिस्ट करेंगे। तो ये हमारा इंटीग्रेशन डिफरेंट सर्विस प्रोवाइडर के साथ हो रहा है।
21 साल पहले एक आदमी ने एक चीज़ सोची थी कि वो बहुत सारे टेम्पल्स को साथ में लाएगा, लोगों को जोड़ेगा और बहुत सारे ऐसे काम करने का प्रयास करेगा जो तब टाइमली नहीं था। शायद आज मैं खुद पे एक समाधान समझ रहा हूँ कि जो उस दिन का टेम्पल कनेक्ट का विजन था वो आज यहाँ पे किसी ना किसी माध्यम से पूर्ण होते हुए दिख रहा है। मैं वो नहीं कर सकता जो ये लोग कर रहे हैं, पर मैं ये भी बोलता हूँ कि इन सारे लोगों के चलते हम लोग वो सारी चीज़ें कर रहे हैं जो आपको एक अलग लेवल का बूस्टर हम प्रदान कर सकें। आप कुछ यू सेइंग समथिंग?
हाँ, बस मैं आपके लिए एक बार और जोर से ताली चाह रहा था सभी लोगों से कि आप 21 साल से जो प्रयास कर रहे हैं।
इन सभी लोगों को बोलो केवल ताली नहीं, शेयर्स ट्रांसफर करें। ठीक है, ठीक है। उसी के साथ में मैं 3 सवाल लेना चाहूंगा। मैं इस बार रॉकेट टाइम में ये सेशन कंप्लीट कर रहा हूं, तो ये थैंक यू फॉर पुटिंग द टाइमर हियर। एनी 3 क्वेश्चंस आई वांटेड। भद्रकाली मंदिर के जो हमारे स्नेहिल जी हैं, इनको मेरे को एक सवाल पूछना था या उन्होंने मुझे पूछा था कि ये भद्रकाली मंदिर आप कब ऑनबोर्ड कर रहे हैं। ये इनका सवाल था, आप उसका जवाब दीजिए।
क्या क्वेश्चन था, मिस कर गया।
स्नेहिल जी हैं, भद्रकाली शक्तिपीठ है।
हाँ, मिला हूं।
ठीक है, आप उसको ऑनबोर्ड कब कर रहे हो और कब उनको ये कनेक्ट कर रहे हो, ये तीनों लोगों को सवाल है। ठीक है सर?
जी जी,
आप पूछ लीजिए। आप
सर, दोनों से क्वेश्चन था। आपसे तो क्वेश्चन यही था कि आप भद्रकाली मंदिर को कब अपने ऑन बोर्ड पे अपने चैनल पर लेकर आएंगे।
हाँ,
और सर आपसे क्वेश्चन था, आपने कहा था कि आपने सारे बड़े टेम्पल कवर किए हैं, लेकिन आपके वहाँ पे कुरुक्षेत्र कवर नहीं करा, जो दैट इज़ अ मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट प्लेस फॉर अस, क्योंकि भगवत गीता भी वहाँ से रुई है और भद्रकाली शक्तिपीठ भी वहाँ पर है। तो वहाँ पे आप भी कब आ रहे हैं?
यहाँ से जाने के बाद ही 31 दिन के अंदर हमारी टीम आपके यहाँ विजिट करेगी और आपके साथ कुछ ना कुछ हम लोग प्लान करने वाले हैं।
सर, शुभस्त शीघ्रम, कल सवेरे एग्रीमेंट साइन करो।
सर, हमारे जो सेकंड हेड हैं, फर्स्ट हेड गुरुजी हैं, सेकंड हेड आपके साथ बैठे हैं। जैसे ये कर देंगे हम उसके लिए सब तैयार हैं, जैसे ये कर देंगे।
चलिए, बढ़िया है। दूसरा सवाल कोई पूछना चाह रहा है? मेरे को, हाँ, ये हमारे वेलिंकर इंस्टीट्यूट की एक डायनामिक पावर ब्रांड है। बताइए मैडम।
Namaste all. I'm fortunate to be part of the Temple Connect here or the ITCX. My only humble request, or in case that can happen, people like I'm sorry if I'm taking that as a word as a service provider. That is not the case. But for temples, in the context of temples, yes, it may be understood for my understanding. Can we collaborate? As rightly Girish sir was saying, can we start collaborating? Because now that this is a event for 2-3 days and all, we need to have that to continue or sustain. Can we have that collaboration continue so that all the temples who are part of it or who are joining virtually can have these contacts?
So I have a question for you. All the students from Wellinkar whether you would want to join a temple or join Temple Connect, who is collaborating with everyone.
I am already there with 5 temples.
So very much way.
And
so
I am
primarily
extending further,
we'll
sir.
multiply there and take it from there. So we will collaborate, meet up all these dignitaries, give them their ideas and make it happen.
I fortunately and extensively felt an extraordinary experience with the Durlabh counter, and I had a virtual darshan of Mahakalji. I was spellbound. I could not talk for 15 minutes with anyone.
They
I
are
was
also
into
the
the
people
tears.
who are getting, जो लोग कुंभ मेला नहीं जा पाए, ये लोग वो हैं जो कुंभ मेला आपके घर तक ला रहे हैं.
Yes,
Thank you very much.
I bribed that girl in that this thing. I wanted to have darshan of
Thank you.
all the things.
There is a question back there. Anyone else who's wanting to ask? Yes, please. But I need a question. I don't need statements.
सर, मैं गजानन प्रतापराव भोसले महाराष्ट्र का हूँ. आप सब लोग जो काम कर रहे हैं, बढ़िया काम कर रहे हैं. मेरा सवाल छोटा सा ऐसा है कि हम छोटे गांव से हैं. हमारे यहाँ भृगु ऋषि का संजीवन समाधि है,
थोड़ा माइक ऊपर पकड़िए.
जिन्होंने हमारे गांव भृगु ऋषि का संजीवन समाधि है, जिन्होंने भृगु संहिता लिखी. ये सब आपके तरफ से कनेक्शन हो सकता है क्या?
So, आपका सवाल यह है कि आप उस स्थान से हैं जहाँ पे भृगु संहिता लिखने वालों की संजीवनी समाधि है, तो किस प्रकार से ये नेटवर्क यूज करके उन सारे लोगों को भी वहाँ ले आए जो अब तक नहीं पहुँचे हैं. आई थिंक सर, वुड यू लाइक टू ऐड अ वैल्यू कि जो छोटे मंदिर हैं कैसे उसको जोड़ा जाए और कैसे उसको मल्टीप्लाई किया जाए?
बिल्कुल सही कहा. अभी जैसे हमने आज देखा, जैसे श्री मंदिर, ऐसे काफ़ी सारी एप्लीकेशंस आ गई हैं. दुर्लभ दर्शन भी आ गए हैं. नाउ टेम्पल कनेक्ट भी आ गया है. So obviously those are applications which are promoting or can help promote some of those unique religious places in the country. क्वेश्चन ये है कि इस नेटवर्क पे आके हम उसको मल्टीप्लाई कैसे कर सकें जिससे ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोगों तक ये बात पहुंच सके, क्योंकि हर एप्लीकेशन का अपना एक कंज्यूमर बेस होएगा जो लिमिटेड रहेगा. मेरा सिर्फ ये रिक्वेस्ट है कि अगर हम लोग उसको नेटवर्क पे लेके आ सकें सारी एप्लीकेशंस को, तो जो एक कंबाइंड कंज्यूमर बेस है, जो सबकी मिलके एक ताकत है, वो काफ़ी बड़ी होगी. उससे मेरा उम्मीद है कि ज़्यादा बेस बढ़ सकता है.
Thank you very much. Thank you everyone. Thank you for this brilliant session. We are hanging around in here for a brilliant session which is after this of Vitthal Das Ji Maharaj. My request for all my guests behind, आगे आ जाइए. कीर्तन संकीर्तन साथ में करने का मज़ा अलग है, और आप सभी जन को विनती है कि जितना आप इसका आनंद लें इस पावन धरती पे, उसका आशीर्वाद केवल आप तक नहीं पर आने वाले पुश्तों तक जाएगा. ये मेरा मेरी भावना है. आगे आ जाइए, हमें इसको ये लाइन अप करना है. और प्राइमरीली आई वुड लाइक टू फेलिसिटेट माय फ्रेंड्स हियर ऑन द इंडस्ट्री. आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट, हाँ जी, नम्रता जी एंड अंकुर जी टू कम अप ऑन स्टेज to please felicitate our friends. मैं विनय जी को भी बुला लेता हूँ स्टेज पे. विनय जी आप आइए, विनीत जी आप आइए स्टेज पे. सैफरन गुरु आ जाइए ऊपर. आप आ जाइए स्टेज पे. हाँ, आ जाइए. 1 मिनट गाइस, आगे आके बैठिए यार, दूर दूर बहुत लंबा लग रहा है. आइए, आगे आके बैठिए. आइए, कम ये लीजिए. आप सबको शॉल पहनाइए. आप शॉल पहनाइए.
जितने भी लोग हमारे साथ यहाँ मौजूद हैं, जरा जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं हमारे पैनल के लिए. We have our esteemed panelists being felicitated on stage. Thank you for joining us. I know we are running a little behind the schedule, but thank you for your patience. A big thank you to all our panelists and all of you who are sitting here in the audience, marking your presence, making it count, encouraging all of us, supporting all of us at the International Temples Convention and Expo 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand. Yes. We will soon dive into an evening full of divinity and enchanting performance. But before that, we have one last speaker to welcome on stage. Thank you very much, sirs, for joining us for this incredible session. And now we have our last speaker joining us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my absolute honor to introduce Shri Yudhishthir Govindar, Director of Communication for ISKCON India. इन्होंने ISKCON के मिशन को एक्सपैंड करने में एक महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई है. Please welcome Shri Yudhishthir Govindas ji on stage for his address. He is our last speaker for today, and after this we shall be heading into an evening full of divine music and enchanting performance for all of you. So stay tuned, stay here, be with us. This is the second edition of the International Temples Convention and Expo 2025. I'm sure you all are having already a great day, even if it is a little long, I know. But we all are having such a great day in the company of illustrious people from the temple ecosystem of the country and abroad. Thank you very much once again, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome Yudhishthir Govindas ji.
नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णप्रस्थाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांत स्वामी नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादि पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौरभक्त. Firstly, let me congratulate and also thank Girish Kulkarni ji and the entire team at the International Temple Convention for bringing this very important forum together and also for inviting ISKCON to be a part of this event. We are running a little out of time, so I'll try to keep my presentation brief. Now, over the last 2 days, many devotees, many speakers, they have been talking about what is the purpose of a temple. So, when this question was asked in 1973 to Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, the founder and Acharya of ISKCON, he gave a very profound definition. He said, temple, of course, it's a devasthanam, where the Lord is personally residing, but it's also a place of education. We need to teach people who's God, who are you, what is your relationship with God, and how can you function in that relationship. So that is the true identity of a temple. Because we can have the externals, good security, good crowd management, good software, good technology, but until we get you the right approach to utilizing all this in service of God, Krishna, that real purpose isn't served. You can have a good car, a Mercedes, a BMW, but until it takes you from point A to point B, the purpose is not served. So with that in mind, we thought, what can we add here and help all the other temples as well? So ISKCON, as all of you may be aware, that is a global organization. So we have about 1,200 temples, over 200 goshalas, a wide range of philanthropic activities, and also about 54 crore books have been published in 80 world languages. Bhagavad Gita, Ishopanishad, and so many other texts are being made accessible in Chinese, in Russian, in Thai, you name it, it's available. So with that in mind, we wanted to share what are the global trends we are observing in our temples around the world and what are our mechanisms to cope with that changing trend, hopefully with the idea that all the other temples who are here today can benefit from that. So we are, broadly speaking, observing 6 major trends, and I'll try to go as much as possible in depth into each of it with the time that is available. The first is, we have been observing that there is a huge increase in tourism, religious tourism in India. Now, one of the main important aspects that has been happening in Kumbh, which has been not so much reported or highlighted, is the fact that, as per the Ministry of External Affairs, 22% rise in visa applications to India. There is a tremendous interest globally to get attracted to these kind of activities that are connected to Sanatana Dharma, yoga, meditation, kirtan. Now, kirtan is a very big thing in the world. Even 2 of the albums that our devotees had produced went up to being nominated at Grammy Awards. The famous Hollywood actor Will Smith's daughter is now producing kirtan albums with us. So the idea is that when these foreign tourists, foreign visitors, they come to our temples in India, how can we engage them? Because these are the expectations they come with, and this is what they are expecting in the local temple communities. This is the holy festival in Spanish Fork, Utah. It's the largest holy festival outside of India. And 95% of the participants in this festival are actually Mormon Christians. So they are very much appreciative of these activities that we do. And there is a huge interest. And many of them, they actually ask us, where can we go and see this in India? So are our temples equipped in terms of festivals, in terms of the vernacular content, in terms of the availability of these kind of resources to engage them? With this opportunity, there are also some challenges. Now, many of these Western, African, East Asian people, they take up to Sanatana Dharma. They were interested, but we still have a challenge of helping them feel welcome in India, feel welcome in many of our temples. There are certain temples where they are still restricted. Even though they have undergone all the samskaras, they practice the Sanatana lifestyle, they are sattvic in nature, in diet, they do their sadhana, but still they are not allowed. So I think Girishji, maybe in the future, this is something that we as a forum could discuss and see how we can facilitate that. And some of those who wish to stay in India and learn the philosophy, learn the traditions in a deeper way, there are issues of visas to help them stay longer. That's something, again, we need to work on. And the next major trend that we are seeing globally is the environmental awareness. All our Shastras, they speak about how we are worshipping all the parts of nature as components of the Supreme Lord. The rivers, Ganga Devi, Yamuna Devi. But at the same time, the people, when we preach this philosophy, they also expect that we imbibe that in our own practices, in our temples, in our community. So there is an important necessity. Even the United Nations is now recognizing that, and it's bringing in the faith leaders through different initiatives to engage with them and help promote the cause of environmentalism. These are nothing new. It has been a part of our tradition for centuries and millenniums. But now it's time to make our temples green once again. And some of the initiatives that ISKCON has been doing in this regard is we are also now going towards more and more eco-friendly materials within our temple. And plastics are being now removed, phased out, but there is a problem of ecosystem in terms of alternate resources, plates, glass. How do you produce this at scale, which are biodegradable and which are cost-effective? So that's something that this forum can also discuss and make resources available. And including, we are right now, as we speak, conducting energy audits in all of our 400 branches in India to see how we can make them more energy friendly and reduce our carbon footprint in the atmosphere. So these are some examples of our new upcoming projects which are done in a very low carbon footprint way. So this is a temple in Salem that's under construction, being built fully from the granite which is available nearby. This is a photo of Govardhan Eco Village, which we have in Palghar district of Maharashtra. It's a UN awarded project for highlighting how eco-friendly religious tourism is possible without having much of a damage to the environment. So if you haven't visited, we also organize a lot of tours. We have students from Yale and other major universities who come and study this. So we welcome all of you. Please do come. We'll be happy to facilitate you and see how we have built a whole 100-acre community there using all the resources that are only available there. We have used compressed earth blocks. All the water that we produce as sewage is reused again in the garden using an indigenous biotechnology that we have built there. So I would invite you for that. But with all these things that are going on, we also have seen there are threats that have come up. We have seen Bangladesh has been in the news in the last few months. But apart from Bangladesh, even in other parts of the world, Australia, UK, US, there have been vandalism, there have been attacks on the temples. Unfortunately, there hasn't been much of a collective voice. Even at the world stage level, if you look at it, How many world leaders have actually come out and condemned this? Very few, if only one or two at the most. Why? Because the Hindu Sanatan Dharma Society isn't exercising its ability to the extent it can. Now, if you look at these 4 organizations, and I really appreciate what they do because they are meant to be doing what they're doing. ADF, Alliance for Defending Freedom, is a Christian multi-denominational organization which provides legal, free, pro bono legal assistance. They have 500 full-time staff, another 1,500 volunteers. Anything, anywhere, you have a problem, you are a Christian, you just contact them, they assist you free. Similarly, World Evangelical Council, 600 million members, 143 chapters globally. They also have 3 special offices, New York, Geneva, and Bern in Germany. Why? They directly work and coordinate with UN and the UN agencies operating in those areas. Office of the Human Rights Commissioner, UNESCO. So what is the Hindu Sanatan Dharma equivalent of this? Do we have an office in New York that we can work with and bring up these issues on the world stage? We don't. So that's something, again, we need to develop and work on. Now, this is a very interesting chart. If you are able to see, this was commissioned by the Government of India in 2019 as a part of the time study of how Indians use this time in a day. And if the orange or the yellowish are the Hindus, the blue the Christians, green the Muslims, and red the Sikhs. So if you look at the age group of 18 to 30, the average time a Hindu spends on religious activity is anywhere between 3 to 9 minutes at the most. So that is a very serious issue, and you can just compare it with the other traditions. So how do you now respond and cater to such a crowd where the attention span is very low? Now, recent studies have indicated after COVID, the attention span of youths is less than a goldfish of 9 seconds. So that requires us to evolve and prepare our Sanatana content in a new way that is appreciable by them. So that's why ISKCON temples have been engaging in many different ways by building museums, using immersive technology. The photograph that you see at the bottom is from our new upcoming museum in Delhi, where we are using virtual reality and presenting the whole Mahabharata in a summarized way of 15 minutes. And similarly, we have even changed our social media strategy to engage the youth, the millennials, in a way that they are actually consuming content, podcasts, docudramas, events. So anyway, I'll skip this. I'm running out of time here. We have been doing youth festivals as well, again, to engage them and teach them our Sanatana culture in a way that they can appreciate by organizing tours to Tirupati, to Kedarnath, and in a peer association. And we also have come up with this new app, Transcend. So all the major literatures are now available in 11 Indian languages, and we are onboarding more languages. So 270,000 pages have been compiled. We also have audio books, and we have built our own AI models which are being trained on them. So you can even ask a question based on any text, and the AI will pull out the answer and give it to you. So these are some things that we have been working on. You can download it, available on Google App Store and Play Store. This is how we look at anyone who comes to our temple. This is a universal chart, I believe, for all the temples. You either have visitors who then become volunteers or sevaks after some time if they are regular. And if you properly cultivate them, they can become your congregation and support the temple, and eventually that's the committed workforce that you have for your temple. So we have programs for each of the level. When someone comes in as a visitor, how do we take care of them? We have some different programs, which I can't get into right now. And similarly, what about those who are not coming to you but are potential? So Hindu temples need to go out and start engaging with those who haven't been reached so far. So we have a tribal care initiative which goes into some of the most remotest part of India and helps the people, not only spiritually, but even physically by organizing medical camps, providing free schools, by providing skill development centers. The photograph on the right is a subsect of the Santal tribe who still identify themselves as Sanatani. And they carry bow and arrow because Lord Ramchandra had stayed with them. And they are all vegetarian. So people are there who are looking for that spiritual knowledge. All we need to do is at every temple level, go out and connect with whoever is available locally and engage them. Similarly, we have programs every Sunday going on in our temple for children. Once one parent came and asked me, Swamiji, मेरा बच्चे को कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं है महाभारत रामायण भगवद गीता में, उसको कैसे इंटरेस्ट दिला सकते हैं? ऐसे आप खुद ही पढ़ते हैं क्या? बोले नहीं, तो उनको कैसे इंटरेस्ट आएगा? पहले आप पढ़िए. So parents need to start, and then when it comes to children, we have resources. So if the temples start organizing these kind of events at your local centers, you'll see a tremendous change. And similarly for the adult education, we have study courses anywhere from 6 months all the way up to 2 years, where we go in depth into Shastras so that they become completely understandable of what is the scripture saying, why is it saying, what is the rituals behind it, what is the philosophy behind it. And then we come to this other aspect. Every temple has a tradition, has a music, has some sort of food items. So all of these, as per UNESCO, are also considered as intangible cultural heritage. Now, how are we preserving that? How are we passing that on from one generation to another? Is there a mechanism? Because let's look at the shakhas of the Veda. At one point of time, we had more than 1,000 shakhas available in Bharat Bhumi. Today it has come down to few dozens. So all the temples need to make this effort to preserve their traditions, oral traditions, their knowledge traditions, and create content in a way that can transmit these traditions to the next generation as well. So ISKCON in its own efforts has been doing this. So we come in the Gaudiya Vaishnava Sampradaya of Sanatana. So what we have done is we started off with a center in Calcutta called as the Bhaktivedanta Research Center. But now it has branched out into many more centers. And we have been preserving the manuscripts, digitizing them, engaging scholars, making them accessible. So now we have made it accessible not only for our Sampradaya, but for everyone. So if you have manuscripts at your temple which you want to preserve, please let us know. We'll come at our own cost, preserve it, digitize it, and give it back to you. So that's a small service from ISKCON for the Sanatana Dharma. And similarly, we have academies for teaching how to do the Naivedyam, how to do the Archana for children, for adults, and how to learn the music tradition. So these are all academies that we have available. And if you want, please let us know. We'll be happy to help. So I'm already way over time. I'll end with this. Thank you all very much. If you want to stay in touch, please scan this QR code, and I'll be happy to help you in any way we can. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Yudhishthir Govindas ji, for sharing your words with us. And may I please invite Vineet Agarwal ji to join us on stage to felicitate Yudhishthir Govindas ji. May we please invite Vineet Agarwal ji to join us on stage to felicitate Vipin Agarwal ji. To felicitate Shri Yudhishthir Govindas ji from ISKCON Temple. Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your wisdom with us, for sharing your valuable remarks with us at the International Temples Convention and Expo 2025. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, these were the formal speaker sessions and panel discussions from the stage, but the evening is still young. I know some people are asking me for the food, and food shall be served, be rest assured. But may I please invite you all to kindly step forward, because next is a very enchanting, divine and melodious performance waiting for you. We have Shri Vitthal Das Maharaj ji from Govindapuram, who has come to grace this event through Nam Sankirtanam the performance Nam Sankirtanam. May I please invite all of you to join us in the rows ahead so that we all can enjoy this wonderful performance. Ladies and gentlemen, the celebrations begin here at the ITCX 2025. This was day 2. Thank you very much for being such a lovely audience. May we have a big hand for everybody who is in the audience now with us. Thank you for your immense patience through this entire day. Thank you for making your presence felt, for being so participative in all the panel discussions and the sessions those happened from the stage. And let me tell you that tomorrow we have some more interesting and insightful sessions lined up for all of you. So please be here on time. Tomorrow we start sharp on time, so we'll see you here at 9:45 a.m. But the night is young. We have the performance for all of you, the divine performance. Shri Vitthal Das Ji Maharaj is here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand to our artist. Nam Sankirtanam, the divine performance for all of you. And with this, I leave you with our talented artists here on stage. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It was such a great time with all of you at the second edition of ITCX 2025. My name is Shobha Rana, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you, and take care.
In the devotional town of Kumbakonam, also known as the Cambridge of South India, lies our very vibrant Sri Vittal Rukmini Mandir. Born in the lineage of Vedic scholars, Sri Vitthal Das Maharaj's undaunting efforts in Nama Pracharam made it possible to establish such an iconic Vittal temple. Actively participating in various forms of Dharma Rakshanam, Sri Vittal Rukmini Samsthan is distinctly involved in Go Samrakshanam and Veda Samrakshanam. Gokulam Goshala was established for the sole purpose of nurturing and serving 40 breeds of cows in India. The Samsthan is currently taking care of more than 1,000 cows, which comprises of almost 9 breeds. Under Kripa Patram, Maharaj's admirable initiative that concentrated on preserving both abandoned cows and cows headed for slaughterhouses, about 450 cows had been saved. This Goshala, stretched across an area of 7 acres, has been meticulously built with the primary objective of providing necessary amenities for the well-being of the cows. All of us are well aware of the 4 Vedas. Furthermore, the Vedas were originally split up into 1,134 shakhas to make them easier to learn. However, there are just 13 shakhas in existence right now, and the Samsthan strives to preserve them under one roof so that they don't become extinct in the future. By doing this, they are also being involved in Shakha Samrakshanam. Their prime motive is to make sure that the children practice their Shakha as mentioned in the Shastras. Maharaj has taken exceptional efforts relating to this cause by traveling to various places like Puri, Kashi, Mathura, Vrindavan, Rajasthan and Gujarat in order to identify and unite students and teachers in this Sarva Shakha Pathasala. There are 60 children here and are not only imparted with Vedic knowledge but also with modern education through NIOS, so that they are fully equipped to compete with today's tech world. The Pathasala is being established on Maharaj's vision that it is as important for children to use their education to benefit society on different levels, including bureaucracy such as civil services, as it is for them to safeguard dharma by excelling in Vedic study. Apart from bestowing Vedic, modern and technological education, we teach Ramayanam and Bhagavatam regularly to equip the children with knowledge of Itihasas and Puranas. Nama Sankirtanam, Samskritam and Yoga Abhyasam are also taught here. In addition to these, we also provide sports and cycling for the physical and mental well-being of the children. Children here, having sacrificed their personal needs for acquiring Vedic knowledge, are showered with the unwavering love and warmth of Maharaj, who distributes sweets for these children daily after completion of their classes. The children are also taken on excursions annually to several parts of the country for a retreat. Sri Vittal Rukmini Vishwa Vidyalaya spans over a vast area of 13 acres, 130,000 square feet, consisting of 18 classrooms. Out of these, 13 are dedicated to each distinct shakha, and the other 5 classrooms are devoted to Shastram, Shrautam, Vaikhanasa Agamam, Smartha Prayogam, and Veda Bhashyam. Additionally, a conference hall, a dining hall, a hostel for kids, and a residence for teachers are also being constructed to transform the location into a magnificent Veda Bhumi in another 1.5 years. Currently, the students are being educated in a temporary venue with all necessities, including a dining hall, accommodation for the students, and a separate place for washing and drying their muddy vastras. Just like how on both sides of the horizon exist beautiful blue sky and graceful green land, similarly on both the banks of serene Kaveri lies our Goshala and Vedapatasala, striving towards uniting all the treasured subsects of our Sanatana Dharma. We appeal to everyone to extend their valuable support by taking part in this holy endeavor. Every drop in the ocean counts. Let us all come together to support this noble initiative for the protection of Vedas by contributing in any capacity whatsoever.
ராமண்ணாவுக்கு அனுகூலமா இதான் நம்ம பண்ணணும். சாய் நகர் லைட் வைக்கணும். சாய் நகர் லைட் வைக்கணும். சாய் நகர் லைட் வரடா வரடா ஆடிரா ஐயா
கணபதி இன்னொன்று எடுத்து வச்சுக்கோ. அது ஒன்று எடுத்து வச்சுக்கோண்ணே.
அந்த பக்கம் போயிடுங்கடா, யாருமே இல்லைடா. அந்த பக்கம் சாம்பம்
विठ्ठल 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 पांडुरंगा विठ्ठल 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 पांडुरंगा वरदा हरि विठ्ठले जानकी कांत स्मरणं जय जय राम राम नमः पार्वती पतये
हर हर महादेव
सर्वत्र गोविन्दनाम संकीर्तनं
गोविंद गोविंद
हरिनाथ महाराज की जय सद्गुरु मूर्ति की सद्गुरु ज्ञानानंद मूर्ति की स्वामी हरिदास गिरि महाराज की प्रेमिकेंद्र सद्गुरु महाराज की नामदेव तुकाराम महाराज की समस्त भक्त मंडली की आंजनेय मूर्ति की राम कृष्ण हरि
पांडुरंग हरि
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 राम कृष्ण हरि राज गणपति राया गो महाराज गणपति राया गो राज गणपति राया गो राज गणपति राया गो महाराज गणपति राया गो पायांच गंधर्वाजती नाचताले गणपती पायांच गंधर्वाजती नाचताले गणपती गणपती नाचताले गणपती नाचताले गणपती गणपती गौरी घराच्या कुमार त्याच्या नामे लंबोदर गौरी घराच्या कुमार त्याच्या नामे लंबोदर नाचताले गणपती नाचताले गणपती गणपती नाचताले गणपती नाचताले गणपती गणपती रिद्धी सिद्धी तो दाता तोर विघ्न निवारिता रिद्धी सिद्धी तो दाता तोर विघ्न निवारिता नाचताले गणपती नाचताले गणपती गणपती नाचताले गणपती नाचताले गणपती गणपती तुका म्हणे एकच पायी विठ्ठल गणपती तुझ्या लागी तुका म्हणे एकच पायी विठ्ठल गणपती तुझ्या लागी नाचताले गणपती नाचताले गणपती गणपती विठ्ठल गणपती विठ्ठल गणपती विठ्ठल विठ्ठल गणपती गणपती विठ्ठल गणपती विठ्ठल गणपती विठ्ठल विठ्ठल गणपती गणपती विनायक मूर्ती की जय सद्गुरुने माझे आशीर्वाद दिला ओ सद्गुरुने माझे आशीर्वाद दिला ओ सद्गुरुने माझे आशीर्वाद दिला हर्ष कराया हृदयी आशीर्वाद दिला बोले माझा गुरु कृपा तो करुणी बोले माझा गुरु कृपा तो करुणी अरे राधे 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 गोविंद अरे वृंदावन चंद्र अनाथ नाथ दीन बंधो राधे गोविंद नंद मुकुंद नवनीत चोरा राधे गोविंद नंद मुकुंद नवनीत चोरा राधे गोविंद अरे वृंदावन चंद्र अनाथ नाथ दीन बंधु राधे गोविंद अरे राधे 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 गोविंद राधे 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 अरे वृंदावन चंद्र अनाथ नाथ दीन बंधो राधे गोविंद भक्तवत्सला भागवत प्रिय राधे गोविंद भक्तवत्सला भागवत प्रिय राधे गोविंद अरे वृंदावन चंद्र अनाथ नाथ दीन बंधो राधे गोविंद अरे राधे गोविंद राधे गोविंद अरे राधे गोविंद राधे गोविंद अरे राधे गोविंद अरे राधे गोविंद राधे गोविंद अरे राधे गोविंद अरे राधे गोविंद बोल राधे गोविंद अरे राधे गोविंद अरे राधे गोविंद अरे राधे गोविंद गोविंद राधे माधव गोपाल राधे केशव गोविंद राधे माधव गोपाल राधे केशव राधिका मनोहर मदन गोपाल राधिका मनोहर मदन गोपाल दीन वत्सला जय राज गोपाल गोपाल दीन वत्सला जय राज गोपाल गोपाल राधिका मनोहर मदन गोपाल दीन वत्सला जय राज गोपाल गोपाल गोविंद गोविंद गोपाल रे भज मन राधे गोविंद राधे गोविंद अरे राधे गोविंद अरे राधे गोविंद बोल राधे गोविंद अरे राधे गोविंद अरे राधे गोविंद अरे राधे गोविंद अरे राधे गोविंद बोल राधे गोविंद गोविंद राधे माधव गोपाल राधे केशव अरे राधे 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 गोविंद अरे वृंदावन अनाथनाथ दीनबंधो राधे गोविंद बोल वृंदावन बिहारी लाल की बोल जय राधा रानी की राधे कृष्ण 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 ओ राधे कृष्ण राधे कृष्ण राधे कृष्ण ओ राधे कृष्ण राधे कृष्ण राधे कृष्ण राधे कृष्ण बोलो राधे कृष्ण हरे राधे कृष्ण बोलो राधे कृष्ण हरे राधे कृष्ण हरे राधे कृष्ण बोलो राधे कृष्ण हरे राधे कृष्ण 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 ओ राधे कृष्ण राधे कृष्ण राधे कृष्ण ओ राधे कृष्ण राधे कृष्ण धाना खावे तोती पानी पीवे धाना खावे तोती पानी पीवे पिंजर में करते कल्लोल तोती मैना पिंजर में करते कल्लोल तोती मैना पिंजर में करते कल्लोल तोती मैना धाना खावे तोती पानी पीवे पिंजर में करते कल्लोल तोती मैना पिंजर में करते कल्लोल तोती मैना राधे कृष्ण राधे कृष्ण राधे कृष्ण ओ राधे कृष्ण 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 ओ 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 राधे कृष्ण राधे कृष्ण राधे कृष्ण मीरा के प्रभु गिरिधर नागर मीरा के प्रभु गिरिधर नागर चरण कमल चित्त डोल तोती मैना चरण कमल चित्त डोल तोती मैना चरण कमल चित्त डोल तोती मैना मीरा के प्रभु गिरिधर नागर चरण कमल चित्त डोल तोती मैना चरण कमल चित्त डोल तोती मैना राधे कृष्ण राधे कृष्ण राधे कृष्ण राधे कृष्ण राधे कृष्ण राधे कृष्ण ओ राधे कृष्ण राधे कृष्ण राधे कृष्ण ओ राधे कृष्ण राधे कृष्ण राधे कृष्ण बोल वृंदावन विहारी लाल की विठल 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 पांडुरंग विठल 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 पांडुरंग विठल 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 पांडुरंग विठल 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 पांडुरंग 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 साधुलरा मीरुरंडी पंढरीपुरमु पोतामा साधुलरा मीरुरंडी पंढरीपुरमु पोतामा साधुलरा मीरुरंडी पंढरीपुरमु पोतामा साधुलरा मीरुरंडी पंढरीपुरमु पोतामा భక్తులరా మీరు రండి పాండురంగుని సేవిందమా భక్తులరా మీరు రండి పాండురంగుని సేవిందమా ఓ సాధులరా మీరు రండి సాధులరా మీరు రండి ఓ భక్తులరా మీరు రండి భక్తులరా విఠల 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 పాండురంగ విఠల 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 పాండురంగ విఠల 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 పాండురంగ విఠల 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 పాండురంగ ఓ పాండురంగ 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 కడుపులో బల ఇల్లు కట్టుకొని కబురమున్నాడు కడుపులో బల ఇల్లు కట్టుకొని కబురమున్నాడు కలగలపడినాడు వెలయుచున్నాడు ఓ సాధులరా మీరు రండి భక్తులరా మీరు రండి కపట నాటక సూత్రధారి వెయ్యి కదలగయున్నాడు నీ కథలే ఉన్నాడు ఓ సాధులరా మీరు రండి భక్తులరా మీరు రండి విఠల 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 పాండురంగా విఠల విఠల పాండురంగా 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 ఓ పాండురంగా పాండురంగా పండరీనాథ్ మహారాజ్కి హరి రే రంగమ్మ జీ హరి రే కృష్ణమ్మ జీ హరి రే రంగమ్మ జీ హరి రే కృష్ణమ్మ హరి రే రంగమ్మ జీ హరి రే కృష్ణమ్మ జీ హరి రే రంగమ్మ జీ హరి రే కృష్ణమ్మ జీ రంగమ్మ మాజీ రంగమ్మ రంగమ్మ మాజీ రంగమ్మ రంగమ్మ మాజీ రంగమ్మ ఓ రంగమ్మ మాజీ రంగమ్మ విఠేవరి నీటేవువి విఠేవరి నీటేవువి సాజే చంద్రభాగే తీరి సాజే చంద్రభాగే విఠేవరి నీటేవువి సాజే చంద్రభాగే తీరి విఠేవరి నీటేవువి సాజే చంద్రభాగే తీరి రామయాచి కైవారి రంగమ్మ ఓ రామయాచి కైవారి రంగమ్మ ఓ రంగమ్మ మాజీ రంగమ్మ విఠల పాండురంగ హరే విఠల పాండురంగ విఠల పాండురంగ విఠల పాండురంగ విఠల పాండురంగ హరే విఠల పాండురంగ 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 పండరీనాథ్ మహారాజ్ కి గోవింద 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 తిరుపతి వెంకటరమణ నిన్న జ్ఞానಗೆ ಬಾರದು ಕರುಣಾ ಸಂಪನ್ನ ತಿರುಪತಿ ವೆಂಕಟರಮಣ ನಿನ್ನ ಜ್ಞಾನಗೆ ಬಾರದು ಕರುಣಾ ಸಂಪನ್ನ ತಿರುಪತಿ ವೆಂಕಟರಮಣ ನಂಬಿದೆ ನಿನ್ನಯ ಚರಣ ಚರಣ ಪರಿಪಾಲಿಸಬೇಕು ಕರುಣಾ ವರುಣ ತಿರುಪತಿ ವೆಂಕಟರಮಣ ನಿನ್ನ ಜ್ಞಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಬಾರದು ಕರುಣಾ ತಿರುಪತಿ ವೆಂಕಟರಮಣ ಅವದಾಂ ಪಾಪ ವಿನಾಶಿನಿ ಸ್ನಾನ ಹರಿಪಾದೋದಕವೇ ಪಾನ ಪಾಪ ತಾಪ ನಿಧಾನ ನಮ್ಮ ಪುರಂದರ ವಿಠಲನ ಧ್ಯಾನ ಧ್ಯಾನ ತಿರುಪತಿ ವೆಂಕಟರಮಣ ನಿನ್ನ ಜ್ಞಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಬಾರದು ಕರುಣಾ ಸಂಪನ್ನ ತಿರುಪತಿ ವೆಂಕಟರಮಣ ಗೋವಿಂದ ರಮಣ ಗೋವಿಂದ ಮಂಗಳವು ರುಕ್ಮಿಣಿ ರಮಣಾಯ ಶ್ರೀಮತೆ ಮಂಗಳವು ರಮಣೀಯ ಮಂಗಳವು ಶ್ರೀವತ್ಸಭೂಷಾಯ ಮಂಗಳವು ನಂದ ಗೋಪಾಲ ಜಯ ಮಂಗಳವು बोला पुंडली गवरदा जय सद्गुरु महाराज समस्त संत मंडली की अंजनेय मूर्ति की
We request Girish Kulkarni sir to come on stage and collect prasad from Guruji. We request you to please come up on the stage. Girish Kulkarni sir and madam, both of you together please. Yeah, come up on the stage. You can come up on the stage, yeah.
Sir, go. Check, 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 check. Check, check. 7, 7. Check. 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 Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Check.
Check. Hello. Check.
The last announcement for the day today, volume level is an issue. So it's an honor for us to have everyone here. Vittal Das Ji Maharaj, I had first met him in the year 2014. Since then, there has been a want to do something with him, and this is a place to strongly begin this. So one big round of applause. I told Maharaj Ji, we are a small audience, but we are a powerful audience.